in this? Like, is an isolated perspective from truth and logic something illogical?
Well, honestly, like the limitation of humans complicate the whole thing because just like Exo said, then you're going to get into what is truth and objective and subjective truths and etc. Really, the limitation, the finite limitation of humans themselves, just hinder logic and truth. Meaning, we can only scratch the surface overall, right? Like it exists outside of our understanding of it. I know I'm being a bit reiterative, but I think it's important. The reason it's important is because these people that are illogical, these globe arguments, the proponents of the globe Earth, for example, like or evolution or whatever, right? Like it's a lie and thus intrinsically illogical.
Not truthful.
Yeah, so you can't have logical conversations about the Earth with dishonest people. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, because if you have illogical behaving of water, how you will get logic?
Correct. Yeah, I basically use those words interchangeable: logic and order.
Like let's use logic, but water is curving.
Yeah, it makes no sense. There's an intrinsic order to everything. It's the only way it could be here. It's antecedents.
Yeah, but you see, when Sasha, when you say, let's say water is curving, if you don't add anything to that, and me myself, I know what you mean because you're saying water when at rest, contain, is not curving at the top. I get that. But if you don't add the rest to your question, the rest of the words or the variables to the question, someone else can have logically think that you're saying, but I've been to the beach and I seen the waves and water curves because I've seen it with my eyes. That's logical to me.
Yeah, but that's because of some energy or some force moving that water. But
but now you're talking about something else outside of your question.
Sasha, he's simply encouraging you to be specific with the words you use, because otherwise there's no context.
When it's in the right, yeah, but I can simply also move to the mountains in that situation and ask which mountain is in middle of America is measured through how to say which reference to Pacific or Atlantic Sea. To see
I think there's a language barrier here. We're not following what you're saying. He was only mentioning that you be specific. Listen, he was only mentioning that you be specific about the state the water is in. Because if the water isn't at rest, then you can't say that it's always lying level. You have to be specific.
Yeah, but if somebody,
especially when you're dealing with people who are so confused and full of so much rhetoric and lies.
Okay, let's be logical.
You have to narrow them down so that they have no room for maneuvering.
Let's be logical now. If there are tides there, what that mean? Is that curving or what is happening?
Yeah, we get. We're not. I like to provoke the honest response. You have got to point out the illogical nature of it, and so I guess that the specificity would be pointing out the illogical nature. That therefore the only response can either be diversion or honesty. So it's like specificity there helps. You're right. Like you're having to explain why you're right, but that's requiring even more dialogue.
But logically, with the tides surface spiraling, if I'm correct.
I find that the timing that Sasha asked the question, it completely follows logic because we all knew what he meant. I mean, I'm speaking almost for everyone, but I know what he means, so I wouldn't question his question.
No, I actually am about to get off here, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I think we need to shift our focus towards you give the other party the opportunity to be honest by pointing out the patently illogical patterns or nature of what they believe. And once that is pointed out to them, right, like honesty is in their hand and it's far beyond our ability to wake them up.
Yeah, take them back to first principles. I mean, one of the things that I think is the best that goes in line with that, Witz, is getting them to figure out where their idea came from in the first place. Because if they take take it back to its root, which usually is somebody told me when I was 5 years old, then they can compare that to what they can actually test and observe, etc., and go, oh, those two don't line up.
So that's why I like bringing people down back to their senses, to earth,
right.
because a lot of people want to talk from a third perspective that they haven't experienced, and I'm just, hey, come back to the real East level, what you experience, and let's go from there.
Yeah, that's the actual battle, is because they don't even realize their worldview is illogical because they're ignorant. So once you remove the ignorance, that's really the only thing you can do, right? So anything beyond that's kind of futile pursuit or distraction or inefficient, detrimental, you know. I think that we really want to help people, so we try to break through their cognitive. But I'm having this realization that it's like all you can actually do is break down the fundamental illogical foundations and then let it be. Let them decide to be honest or not.
Which that's why I say all the time, they don't even know how to think. Like, how are you going to teach them anything when they don't even know how to analyze a problem?
Right. I think you can only help people get out of the cogdis who are aware they're in cogdis. If they're not aware, then they have to come and want to be helped. Otherwise, you can't help them.
Why do you think they use logical fallacies the way they do?
Right.
Just think about it. They use them because they think that they actually prove something.
Yeah, but they don't know that, right? They've just been saturated with it, so they think that's how one makes an argument. But it's like
I think
Witz's question was valid, and so was Sasha's question, because and Gen Z was saying, "Hey, all of us already necessarily know this, as far as logical fallacies and how to make a logical argument. We're quite familiar with that, but most people aren't." Go ahead, India. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why it was timely manner the way he asked it, because we know what he means. I'm just saying we're talking about logic, and some people won't find the logic on a short, not very described question. That's what was my point. But here we understand what his question for sure.
Exactly.
Logic is to have one horizon, but during the debates you will find out there is more. For example,
there's a lot more. Certainly is.
And you will be illogical to say. You will be not logical if you are saying that it's only one horizon.
Right? Technically, everybody has their own horizon because everyone's equipment's slightly different. Yeah, you might be sitting next to someone who's stone cold blind, right?
Oh my God, that was a good one.
Use that argument now. There's your point of view, and then there's my point of view. So there is more than one horizon.
No, but all that does is, when you take it to its logical conclusion, all that does is back up what we're saying. In that they're claiming physical, and what we're saying is it's an observable. Don't interrupt, idiot. What we're saying is it's an observable phenomena, right?
Yep.
So and I said what I said because legitimately, if you're standing next to someone who's got poor eyesight, or vice versa, the perception of the horizon is going to be completely different, which should wake people up who can see that, to go that, oh, it's nothing to do with this physical drop, it's to do with how vision works.
That goes back to fundamentals, like you said. Your vision is fundamentals. It's it's one of the senses. And when you observe things, I've been with people like, hey, look at that. They say, I don't see it. Look, it's right there. They can't see it, but I can see it. So yeah, the perspective. Different people.
And then they see things that aren't there, right? Like they say they see the moon during a solar eclipse. They say the southern star tails rotate around a central point. Like what central point? Where is it? What does it look like? What color is it? Like, you draw a circle around it. Like, where is it? They think that they're like, we could say in the north it revolves around the central point, the North Star, but in the south it definitely does not do that. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Must be some explanation. Why it's not there?
If they're acting like they've been hypnotized.
Interesting, Indio, this point that you're bringing up about the South observation, there is not kind of like that centrical movement that we observe in the north. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
In the they call it or it's been described as the South toroidal, that there's no star in the center. It's kind of dark, but there's stars going around that area.
Yeah, you could say that, but there is no point, right? There's no point in space they're actually revolving around. You have to imagine that there's a point there in your mind, but there's physically nothing that you're actually looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at other things and inferring that, like, if I draw a line from each one of those stars, they'll all meet in some central location, but there's no actual point there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But they think they actually see a point. They'll sit there and argue with it, that their concept is an actual visual sensation or something. I always love the, so they have some story, then you disprove their story, then they're like, well, what else could it be? Like, as if you have to, like, give them an alternative, otherwise their false idea is true. It's, to me, that type of thinking is so...
That's the pure definition of cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
That's where you, like Witsit was saying, you just point out how they're being illogical. That's all you can do for them. You got to move on.
It's like, unless you can give me another explanation, I'm going to go ahead and believe everything they told me was true, and you're just wrong because you're in the minority. So, I mean, there's several logical fallacies there, but that is pure cog divs right there.
And this is why I tell you, don't talking about what they are thinking in their minds. This celestial point that we see up there is because the Earth is spinning or whatever. That's the fantasy side of the equation. What we observe from down here, we see the toroidal field, and we see these middle points in the sky from where the stars do a cycle, make a kind of like a circle. But that's an observation from down here. To argue against their imagination is just
the only thing you can actually observe is from here on Earth. You can't observe it from somewhere else.
Yeah, just arguing about it. So it's illogical.
Hold on, I got a question about this whole line. Even if there was a point in the southern hemisphere that things seem to rotate around, right? Would that change any of the arguments if there was a star there?
Because that's just natural observable phenomena from the ground, and the ground is not curving or moving. So it's just observation.
Right.
So we do have evidence. We do have evidence that there is kind of a difference, when you observe the stars from the equator compared to like North America or South America. There is kind of a difference. Some people say, well, they move counterclockwise. That's only because they're looking south instead of north. All the stars and sun, moon.
I wonder, guys. I wonder if you actually put maybe like 3 or 4 cameras that have a bigger angle of the sky, how would that look? Because the camera is looking up a reference and is seen from that standpoint. But what if you put one camera, then 3 kilometers apart, another camera, then 3 kilometers apart, another camera? So
I'm thinking 300 kilometers, like 3 or maybe 3,000.
Just like 9 in total, something like that. Camera, maybe less than that, but it will give you a bigger angle. That wouldn't change the shape of the Earth, obviously, but I don't know.
No, I mean, well, we've seen time lapse from the south.
Yeah, but you're looking from this small lens, from really small lens on one point, that you're looking at an effect that you don't know the variables that are causing that.
Sure, of course. Yeah, we'll never. I won't say we'll never know, but yeah, you can't know just by being an observer on Earth. No.
Gemsy, what was your question exactly regarding the different observation points? Could you repeat?
No, I'm just saying that looking at the sky and talking about the circles that we see the stars doing, right? It will be interesting to try to look at that, but from a bigger, a more extended angle point, which can be done with multiple equipment.
How do you mean? I'm not following exactly.
You put, let's say you want to look at the sky, and you put one camera at this point, then 6 kilometers away you put another camera, then 6 kilometers away you put another camera. You put it at an angle that they will give you a bigger angle of the sky.
See, I still think that's too close. I'm thinking like 100
to get like a panoramic view. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be panoramic. We're looking at the sky. We're looking above. You're not looking. You're looking basically maybe like, I don't know, 80 degrees up or something.
What's the purpose of this exactly? I'm just trying to understand what
we were talking about the circle. The south, the South Pole that they call up above, and it's like a central point in the sky that the Globers talk about. That this is an effect.
Yeah, the one that they can't provide a.
The Globers tell you this is an effect of the ground spinning.
Yeah, and that one.
Yeah. It's the same with everything. They can't provide any tangible evidence.
Yeah.
And at the core of it, it's illogical to give any credence to something that has no evidence for it. You can entertain it, sure, but to give it credence and to hold it up as a truth or whatever when it has no evidence, and in fact has contradictory evidence.
This kind of goes back to the logical argument that Whitsitt was bringing up, right? I mean, it's like, well, since we don't have any physical evidence for what they're claiming, let's go over the logic. And when you go through the logic, you find out, just like we do with the 3 questions here all the time, you're just a believer. You believe that you're a third rock from the sun, you know. But when you go through these arguments and you understand logic and reason, then you'll figure out that the only reason you think that you live on a globe is because they told you that you live on a globe.
Right? They've just flipped everything on its head. They think they are put. It doesn't even work because they literally put their trust anyway.
It does. Yeah.
They think that what they're doing is scientific, whereas it's actually.
They pump that word science out like nobody's business, right?
Yeah, I saw an interesting.
Everything science. Go ahead.
I saw an interesting one. Something like, they're not asking you to trust the science, but they're asking you to trust the scientists. But why would you do that? Because
I don't know that motherfucker. Why would I trust somebody I don't know?
Because the way the meme was put is quite concise, but that's kind of the gist of it, right? They frame it in the way like they're encouraging you to trust.
Trying to figure out what step of the scientific method trust is.
Yeah.
But where is trust in the scientific method? Like I looked, man. Wasn't in step 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Right. Where trust wasn't anywhere in there.
That's true. It's even funnier the more you peel it apart.
If it wasn't so dumb, it wouldn't be funny, right? But it's just not funny. It's just like, this is how they've manipulated humanity into this position where they can pretty much just tell them anything and they'll believe it.
Right. And I remember
the funny part is that they think that it's an actual argument. That's the not funny part. They think that more people believe it's a globe. They think that is actually some sort of argument. Like objective truth is a democracy, and if 50.1% believe something, then that thing is true. It's ridiculous. It's just so.
And it's so much worse when you go like what I'm trying to encourage is like go back to the root of it. It's way not funny. It's pure evil because what they've done to get this to work is they lied to the children. That's beyond insidious. Because I'd have next to no problems if it was just okay, blah blah blah, leave children, leave everyone to do their own thing and to be, you know, to be free to make their own choices, and then like as adults then try and indoctrinate them, and then we have this like a huge amount of people who choose to be indoctrinated. Sure, that's fine, but they haven't done that. And then you get
Sasha, they've convinced the adults to teach their children this. That's the gross part.
But let's go back to the root of it. They didn't convince adults to lie to their children. They convinced children to believe the lie long enough so that by the time they got to adulthood, they would then allow that to happen.
They don't have to lie. They just it has to feel good long enough to convince.
I mean, whatever you call it. I mean, laziness, removing critical thinking from what's natural for children. It doesn't matter.
Cool.
The root of
it. I want to clarify that, you know,
the root of it's insidious because
it's like
it started with the children, because otherwise it would never have found an anchor inside people's minds.
But this is most commonly when you talk to anyone about, you know, globe Earth or flat Earth. Their biggest proof is everybody knows this. It's like an appeal to authority. Or you look up to the sky and you see things moving up above. That means you're moving. What you see above is because the ground is curving and spinning. For me, that's one of the most common that I hear most people say. And how scientific is that? Surprised Healy doesn't has a reply for me. He knows I'm gonna give him shit. Helio has a reply for every half sentence of everyone. Smash funny.
Do the deaf and unmute thing, and it'll take him a while to catch up, and then he'll get all salty after.
Is China under the US?
No. Chinas, what we call in Spanish oranges, are above the US because they're on a tree, and the tree is above the ground. So yeah. They are above the ground.
It depends what you're asking. Are they under the US in average height? Yes.
Yeah. Good one.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Flat Earthers.
Hey, fellow Earther, how are you?
I think the Earth is flat.
You think?
Oh, you think?
Is it in your mind?
I'm thinking about it. It might be.
You think about it.
Well, what is the number one reason which makes you think and not know?
Oh, because I've never seen it.
You never seen the Earth?
Never.
Oh, I seen the Earth like yesterday.
Where have you been?
I've seen the Earth like once or twice, but that's all.
Yeah, but if you think a little bit about my question,
entire Earth or only part of the Earth?
I've seen like a little tiny piece of the Earth.
And how look like?
Look green.
No, I mean how look like when you about where you was on the ground or in the air?
Oh, I've never been in the air.
And how it looks from the ground when you look horizon?
Oh, it looks pretty flat if you ask me.
okay, but when you say you think it's flat, this sounds like you believe it's a globe, actually. You think.
I don't know.
No?
I'm not sure. I'm not saying either way. I'm still debating.
He's thinking about about how flat it looks because he's seen it from when you said that you mean high in the mountains or something. You were really high and you looked, and it looks flat. That's what you're saying?
I think so.
Oh, you think so? So where have you seen this flat Earth? Where have you seen?
You guys got the pictures, and it's like I never seen a flat Earth in person, but I've seen the diagrams.
All right, so you've been looking into the pictures, the information available about photography of the Earth. Yeah, that count. That's good. That's okay.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of those.
But what's it matter if it's flat?
Well,
how about this? Where are you living now? Doesn't matter, but if you cannot say, it doesn't matter. But if you can say it normally.
Oh, I can't. But
okay, let's say that you are from Azerbaijan,
Burundi.
Burundi, yeah. And no, let's say it easy. You are from UK. You're living in the UK and everything.
Yeah.
But man, you are not living in UK.
Yes, I am.
You only think that you are living in UK. You only believe it. You know, you only believe that.
Like a fairy tale.
Yeah, that's all right. You can believe that, and that's all right. But if I'm lying you, where are you living? What that mean? That I know where are you living, but you don't know where you are living. Understand me?
Oh, that matter.
Whoa.
You'll be paying taxes to the wrong people, and that might be big issues.
I think you got it backwards. You should be asking, why does it matter if it's a globe? Because they don't show flat Earth stuff on TV 24 hours a day. They show globe stuff on TV 24 hours a day.
Yeah, those news guys.
So why does it matter to them that they have to show that all the time?
I know one company who has 60 million reasons per day to do that.
That's it.
Yeah, only $60 million per day. One company has reason to do that.
Look, how many people claim to have been to space?
500.
Like 600 people. Now, can you think of any other profession with 600 people that gets this much media coverage?
It cannot be legit business.
Now, I don't know how many plumbers are in America. It's probably something like 10 million plumbers, right? Are there they got like plumbers on the news all the time and like in the newspaper and like, plumber this and plumber that? What is a plumber doing today? How does a plumber go to the bathroom? Chugga, chugga, chugga. What does a plumber drink for coffee? Right? So why does it matter to them is the question you should be asking, because we're saturated with the idea that the Earth's a globe and that there's outer space and there's people in it. We're saturated with that idea. So why does it matter to them is what you should be asking.
It matters to them because, for example, if I take you on a street where obviously you don't live on that street and I show you a house, you will not be able to tell me what's inside that house and how that house looks like from the inside, because it is not yours. That's why you don't know. But if I take you in front of your own house and I ask you, how does it look like inside? And what can you find inside that house? You can tell me because it is yours, and you know what's inside that house because it is yours. So when it's yours, you know. When it's not yours, you do not know what's inside. And when they push you this lie that the world is a globe, they know it's fake. They get the confirmation from you that you believe you live on a spinning ball, and this, for them, it means that this place where we are is not yours.
What is cheapest we get? One space program project with building the space rock, going there, blah blah blah, or one good blue and green screen technology and equipment.
Of course, special video effect fakery.
Let's say that let's say that you want to build rocket and go to the space, and let's say to make a budget for that.
What happened to the guy though, guys? What happened to the guy saying what difference does it make? Did he already leave?
Yeah, he jumped out because it's Russian hour.
My goodness, what a weirdo. Okay.
No, I'm right here. What is? But
okay,
hold on.
Let's say we need $20 million. Let's say, I don't know, or $60 million for rocket and going there, blah blah blah. Okay, let's say now how we need money for faking that, for with the blue screen, one good studio and whatever. Can we do that with 1 million?
If you pay me if you pay me those money, I guarantee you that I will not even do the fake movie. I will take it and just go away. You know?
Hey, can y'all stop talking amongst yourself and talk to the guy that's actually here?
Hey, look, you can make a fake movie of a rocket blowing up. Be like, oh man, he died in that rocket explosion.
Yeah.
While you're sitting on the beach in Tahiti drinking Mai Tais.
Exactly.
Yeah, but these people are just going to be like, hey, remember that CP that you have on your laptop? And then they're going to be like, what laptop? It doesn't matter. They'll just plant. The reason why they keep people silent and quiet is by just like threatening them with it's as simple as just planting child porn on their laptop, and then they just run a hit piece on them, and then that person's in jail. Simple as that. That being said, Buzz Aldrin is like kind of walking the line. You know what I mean? I'm sure we all are aware of like Buzz Aldrin saying we never went to the moon and such and such.
Well, he's a useful idiot. He's like Don Pettit, just a useful idiot. But XO, you on here?
Just left.
Oh shit! I was just gonna say, man, like they hate when you take that mirror and like make them look into their own mirror. Why does flat Earth matter? Why does globe Earth matter? Why are you here? Look in the mirror.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I was talking about the point in the sky. Like, it doesn't really affect the debate whether there is a point there or not. You know, that's what I was saying.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about somebody else. That's why does it matter if the Earth is flat or a globe? Like, it matters to somebody. It matters to them a lot because we're constantly inundated by globe Earth propaganda, space movies and space everything. I'm waiting for Charlie Brown to be in outer space.
Well, it's the key to their control structure. I mean, look how many people depend on them for an income. There's a $53 million a day budget that they're controlling people with. Obviously, it's important to them. I mean, I could give a shit less. If it actually measured as a globe, I would just accept it. It doesn't matter to me.
That reminds me, someone in the lobby said there must be some Goldberg laser tests, and he went to look for them. That was a few hours ago. I'm hoping he comes back so I can shut down the server. He's a physics undergrad, so so this was quite funny, right? So he was like, well, Cavendish went to find G, right? So I'm like, no, that's not what Cavendish did. Cavendish thought he was measuring the density of the Earth, and he was like, well, I can't be wrong because that's what they taught me in physics. So I show him, like, this is Cavendish's paper. This is 70 years later after he was dead, the person that came up with G. And his argument was like, well, I guess my whole physics undergraduate was worthless. And I'm like, yeah, ask for your money back. Because they're teaching you shit that not only is not factually true, it's historically wrong.
Shouldn't be arguing Cavendish anyway that gravity's a force or some nonsense like that. That's completely out of date.
Well, yeah. I always troll him with the space-time is making the balls come together, right? There's a little invisible space-time rubber band pulling them together.
Yeah, bending around mass. Yeah, around mass. Got a radius.
But we were talking earlier about like illogical arguments. He thought it was actually an argument that because he was taught it in a physics class that this is that. Because he couldn't believe that his physics class could be wrong, it has to be a globe. I mean, that's so stupid. Like, that is not an actual argument, dude.
No, that sounds like somebody that's been brainwashed saying, it has to be true because they told me so.
Yeah, my brainwashing can't possibly be wrong.
Right.
They told me that in my brainwashing class.
Why do people struggle with that so hard? I don't get it. Obviously, they're not struggling with the fucking illogic of it. It's obviously it's their defense mechanism,
Well, they use consensus reality early on us in school. The word understand has so many implications to it that if you don't understand, there's something wrong with you. That consensus reality is pretty stout. I mean, it even affects a lot of flat earthers as well. So it's a powerful force.
Yeah, we live in a consensus-based reality, absolutely.
Understand also means agreement. So, right? Do we come to an understanding? So not only does it mean do you comprehend, it also means do you agree? So they conflate those words the same way they conflate, what's gravity? Prove gravity, and they say drop something. So they conflate the cause with the effect as if they're the same thing. That's a red flag right there. That the fact that they have to conflate the cause with the effect in the first place.
Yeah, understanding requires comprehension and, like you said, agreement. And if you understand, you're agreeing with the knowledge claim that you comprehend. That's pretty much if you have an understanding of something. That's how you come to knowledge without experience. But that still relies on you, believing the claim is true or being able to comprehend the claim. So it's not that we don't understand, comprehend the claim. We just think it's bullshit, and they don't get that.
We don't think it's bullshit. We know it is because they can't demonstrate any of it. I mean, it's the same as a leprechaun. We don't think a leprechaun's bullshit. Until they demonstrate it, it could be real. It could be, but we're not going to think bullshit's real until they can demonstrate it.
The understanding comes under that fate and that side too, because if the guy's being taught in school that he has, he lives on this spinning globe and blah blah blah, he has to understand that to pass the grades, right? Even if it's not in factual, he's still paying for it, and he's getting.
That kind of. And it's
he
sad
has to understand. He has to stand under that information and go with it.
Yeah, they got to pay a lot too for like their I don't know, their education, I guess you would call it, or their parroting, when you can get it all on YouTube for free. Or Google or Wikipedia. I mean, don't stop me at YouTube. I just like YouTube, you know what I mean?
I'm paying for the education. You're not paying for the education, though. You're paying for that sheet of paper.
Yeah. I heard a funny thing today that the Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, they had an alphabet, but they were not using it because they knew the dangers of using an alphabet. They knew that controlling literature is actually controlling what people think. And they stick to their pictograms, you know. But in school, I've learned that the Egyptians did not have an alphabet, which is actually a lie. I just found out today. Mic check.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Sound good?
But yeah, like the education thing, like you're paying for, your peers to perceive you as competent. That's what you're supposed to be paying for. But if all your peers are incompetent, what are you really getting? You know, like
incompetence,
a dumbass award.
Default. Yeah.
they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a dumbass award.
Yeah. Oh, they take student bank loans. You know.
That's a good point. They could end up owing in the millions for a dumbass award. That's all they're getting. It's like, hey, all these other dumbasses think you're competent as a dumbass, so congratulations.
Okay, I'm back. Anyone have a recommendation for the playlist? Promise I won't. Let's do one song.
Why would that?
What was going on with what
you know
was
that
happening
song, Helio? The song "Silence." You know that song?
It's golden, but my eyes still see.
The band is called "Mute Yourself."
I thought it was "Shut the Fuck Up."
Yeah, I thought that.
Oh, I think I've heard of that group. Shut the fuck up. Yes, they were one of my favorites. Because honestly, Dead Air is better than anything that Helios Skeptic
Then listening to you, yeah.
Yeah, I think that I knew what you were getting at, Jimsy.
I don't think we had that there. We were speaking for a few seconds. Just had like 1 second of silence.
No, but if Helio is not speaking, it's definitely dead air, 100%.
No. I wasn't even listening for the past 20, 30 minutes. I was doing something else.
Oh, that's why
I
it
just
was
came
dead
back and
air,
there was dead
because
air,
you
and
were listening.
I thought maybe
But
I could come
whoever
in
listen,
and say, hey,
even
do you
if you're
guys want to hear
here
a song?
talking,
Just give me a
even if you're here
recommendation. I'll
talking
play
to
a
other
song. And
people,
you
we
don't want
don't
to hear me
listen
talk?
to.
Tell me to fuck off.
What is the song that you're gonna play, bro? Stop talking about the song and just play it.
No, we didn't tell you to fuck off. We told you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that correction.
All right, so I'll shut the fuck up so you guys can just not listen to anyone talk at all.
Play the song, especially if you're singing and playing it.
No, I mean I was just asking if since there was dead air, if anyone wants me to play a song. That's all I was asking. I can't play that one, Sasha.
Buddy, are you telling me there's no? Are you telling me there's no band named Fuck Off? Like,
There probably is. There probably is.
I was getting excited. I was like, hell yeah, this is gonna rock.
I'm sure we can all Google it. My favorite band is called Fuck Off. And here's their world famous song, Get the Fuck Out of Here.
Their famous album, How to Piss Your Parents Off.
Exactly. No, I know Jimsy's just freaking roasting me right now because I was fucking with it. But seriously, if you guys have a song that you want to hear, just post it in the live stream voice text so I can play it on the bot. And because it's kind of like nobody's talking. That's all I was saying.
I could start a conversation, but it's going to be a convoluted one because I've been thinking about it a lot.
Aren't those the best kind?
Right. Yeah. So, does the horizon have geometry?
Globers? Does the horizon?
No. Hey, I think that should be a question for flatties and globies. I mean, you know what
flatties know what?
Wait.
Yeah, it is
malformed. I think that's a bit malformed in its question form. Geometry is a form of using shapes to calculate. What do you mean by does the horizon have geometry?
Is the horizon geometric?
Hold on.
Hold on.
That's a really good question, Sasha.
Is a straight line geometry?
That's correct, yes. A triangle and a circle and a square. So when Nathan refers to the geometric sphere edge, the geometric part of basically refers to the sphere.
I don't know why I get Flat Earth, Solar, and Sasha mixed up. But yeah, you're exactly right. Straight lines.
Maybe because you're just insensitive, Helio.
It's
insensitivity. It has to be. Well, now just saying, if is the horizon a straight line?
Affirmative.
Well, no. Well,
hold on. No, I get to ask the last question because it's a great one.
I was just saying, it depends on who you're asking. Go ahead.
Well, can a straight line encompass a space?
Well, since you're asking that question, has anyone made a claim about that? Because none of us would ever do that.
In the globe Earth theory, universe theory, if you had a spaceship capable of superluminic speed, travel, and stuff like that, and you start traveling forward, like in a straight line, as you see, in the universe, you would actually not be traveling in a straight line, but in a circular
Hey,
path.
Jebby Jed,
That's what they say.
I think his question was, or does a straight line encompass a space? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but what they say.
Yeah, but that's a ridiculous question because that's
hold on.
It's kind of a non sequitur to the.
I was just willing to
because
say
I was
what
told that the
they are.
horizon is
Hold
a
on,
straight
Jebby
line.
Jet. I want him to expand on his original question. What do you mean by a straight line encompassing a space?
I was told the horizon is a straight line. The horizon encompasses completely around you, right?
Yeah.
Encompass is an improper term when it comes to what you're encompass.
So where can you look? Where can you look? 90 degrees from your zenith, not going to the center of Earth, just straight above you, 90 degrees from that, and not see the horizon. When you're out on the ocean, you know, and we're talking about actual diffraction grading horizon where you can no longer resolve, right? And it forms this straight line. That's where we derive the concept of horizontal, straight. We all understand that, okay? But if it's a straight line, how is it encompassing?
That was what my question was. That's why I thought it was like after Jet started to answer your question, I started thinking about this encompassing idea. I was like, nah, let's go back over the first question, first principles, right? And that's what who was it? Flat Earth Solar was saying first principles, bro. Straight line, but do straight lines encompass anything? I mean, the terminology of straight. No, of course not. So, anyways, I just want to bring that up. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm pointing to the horizon, the geometry that anybody asserts to the horizon.
But the horizon is a circle of vision. Your horizon is a limit of vision that goes 360 degrees around you, which then I would say no longer conforms with the idea of a straight line, but it becomes a flat two-dimensional circle around you. And if you view that flat two-dimensional circle side on, then you're going to get that line again, like you postulated, can a straight line. But
you're gonna have to move. You're gonna have to move toward the horizon to experience another horizon.
Well, no. My whole point is you're not experiencing it flat. You're experiencing it in 3 dimensions, and our understanding of horizontal comes from the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we're talking about the same thing. Yep, exactly. Yep, I agree with you.
Right. What I'm saying is our concepts, such as geometry and things like that we derive from nature, doesn't mean that nature has to follow those concepts.
Oh, but it does. Au contraire, mon frère. Not the concepts that are dug up by the the heliocentric ball idea. What we experience here on Earth and the way we see Earth, there is no way that we could make something up about it. We're just describing how we experience it.
No, I didn't say that.
Might be missing your point, broken cars.
My bad.
Right, well, let's
go ahead.
Something that's purely optical. How can it be? How can it have geometry? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, and I think that's maybe I just said it a different way, and you guys didn't grasp it. Yes, of course.
I mean,
something that's purely optical, you can only experience from Earth.
It's a purely optical, right? So it cannot have geometry by default. Am I thinking about that wrong?
I think you got it right, Dave.
Well, that leads to my second question. Do we see geometry? Because I think I've already figured this one out.
No, it's a concept. It's a concept used to explain what you see. But it, it can be wrong, or your interpretation of it can be wrong. It just depends on what aspect of it you're arguing.
So, like my point about the geometric or geometry refers to the shape that you're implying. So you can't then end it off saying, do we see geometry? You would say, do we see a geometric line? Or do we see a geometric sphere edge? The geometric applies to whatever shape you're trying to assume that thing is.
Well, it's like
so
we often
geometry.
There was an assumption within the statement, that thing. So we're assuming it's outside of just our vision or the instrument we're using to measure with. We're assuming it exists outside of that when we say that thing.
But Broken Curse, we often get a lot of people come in here and say, well, our math has proven the globe, and since our math is right, you're wrong. And it's like, well, we're quite familiar with mathematical concepts as well. Let's go over some of this math if you're curious about it. And then to be honest, at the end of the debate or conversation, it really kind of ends up where it's like, well, I'd just rather believe that the Earth is a globe because I always did, and everybody knows it's a globe. I mean, you flat earthers are dumb. It's like, dude, I used to believe the Earth is a globe too. Anyway, go ahead. I mean, does that make any sense?
Well, yeah, I understand like what you're saying, but I'm not. This is more. Globers have to be excused. They don't have a dog in the race anymore. They're
unfortunate for them, but they think they do, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't asking Globers this because they're going to give me an absurd answer.
All right, cool. So you're asking flat earthers, cool. I mean, you're in the right place.
Yeah. Right, and the reason I'm asking isn't because I think it's a ball. I'm just asking because if you want to claim an aspect of something, right, like flat, do you have to accept the precepts that flat is built upon as a concept?
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to be like, I know it's a globe because of math, or I know it's flat because of math. Hey, guess what? You're in the right place because most flat earthers on here can go through math with you all day long. Is that what you're saying, John?
Well, it's the basic tenets the math is built on. I think they're flawed in a lot of ways. Like Euclidean geometry, when you're talking about what's known and physical, what you can hold in your hand, it works. Right?
Yep.
But now when we start talking
I'm going to give you a yep on that one. Yep.
Right? But when you start talking about things that aren't tangible, it falls apart. Like I was saying with the horizon.
Yeah. So then you were talking about the horizon and how you would apply triangulation to that, right? Which triangles are three straight lines, right? Three straight lines.
Yeah, well, no, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about any aspect of geometry. It's great for things that we know, right? Mm-hmm. That we can touch, experience, right? But I don't. Oh crap! I gotta go.
Hey, that's all right, John. Man, thanks for showing up tonight. But I think all of us have been through this same process before. I think he was making some really good points. Anyone have an opinion on what he was saying?
Yeah. I think his point was that you can't compare something tangible to something conceptual. And the horizon being optical means it's conceptual. So can it ever really be geometric if it's something that we only see?
Yeah, and the answer is no.
But still, we have instruments which we can determine what distance the horizon is.
Really? How do you do that?
Yeah, air refractometers.
Refractometers.
Yes, it's an instrument for measuring.
Well, I think it's called refractometers. I would rather prefer them. I would rather prefer to say it's refractometers. No, I'm just fucking with you, Jebba Jet. I'm really just fucking with you right now.
Yeah. So according to that
we understand what
refraction index number, you can calculate exactly how far the horizon is. Precisely.
Using a refractometer or a refractometer?
Yes. I'm just refractometer. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So what is it? What is this instrument? So it's going to. Do you look through a little eyepiece and you're going to be looking at the horizon and it can. I mean, it sounds similar to a theodolite. I'm not certain.
Yeah, it's a prism and submirrors and a laser beam being shot, split apart, and they are coming back, and they give you the air.
Wait. So on a refractometer, you're going to, once you look toward the horizon, you're going to experience different positions of light, and it's supposed to tell you something about the horizon. This is what I'm kind of confused about this one, Jebby Joe.
No, it tells you the refraction index of the air.
Oh, well, what tool inside the refractometer is used to measure that? Because, I mean, if you're using a tool, there's going to be a measurement there.
Yeah, laser interferometry. Laser interferometry.
No, well, so the refractometer uses lasers?
Yes, interferometry.
All right, yeah. So you're going to have an angle to the horizon that's measured by lasers inside the refractometer or refraction manometer.
You don't point it. It's not necessarily to point it straight to the horizon. It measures the air refraction index, the refractive index of the air.
You're gonna have to send me a link to this instrument. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah,
I've never seen it practically used in a demonstration.
They have them in meteorological stations. Not all of them have.
Do they point them across the horizon? Do they point them across the horizon, or do they point them like up in the sky? Or, I mean, what are we talking about? No, I mean, bottom line, Jebby Jet, send me a link to this instrument. I'll check it out. Anyone else? Has anyone else here heard of this?
Meanwhile, since you don't know what he's talking about, Helio, mute yourself so he can keep explaining what he was talking about instead of you jumping in the middle of his sentence. Go ahead, Gebike. Finish what you were saying.
Thank you. So they are using laser interferometry to measure the air refraction index, which changes every day according to the weather. And you don't point it straight to the horizon or stuff like that. It's measuring the air refraction index. You have to point it in some direction. And according to that refraction index, that number will tell you how far you can see, will tell you the distance where things will start to disappear from the bottom up.
I disagree, but you guys can agree with him all day about this. Go ahead.
I disagree with you, Helio, and you can disagree with us. It's okay.
I said go ahead. I won't talk shit. You guys can fucking agree with Jebby Jet on this point all day long. Go ahead. Go ahead and agree with him on this.
I have read about this. I have read about this about a month ago. I was reading on internet. I searched for the device, and I didn't save links or stuff like that. But if you Google search this atmospheric refractometer, you can find it and you can read about it. And it's a very interesting device to
actually already have.
research. Yeah.
I actually already have. But.
Yeah.
Have you? If you did, that's good. I haven't, so I just want to hear a little bit more. Thank you, Helio, for saying that you have. Thank you. You have, Helio. Great. You have.
Yeah.
So we're talking about what we might or might not be able to see over a certain distance due to mirage. And I mean, dude, this
is. Can you complete his sentence? Can you just complete Get sentence what he was trying to say, since you already know? Go ahead, Helio. Complete his sentences. Go ahead. Helio, are you gonna complete what he was trying to tell us?
Well, what I was hearing is something about geometric horizon, how it applies when it comes to what you might or might not be able to see over a flat Earth, and using certain instruments and everything.
The way Get Bigger was saying it sounds more informative, so now you can just stop right there. And Get Bigger, complete what you were trying to say. Thank you. Helio won't interrupt you anymore. Go ahead, Get Bigger. Thank you.
It's no problem. Yeah, I like Helio, it's family. He's family. Yeah. But I didn't say anything about geometric horizon, and I don't.
Not true, but I'll shut up. You guys, I love you guys too. I love you back. All good.
So, I don't have much things to say about it, but yeah. If you have questions, I'm open to answer.
The point was lost. The point was lost. We get it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Helio.
I have some questions.
Yes,
sure. I mean, if there's new people, a lot of times we'll just talk a lot of shit. Hold on. I don't give a fuck what you guys think about me, because you always. Okay, whatever. Anyway, there are new people.
It's about you jumping in the middle of every sentence. Everything everybody says, you have to jump right in the middle of their sentence, like for every single point, every single time.
You just asked if anyone had a question. Then I say I have a question. As I start speaking, you talk over me about a new topic, because you've lost interest in this one.
No. My bad. You guys are right. I was being rude. Continue. My bad.
I just wanted to add that I think that refractometer would probably only have a certain range or some kind of a limitation to it, because there'll be different refractive indexes based on distance when you point the object out.
Yes, correct.
And with like a light meter in cricket, your umpire will stand with a light meter to make sure that the light quality is still satisfactory. But they find that even just wearing a white shirt can throw off the reading from that lumen. I don't know what it's called. The thing that measures the lumens. So in terms of pointing something, I would, in my mind, it would make more sense to calibrate it to a local environment and then do a couple of short-range tests using that refractive index as a guide. But I don't think you could stand it at a horizon pointed out 20 miles and then say over these 20 miles, this is the refractive index?
Well, you see, when you go out in the field, for example, and you have a 360 open field, sometimes, let's say on your right side, you can see you have a formation of clouds and a storm going on, and on the left side it's sunny, a beautiful day, you know. Yeah, and of course, if you point that refractometer towards the storm, it will give you a higher refractive index, and if you point it towards where it's sunny to the left, it's a lower refractive index.
What's that index measured in? What's the unit of measure for refraction?
Well, I use
It's
liquid.
all of them,
I
man.
use the liquid refractometers for emulsions in metal working, and I have gradation.
Units like for resistance we measure it in coulombs, or for power we measure it in watts. What would we measure refraction in units of watt?
Well, I'm not sure. I need to search on that.
No, I'm gonna be the asshole right now. It's all of them. All of them. There's no such thing as refraction causing the Earth to be a globe. So it's all of them. Every excuse they make about this, that's the answer. So
Yeah, well,
I just wanted to point that out. You guys,
I
have
got
at
you.
it.
I don't give them refraction. Actually, for me, refraction is proof that we live on a flat surface. And the distance, how far we can see, changes every day according to this refraction index, which changes with weather, humidity of the air, and temperature.
You know, guys, when you put it like that, it's very informative. You put in your effort and your energy to explain this phenomena, even when instruments are being used to see a little more. Just because Healy already knows this shit, that doesn't mean everybody does. So he doesn't have to be rude and interrupt you in the middle of your sentence while you're trying to explain something. Even though you don't have to explain it to people, because Healy already knows. Helio knows. That's why you don't
I
have to
know he
explain.
knows. Yeah.
Damn,
And
you have it in for Helio to
by trying to put your energy and your effort to explain it to other people. Right, Helio?
Hey, man, I just I do the best I can. While I'm here.
Yeah, it'll be best if you mute yourself when someone is trying to explain something. That'll be the best.
Fairness to Helio, the geometry of the horizon, or the horizon having geometry, is a pretty triggering subject for both sides.
Remember, it's geometric edge or a geometric line or a geometric. It's got to be some shape after the geometric word. Some figure.
You're gonna find out what I just said is absolutely true. So eventually, but I mean, I know
You mean your sentence of it's everything? Hey, it's everything.
Yeah, all of the
very
aspects of
accurate.
reflection.
We know because Helio knows. Because Helio knows.
No, hold on. All of the aspects of refraction.
Because Helio knows, everybody should just not speak about it because Helio knows, right? And since he knows,
I don't know anything, but I'll tell you what they're saying about refraction can't prove Earth as a globe. That's all I was saying.
Because you already know, and they should know that you know. That's why they shouldn't say anything about what they know. I want to hear it, but since you know, nobody want to hear it because you already.
I don't remember Jet saying that it proved a sphere at all.
Yeah.
He was simply talking about a device used to measure this state, which people are normally quite confused about. That the globers think that we deny it, whereas we're the ones who've pointed it out for the last 7 years. That refraction is always apparently causing variation in what we see.
Yeah.
And that a physical sphere edge is not that when it is able to move simply based on conditions. So conditions is now what that tool measures, so that we now have a reading or some measurement to assign to the observation.
A device can't cause anything to happen. As far as a natural
Did I
observation.
say that a measuring device caused anything to happen?
You did just a minute ago, but that's all right. I mean, that was just.
Yeah, you gotta add into account that he always put words in other people's mouth because he's imagining shit, and since he imagines this shit in Narnia in the movies, therefore it's true because he said so.
I can rewind the stream and tell you where he said some device he was explaining about somebody else and said he caused something. Anyway, I don't really get it. I know you guys are pissed off at me. Whatever, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Nobody's pissed off.
Helio, are you being an asshole?
Maybe, but I'm just trying to solidify the conversation.
No. You called it. You got to be in a timeout. Give yourself a timeout.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, you guys.
We're having two conversations. One is productive.
Don't say anything, He's in timeout.
one conversation here is productive. The other conversation is word picking, and it's generally from Helio. So let's have a productive conversation. Let's not pick at words.
You know what the problem is? Someone has a question about a topic, which is welcome to being here. Someone has a question, let's discuss it. But when other people start giving their input into the relation of the topic, Helio doesn't like the answer, so he has to jump every 2 words to correct the person that is trying to say something about it.
Yeah, that's why he's in timeout right now. Yeah.
He has a better view of things. He has a way better view than everybody else put together on whatever topic. That's why he has to just jump in the middle of every sentence and give
But
his
he did the right thing. He did the right thing.
said,
He walked away.
And then he says, but I don't give a fuck, guys. I'll let you guys talk about it. 10 seconds later, he does the same thing again.
To be fair, you are right. You are correct, sir. Yes. I've seen it happen a billion times. It's like, wait a minute.
I will totally shut off right now. You're good. You guys do it. I'm gonna be listening the whole time. I love you guys, man. I mean, these are my favorite team. I've never been on a team this freaking badass. Pretty cool.
Well, I've heard like you and Ron go back and forth, and I think you guys are smart when you guys like take it to the side, get it over with, and come back. But I don't know. I'm just a firm believer if it gets elevated where it's clearly not productive for all and it's getting to be cringy or something, then you guys should just like disengage.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like it's already happening now. So yeah.
Yeah.
Have at it. I had my time. You guys fucking have at it. Go ahead.
But he wasn't wrong when he was talking about me. I don't know if I would say I'm ascribing a causal nature to the measuring device itself, but I think it's tied in with it. I don't think you could say the horizon objectively exists outside of measurement. So I don't know if I would call it a causal mechanism, but it's definitely related to it.
Well, like we've been trying to argue with them, it's all about aperture size.
Oh.
So if your eyeballs were bigger, your horizon would be further. And it's just that simple.
Right. The measuring device. Your eyes would be the measuring device in that explanation, and I completely agree. But like
and
radar has
its aperture. It's all got to do with the aperture, because the 1.22 is times or divided by the I think it's the square of the aperture size. That's the Rayleigh criterion to work out your angular resolution limit, where you can no longer resolve things. So all of that is just based on size of lens. Same with your eyeball. If we change the size of your lens, your horizon would be further at the same observer height, which we can
but
demonstrate
like with radar,
with cameras.
But with radar, right, there's a limit to radar. And that's
So
like radar horizon.
Radar uses big antenna to create a larger aperture.
And the antenna is the aperture?
Correct. It's how it receives the signal back. So based on the antenna size is effectively the frequency, or the width of your antenna will determine what kind of frequency you can collect back on it based on its wavelength property. But you're bouncing a signal and then collecting it on either your dish or your radar. So that's effectively your aperture size, which is why you can then elevate extended distances.
But you're talking outside of optics, so I don't think aperture would be the correct word.
Okay, sure. I was using it colloquially, like your aperture. It's your collection point, or the point at which you collect that signal, whether it be light or radar.
Well, no, I'm not trying to make a distinction between light and radar. I'm not trying to make that distinction. I'm just saying that it seems to be the measuring device itself, whether you're talking about visible light spectrum or you're talking about radar, microwave. Like you get different horizons based on the instrument you use. So it does seem to be linked back to the instrument. You said aperture, but that's because it's not solely an optical phenomenon.
It has to be if we're talking about some kind of a lens that collects light. Because if you kept all variables the same, you're the same observer height, you're in exactly the same location, and you only swapped out the aperture, you would start collecting different distances to far greater distances, where the idea that horizon is the edge of a sphere, you could get 100 different sphere edge distances based on using 100 different apertures in the same camera. So just swapping out the aperture.
But the aperture of radar doesn't make sense.
Well, that's why I explained it like your point of reception, or the point where you receive something. The aperture is where the light can enter, but with a radar, effectively the size of your aerial or antenna is how far you can see, because that's now your aperture size.
Yeah, but see, you're using aperture again, and that's you're right, colloquially, and that's not really.
Hey guys, I have a question.
I don't think we're. Yeah, go ahead.
So you know the visible light is visible light is just one type of light on a massive spectrum, from microwave to gamma to all different light spectrums fall on the same wave.
Yeah, you're talking about something else. You said aperture.
Visible light
that deals with optics.
Okay, so visible light falls on the same spectrum. So optics is only covering the visible light spectrum, which is a small spectrum on a broader spectrum. The broader spectrum is what we're talking about with a radar dish collecting microwave. It's a much wider or stretched out signal pattern than light,
not visible.
which is observable. Correct, it's not visible, but it's on the same spectrum.
So it's not optics. Not optics, though.
Yeah, I think that's just...
if you don't infrared light, you don't see it with your naked eyes, yet it is light.
Not the argument. Not the argument. You're missing it. You're trying to quantify this into an optical phenomenon. It's a light phenomenon. I would agree to that, but to classify it solely as an optical phenomenon would be wrong.
Actually, light is electromagnetic wave.
Correct. That's the point I'm trying to make.
You
And
see,
the broader
do you
spectrum
see
is
electromagnetic
microwave.
waves, or do you see the visible light spectrum?
Well, the electromagnetic wave that we see is a very tiny frame from this spectrum, which we call light.
And there is electromagnetic infrared equipment to see the spectrum of light.
Yes, and also the gamma, UV, ultraviolet, etc.
Okay, but I get his point. His nuanced point is just the word optical. The word optical implies that it has to be seen. So if we're talking about receiving a microwave signal that's unseen, can we use the word optical or aperture if we're talking about the aerial of a microwave or a radar dish of a microwave, the receiving point of that signal? Can we truly use the word optical? I don't think so. So I think you do have a point. But in terms of it being on the same spectrum, I don't know how to reconcile the two. Because maybe optical means receiving light, and then light can be on all different spectrums if it's electromagnetic in nature. But
but to say it's
some animals have eyes, and their eyes see other spectrums that the human eye can't see. It's still an eye. It's still optical.
Reptiles can see
that's why
the infrared.
That's why I said it exists in the measuring device, because it seems to be dependent on what you use to measure it with.
Hey, I got a quick question.
But you could change.
You know what's really interesting about that is I brought that up like 15 minutes ago, but let's not talk about that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
But you could use
I was
talking about instruments. I was talking about instruments. Like
anyways, Joshua has a question. Go ahead, Joshua. You have a question, brother. Go ahead. Helio won't interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. Go ahead.
Yeah. The question is to the Mr. Radar expert guy. Does radar rely on line of sight? Hello?
Helio, I think the question was for you.
Well, to whoever, the one that was answering the questions about the
Actually,
radar.
that wasn't
Whoever the
directed
fuck was
toward
being
me,
semantic
Jimsy.
about radar being non-optical.
Oh yeah,
Is it a
okay.
line of sight?
Radar goes beyond sight.
But is it line of sight? Do you know what line of sight means?
It's when you're putting it in a reification and you're drawing a straight line from your eye to
it
the
can't
object.
be going through an object. If there's an object in the way, it's blocked, right? That's how object or radar works, right? It bounces.
Putting it in a reification and then drawing a straight line. Yes, I understand what you're doing.
Line of
so
sight.
what I'm
is
saying
just
is it's like a line of sight.
Sight would be the word there, wouldn't it?
No, but this you maybe misunderstood.
It can't see something over the horizon. It can't see something that's behind a mountain.
Yeah, math cannot make you see something over the horizon. Yes, that is
Over the horizon. No one claimed it was. We were just saying in terms of, yes, you point those two objects towards each other in terms of line of sight, but you're not actually seeing the transfer of the wave. So it's not my point. It's not my point. But beget was, oh no, it wasn't. Someone else was saying that it's not optical because it's outside of the visible spectrum. So that's the real question. Is it not optical because it's outside of the visible spectrum?
Are very limited. They're very limited. Optical instruments.
Well, define optical. It's easy. Define optical.
Can light be seen? Can you see light, or do you see the reaction of light between?
Well, can you see in the dark with the binoculars?
You cannot actually see light. Hang on, goddammit, Huey.
Define optical.
You can't actually
I'll shut
see
up
light.
again.
Hang on, you guys cannot actually see light. What you are seeing is an echo of the light striking an object.
Correct.
So light cannot be seen. Therefore, light is non-optical. What the fuck is your point, dude? Broken curve.
That would.
It's not an optical phenomenon. You're backing me up.
It's an optical phenomenon.
Now?
It's more. It would be better described as a reflection, not refraction.
Hold on.
Anyway,
no, he's talking to me.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
My whole point is to classify it as an optical phenomenon would be wrong. And your point is to say that light's not optical either. Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, you can't see
really
light.
Move
Can you,
this conversation forward.
see a photon? What color is a photon?
That's hilarious.
What color is a photon? You fucking retard. You don't actually see the fucking light. You see the light bouncing off
You're getting very excited. No one made a claim about a photon here. Nobody made a claim about a photon here.
You need to calm down, bud.
Yeah, you need to calm down. Nobody made a claim about a photon.
Yeah, let's just calm down a second. Broken curves. I think that what Joshua is asking, or the point that he's made now, that you cannot actually see light, I think is valid, because you can't see the wave on its side. You simply see the object become illuminated, and then you see that object, but you're not actually seeing the wave the same way that you can't actually see the radar wave. But you can definitely feel the dish get hot, and you can collect the signal.
Back to the original question. Would it make sense to call it an optical phenomenon if you can't see it?
I think I can touche that.
Who's calling radar optics?
Definitely not me.
It's clearly
making the point.
It's clearly a high energized radio wave, right? That's also a part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's just beyond the ultraviolet,
visible,
infrared.
That's fine. Right. He can be correct, but that doesn't address my original point. The red herring.
And radio waves are shorter than light, right? Like microwaves. Like usually with radar waves, we use microwaves. With X-rays, we use higher energy. So it doesn't even have the same amount of energy that, a light bulb can put out. The wavelength is what I'm talking about, right? Like as soon as the wavelength hits a certain
but Joshua, you're skirting the real question that he asked. He said, say the question again. Broken curves.
Right. This is the point. It would not be right to call the horizon an optical phenomenon if you can observe it in other ways than optics. And that was my point. That's why I said that. And everybody keeps on reaffirming my point, acting like they're debunking it.
Well, I totally agree with you, because the horizon does change due to atmospheric conditions. I mean, you can't. As far as observing it on Earth, the horizon viewed from several hundred feet or 1,000 feet in the air. You're gonna see the horizon much different. But yeah, so
what other ways can you observe it?
The only way you can observe anything is through optical means, regardless if it's digitized through sensors. So that point,
if you're a man,
hang on. The point where he's making that the horizon is not an optical illusion, I think he used a different word.
No. I'm not saying it's an optical illusion. I'm not trying to classify it. I'm pointing out that to call it an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, phenomenon is
right when it's not right when it's not solely optical. would be wrong.
Right.
Absolutely.
There's other things that come to play, but the thing is normally we see things optically. We interact with the world optically, right? We're not a machine. A machine can use other wavelengths to see the world. We can only see the world with, the equipment that we were born with.
Right. And radar still has a horizon to it, right? It has a limitation based on, just like Solar was saying, the antenna you use to pick it up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's
I don't see calling it an optical phenomenon when it can be observed in other ways besides the eye.
Okay,
so
now who's calling it
it being what? Earth as a stationary plane?
No, so my
the
point,
horizon.
Oh,
my
well,
so-
I mean, it depends on. Go ahead.
My point was basically that the horizon is simply based on the aperture size. So because we're humans and we have a small aperture, we have the known distance of 1.22 times the square of the observer's height. Now, if you just swap out the aperture size, the horizon would constantly shift further and further away. So
I think Broken Curves was talking about microwave.
It was almost done, Helio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I understood that point, and I accepted that point when you made it. Now, the horizon can be formed by the eye, but the radar dish is not an aperture, right? You can get the same effect that we call the horizon, because I don't know how
right. It's
like on the edge.
Okay, so let me just finish my point. Okay, so if you swap out the aperture sizes, you will constantly push that horizon back. When you start using radar equipment, you now can receive signals well beyond what an optical horizon would indicate. So now you can pick up ships at 100 mile, 200 mile, 300 mile, because effectively changing the aperture size allows you to collect at a greater distance, which pushes that horizon or the blind spot of your radar equipment back further and further based on the size of the radar dish.
No, I totally disagree with that. And I have
hold on.
several years.
There was something he said. Hold on. There was something he said. He said it goes beyond optics, and I completely agree with that. And that was my point.
So the apparent location where the sky...
Hold on. Right.
The apparent location where the sky meets the
doesn't
ground
say the optical phenomenon,
is based on
Who's
the
saying the
lens.
optical phenomenon?
It's been a very common thing in flat Earth to call it an optical phenomenon, and I was saying that seems to be wrong.
Calling the horizon itself an optical phenomenon is based on our lens. The shape of your eye is what creates the perspective, that diminishing with distance, which is what causes the sky appearing to ramp downward towards the ground and the ground appearing to ramp upwards towards the sky. So it is an optical effect caused by the shape of your eye, and the aperture size will determine the distance that you can appear to see that horizon.
Dude, who told you that? Who told you that?
This is factual. This is 100%
Really?
factual.
Based on
And
what?
if you go look at the shape of a lens of the eye and how
shape
we
of the lens. We're talking about aperture, which means the size of the lens, right?
All right.
I mean, I know you guys are not digging me tonight, but what I'm just, you're just talking some bullshit right now.
Helio,
I know how freaking telescopes work, right? I know
Helio,
the size.
you know
the
what
aperture.
the Rayleigh criterion is?
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the Rayleigh criteria. Yes,
and that the optical limitation of the eye is determined
that's
by
not what the Rayleigh. That's not what Rayleigh criterion has nothing to do with the size of a lens. Certainly.
It does. It's the aperture size. So this is why I'm asking you if you even understand what I'm talking about. Because if you're arguing without knowledge, I would kindly request that you just write down the questions you have, maybe do some research, test what I'm saying, go find evidence to see if you can find any correlation with what I'm saying.
I've been studying this shit for as long as you have, at least. So anyway, no, I'm quite familiar with all that.
On this one
all right.
topic.
So does anyone ever take one of these huge optical telescopes? You know, these huge optic lenses. I mean, what's the largest optic lens you've looked through? No, I'm disagreeing with you because
the aperture size increases focal distance.
I would like it on record. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I have a different point to make. Go ahead, Helio.
No, sure. And, well, yes, aperture size will change what you might or not be able to see over a certain distance. But it's really, you're just, hold on, let me stop interrupting me so that I can explain to you how.
Just explain which part.
Well, you know, it might be easier if you would shut the fuck up and let me explain it to you.
Do you know
when the larger the lens is, the more you focus in. Jesus Christ, who the fuck is talking over me now?
Julio, what's the best street for cats?
When you zoom in using an optics, if anybody fucking interrupts me again, I'm gonna fucking whatever. I'm gonna fucking blow a gasket or whatever that means. All right, when you increase with an optic lens, when you increase your Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up!
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it, Helio?
Helio,
you know what? You guys don't want to know what happens when you increase your.
Yeah, I want to know.
It decreases your field of view when you focus in on an object. It decreases your field of view, and the larger the aperture of the lens, the more you have to use, you know, this is very simple, and you guys fucking don't seem to get it. You know, it's fucking weird.
You don't get it because you don't know how to explain it, so you don't get it.
Oh, I do know how to explain it, but you guys fucking kept rickrolling me all fucking night. Whatever.
Hang on.
Are you trying to imply that the f-stop in a camera is reducing in size to zoom?
The f-stop is not reducing. You can only, the aperture of the lens is the limit. But when you're using the f-stop.
Okay, so my original question, what did you disagree with? I just said that the aperture size is dependent on how far you can see. An aperture, if you look at the current known aperture,
you're using the wrong terminology. The aperture size is the limit of what you can see, especially when you zoom in, you know, using different different.
So this is that word picking thing. What are you disagreeing with? What are you actually disagreeing with, Helio?
A very large camera and a microscope pretty much do the same thing.
What?
Yes.
No. That's you just blabbered that out there. That's not
hold on a second.
A microscope and a telescope. You know, the larger the aperture or the smaller, it depends on the lens and everything involved inside the little instrument that you're using.
What's the aperture?
The aperture is the size of the lens.
So what's the aperture of a telescope? Yeah, it's the iris. What's the aperture of a telescope compared to the aperture of a microscope?
It's 1-to-1 depending on how do you look at it.
Right. So would you be able to see 10 miles with an aperture of a microscope?
What are you? With a microscope, you're looking at something else. You're not looking at the stars with a microscope. You're looking at
So the aperture of a microscope has to do with the distance that you can see, can't you? Right. So the aperture has to do.
No. Who told you distance? Holy shit! Where did this distance thing come from?
How much can you see not distance, but how
Okay,
much
well, you said
see.
distance.
Oh,
you
shit.
guys are giving me shit.
How much can you see?
And you said some stupid shit like distance.
It is distance. It is distance.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Do the research.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I said it.
Distance.
It wasn't.
No, hey, Helio. No,
All right, so you can zoom in. All right, so the aperture of a telescope can bring something over a certain distance closer to you.
Provide citation that Rayleigh criterion has no regard to at what distance two lights will become merging into one, because you can no longer
we're going to get into instruments that you might use to view objects from a certain place.
I just said cite what you're saying.
Really, criteria really has to do with like two mediums. Difference between refraction through two different mediums.
Incorrect.
Damn it!
Really?
I was so close on my point. Can we go back to it? Like, I really did have a point to make, and we were almost there.
And I was talking with you originally. Yeah, go ahead, Broken.
Right, and I think it's not really important when we're dealing with globers because they're retarded. But if we want to further our understanding of it, right? I don't know if when we're talking about, like, when we're talking to a glober, you can call it anything. They think it's a physical thing out there that you got an address to, So, like, I ain't talking about them. I'm just saying, like, when we're talking about it amongst ourselves, I don't know if an optical, because of what optical means, the meaning it invokes, right? I don't know if that's the correct terminology for the horizon, because it's not just, it's so hard to discuss. I mean, first of all, I want to say I love this topic because it's awesome. I've never seen people get so worked up about something, but
especially like flat earthers argue with each other about this, right?
Will be for Helio, and how do optics work in space, Helio?
You already know I don't think space exists.
They don't.
There's no.
Why is everybody on my ass? Maybe because I was I over talking people? I guess I was, but whatever. I was trying to follow what was Brian was talking about, and John was talking about, and I'm sorry if I interrupted a lot of people. Hey, it's not that I don't have answers, and I don't listen to all you guys talk about this shit all the time. It's not. I mean, it's like, oh, what,
That's all right, Helio.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
No, actually, I was really curious about what Broken Curves had to say about that, something he wanted to say earlier.
Yeah, he's saying that radar has limits to the sight. The inverse square also affects it because you can't see all the way to the firmament, right? Because radar is one of these things to where it's not really affected by atmospheric disturbances, right? However, there still is a limit. Like, the larger aperture you build, the more you can see. What I mean, aperture is the array, the fence that's emitting the signal and that can receive echoes coming back. Because it's basically like a sonar.
But that's not an aperture when you're talking about a camera. There's something about.
Yeah, I know that.
Those things
it's called a
that tie
synthetic
them
aperture.
together.
Yeah, it's called synthetic aperture. Right?
An antenna is a synthetic aperture.
Yeah, it's a synthetic aperture. Now they have these new radars. It's called full synthetic aperture radar. And those things are just like cameras. The amount, like, they could put one of these things on one of these drones and have a full-on 3D landscape of the battlefield based off of the full aperture radar that they're able to, full synthetic aperture radar that they're able to use. It's like the pixels that comes back are so minute because it's like just a shine, right? To where the what is it called? Resolution. It's astronomical. It's better than like the eye in the sky that they use, which is
so that's
like
the
Gorgon.
physical. That's the physical
Right, but we're
definition.
talking about light.
Radar. It's called radar
Yeah, I know we're
aperture resolution.
Yeah.
So they do term it aperture in radar, and the aperture basically is all about the resolution of that radar.
Now, if you want to say visible light spectrum, then yeah, I agree with you. But then again, I am also under the influence and conviction that light is electromagnetic in nature, that it is a part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Well, hold on. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I know what.
Look at definition
But
of
the optical
in physics. If you look at the definition of optical in physics, it says operating in or employing the visible part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, visible spectrum.
Visible. That's the problem. That's the problem with the word optical phenomenon when you're talking about the horizon, because it exists. I don't know. I keep on saying exist. It fucking, it's like it's created by the measuring device itself. Is my point. So I don't think it. When we're talking to each other, to say it's an optical phenomenon solely is it would be a fallacy of division, because it's true of the part, it's true of the whole. I think maybe I'm wrong about the fallacy on that.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. The horizon doesn't really exist.
Correct.
But you can measure it. That's
really
my point.
there.
You can measure it.
You can measure it now, but would
Depending
it
on
be
the aperture.
would it be the same thing in an hour?
It's depending on the aperture and
Yes.
conditions.
Yes, but that's like when you hold up a ruler, right? The ruler can only measure its length unless you start flipping it over or whatever. So it's sort of like a physical description. I'm reifying light, in this example, but I just think it's super interesting that light has this limitation to it,
Right.
And I don't think it should be put into a category of optics, because it's so much more than that.
A lot of what science does is it tries to quantify the relationship of light with our surroundings. That's the only way we observe reality, is through light, right? I mean, you cannot see anything without light interacting with objects around you and bouncing off your retina. So it's like one of these things to where, like when they got down to the dual slit observation, and then Einstein tried to explain it to them. So then they opened up a branch of science that's all theoretical, right? There's no actual testing that can be done with it. And now it's even moving on to string theory. They're getting further and further away from actual science.
There's something else, though, because there's other ways you can experience, or like if you feel something, right? Because you can't see gas. You can only feel the pressure, right? Would it be wrong to say that you can't observe gas then, if you're only observing the effect from it?
Yeah, gas is invisible unless it's like a colored gas, like say chlorine. It's like yellowish green.
Well, then you're just observing the particulates within the gas, right?
Well, you're observing the light that is not absorbed by the gas, so that only the light that you see is reflected. Everything else is absorbed. From what I gather on the science of how colors are, right? What you're seeing is like if an object is blue, that object is not really blue. That object just seems to have a pigment that absorbs all light except for the blue spectrum. That's how we see blue from an object. It's like one of these things to where you can't really observe light. You can only observe the phenomenon that happens when it reacts with an object, right? I mean, yeah, you can kind of see like particles or whatever, the dust that's suspended in a laser beam, but you're not actually seeing a single wavelength, right? You're seeing a radiation jet coming out of it. Because laser is radiation.
Tell us, yeah. That's what they tell us, and that there's experiments to back it. Yeah, I mean, but
as far as I agree with you that these phenomena or illusions, it's one of the same thing. To where if you think an object is in one location, and you try to shoot something to that object and you miss that object, well, why did you miss the object? Is it because Coriolis, or is it because of atmospheric disturbance?
Well, not just that either, because then you have the
there's other factors.
What's the other thing? They got the refraction. They got Coriolis. Oh, you said atmospheric disturbance, right? You got the gas trying to keep up with the turn of the Earth too. So
yeah, well, no, like the heat shimmer. Like, have you ever been driving down a highway and seen the heat shimmer coming off of the highway? They say that's why stars twinkle is from that heat shimmer. Well, right. So, if that heat shimmer is one of these things that we know of, and if this heat shimmer will perturb the photons to where we can't really see the object clearly, it's kind of moving around and wavy, right? Well, therein enters a big question, because that perhaps is the phenomena that we're talking about, the optical phenomena, where it appears to move and the horizon appears to undulate and grow throughout the day because atmospheric refraction, there's more water being released into the air when it warms up. If it's too cold, you get a refraction. If it's too warm, you get a refraction. There's a Goldilocks zone where everything appears just how it should be. And I can't remember what that Goldilocks zone is. It's a certain pressure and humidity, temperature. Then you can because if you actually try to line up a landmark in the distance with another landmark in the distance, and you take that measurement and you shoot the angles, and you go, okay, I shot the angles comes back, 57.3 degrees. You check it again in an hour, it might be 51.2 degrees. Because it changes. It doesn't mean that the actual objects are moving, right? It just means that what you're looking through is perturbing your vision. That's the phenomenon that we're talking about. We're not saying that the horizon is an optical phenomenon. We're saying that what you're seeing isn't really what's there. I mean, you see the sun when it's coming up over the horizon, that it, for lack of a better term, it's coming up, it seems a lot larger than when it's at noon. And when it's setting, it seems a lot larger. Why would something appear larger as it's going through the thickest part of the air?
Well, it seems like with the horizon, it's defined by what it's not. It's like information, just or light diffraction, however you want to describe it, is what creates it.
It means
but that's interesting.
Great bounding circle, to where if you were to keep your head in the same position and turn 360 degrees around, what you would see is a great big circle, right? And that great big circle where the sky meets the land is called the horizon. Now, it's an apparent thing because when you move, the location of that horizon moves.
Right, but we've derived geometry or a concept of what we call geometry, right? Oh, I gotta go.
Uh-oh. Well, hey, make sure you come back, man. I enjoyed this conversation.
Leon, you can interrupt now.
Yeah, I posted in the chat that aperture, the radar synthetic aperture, and the dish optics of the Meerkat, which is a radio telescope for supposedly viewing near-Earth objects from Earth's orbit. But it's a radio telescope made of 64 different station points, and they call it the optics of the radar dish, and how the resolution or how good a picture they're going to be able to create. So I think the synthetic aperture part is how they synthesize an image from that data and then make it optical. Because like you said, it's the moment that we're going to view it, it becomes optical. but the actual data in itself is not optical. The light itself is not optical.
Yeah, it's one of these things. I'm sitting here talking, I was muted. Hate that shit. It's like it doesn't just fire out one wavelength, it fires out a couple different wavelengths. And depending on the time that it takes for these wavelengths to be received back onto the aperture, it's like a ping, right? So it's like a bit field or a ping, and that data that's coming back, the time and intensity, right? That's what it's measuring. So with the time and intensity, you can plot the distance and what material it is based off of the shine. So why would we say shine? You know, well, it's non-optical. Is it? I mean, it's still working with focus.
But also with wavelength. You know, if your radar antenna is like 2 meters wide, it means it'll only capture signals that have a 2 meter bandwidth.
It's almost like I was trying to explain this like 30 minutes ago, and people were saying, "Shut up." You know.
Sorry, Helio.
No, that's fine.
You were disagreeing with something that you weren't really disagreeing.
Anyway, go ahead, guys. Yeah, you're exactly right. Go ahead, Flutter.
No, Helio, it was just one of these things to where
shut up, Jamesy.
Just run into each other all the time, you know.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, man. I'm just giving you a hard time.
You were trying to explain it, but you didn't explain it.
I was drunk explaining. Is that what it was? I was drunk
just saying, hey, you need to explain it, but I don't know how. And then other people actually did explain it, and we got it from those people. Just because you imagine it in your mind and you think it's me,
quite aware
that doesn't
of
mean
all of
other
this.
people.
I've been talking about this for years, Jimsy. So it's
okay. We don't need to get
nothing new to
personal,
me.
guys. We don't need to take this personal. In
No,
this
we
room,
It's
claims are challenged. In this room, claims are challenged. So if your claims get
I just
challenged,
had a good idea.
God damn it, Helio! I feel like challenging you to
I had to mess
I
with
would
Jimsy
need
because he
Helio's
always
permission.
messes with me, so I had to mess with him back. But anyway,
Hey, wait, Helio.
no, you guys are
I would
exactly
need your
right. Though. I just want to
permission.
confirm what you're saying about the radar telescopes. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay, I was trying to have a little fun here. I need Helio's permission to proceed with this, but what if for a certain frame we all do our impression of Helio? It sounds like Gemsy's pretty good at it.
No, thank
He's
you.
only
No,
allowed
no.
Gemsy's only allowed to talk like Helio for the next hour. Sorry. Just trying to have fun.
I will have to speak about things that I'm trying to explain, but I cannot explain. So I'm gonna let other people explain. So once that people start explaining it, I'm gonna interrupt them so that they cannot explain it.
Yeah, make sure you add the interruption part every 20 minutes.
Well, Jimsy is only allowed to interrupt me. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you out, interrupt other people, and just take.
Sorry. This really isn't funny.
Damn, I was about to snarf my beer.
You know what? You know why I get to this point, Helio? Because I'm trying to visualize what the guys are talking about. You know, they explaining, the refraction, they explaining the instrument, and I'm visualizing what they're talking about. And then Helio jumps in the middle of the sentence, and everything gets fucking blurry.
Okay, maybe I'm just speaking too much over here. No, I get. I guess we all have.
Or whatever you're thinking. Okay, wait. Okay, have you heard of this?
Yeah, we have to do this moving through the radar telescopes and everything. Yes. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, maybe I'm just. It's already there for me, and I get frustrated listening to it. But I try not to interrupt when.
You try, but you couldn't.
Try. I'm not good at it, though. Okay, my bad.
So a lot of us disagree with what someone is saying in the moment. Then we have to check that question into our little remember this question column. And then we let the person continue speaking.
Thank
they
you.
point out,
Thank you.
and then
That's what I
we
wanted to
bring
say
the question from the question column, and then we pose it to the person once they finish their thought, because it's also disruptive to the person who's trying to get the point across, and they're in a flow, and then suddenly someone jumps in saying, no, you're wrong because you used the wrong word, and suddenly the entire train of thought is derailed.
Yeah, it's totally gone. And you know what I do myself, or I try the best I can to do this, and that is to write it down. Because just because you think it doesn't mean you got to immediately say it.
Yeah.
Because I totally agreed 100% with Flat Earth Solar. Thank you so much for saying that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I ever learned any of this is by listening and actually having the conversation. So you're probably right. You know, I mean, it's like you can be a
Everybody
teacher.
learns differently, though. Everybody
Yeah,
doesn't learn
sure.
like the same. So
Yeah. So I mean,
some people have to.
some people
Okay,
have
what
to
about
say
this
it.
idea?
They have to
Wait
say
a
it
minute.
to actually learn.
People know intrinsically, like innately know that the Earth is flat. So we need to give them an opportunity. It's not like this with every person, but some people, they need to hear themselves say it out loud, so they can I don't know, come snap out of it or something. I mean, there's something like that, like the flow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Of
I
their
mean,
thought, coming to a conclusion.
I don't mean to interrupt, unless I mean to interrupt, which I always,
Look, I
I've
do
been
it all the
saying
time.
this.
You're
Yeah, me
good.
too. Whatever. You guys are freaking awesome. You know, if I have offended anyone here, I probably meant to, but that's okay
You need
because you're gonna get over it eventually.
Just get a notepad, dude.
When are you and I going to get together and drink some shine, man?
How close do you live to me?
About a day and a half.
Well, either way, we'll figure it out.
But I want to share some spicy shit with you. Some of that 160 proof shit.
Some moonshine. That's what I'm talking about. I'm all about some moonshine. Yeah.
Or
anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Real love has no distance boundaries or barriers.
Real love of moonshine has no boundaries.
Well, I see. Here's one of the things, right? Helio, he's a happy drunk, right? He's one of these guys that you could sit there and drink with and have a barbecue and everything's good at the end of the day, right? Whereas some drunks you would invite over, have a few drinks, and next thing you know, they're fighting your fence.
Dude, I smoked. I took one hit off of a vape pen last night. It's like I'm pretty sure I'm never gonna ever do THC again. I don't. I've been there, done that, man. It's just like that's the place that I don't want to be. So
your brain was in an area it wasn't used to. Huh?
Yeah, it's just not. It's not fun for me. I used to. I mean, dude, I smoked enough weed back in the day to whatever boundaries or whatever. I did it all, But this.
Well, here's the thing.
Like if I just take one hit, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why I stopped smoking this shit.
Well, Helio, here's the thing about marijuana. If you smoke it every day, your tolerance is going to be up there, and you can smoke the shit.
I know that.
Normally, if one person, they would just, quit, right?
Dude.
But if you don't smoke it for a couple of years and you take a hit, that one hit will really mess you up, and then you forget all about.
Oh my god! I don't want to be there. It's just like it's my familiar friend and my unfamiliar friend. Go ahead.
It's just
okay. So Helio, knowing. Helio, knowing your tolerance, how it works. Why the fuck would you take a hit off of a vape pen?
I shouldn't have. Because it tasted pretty good.
Did you end up hot in the toilet?
Dude, I took a hit right before I was with my family. We were opening presents and shit, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, I wouldn't hit that shit."
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? You took a hit thinking it was the equivalent to one puff off of a joint.
No, I already know
because was equivalent to 1.5 joints.
Yeah, I know. I already know because I took a hit off of it the night before too. It was the same pen.
So, did you have something crazy go on in your head? You should share with the class.
No, I'm not going to share this. I just felt weird. It was just like I was like. Thankfully, there was, the guy I got the hit from, who is my niece's boyfriend, and then my my nephew by marriage. He was there, and he's freaking hilarious. I'm trying to encourage him to go do some of the, like, they have the open mic nights at the comedy clubs. He's so funny, man. Like, dude, you need to do some freaking stand up,
Is he a
bro.
flat earther?
He knows I am, and so me and him just cut up all night, and so we, he was stoned, and I was, I took that one hit, but I was stoned, and I'm like, at first I was just like, no, I don't know, I was where I didn't want to be.
I can imagine his skit, right?
He's fucking hilarious, bro. He's taking videos of the family opening their presents and stuff, and he's making all kinds of jokes. He's really funny, man.
Smack his ass. We need
No,
comedians.
I already have. He already
You need
knows.
to influence him so he goes on stage and says, "I have an uncle who's a flat earther." Yeah, the conversations during holidays are great. He starts telling me that what I see is not actually what I see. It's like, excuse me, but my eyes are working. I don't have glasses.
Yeah, he's pretty brilliant.
It's very much the
smart
order.
Kid. Yeah,
it's very much the order which you consume it in as well. Beer, then grass, you're on your ass. Grass, then beer, you're in the clear.
Yeah,
so if you have your
already
vape pen before you drink, you're fine. But if you smoke it after you're already drunk, it's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I know. Even I'll tell you what though. When it comes to me, I'm a spiritual person, right? So even if I smoke when I'm not drinking, it just doesn't necessarily agree with me anymore. I'm already high. I don't even need to smoke it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like it puts me somewhere I don't need to be. So I know why people smoke weed, but I've smoked so much weed, taken so much psychedelics and stuff. I don't really need to smoke it to already know that I'm there. You know what I mean? So I just drink beer and stuff and hang out and do that. I'm probably never going to smoke marijuana again because.
So it make you uber paranoid or what?
You could say that, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's one aspect of it. Yeah, it's just like one hit will put me somewhere I just don't want to be there.
Celia was sitting there drooling.
No, I was just like watching everybody up against it. It was like, hey, this is Christmas. It was like, well, this is not Christmas. I mean, what the fuck? It's going. No, it's fine.
Oh my God!
I'm just sitting here thinking that everybody's opening presents.
I tried my best to be involved, but it was just like, I took one hit. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh.
I was just thinking,
like a question.
Can
I ask Helio a question? Sorry.
Oh shit. See, you guys told me to shut the fuck up. Now you want to ask me questions?
Yeah. I never said to you.
No, I know you didn't.
Yeah.
No, what's your question? Let's move on after this.
That's obviously not about radar dishes.
Yeah, it's not. It's about the THC, the weed. Have you ever felt you're gonna die from smoking when you smoke?
Smoking, to be honest, it's only after I was drinking a lot and like did dabs. Yes. Yes, I felt like I was going to die.
Stay away from dabs, man.
Nice.
Yes, I was like my same nephew that I was talking about, last night, and he wasn't even the one that gave me the hit last night. I went over to his house, and he's like, he had, the wax and shit, and I hit that, and he was like, "Hey, let's go back. It's Christmas." And I'm like, I was like, I ain't talking to nobody. I'm sitting over in the middle of the corner of the yard. I'm like, just like, I don't want to talk to nobody. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't need THC, man. I'm already there. I'm there.
Yeah, but the
Helio, stay
problem
away
is,
from the dabs.
I think your
That's just an
problem was
anxiety attack.
because you haven't studied it, like testing to see the state when you smoke. And when you did smoke, you actually mixed it with alcohol.
Oh, that's the worst. You gotta do it the other way around.
Jimmy Jet, you already know this. I drink alcohol all the time.
I know.
So I can't not mix it, you know. But actually, I'll tell you what though. I don't, like I just said, I don't need to smoke marijuana to be high.
Well, Helio, right? When you smoke a dab, you're going to feel like you're going to die. You're going to feel like your lungs are on fire and you have an elephant sitting on your chest.
That's true.
So that probably started you on a bad trip.
No.
Trying to catch
Wait. Why are you guys trying to convince me that I
No,
need
I'm
to
just
trying to convince you.
I'm already as high as all you weed smokers. I don't even need to smoke it. I'm already high.
Thing that you said.
No, I'm
you
just
said
talking
when
from
you get
experience.
high, then you couldn't talk anymore. So I think everyone here is saying, all right.
Yes, I drink alcohol, but I'm just telling you, even if I was not drinking alcohol, if I smoke weed, I don't need to because I'm already there. You know what I mean?
Cool,
like
Helio, more for me, man.
I don't need to find my way there through THC or whatever. All that stuff. I'm already there. Every time I smoke weed, I'm just like, oh
Man,
okay.
so
Yeah, I'm
Helio,
already there. I'm already there.
Helio,
You know, it's all good.
Helio, what you described a few moments ago, sitting there with your family, watching them, listening to them. Oh, it's Christmas, Merry Christmas, and you're just sitting there like you're in some kind of alien world, and it's like these people don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're saying.
But
It's
I'll
like,
tell
oh
you
my
what,
God.
though, I loved it and hated it at the same time. You know,
Yeah.
just like because I love my family. It's like this is what I grew up doing. You know, and this is our thing, and everybody's just like, "Ooh, Christmas." But I'm the only one there going, I don't really like Christmas that much, but
dude,
but I love my family, you know, and they
Christmas
love
Eve
Christmas.
day.
They love Christmas, and so I love when they love Christmas. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
on Christmas Eve day, I had to work, and only towards the end of the day, like 2 times, did I say Merry Christmas. Anyone who said it to me, I just said you too.
You too. Oh, that's a hardcore answer. It's like Merry Christmas. Yeah, you too. That's pretty hardcore. That's funny.
I think one of the 2 people was an employee, maybe. I'm not sure. Or just a nice person, whatever. But
to be honest, I mean, last night we had Christmas. It was well. I had a really, even though I shouldn't have hit that weed, but it was. I still had a good time with my family. It was fun.
yeah, but it's kind of like surreal on some level, you know, because they're in the Matrix, kind of, sort of, and you can't bring them out.
What are you talking about? They're all the way in. Whatever, but that's okay. I mean, it's just like I've accepted that, and it's not like they don't know that about me. You know that I'm like, hey,
right?
They don't know they know what I do. So it's just like, hey, this is like this night. Let's do Christmas. This is fun. So whatever.
I recommend you
just
try
let
some
go.
brownies. Have you ever had brownies?
You know what? I've never gotten off on edibles.
Take some more THC. I don't need it.
Edibles are a different level. They are awesome. Yeah.
Hey, Helio, if you do,
I already know. Yes, I've done edibles too. Yes, I just don't need them. I just don't need them. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm there. There's nothing that mushrooms or THC or anything that's going to teach me anything about something new. I don't really need them.
Yeah, you're already there.
Well, I mean, but I'm not looking to be there. I feel uncomfortable when I get high. That's all I'm saying. But I understand. I used to I was high most of my 20s and 30s. Fuck.
Or
I know what it's like to be high.
Buy the old Coca-Cola
Joshua,
from
yes,
the
I drink.
1800s.
Everyone knows I drink, whatever. All right, so if I stop drinking and start smoking, then you guys will be like, okay, well, yeah, Helio's cool now. He smokes instead of drinks.
Precisely. Exactly.
If you like drinks, then you should try Coca-Cola from the 1800s.
Woo-woo!
Actually,
I'm gonna plead the fifth on Coke. I ain't gonna lie about that.
You can still get your hands on the Coke from the 18th.
No, I can't get my hands on some 1800s Coke, but yeah, I haven't done cocaine in a few years.
Oh man, it's been like decades for me, right? I mean, I don't look for it, obviously, but if I came across it like at a party,
but it looks for you, right?
You don't refuse.
See, that's what I'm saying, Jan. Plead the fifth, just like I said. Plead the fifth. But if you've never done it, don't ever do it.
Well, I didn't really get into it, but I don't mind it. If that makes any sense.
It does. It does. Okay. I'm pleading the fifth on this one.
What's the most you had in one night?
Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
Driving that train.
I'm cocaine. Casey Jones, you better
watch your speed. Sorry, I was doing kind of a hit, so my voice was not like full on.
No, but I mean, it's like, why would you even ask me that? That's not a.
No,
that's
just
not a
curious.
question you ask on a live stream that somebody said, "Hey, I used to do a lot of cocaine." I mean, it's like, what's the most you ever did in one night?
And
I'm not going to answer that question.
Just cross my mind.
Yeah, my personal record is 13 grams.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And
welcome back to life, back to reality. All right, so Jimmy J he know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like if somebody's like, "Hey man, you want a bone?" I ain't gonna, I'm not gonna say no. But I'm not going to spend $200, to party one night. Yeah. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, yeah.
Why the? Okay.
But that should be the end of the that conversation for anything. see, this is what happens when you guys get me talking. Anyway, flat Earth.
Who we got in here, y'all? I looked a little bit ago, and then, here we are now.
Earth is flat AF.
We could do a song.
Angel of Apocalypse said, he posted a meme that says, "I'm sick of people saying that age is a number when it's clearly a word."
Oh boy. I think I got that song handy, you guys.
Oh, you got it? You got it? Let's play it. That's Mitch Hedberg. That was Mitch Hedberg, king of the one-liners.
Hell yeah. Oh, I found it.
Are you gonna play it?
I am. I'm not on a computer.
That sounds like a global argument.
I'm clicking
whether age is a number or a word. You say, "Give me the age of something." Well, age is actually a word.
Hey, so Flatter Solo, have you watched some Mitch Hedberg stuff?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm gonna send you some stand up.
DM me.
He's fucking awesome.
Is he a flat Earth comedian?
No, he actually died.
Okay.
He died of drug overdose.
I think I got it, you guys, if you want to hear it.
He's
here we go. Chief
Guys.
Crow at ya.
The leaves on my plant are purple, man. Holy shit.
Okay. Maybe it's not working.
Yeah, there was an issue with the bot earlier, but
sorry, somebody else played
it might not be your fault because there was an issue. I was having an issue with the bot earlier.
Purple
but I thought
leaves.
Indio fixed it. Hold on. In the chat.
What's the problem?
Oh, we can't play a song, man.
Yeah.
Look and see what I did. I thought I did it right. Shit.
I'm gonna clear it and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, now try.
All right.
Yeah, bosses in here.
Yeah.
Stop calling me the fucking boss. You're fired. Call me boss again and you're fired.
Hi. Hey, boss, I won't say it again, boss.
The bot is server muted. That's why. Kill you, rabbit.
Well, fuck.
the bot.
There we go. My request.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You better watch out, better not try to get the word out. You've gotta be sly. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He's making a twist, he's gonna gene splice. Those lovely chemtrails, they really look nice. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He knows where you've been surfing. He looks just like a snake. He flip-flops all that's bad and good, and Christmas is a fake. Oh, you better bug out before we all fry. Big Figure it out, just look at the sky. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He's always out there lurking, obscuring our airspace. He'll give you pagan Christmas trees and destroy the human race. Oh, the sun is blocked out, no one knows why. Figure it out, just look at the sky. Saturn Claus is coming to town.
All right, who we got in here? Indio, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What's happening?
Not much.
You survived Christmas. Yay.
Barely.
Oh, Joshua posted a meme, globe anomalies.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. The only one that of these proofs that I disagree with is no proof of tilt, because they say the proof of the tilt is the what do they call it? The ecliptic plane. So it doesn't
Yeah.
prove anything. So
You
it's a
know, and
non-proof of tilt.
so Sir Vagabond said this quite a while ago about how can you have a level glass of water or what have you on an airplane. I'm like, holy cow. I mean, so how does that happen? You know, because we're supposed to be on the side of a ball. And Joshua, you just talked about the tilt. I mean, seriously, how is that supposed to work? I mean, how can you drink out of a glass on an airplane?
Furthermore,
how
is a
gravity
ball
do that?
tilted? Well, how is a ball tilted?
And
How
how is
does
it
your
tilted
drink stay level?
in reference to what? Because there's no up or down in space. So how can it be 20 degrees off of what?
Exactly.
Hmm.
And like your point is take a football and rotate it by 20 degrees. Can you notice any difference?
No.
Because it's just a ball sitting in your hand. And by tilting it 23 degrees and claiming that that axis is that way, it's just because we seem to see the sky, like you say, it's a celestial observation that makes us assume we're at this tilt.
But can you use a football ball?
23 degrees 0.4, because it has to be 66.6 degrees taken from 90 degrees.
But that's 23. That 23.4 is split because that's from Tropic of Cancer to Tropic of Capricorn. That's the 23 degrees that we're seeing.
Yes.
And then over the equator is half. So it's half of on one side and half on the other side. And the totality that we see is the 23.4. And they assume then again it's the Earth that's tilted. It's retarded.
Yeah, because I remember them saying something like pretty close to 12 degrees. I was like, huh? And now they want to say like 58 degrees. Where the fuck did they come up with these numbers?
Yeah, the tilt is from the horizontal curved plane.
So if you've seen that drawing where there's the flat plane projection and then there's the celestial dome around the plane of inertia, the central point.
No.
In that diagram where you've got this flat ground and then the celestial dome over, where the sky appears to move over us is like offset by that 23 degrees. So because the sky is appearing to be moving over us at that angle, we must be tilted. And it's so fallacious in every outset. It's a apparent deviation we see in the sky, and then it's superimposed onto the earth as though it's the earth causing that effect.
I would be curious to see a sky time lapse from the North Pole.
I've searched for that, and I've never seen that. Yeah, we hear you, Exa.
Yeah.
Yo, players.
Welcome, brother.
Man,
What's up?
okay. Here we are, yeah.
Every star rotation footage that I've ever seen is like at about a 45 degree or off to the side. I've never seen one where they tilt the camera straight up and they're at the North Pole showing the circling around them.
Yeah.
That would also be demonstrable, the same like a South Pole 24-day time lapse.
Yeah.
A 24-hour time lapse of the sun never setting, but they can see the sun up for the entire duration, circling them, not simply approaching from the east and setting in the west, but yet there still remains daylight. We want to see a sun circling them in Antarctica, same way that in the north we want to see that time-lapse footage of star rotation in a perfect sphere above your head.
There was a great incident earlier. I think it was about 2 hours ago. Just real quick, want to go over this because when the moderators do things, sometimes they do things at a different level and we don't notice what happened. About 2 hours ago when Broken Curves and Get Beget, and we had this other guy here. Remember the guy said, what difference does it make? He said something about, why does it matter if it's flat or globe? And Indio said to him, this is really key. Indio said to him, and I wish he was here so he could actually give us the correct quote. He said something like, yes, why does it matter that they constantly show you a globe Earth 24 hours a day all the time? Why do they do that? Anybody catch that? Did anybody catch that?
I did catch it. I was being a little, on my own trip.
Right.
But yeah, that right there. Why does it matter? I mean, that's
hold
a lot
on.
of people ask those
Indio,
questions.
Helio. So let me show this again because
I think Indio is probably listening. Go ahead.
Right, he is. So watch what happened here. The thing that Indio 007 did was he recalculated the question, turned it around, and said, yes, why do they constantly have to show you a globe Earth? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, here's the point. That guy was done. He absolutely died there and had to leave the server. That was not only a victory, it was an absolute massacre. When somebody asks you, why does it matter? That's literally the best answer I've ever heard is, yes, why do they constantly have to show you that you live on a cartoon ball? Why does that matter to them so much? See, it doesn't matter to you. You guys aren't getting paid millions of dollars to teach everybody that reality is real. They get paid trillions of dollars to show everybody a cartoon ball every day, 24 hours a day. And when Indio said that, I knew it was going to go under the rug. because we're so used to just let's go ahead and have an argument. But that was an absolute one shot, one kill, and that dude was just annihilated. He was trolling, by the way. I don't want to, always point that out, but his trolling was over. He got absolutely annihilated because we're not the ones pushing it. They're the ones pushing a cartoon fantasy.
They come here and ask us questions. That's right. That they come here and ask us questions about the globe.
Right, Helio. But what was Indio's question back to him? What was Indio's question back to the person that asked, "Why does it matter?"
You're gonna have to refresh me on that.
Okay,
one,
so this is my point, right?
I have my own
so
answer
in
different veins.
Right. So watch. So here's what Indio did. Indio said, yes. Why does it matter to them to constantly show you a globe Earth all day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? They have to force you to believe in the globe. Why does it matter that much to them? That's what Indio plainly stated.
Sure, and just like I watch a lot of movies and stuff, and like today I was like, all right, let me see what's on Netflix. They put new stuff out every once in a while. What's the number one movie on Netflix today? Don't Look Up. Has freaking Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Lawrence. I mean, all the big hit stars from
Helio,
Hollywood. And they said, "Don't look up."
Jems, you have an emergency. So, Helio, what was the question that Indio 007 asked that guy? What was the question? Anybody?
He was talking about why do they push
matter if it's global or
through Hollywood and government? Yes.
Right.
Well, I was saying it's reinforced already. Day after Christmas, #1 show on Netflix is this movie about space. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Right. So Get was listening. Half you guys were listening. That's good. So yes, Indio had the best answer ever. Yes. Why does it matter to the government to always show you that you live on a magical globe cartoon? Why does it always matter to them?
You're gonna have to ask them. You're gonna have to ask them, and every time you ask them, they're gonna be dishonest.
Of course. Now, I'd like Indio 007 to elaborate on this because, again, once he said that guy was done. That guy ran for his life and never came back. I was like waiting. I was like, where's this guy go? I even, chimed up because an argument started going. Get Sasha and Broken Curve started talking. I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to the guy that just got massacred? He got massacred and bailed out. That's what happens because we're not the one pushing our ideology. People have to come here to even find out about it, right? We're not pushing our beliefs. They are telling the entire world, you have to know you're on a magical cartoon ball every single second of a minute, of an hour, of a day, of a week. Every single literal.
Yeah, maybe a lot of us swept past it because we're so used to hearing that same dumb question over and over.
Of course.
And so we've even at
right.
Even at the where we are, we just kind of like sweep over it when there's a really good point being made. So yeah, it's a good point.
There's a thousand ways to skin a cat.
They have to bombard you with that all the time, or else nobody would believe it.
There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Go ahead.
He wanted to say, I think, those 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop. If you apply that to a big room building, let's say it's a round room, circular room, and now we make this floor in the middle. We have the highest point, and we polish this floor, stone, marble. Yeah, we polish it precisely to the Earth's curvature, because the room is so small. It will be maybe 1 thou, or a very small dimension. Okay, but there will be curvature on that floor of that room, and it's polished, perfectly polished. Yeah, and when you put a ball, it should stay in the middle of the room. And when you put it like 3/4
well, let me ask you, Jim.
away from the middle,
Gibby, yeah. Let me ask you this: does it matter what the radius is on your hypothetical thing here?
Well, I don't know. We can make it like 10 feet radius room, or
okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, and we apply to the floor of this room exactly that kind of curvature of 8 inches per mile square.
8 inches per mile squared only works on a globe that's 39.
Well, at a room like a ratio, reduced to a room
yes,
with
the
a
ratio.
radius of 10 feet.
Yeah.
We make it scale. It will that curvature inside the room will be, I don't know, some couple of thous or a very small dimension. Yeah, but yeah, and we can do this. We can precisely measure.
We got 1 to 100,
make,
maybe 1 to 100, maybe, right? Because so instead of 3,959 miles, we got 3,959 feet or something like that. Something similar.
Yeah, but that floor will be polished marble, very fine, very smooth, like glass. Yeah, and it will be curved. And when you put balls on that floor, they will all have to stay exactly where you put them. Also, the water. If you drop a droplet of water or two, they should stay exactly where they fallen, because that radius, divergence, force, attraction.
Well, your hypothetical ball is not moving anywhere, is it?
Yeah, they say that the motion of the ball
No,
is
this is your ball.
negligible,
You're giving it. You just made up a new ball. This is your hypothetical ball with a smooth surface, no topography or whatever. You just like. I'm just trying to follow what you're saying here, Jimmy Jim.
Yeah, in a building, if you make the floor a little bit curved, yeah, in the middle of the room you have the highest point, and outside the lowest. When you drop something on that floor, it's going to roll all the way to the walls of the room. Also, the water will be leaking towards the walls from higher elevation to lower.
Most of the time, even like with an airplane runway, if it's a mile long, they don't build the runway flat. Football fields, they don't build them flat. They build them so that the water will run off.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Well, there is one.
But they do build them flat, but not like completely flat. But
real quick, has anybody spoken to? Where's Jemsy? Has anybody spoken to Balix?
No, I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't have to. Maybe one of you guys would like to speak to the new person. He just has a VC verification before I go on into more obvious destructive lessons.
Well, Balix should be able to open his microphone if he or she wants to talk. It's fine. Once you have the VC verified rule, you can open your microphone.
Yeah, he said he's had his verification for a while. If you go ahead and speak up and ask a question, he says he can't talk right now. So
he definitely has a troll, right? He has a troll avatar. My prediction was that he wasn't gonna be able to use his microphone. Okay, so that's good. So we're moving on back to Wesley. So watch this, Sasha.
Typical.
And right, be getting the guys in here. Does anybody want to tell? So back to that incident earlier, because again, that was a one-shot, one kill, and I just can't believe nobody said anything or laughed about it. Does anybody know what that means when somebody says what does it matter or what difference does it make? Does anybody know what that means? You know what that's called when somebody asks you that?
What is it called?
It is called a concession. They just admitted that their globe religion has destroyed their freaking mind. That's a concession to their literal insanity. Because remember, the guy was pretty, oh, no, I don't believe in, that's the new troll, guys. Let me just back up. The new, greatest, most popular atheist troll is, I don't have an opinion on everything. I was just popped out of a Cracker Jack box, and now I'm a new person. I'd like to talk to you guys. And of course, the first thing I did once I left my Cracker Jack box was go to a Flat Earth server, right? And then they tell you, I have no opinion. I don't know about a globe Earth. I've never seen a television. No, I'm not really living. They completely hide from their own being. So then, of course, they're eventually going to come to that panic.
That's what I was saying earlier, Exo.
Let me hold on real quick. Let me finish real quick. Just watch this. Make it quick. You're telling me to hurry up. Could I get any faster, Helio? Do you guys think I can talk faster?
Probably can't. My bad.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
I'm really trying to just get this out here because I know it's like sheer terror. Lunatic will tell you it's sheer terror when I'm in here. But here's the deal. When somebody asks you, what does it matter? They've conceded they have lost their minds and they are literally falling into depravity and insanity. And literally, it's like a criminal insanity, right? They've lost their mind. Now all of a sudden, they're saying truth doesn't matter. That's a point. So when someone concedes, there's many options to get that concession, right? You can throw a two-pointer, you can throw a three-pointer, you can do a half-court shot. What Indio did was he took a two-step and shot a half-court jump shot, swisheroo, and said to him, yes, why does it matter to your television programmers and your government to constantly show us a magical globe Earth cartoon on television? And that was it. It was over. That guy ran for his life, and he's going back to his cartoon fantasy. That was a beautiful kill, and he conceded. So again, when somebody concedes, take the concession. Take the concession and say, thank you, welcome to Flat Earth, congratulations.
But did you hear what I told him?
Say again.
Did you hear what I have told him what answer I gave him to his question?
I only heard Indio's answer. I was in a store, so I couldn't pipe up or get involved. So I was running around.
Problem.
Right. So
I
go
can
ahead
tell
and
you.
explain. Go ahead.
I can repeat you. Yeah, I told him that it's like when we go on a street. I show you a house, and because it's not yours, you don't know what's inside that house, and you don't know how it looks inside and what you can find inside it. But if I take you in front of your house, you will be able to describe it to me and tell me what I can find inside your house. Like, I don't know, you can tell me how many stains the couch in the living room has, because it is yours and you know. And when you say, why does it matter? A question like this, you are actually declaring that you do not own this place. It is not yours. It is not for you. You shouldn't be here. So for the media showing us the globe and for us going along with this story with the globe, it means that we do not know where we live, so this place is not ours, is not our home, and they can take it and do as they like, what they like with it,
Well, they kind of think they can. For the most part, they can. But and I just wanted to say this, and I remember what I was going to say about how and I want to reinforce what I was saying earlier, that when people come across this topic, and maybe they'll find the YouTube channel or find the Discord, one way or the other, they're always going to ask dumb questions at first, no, or not. There is no dumb question ultimately if you're brand new to the topic, because all of us used to be globers, right? So all of us ask dumb questions at first. But once you find this place and you listen to us talk about it for long enough, this is it's the best place that you can find to actually find honest people. We're going to be as honest as we can be, even though we cut up and have a lot of fun because we're here 24 hours a day. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. But if they come here to ask us questions about their beliefs.
Yes.
Because we all used
why
to
does it matter?
believe that.
Okay, time to test
All
you,
right,
Leo.
so
Here
why
we go,
does it
Leo.
matter?
So why does
Okay,
it matter?
fine.
Yeah. Why does it matter?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask them.
You're supposed to say thank you for conceding. How many times do I have to tell you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Check it out, guys. Hang on. Let me say something real quick.
I'm sorry. Whatever.
When
it knew what it
say,
knew. That's my answer. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, when they say, why does it matter? What difference does it make? They are now at a point to where they are not accepting anything, and they need a replacement for their reality.
It's called a panic. That's a panic.
So they look to you as the arbiter of truth.
When they ask me that question, I perceive them like homeless.
Yeah.
That's how I perceive them, yeah. They just declare that they are homeless. They don't go.
I haven't really thought about it that way, Jebby Jet. That's pretty good.
Wait a minute. No. I would do the exact opposite. I perceive them as absolutely rich and not caring about anybody that's homeless. They're completely full of disgusting, perverted, sycophant lies that they feel they're rich. They're rich with a cartoon religion. I love my car. Why does truth matter now? That's the point. They've lost their minds. They don't even believe in morality. And I would say, well, that's the point, sir. Thank you for conceding, because I can only find flat earth groups that actually think that morality and truth matter. Yeah, only for some reason I keep meeting Globers that say, what difference does truth make? Who cares that they're lying to 7 billion children? Yeah, who cares, sir? Thank you for the concession.
Well, because vast majority of people in the world ask this kind of question when we talk about this, is actually why we are experiencing things like banks coming and taking your house.
I hope I can find somebody. I hope I can find somebody in reality, get that asks me that to my face and my camera's ready. I really hope that happens. Yeah. For some reason, it almost never happens in person. People don't say things to me like, why does it matter? I don't meet psychopathic crazies like that. But when I come to the internet, now here come the atheists telling me that truth doesn't matter. Thanks for the concession.
Yeah, I actually had friends asking me this kind of stuff, this question.
Yeah, why are they coming to you? Are they coming to you, man? Because they know that you've been studying it for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chippy Jet.
Sorry?
No, I was just saying, go ahead. Yeah, you were saying you have a lot of friends that come to you and ask you these questions because they know that you've been studying this.
I had when I spoke about flat Earth with friends, they at some point they asked me, okay, but what does it change? What does it matter? What effect does it has in my life? And I started explaining him, hey, you are talking about the place where you live. If you do not know where you live, it means it is not yours. Simple as that.
Well, can you, why does it matter?
Thank you for conceding.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Amen.
Correct.
That is how it's that simple.
Yeah.
Thank you. God bless you.
That's what I was saying. It's like they know that we've been studying this for a long time. If they really have a serious question about what's happening, guess who they're going to come and ask, and then they're going to say some dumb shit like, "Why does it matter?"
But
these guys are reality deniers, right?
Yeah, the reaction of my friends actually surprised me. I've seen them that they have understood what I have said, and they started seriously weighing in balance. They said it's actually true what I just told them. It makes sense, you know.
And then they
saw
say,
the importance. Yeah. So
it's like you asked me this question. I just went through this complete explanation of everything. You kept asking me questions, and then once you hit that wall, well, why does it matter anyway? I'm still gonna have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, you're right about that. I have to go to work too. So why does it matter? That's you came to me, asked me the questions, I gave you the answers. Now you have the information. You figure that shit out for yourself, bro. I mean, I'm not here to convince you. You came to me. You came to me.
Yeah.
Ask me questions. I answer them. And then you're going to say, well, I don't accept your answers. And why does it matter? Well, obviously there's something going on because you came to me and asked me these questions. I mean, something is going on, bro. What the hell? You should consider this. And why does it matter is it's a cop out. That's a cop out question.
It's a concession.
Yeah.
It's a absolute instantaneous win. If you are a so-called flat earther, if you are saying they've lied to us, and somebody says, "Why does it matter?" Thank them. They are literally the greatest piece of walking, talking evidence for the importance of knowing people are liars. They are literally your best piece of evidence. They just proved your entire point. And again, what this has nothing to do with evidence. And what Indio did today was show you it's a psychological, spiritual warfare. It has nothing to do with evidence, guys. That's what it proves every time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at too.
They are scared to death of evidence. Instead of saying, "Can you guys just show me evidence?" they say, "Why does it matter?" That's automatically admitting everything we've said is holding up to scrutiny. And what you're saying is you're scared to death of why it matters. You're scared to death of truth. Yep.
When they say, why would they lie? Why do people lie to you? To control you. End of story.
Right, and why would they lie is usually what they should say first. First should come, why would they lie? Because it's not as desperate as why does it matter, right? It's a halfway in between panic attack.
Yeah.
The why would they lie psychological leap is actually just an open door, like they're just looking for an excuse to bail out. When they say, why does it matter? They're already falling to death. Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point, XO.
I can deal with somebody stupid enough to say, why would they lie? Okay, you're absolutely stupid, but let me treat you like you're a human being still, and I'll have a 2-hour conversation about why would they lie. But if you say, why does it matter? I'm kicking your ass out of the bus while it's moving.
Hey, I'll tell you what, the why would they lie question comes after you have a conversation with them about it when they came to you to ask you about the flat earth or whatever conspiracy, whatever you want to talk about.
You, correct.
And then once you answer all their questions and they're like, it sounds plausible, but why would they lie? It's like, okay, well, go ahead.
Pillbox says he will start and kick you off the bus.
It is. It's like, now it's concession. As soon as you say, why would they lie? Then you didn't understand a goddamn thing I said the whole time.
Yeah, why would they lie means they need to get slapped. You got to shake the demons out of them. Just hit them really hard. Stop it. If they say, what does it matter? No, then you just throw the zombie off the bus before anybody else gets contaminated. Get that corpse off the train. Thanks.
It's like, didn't we just sit here and talk for 30, 45 minutes and then you're going to say, why would they lie? It's just like, that's the most frustrating thing for me.
Well, that's a panic, but that's not the suicide panic. That is a panic, but it's not suicidal. So you can help the why would we liars. You can't help the why does it matter. You can't help somebody that says, why does truth matter? It's too late for them. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there is a difference. That's a good point. That's a good point. There's a difference. Because they will give you time. The why would they liars will give you time to answer all their questions.
So you're saying there's a chance. You're not completely brain dead yet. Can I help you?
So you're saying there's a chance. Isn't that from Truman? Isn't that from Truman Show? Where
no, that would be
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber. That's what it's. So you're saying there's a chance?
Where's Glatflobe? Where's Glatflobe?
Yeah. He's not.
Yeah, where is Matthew unlearned?
Oh yeah, why does it matter? Exactly. Right back to why does it matter? No, he says evidence isn't important. That's not important. Yes, that's the highest level of psychotic, idiocracies. Just you can't name Matthew Learns. That's a whole class by itself. That would be called like a class 3 full roaming phantasm, I believe.
I know he's your favorite.
What about when they sit there and they claim that they have proof of gas pressure without a container? Yet never provide it. They say, "Oh, you need a planet-sized mass."
Yeah,
I'm
gonna.
Let's.
What kind of logical thinking errors are happening there?
Let's make a planet. Let's make an Earth-sized planet test, like a terrarium of Earth size, and see if we can actually prove gravity. Like I thought we already had that. I think you guys were.
No, not gravity. Not gravity. Air pressure without a container.
Oh, well, I mean, pretty much kind of the same thing because they say gravity causes air pressure, but anyway.
Exactly. They say, well, you have to have a gravity well. Well, can you pump gravity out of that well? Because usually an oil well has oil in it that you can pump out. Water has a water well has water in it that you can pump out.
No, gas pressure is not gravity, Helio. It's not kind of the same thing. Incorrect.
Hey, Gemsy, listen, Helio's improved. He only interrupted me 5 times and then told me to hurry up because I don't talk fast enough. So he's doing better.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what? All right, so ask one of these globies what causes air pressure on the globe Earth.
No, don't. No.
Oh,
they're going to say gravity, so whatever.
It's not the same thing.
Right.
Well, it's not.
Right, Gemsy, that shows that Helioskeptic will not pay attention. After 5 years, he doesn't realize Globers have never answered a single question in 5 years. You think they're going to answer something now? Good luck.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you guys are trying to take the piss out of me and play. So I didn't make a damn claim. I just said what they might say to you, but they don't really have any answers. They're going to probably cite different things about gravity.
Okay, I'm going to try to interrupt Helio because he's very good at doing to me. So, when was the last time you guys got an honest answer from a Glober? Can anybody tell me? Thanks.
Let me think. Honest answer from the
crickets.
Yeah, that's the point. In 7 years, I have yet to find a Glober that can even literally muster a honest answer. Thanks. Gravity is an example. Gravity is not an honest answer. That would be some sort of "I'm possessed by magical witchcraft seance" word.
That's just because you don't understand
gravity.
Yes.
You don't understand orbital mechanics. You haven't been to college to understand orbital mechanics.
Right,
Your
no,
math
and anytime
sucks.
okay, I'm interrupting. Watch this now. Interruption. Now, when they say you don't understand, go, great, explain it to me, and then here come the crickets.
You don't understand the gravity of the situation.
I saw a very interesting video today. A water pump which uses no energy to suck water from a fountain. You just take a barrel, you make 2 holes in it, one at the bottom and one at the top. You fill it with water. At the hole from the top, you put a hose going straight down into the well. And now when you open the bottom, at the bottom hole, you mount this water tap. And when you open the tap, the water from the barrel drops and it creates a vacuum and it sucks water from the well, filling it automatically alone. So you need no pump.
Isn't that what a water
nothing.
tower is? Isn't that what they do with water? Or do they pump water with a machine into the top of a water tower to. I thought. I mean, it depends on where you are. I mean, you can fill a water tower with the same thing. So yeah, man, that's right. A vacuum.
You can make the same thing. Correct. Yeah.
But sometimes, depending on where you are and where the water table is, you have a water tower, you might have to pump water into the water tower. But yeah, for the most part, they just find the water table and then create a vacuum.
Yeah.
To fill it up, and then then it's distributed. It runs through filters and shit. Yeah. I mean, but it's for like large cities like New York City, 8 million people there, water tower and for 8 million people, doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Not to say that New York City doesn't have water towers. They have different ways of distributing water in large cities.
Well, they have
pumps. It's reservoirs and stuff. Of course.
Don't you need a container to have a vacuum?
Certainly do, and I think that's what he was making that point.
It's a barrel. Yeah, it was a barrel next to the well.
So how does
once it's set up right? Once it's set up right, the vacuum pulls the water and fills the container, and then goes back into and distributes it through the piping system. If you make this water tower, you can pull it from the ground without using any type of machine or anything. A vacuum creates, it pulls the water from the ground. It's
low gas pressure. Yeah, when you open the tap, the water from the tank starts leaking out, and it creates at the top a lower pressure, and it will suck from that hose, from the fountain, it will suck water inside.
Yeah, it'll pull the water from the ground where you set it right. Yeah, you have to have it set up right, but as soon as it starts flowing, you're gonna have a constant flow.
It will never stop, and you need no energy, no nothing, no pump, no.
Well, it can stop if the water table lowers and you're not accessing it anymore. But that's pretty much. Yeah, it's like a well, but it's the water comes to the top, and then gravity does the rest.
Yeah, not gravity. It's
I'm just messing with you.
Hilarious.
But it wouldn't work without low gas pressure. This low gas pressure is actually sucking the water from the well.
I don't know, man. Are you sure it's sucking or something else is going on?
Call it sucking, but it's just differential pressure. I mean, you can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
So the emptiness is sucking the somethingness?
Have you never heard of this before, Jim?
No, we don't talk about this shit in Spanish, man.
And I bet you that shit is happening all over Puerto Rico, man, but you didn't even know anything about it.
Yeah, we don't have vacuums. We don't have vacuums in Mexico.
No vacuums in Mexico.
I think I can find the video link on YouTube about this. Yeah.
Hey, wait. Being as you're Mexican, Jimsy, you've probably siphoned gas before, right? Using your mouth, you suck it out.
That's how I fill up my car gas tank. I gotta take it out from the other guy's gas tank.
See, I have to fuck with him back, Exo, man. This is my job.
Oh man, so it happened already. Okay.
No, Jemsy's been fucking with me all night. I have to fuck with him back.
Yeah, but don't you think maybe? Yeah, but Jemsy's been waiting months and has the patience of years going by, and he finally let it out today. So I don't think he's.
No, that's not true. You must. No, you do listen a lot. Okay. But Jemsy does. He's he clowns Clowns a lot.
Well, if I do it, I get banned, so someone's got to do it. I'll just
No,
get banned
I
if I
think
do it.
I think Jemsy's funnier than you.
Well, he certainly is.
But the funny part is that I'm not trying to be funny. I'm serious.
Exactly. Yeah, because truth is comedy, so you're admitting that what he's saying is true, Helio. It's not looking good.
What did I say that was wrong?
345 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. As you have witnessed in the chat right now, here we are. Last few days of the 2021 giant mask hoax year of just incredible apocalypse that we've been through. And again, Helio Skeptic holds the reins. Congratulations.
You are number one, Helio.
I think I'm probably number 2.
It's his channel.
If that means anything.
If we don't have Helio, how are we going to have so many psychotic weirdo atheists in chat trying to make fun of us?
You want me to send me? You want me to send my computer to UXO so you can live stream this all day?
No.
Please don't. Someone's got to do it.
No. I can't. Listen, I'm not allowed to have any extra powers. Yes, literally, you guys should actually just ban me right now for 48 hours. I'm due.
Oh. No,
I'm overdue for a ban, Jim. You
just got back,
24
man.
hours.
Nah, man.
I'm overdue. I've been here too long. I'm getting too comfortable. My seat's getting warm. All right, my drink is losing its fizz. Come on.
Yeah, we upgraded the oven. It's been holding well. It's cooking good. So you just hold on.
Well done. Well done. I like it. Well done.
Well done. So what's
anyway,
up today?
Jemsy,
Do the new
I know that was an interruption, Jemsy, but I have to ask these Globers if they'd like to join right now the server. It is an opportune moment for them to join and express why they insist that cartoons on TV are real. I'm all ears, and I can leave the server if they need me to, Jemsy.
Well, I've had people arguing from that side, and I try to bring them down to their senses, and it's good if you can hold them down to earth, but you take them again to space and fantasy land. Sometimes it's difficult. They want to just hang on to that.
Yeah, so I was gonna address Syzygy on the YouTube chat earlier because he messaged me and I was just like, bro, why have you been a Glober so long and you still make the stupidest arguments?
Well, Vince is here. Vince can take his place today because I know Vince likes cartoons. Also, somebody was here a second ago, but he went to the VC check-in, so he's a Joker face. I forget his name. I think it's Ism. But there are some options in here, just in case you noticed or didn't notice, Helio. So if you'd like to, Helio, why don't you ask Vince what he's learned since he left?
Oh, Vince, I don't think I've talked to Vince before, have I?
Yes, you have.
Okay, Vince, how about this flat?
I'm just curious if Vince wants to tell us it doesn't matter. Go ahead, Vince.
Is that what he said last time? It doesn't matter? Why would they lie?
You guys have to remember that the flat Earth reality is quite terrifying once you find out that you've been fooled, that you've been lied to. It's like finding out your neighbor's blowing or your wife's blowing the neighbor and stealing money
that's too much. Too much in the wrong direction. Yeah, we don't want the connotations.
You know what I used to find terrifying? Thinking that I was a speck of dust going through space and thinking that another rock will hit me in the head anytime. That was terrifying.
Yeah, that's terrifying. That's conceivable because we all grew up to that.
But it's not reality.
To take that away is a shock. Is like a shell shock.
1 second. There's theoretical buttons. So theoretical button. Do you have the ability to take your mute off and speak in your microphone?
Was that to me?
No, it's theoretical button right above Vince. Okay, Vince, you got the floor again. Let's hear what you've learned since last time I know that you spoke to people for about an hour or so. I know that you got really scared of the truth, but now you've returned. So how you doing now, Vince?
Come on, Vinny, you can do this.
Poof. It's okay. He had to run away. He's not ready, guys. I don't want to force anybody into this, kind of arena. This is a very dangerous place, and I don't want to pick on people and destroy people that aren't even qualified to be here. I start feeling bad for
Hey, but it's dangerous and fun at the same time.
Oh, it's a barrel of monkeys. Are you kidding? You guys realize why this is such a big deal and why you guys have so much fun doing it? It's because the worst criminals on earth are trying to kill you. That's why I love this topic. You ever seen Full Metal Jacket? Remember Animal Mother? He just needed someone to throw hand grenades at him the rest of his life. And that's what this is. When you're in this topic, people are going to try to throw hand grenades at you, and I find it the greatest debate joy you could ever even think. It is literally the number one topic for arguing or having any sort of confrontation, debate tactics, learning. I mean, it is just unbelievably the most fruitful topic you could ever. Okay, there you are, Vince. You're back. You're checking your mic out. How things going, Vince? Don't be shy. It's okay. If not, we'll move on to somebody else.
I mean, I'm messaging with Syzygy about the sunset. It's like, God dang it.
We don't have time for that, Helio. Am I breaking your concentration, Vince? Vince, how you doing, sir? I see you're back. Did you want to discuss that cartoon fantasy you were telling us about a couple of days ago? The floor is yours. Don't be shy.
Yeah, VC verified. You should be able to unmute yourself and talk to us. Vincent.
Vinny!
Okay.
Vince.
Vinny Vidavici.
Oh, yeah.
I see Shinji. Shinji is here. Shinji's obviously one of our guys. I'm glad he's here to witness this. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Thanks. I hope you're doing well too. I've been listening for the past hour. It's been pretty interesting.
Listen, Shinji, I got to tell you, thank God for atheists, because without them, I'd be without a job. So please try to help us find more haters, more scoffers, and more globers, because that's what powers this entire movement is the hate. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah. I mean, hard times create strong men. Am I right?
Right, but without the hate for this topic, there would be no Flat Earth. There would be no 24/7 Discord. There would be no Helioskeptic channel. They literally are the reason why we are here. That's why I love it.
Hey, well, one of our biggest fans wants me to ask a question. He said, ask the panel if you can be above the sun on a flat Earth. Then plan a flight with a sunrise, sunset, and prove it to yourself. You can prove this with an airplane, apparently. This is what he said.
Okay, well, I was going to tell that person, if he ever gets close to anybody that I know personally, I'm going to have to take him out. I can't let that zombie touch any.
I just wanted to.
Gemsy can answer that question. I'm not going to go anywhere near some zombie that is asking for a bullet between the eyes. No thanks.
It's one of our YouTube chatters.
What evidence for evolution, Holmer?
Oh my goodness!
There is no evidence for evolution.
Where is he? I got my ketchup and mustard right here. Hang on,
Nexo. The work where all embryos look alike is a false work, because if you actually look at the embryos, they look nothing a fucking like. It was an artistic drawing by a fucking white supremacist.
That would be called. No. Let me explain. This would be called the Ernst Haeckel cartoon known as ontogeny, recapitulating phylogeny. Yeah, he was actually sued and lost in a court of law for fraudulently drawing fictitious embryos, showing that the evolutionists have always been a criminal organization. Yes, thank you.
So I recently got myself a table to measure it. I looked up to the sky to build it.
Excellent job. Good thing that we can look at the sky to find out what the floor is doing. Excellent.
Yeah, the Home Depot guys get pissed off and kind of irate about these questions in the lighting department. He goes, I'm in the lighting department. Why don't you ask the flooring department? Well, because I need to know this. What size of light bulb can tell me, the square footage of my floor? Because I'm looking at the light. I can observe the light. Anyone can observe the light that's in the room.
Oh, no. Okay, we got one on the hook here. So this person, please come into the live stream. By the server rules, you actually have to come into this. Did somebody mute him? Or is he able to speak on the microphone? Because he's actually, I don't want to call
his
him out,
mic is open. His mic is
don't
open.
break
He's not
don't break
talking.
server rules, because now you have to come in here and discuss this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do for you, because you might have some issues with your own evolution religion. Please don't talk about what you used to do. That's what all atheists hiding from their own religion do. Talk about what you can do now, such as giving me an example of adaptation in nature. And once you give me an example of just adaptation in nature, I will have this server shut down if that's what you want. Go ahead and give us an example of just adaptation in nature, let alone evolution. Forget that. Just give me an example of adaptation in nature, which is what is required first step for evolution.
An adaptation is the gaining of a new ability that previously was not encoded.
Oh, we're going to have to define everything. We're going to have to tell him what he believes and hold his hand, just like everybody that believes in the evolution religion. Let's see what you got, Homer. Come on.
Evolution? What's that?
Well, he doesn't know, Jemsy. We're going to help him find out what evolution is. Go ahead, Homer. Tell us what you got.
Evolution means a rotation, and that doesn't happen. Kind of like a revolution.
Hold on. Let's let him speak, because remember, our first step is to help him find out what his own religious belief is. Go ahead, Homer.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know of any example of adaptation in nature, like actual.
I just wish I had some competition at all. I just can't believe this.
Well,
can't believe it.
well,
okay, well, thanks for admitting there's no evolution. That was
demonstrate
easy.
that natural selection happens.
Natural selection disproves evolution. Okay, stop. You're already going off topic. Just relax, and I'll let somebody else take over if they want to. But hold on, Homer. We're talking about adaptation, which you just admitted you don't have an example for. Excellent. That's true. Nobody in history has an example of adaptation in nature. Now you've mentioned, okay, we're going on to step 2. You concede. Hold on. Relax. You've conceded. Step 1, no such thing as adaptation. Excellent. We're moving on to something called natural selection. Natural selection also disproves evolution. Do you want to know why? Everybody else knows. It's called natural selection, not natural addition. So it selects from what already exists 1,000, 1 million, 1 trillion% of the time, no matter what happens. Natural selection disproves evolution. You see, evolution or adaptation requires a new event that didn't exist before the adaptation occurred, which again, you do not have an example.
Random mutation that creates a pool for natural selection to select from.
That's the opposite of evolution. That's de-evolution. That's losing information.
That's wrong. Random mutation.
No, so you don't even understand. You don't even have an example. So now, since you don't understand your own religion, like all atheists, now you have to give an example with a citation for an evolutionary event ever happening in history. Go ahead and find that citation now for us.
Well, there's evidence.
You can take a look at skin
not
color.
A claim. So right,
skin
not
color.
A claim. Right, that's just shows that you're retarded. Yes, skin color already exists. So once you have an event or a citation of an event happening, I know, because you're out of your mind. Okay, so one at a time. I'm talking to you, Homer, or the other guy that thinks skin color is adaptation. Yes, skin color already exists, and I already have the ability to go into the sunlight and get a tan. That's not even adaptation, let alone evolution. Again, you don't even have a claim. That's why you're just declaring it happens like we're all religious zealots. If you had a claim, you would be giving us the citation of the event of evolution happening. Where is the event? Please tell us.
This guy saying that a dark-skinned woman having a light-skinned boy is evolution?
It's adaptation. It's natural selection.
Nope, that disproves evolution, and it's not adaptation. That's called normal reproduction. Sorry.
That's gene expression.
Yep.
It's just it's already in the code. It's already there. It's been there.
Correct.
Well, all I'm saying is that the evidence for evolution
You've already conceded you don't have. Okay, Homer, you're just giving. Yeah, but you're giving us a seance. Okay, stop. Right? You're giving us a seance. I don't want a prayer. I don't want your seance. I need the evidence, which you have now conceded 4 times that you do not have. So in 3 more concessions and 7, I'm going to give this conversation up to somebody else. Do you have an example of evolution ever happening in nature throughout all of history?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Lots,
how long is it going to take you to Google it?
What do you mean? I don't need to Google it.
Okay, what's the example and where's the citation for the example? Because I know you weren't there, so where did it happen?
There's fossils of intermediary forms that don't exist anymore.
Incorrect. That's a presupposed religious seance. The fossils died. That doesn't mean they magically changed into something else. You're already admitting they died. If something dies, how does it magically change into something else? Are you that crazy? You're insane. Yes, all evolutionists are absolutely insane. So now you've conceded a 5th time that there's no evidence for evolution. You don't have a claim. Yes, you're lying. You're not pointing out the event. Finding dead things is not evolution. That's the point. You can't even define your own religion. That's how psychotic you atheists are.
I am not an atheist. Why do you?
Yes, you are. That's an anti-theist, an anti-realist. Yes, you are. You hate reality.
Hang on.
I'm not going to.
What happens if we can find tardigrades today that are still alive?
It's insanity. All right, well, I'm taking my concession. That's his 7th concession, so I'm now out of the conversation. The evolutionist has admitted 7 times he doesn't even have an example of evolution, let alone a claim. It's too easy. So you guys take over. Thanks.
All right, so let me get here. Humans' teeth is a proof of evolution. Some humans are born without wisdom teeth, and some humans have to get it taken out because our jaws have gotten smaller. That is an example of evolution.
Human taste is what?
Human jaws.
Who? Are you serious?
Yes, bro. Some humans can't get wisdom teeth, bro, because of adaptation, evolution. We don't need our big jaws anymore.
Only me.
Only me. Yeah, I'm without. I don't know what to say to you, Vin.
Cool story.
Cool story. Everyone I know has their wisdom teeth.
Well, I mean, whether it's true or not, it doesn't even matter. I mean, saying it was an evolved trait is just complete speculation. See, for it to be a scientific claim, it has to be falsifiable by experiment, and evolution generally is not.
How our organs evolved, and in all creatures, how organs evolved? You have liver, and liver has function. You have eyes, and eyes has function. You have heart, and heart has function. You have brain, and brain has function. You have kidneys, and kidneys have function. How that evolved during the time? Are you saying that let's say liver, was not before because some fish didn't have liver, but came out from the water, and then somehow liver evolved in ourselves to have function in our body?
I just want to know the experiment I can do that if I got some result would prove evolution wrong.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that actually. It's still
well, then it's pseudoscience by definition. That is the definition of pseudoscience: is claims or theories that cannot be falsified by experiment. That is the very definition of pseudoscience. So if I can't do an experiment and prove it wrong, then pseudoscientific claim.
Yeah,
that's the problem with evolution.
Is theory.
Well, yeah, it's not even a theory because it hasn't been. It's a hypothesis. Hypothesis at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
an untestable hypothesis.
It's a theory, yeah, but not scientific theory. It's a only normal theory, like my theory.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Could be my theory.
I didn't want to argue how you can prove evolution or something. It's just that there's the evidence for an old Earth, for example, is overwhelming as opposed to evidence for a young Earth.
For the old Earth evidence, how you have that?
Radiometric dating, ice cores in Antarctica, for example. There's a lot of stuff.
How you realize that?
Radiometric dating is bunk, dude. It's utter bunk.
It's not.
And I'm going to just saying it's not, okay? It is bunk because in the last 30 years, they found out that radioactive decay is actually variable. Yeah, that's right. It's variable.
Yeah.
So how do you use a clock where 1 second, when you don't know where the time is, right? A clock that can't keep time?
Orders of magnitude.
Say it again?
Radioactive decay doesn't vary in orders of magnitude.
It does.
Hold on. I'm going to post a link to about 50 frickin' papers. The radioactive decay is completely variable. They've been trying to hook it to something. Is it where the Earth is? Is it diurnal? Is it seasonal? Is it this? Is it that? They have no idea because it's completely variable. So if you have a clock that can't keep time, how do you use it for chronology?
Yeah, it's difficult. It can only give you a clue for the scale you're talking about, but it doesn't give you an accurate measurement. But there's also debunks of the debunks for radiometric dating, actually.
But in the end, I didn't understand what is proving what.
Yeah, obvious it be. You're right, yeah. Old Earth does not prove evolution. That's basically two different things, but they go hand in hand.
And how old it is?
That number actually varies.
From? To?
Like 12 billion to 14 billion years, I think, at the moment.
12 billion. I heard that it's 4.5.
Are we talking about the age of the Earth or the universe? Because the universe is believed to have an age of about 13.8 billion years.
Oh wow! How we will realize that?
Well, you can look back in time in cosmic background
we can
radiation.
look back in the time. You are saying?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
We can look back in the time with 12 billion years. We can look back in the time. But when I look back in the time, 200 years, nobody knows who built the all these buildings in USA. Do you know that? When I look 200 years ago, I don't know who built all that buildings, and nobody knows who built all that buildings in USA. Do you know that?
Well, I think there's records of that stuff, right?
No, they don't know. Do you know that? They are saying about some Tartarians. That's some maybe bullshit story, but nobody knows who built that buildings 200 years ago. Nobody knows which year is which. I don't know which the Stone Age.
Yeah, well,
nobody knows how much is Gobelki Tepke. Maybe it's 12,000 years.
As I've stated, Sasha, humans' wisdom teeth are proof that evolution does occur within humans.
About 4.5 billion years ago, the planet Theia collided with the Earth and gave the Earth a iron nickel molten core and formed the moon.
When water came in a game, when water came in the game, oceans, stuff, because it was not in space, only on Earth we have water. Where that water came from?
Well, it's rain from above.
Oh, I heard. No, you know what I heard is that there was like a planet that exploded and gave us all of our oceans or something, or we crashed
But
something like
do you
that.
know how big it's universe? Why only to us?
Well, I like how they say it's infinite but ever expanding. And how'd they get infinite? How'd they measure that in the first place?
But only we have oxygen and water.
You guys are trying to make it seem like people who believe in evolution are crazy, but it's crazy to believe a being magically created everything with a snap of a finger.
Okay, then how about you talk to me?
It's not actually.
Because I'm not
crazy to believe
that kind of dude.
Vince, even in the Big Bang cosmology, you still need a creator. You understand that? You all just hide away from it because you think fucking nothing can become something somehow. Like, you understand how insane that is?
How information evolves?
But hey, listen here. You're saying it's insane
listen this. Everything we have now, today, everything what we have today and before in history was like information. You need to start from something. How information can come from nothing?
I got a better one. I don't defend the creator or anything. So now what?
You guys are asking questions I ask.
No, the only thing we say is insane, Vince, is believing in pseudoscience and living your life by it. That's it.
I'm asking you how we can get, how we can have involved, how we can evolve information.
Yes.
Information requires a knower. That's what he's saying.
Humans are getting
intelligence.
No.
Information requires intelligence.
No, it's a matter of like statistics, random mutation.
You think for water, let's say if they say that water is from oxygen and how they say hydrogen, you think that information came from nothing?
Yeah, it just happened.
We were talking about genetic information.
Guys, wait.
How we got that information?
You're asking me questions I don't know. All I can say is you're saying that evolution is crazy because nothing can come from nothing, but you believe a being came from nothing, so you're no different than the next person.
Do you know some example?
We don't believe nothing can come from nothing.
Do you know
Vince.
any example?
You believe that, man.
There has to be a first mover.
You're getting it backwards.
Right? Like that's obvious.
Wait.
Reason tells you that there has to be a first.
I didn't know you reverse engineered the world.
One of these guys.
Why we are not flying? Why evolution stopped? Why we didn't develop how we can with the brain to fly through the air?
You could say humans are quite young in the universe timescale of the universe.
You could say that.
So like stories now.
You could say also there is curvature there outside, but when you check it is not.
Are we going back to curvature now? Or are we talking about
maybe because this is food server. Maybe because of that, I'm coming back to the earth.
We can go back to curvature. Food. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. Let's speak about evolution or about food. What do you think?
We were speaking to Vince. So Vince, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Who brings you to the Flutter Discord, Vince?
As I've stated, I wanted to understand why people believe in the flat Earth.
Okay. Okay, I can clarify this for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Jamesy. Flat Earth is not a belief; it is knowledge. We know the Earth is flat because we have empirical proof for this.
You really
We
don't,
have
sir.
measurements and observations. But the globe Earth has nothing except belief.
Hold on, I heard a contention there. He said, "No, you don't, sir." Can you clarify what you mean by "no, you don't"? Because if I say I own a car, and you say "no, you don't," there's only one way to verify whether or not I own a car, right?
He's saying that
So,
Earth is flat, like he's been into space or high above. You
what
haven't.
is?
You don't know what shape the Earth is. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. Nobody said that. Nobody claimed to know the shape of the Earth other than the
don't
people
say
who
it's
are
flat.
saying who are
That's an
flat's not
aspect.
as. Hold on.
Description.
Hold on. When did flat become a shape? Remember, you came in here because you wanted to know why we thought the Earth was flat. Well, the first thing to understand is flat's not a shape.
So the Earth is not a shape, basically.
Did you know that flat wasn't a shape? Or are you saying that flat is a shape?
No, no, sir. Okay, so I looked at the
Are you
flat Earth
saying that
models.
it is not a
No,
shape
okay,
or
so
that it is a shape? Flat
okay, the
is what
flat
I'm
Earth model
asking
shows
about.
a circular shape or a square shape.
Yo,
What model?
Elijah, are you a flat earther or like?
You want to get muted? You kind of wait asking obvious questions. So the point is, you wanted to know why we're here. The first thing you need to do is not strawman us so that you can get an understanding of why we're here. Number one, flat's not a shape. Now, if you want to talk about the images that come up when you look up flat earth, that's another story.
So
But
everyone
flat
here,
is not a shape. Is flat a shape or is it not a shape?
is like a flat earther. Everyone, there is no debate.
Hold on, let me
Guys,
just
let me
oh,
add to you, Elijah, if I'm allowed. Flat is a description, right? A descriptor is a description. If-
but I
Just
don't like telling people things because I don't like my time wasted. So I want to know whether or not they can say things that are obvious. And if they can't, like, there's no point in going forward. But telling them things, if that worked, we'd be much further along.
But
Right?
I think
Yeah,
in this
bro.
case
Yeah,
it will
but
help Elijah because he was describing the Earth from a third perspective from space. He's saying you don't know this because
Yeah.
you haven't been to space, right? You haven't been out there. He said that.
Who, me?
One of you
Yeah,
guys.
one of you
I
guys
said
said that.
I said that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Vincent said that.
well, just to keep things under control, Ism, I put you on mute for a while. So just chill out, buddy, and we'll unmute you in a second. But the reason that I just spoke up was to talk about this misunderstanding that flat is a shape. Okay,
It is a shape,
so
bro.
how is it a shape?
No, it's not. Do you want me to find you the shapes?
Anything
Not
can be
shape.
flat and be a
You
shape,
don't.
bro.
Shape
Can I
is
say something really quick? The
not.
flat is an aspect of a shape. Flat itself is not a shape. It's an aspect of a shape. Thank you.
Okay, so when
Vince,
you say the
Vince,
Earth
can
is
can you
flat,
have a
what
can
are
you have a
you
bumpy
basing it
cube?
off of?
Can you have a bumpy
Hold on.
cube?
Hold on.
Okay, you're strawmanning me now. When you say
No,
the Earth is
no,
flat, what shape is
no.
the Earth?
Can
You
you
don't
have a
know the
bumpy
shape of the
cube?
Earth,
Can you have a bumpy cylinder?
bro. Okay, you can
See,
have a
bumpy
flat.
is a description of the surface, and cylinder is the shape of the object. Flat is
You
not
can
a
have a
fucking
flat
shape.
square, bro. You can have a
Flat's an
flat circle, a triangle. So when you say flat, what shape are you talking about?
Surface of
No
the
one
Earth.
claimed the shape. No, okay, hold
then.
on.
So you just believe the Earth is flat.
Right, but we don't know what shape it is. That's correct. Can we move on? Because the other guy wanted to know. Well, actually, when Get Beget was saying that it's provably, measurably flat, someone, I don't think it was you, could have been you, don't know, said, no, it's not. No, you don't. Because he said we have evidence, and someone said, no, you don't. So I want to get to that. Well,
is that guy still here?
Yeah, we have about 2, 3 new people. Let's try, maybe address some questions and just take it from there.
I just want to like make sure here everyone is a flat earther, like everyone.
Flat
Most of
Earth
us
is
here, yeah.
flat Earth might be like a label that you can add.
Well, that's
We
the name
do
of
know
the
the Earth is flat, but I'm
that's the
not
name of
a
the server. That's
I'm
the name of
not
the
two
server.
words. Listen, I'm not two words on a piece of paper. Flat Earth is 2 words. I'm not that. Okay. Flat
Diggity.
Earth is a description. We're
Flat.
not words in a piece of paper. So you gotta have that clear.
We know that it's
Okay.
flatter than what NASA claims it to be, Earther.
Ism, the question you're asking, this is why I meet you, because is everyone a flat earther is irrelevant. Because
Yeah.
it could very well be the case, obviously, that if I ask a bunch of people, random people, maybe in a subway or on a bus or in a room that just regular, I don't know, it's a classroom, and I say, hey, is the Earth a globe? Most of them are going to be globers, right? But that doesn't really matter. Again, someone said, no, we don't have evidence that it's flat. And we said, yes, we do. The only way to mitigate this issue is to have you ask us to present the evidence so that we can
Okay, so
actually talk about it.
okay, well, I can speculate the Earth's shape, but what I can say is that the stars, in the time lapse, they have a circular motion around the Earth, which just kind of shows that the Earth is circular, or you guys can say flat circle, or we can say sphere, but we do know the Earth is kind of curved because of the rotation of the stars. We also can tell that there's different stars in different hemispheres, in the south hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. So you guys can say this and that, but there's proof that the Earth is a circular object. So
That's not
For
proof.
sure.
So
That's just observations,
if
and you
my
recalculate it to fit what
if,
you think reality is.
yeah, if
Gas.
my light bulb in my room is
Can I?
round, then it means
Can I? Can I only 10 seconds?
We're
Well, I
gonna have
wanted,
one person. Come on, guys. One person replying, not three at the same time. Come on, guys. Just don't jump in every. Come on.
yeah.
yeah, I mean, help me help you. I mean, because again, my only goal is to go back to the thing that's relevant. I don't know what everyone else is talking about. I don't know why it's so damn important. Unless you're doing the same thing, which is going back to the main thing. Now, I just said that we have evidence that it's measurably and provably flat. What the stars appear to do is irrelevant. Do you want the evidence or not? If you don't want the evidence, then why are you here? Which is a valid question. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but you said you wanted to know why we're here, right?
yeah, but it seems like you're ignoring what I'm saying.
Because what you're saying is irrelevant. I first said that we have evidence, and you bypassed it to talk about whatever you wanted to talk about.
Okay, so let's say what I'm saying is irrelevant. Okay, give me your proof that the Earth is flat, and it's not a circle or a sphere. Just give your proof. It's nothing. It's just flat.
Okay.
Okay, good. Someone can go ahead, take over at this point.
Yes, we have famous laser test over large bodies of water.
Can I say something just quickly again about this? So the curvature rate, the horizon can't be more than a couple, 2-3 miles out there. Okay. Now we've done observations where we know where oil rigs are in the water. Okay, we know how many miles from the shore, from where the ground meets the sea and becomes sea level.
Yeah.
We know the distances to oil rigs, and so when we see the horizon past objects in the water that we know the distance of from the shore, why, it's way longer than 2 to 3 miles. Given the globe math, circumference of 25,000 miles, we're supposed to see a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. If that were true, even 5 miles, we should not see Earth. There should be no land past a 5-mile mark. However, we've got certain observations that go all the way up to 51 miles past 51 miles total. And we've got long-distance photography that set the Guinness Book of World Records. You can look this up. I think it's 273 miles?
273, correct.
Yeah, 273 miles, okay? Now, even if the Earth were a gargantuan ball, say double, triple the size, okay? You've got 75,000 feet circumference. We still should not be able to see 273 miles. I mean, that's absurd. There should be over, was it 4,000 feet a drop at that point? It's
9
incredible.
kilometers.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's way more than 4,000. So that's just imagine the confusion when all we want to do is test the globe math, see if it actually is curved at the rate they say, and then no matter what we do, no matter how high we go, and no matter what distances we measure, it just doesn't turn out to be the globe they say it is. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
What Glad is telling you is that this globe that you've been presented with in the cartoons, because this is the only place that you've seen the globe in cartoons and depictions of it, and this claim of a globe or sphere that has a geometry, right? When you go test these specific numbers and geometry of this globe, it's nowhere to be found in reality. So it's not there. And for the globe to be there, you need the geometry of it, and it's not there. It's pretty simple.
It appears to be very theoretical. Not a whole lot of reality going with it except NASA's CGI and curved lenses.
Welcome, Lemon.
Hi. How you doing?
Hey, Lemon.
Hey. Very theoretical. Very idealistic.
So since we have pointed this out, and the guy said that there is no evidence for the flat Earth, will anybody present any evidence for him? Maybe because it sounds like you are interested in looking into the evidence, since you believe there is no evidence for flat Earth. You might be looking into the evidence, right?
No, all I'm saying is that no one knows what shape of the Earth is. It can be flat and then curve or bend downwards. So you can't. You guys are saying globers are a cult, but you guys are acting like a cult like them.
Hold on. Don't go there. Let's stick with science.
Hang
Let's
on.
stick with science. Don't talk about cults and stuff.
Here's the thing. Flat means a surface feature, right? Even the flattest thing that we use, called inspection plates, are granite blocks that are highly ground and very precision ground. Even those are not glass-like, right? It's not smooth, but it is flat.
Let me address what he said though before we do say all this other stuff. So you pointed out correctly that heliocentrists, they are truly an occult. You have people in authority telling you what to think and what's okay and what's not okay to be said, and what school of thought is fine and what school of thought is not, and that those are tenets of a cult. Now, the first thing I told you was we didn't claim that there was a shape. The only people that were claiming a shape were the heliocentrists. They're claiming the shape of a sphere, even though they're also claiming the shape of a geoid, which is not a sphere. Regardless, we never said that we have a claim to a shape. We're not telling people what to think. When we say it's flat, we're not talking about the shape whatsoever. Like they said, this is a feature. We have the evidence. It's not like we're talking about things that people can't verify. We're not making shit up. We're not making any inferences. Only thing we're doing when we're saying it's not a sphere is basically looking at the claim that's already out there and seeing if it's valid or not, and it's just not. We're not doing anything more than that.
Okay. So, can the ground be flat on a sphere, or no?
What, like a disco ball? I mean, theoretically, I guess, like a disco ball. There's an example. But again, are you ready and willing to believe that? Even though everything that we experience and measure is flat, but it could still be a ball. If you're willing to believe that with no evidence, I mean, again,
I don't
your own mind.
necessarily believe the ground is fully flat because there's hills, there's certain things that dip below sea level and all that. So I wouldn't really know the land shape.
But it would still change the size of the disco ball. The size of the disco ball now is much bigger than before.
Also, a sunset, or a sun rises. The sun always rises up from the side of the earth, or I forgot. I was arguing with a flat earther regarding that. So,
yeah.
Could I ask you three questions to establish your level of knowledge and belief or belief? 3 simple questions. Would that be okay to you?
Yeah, why not? Go ahead.
Okay. Do you know in mankind's history who measured and found out that the Earth is a ball, is a sphere?
I forgot the name, but they found the Earth shape because of the star's position. The stars changed. The
that
stars.
is not correct. That's not correct. So you don't need to, if you don't know the answer, just say, I don't know. And it's not a contest, not an IQ test. It's just to establish these simple things to see how much you know about the heliocentric model. So, first question, you don't know, correct?
Okay, so it says Aristotle.
No, it was not Aristotle. It was Eratosthenes in ancient Greek, 273 BC before Christ. Do you know the method he used to establish
no, sir,
his claims? Okay, no problem. So we can move forward. Second question. Do you know who discovered that the Earth is spinning around its own axis?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay, good. And the third question, do you know any example of gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container, solid barrier, so that you can demonstrate that the vacuum of space exists and it is a medium that we can travel to?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that.
So, can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
What do you mean by vacuum?
Absence of air.
All a vacuum means is empty, no space.
Vacuum means no matter, actually. But we can build vacuum chambers, and vacuum pumps, so we can pump all the gases from inside that chamber, so we achieve a vacuum, a very, very low gas pressure. We cannot achieve a perfect vacuum.
The Earth isn't a perfect vacuum, though.
I didn't say the Earth is a vacuum. I asked you if you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid container.
Yes, you can, because living things have auras, or planets have gravitational pulls. So objects have masses. So smaller masses fall into bigger masses. So it is possible to have a gas pressure on a planet.
Did you just
Smaller
say plants
masses fall
have a
into
gravitational
bigger
pull?
masses. Like if I throw a stone, it will be falling into Mount Everest because it's a bigger mass.
No, bro, that's not how it works.
Oh, but how?
Scientifically demonstrate how that works.
Isn't Mount Everest a
All
very
I'm
big
saying
mass?
is the Earth has a gravitational pull, so space is empty, and so gases do flow out into space. Very little.
Then what happens to them once they get there?
They just float.
Oh, cool. Where do they go?
I'm not sure.
Do they go to other planets, or do they just kind of float around?
I'm not sure, bro, but I do know gases are made on Earth from the ground, so we will always have gases. So all of the gases will never float out of the Earth unless something like a meteor hit the Earth.
But at what point?
Hold on.
At what point does the world run out of gases then?
We will never
Listen,
run out of gas because the planet makes the gas. That's the thing.
there's
Yeah,
been
from
3 or
what?
4 questions after the fact, and he still didn't answer how you have a gas pressure without containment. Like, I mean, come on, guys.
The
Y'all
Earth
are
isn't
trying to
open.
answer.
The
Well,
Earth is not a container.
But you're still not answering the question. If you don't have an answer to the question and you don't have any feels about it, just say, I don't know. Like you did the other two.
I'm telling you, the Earth is not a closed system.
Okay, who asked you if it was or not? Before we even go into that, which we won't. Who said it was an open or closed system? Who mentioned this?
He asked if the Earth has
What
gas
was the
pressure.
question? What was the question? Didn't
Does the
sound
Earth
like
have gas pressure in a closed container?
that's not what I heard him ask. He said, "Can you provide an example of gas pressure without a container?"
Which means that there's a container.
Yes, of course.
Can you provide gas pressure without a container? An example of this happening anywhere ever that we can verify scientifically.
Yeah. Do you know the definition of gas pressure?
Yes, bro.
Can you tell me the definition of gas pressure?
It's basically gas pressure.
What do you mean, basically gas pressure?
Gases have pressure, and you're saying that the reason why gases stay on Earth because there's something holding the gases and causing pressure. I'm saying is the Earth is an open system.
That's
Bill
a big
Nye says
problem
it's
with
a
the
closed
solar
system.
No,
mechanics.
I wasn't going there. I was simply asking you only gas pressure, the definition of gas pressure.
Bro, you don't have to talk to me slow. Just get to the point. Just say that you think there's a container holding gases
Well,
and
you said you know it when I asked you, and then I asked you to say the definition of gas pressure, to tell me.
Yeah, he's asking you to define gas pressure.
Yeah.
He's Googling it.
no, I'm not,
Do
bro.
the Jeopardy tone.
Well, if you don't know, you should Google it. Just hurry up.
Yeah. You can Google this one.
The pressure
I
of
give you.
gas is the measure of the average linear moment of moving molecules of a gas. Okay, gas pressure.
Do you have
Where
any
did you get that
textbooks at your
from?
disposal?
All right, so what is your next question?
Okay. I will give you one definition of gas pressure, and you correct me if I'm wrong. The gas pressure is the number of molecules collisions against the walls of the container. Does this sound okay to you?
Hello.
Vince, you there?
He's searching.
Versace, welcome, buddy. Feel free to introduce yourself, bro.
Well, we could concede without your consent that you haven't been able to answer also the third question. So the heliocentric model is a pure fanatic belief for you, and it is not knowledge. You do not know the heliocentric model. It's just a blind belief for you. And I'm not insulting you, so don't feel offense if I call you a fanatic, because it's nothing bad. It only means that you believe something without evidence.
No, bro, I
You
didn't see
see,
it.
Vincent, can you see the live stream voice text?
No, bro.
Yeah, and I've been tagging you. People have been tagging you and posting a bunch of gravy, man. You got to pay
I'm going to
attention to the voice
post
text.
a link right now, and this is to one of these tutor websites, and this is about gas pressure formula, and it tells you the definition of gas pressure right there. When you go there, it asks you to sign up for a class, and it says, the force which a substance exerts on another substance per unit is known as pressure. The pressure of the gas molecules move randomly along the given volume. During this moment, they collide with the surface, also with each other. The impact of every individual gas molecule is too small and difficult to visualize, but the impact of the gas molecule considered together constitutes the gas pressure. Greater the number of collisions, greater the pressure would be.
Yeah.
So it says colliding with themselves and the walls of the container, the surface.
Yeah.
When they collide with the surface and also with each other. What surface
And
would they be talking about?
Yeah, when we are
And then here's like
measuring
a
gas
whole bunch of
pressure.
math, so it breaks it down so you can easily understand the formulas.
Learn about gas pressure, guys. You got to bring gravy.
Manometers, when we measure gas pressure, is actually the number of molecule collisions with the sensors of that manometer.
And we run into a problem because we have 14.7 psi at ground level at sea level, right?
Yeah.
14.7 psi at sea level. It's called BAR, barometric atmosphere, whatever the R means.
You mean at sea bulge we have that?
No, at sea level. And it's quite funny how NASA defines sea level and how they find it, right? It's the mean. So it's an average between the high tide, the king tide, and the low tide.
Yeah.
Do you understand gas pressure now?
Yes, he definitely stands under gas pressure. Doesn't matter the opinion because the fact stands that it's verifiable, repeatable, and the only way you can demonstrate gas pressure, the requirement to have pressure in the first place is a container. So the fact that you're breathing fresh air and just thinking about this, a container is required for that.
Yes, the lungs are a container, and also your car tire is a container for gas pressure. You cannot have a car wheel, yeah, to have gas pressure around that wheel without the tire. It will be a mind-blowing technological advancement if you could have gas pressure around the wheel without a container.
Yeah.
Also, I have a somatic.
I have a question. What is keeping gases on Earth?
A container.
All right.
Container.
And what kind of container?
A firmament of sorts, something that we cannot get through.
Okay, so basically the whole argument is Earth gases
when we shoot rockets straight up, they stop.
It's not an argument. It's a stable fact. To have the filet mignon, to have the ribeye, you need a cow. You know there was a cow because you're eating the ribeye.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and Google
laws of nature establish that you need the container to have gas pressure in the first place.
Firmament's a different word, by the way. It's a different topic.
Yeah, and do you know what?
Or taste or color or any of those things.
Do you have the power and means to go high up in the heavens and check what is
I have a
above?
question. What proof you have that we're living under a firmament?
Do you know what
gas
entropy
pressure
is?
Hold on.
Because
hold on. You said firmament. We didn't.
No, the container
No, I said
is
firmament.
the antecedent for gas pressure.
I said a firmament of sorts, a barrier we cannot get through.
Oh, that is true. Sorry though, I fucked up.
How big or how far or what's the color or the taste? That's not that important. But the fact that it's required to have the gas pressure in the first place is factual.
Okay, so does the moon has a firmament also?
You don't need to know the color of the cow or if it has like a white patch in the left
asking,
side.
Like you're saying the Earth has a firmament.
We never went to the moon. You think we went to the moon?
Okay, you don't have to go to the moon to look at it. Do you believe the moon has a firmament
we
on
went
it?
to the moon.
You gotta learn how to pronounce that word before you misuse it.
Fundament.
Nope. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Ament because it's firm, like a wall of a container. Firmament.
So
And the ament is like a vault.
Is the
So
sun in the moon in the firmament?
No.
Is it outside of the firmament?
We don't know. We don't know that
no
stuff.
one's been to the moon.
You don't
We
have to
can't
go to the
observe
moon.
anything about the moon because we
To know
haven't
what the
really
moon
truly
is.
been to the moon.
Speculation. Well,
Yeah.
there's other channels for that speculation on this server.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
can
To
so
know what the moon is, you got to go there.
so you have to. So you claim you don't know nothing about the moon. Okay, so
We know
how does the
certain
moon
things
look?
about it. We just don't know
No
what it
one
is.
knows. No
if
one
you
knows
claim
what the moon really is.
if you claim you know what that actually is and actually how it works, you're lying. So me saying I don't know, that's the honest position.
Actually, we do know quite a lot of stuff about the moon, but
Yeah,
there
we
is a
actually
lot of
do. So I
stuff
don't know what
that
they're
we do
talking
not
about.
know. The moon,
Know
we
what I
know,
what it
we know that the moon is following a repeating cycles. It's engaged in a cycles. It rotates, it orbits above the Earth. And the word orbit does not mean spinning around a ball. The word orbit predates the space era, and it meant to move in a circular path from a center point. That's what the word orbit means.
Okay, so we could get in all the ancient meanings of orbit, bro. But why do you think people from thousands of years ago know more than us today? We
Do
have
you
more
know people
technology.
from thousands of years ago? How do you know that they knew more or less than us? How do you know that?
He's saying the word orbit.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
So
predating
listen.
Well, yes. Nowadays, NASA is using the star cycles. Yeah, these are Babylonian science. This is Babylonian science, and NASA is using these chart cycles to predict the sun and moon eclipses and a lot of celestial events.
Okay,
to
cool.
to post a repeated pattern.
Yeah,
So it's not prediction, right?
yeah. It is post-diction. It's not prediction.
But the cycles are cyclical, right there.
Yeah, that means once you see it a couple times, you can
You can
therefore
make
say,
predictions
"Oh, look,
about
it's
it.
going to probably do that again. Oh, look, it did it again. Oh, and it hasn't changed."
Yeah, and it's been that way for thousands of years.
Yes.
So where's this
the
globe?
prediction?
Yeah, you can't predict anything from this globe idea, right? It's like, oh, since we built our calendars, multiple calendars, by the way, for thousands of years, where's this prediction of what
Right.
might happen in the future?
Go ahead, Geppy Guy, then.
Yeah, it's just like the day and night.
It's just all
After
it is
approximately 12 hours,
it's all that. It's all that. You know, we as humans, we have to learn from our past and mistakes. You know, that's how we're able to predict weather events. You know, by knowing the knowledge of how weather works. So it's not wrong for NASA to use a
Yeah,
Babylonian
making
calendar.
stuff up. Making stuff up. It's different from inferring from
So they're making
factual things.
stuff up. They're making
Exactly,
stuff up.
exactly.
You cannot make stuff up and make claims that goes against laws of nature and things that you can verify and prove, and just say, "Hey, the sun is going up because the rooster crows every morning."
That's not what they're saying, though.
All right. Well, who is they and what are they saying?
Okay, so NASA. I don't work at NASA, but I do know that
I
NASA
cannot
is
say.
it.
Okay, one example from
I'm curious about what he's going to say.
one
Come on, man.
one second. So he made a statement earlier saying that we know this and that because we know that the Earth is moving because of the lights in the sky. You said that earlier. You said that the rotation of the sky means that the Earth is spinning.
And
Okay,
we
I
all
can
gave an
say that.
explanation of that because it's repeated patterns that can be observed, have been observed for thousands of years. The repeated patterns can be measured and observed, make calendars from them. Yeah, sure. So what's your point?
Yeah, if we can tell that the Earth is moving because we have night and day. The sun never moves. The Earth is moving. The moon is always in every direction because it's moving. It's moving at a completely different
And
speed.
that is the same claim as saying that the sun is rising every morning because the rooster is crowing every morning. Because
The
the
Earth is
rooster is
tilted.
crowing.
The Earth is tilted on the axis,
Yeah.
so it appears the sun is rising. So the Earth is
No,
tilted.
sure,
That's
sure.
why it appears
We were
rising.
all taught the same thing. Yes, we know about the angle of the tilt.
Yeah.
In the solar system or what.
And
We
also, when
all
you
are very
actually
familiar with this concept.
okay,
Not,
so and also we
it's
can
not.
prove the Earth is tilting by, like, as I was saying, if you have a time lapse video of a stars or a camera in the northern hemisphere, the rotation is tilted. If you look at the sky, so
When did
So
you perform that
listen,
experiment?
you open up your eyes every morning. You go out there to the earth. You experience everything in a flat level. Everything requires a flat, motionless plane. Everything built, everything designed for a flat, motionless Earth. Then you look up and see the sky, see the rotation of the sky, and you say that because the sky is moving, that means the ground you're standing on is moving, even though there is no experiment, no test that will show you or detect any movement of the ground you're standing on. You just look up at the
Yeah.
sky and the lights on the ceiling and say the lights on the ceiling are moving. That means I'm moving.
okay,
Does
so
that
your argument is very
It,
kindergarten, bro.
when it
hold
flat?
on. I think what Jamesy just described, it's really awesome, isn't it? I mean, we live on a level
Time
stationary
out.
plane
Time out.
where we
Sorry.
observe
Time
it.
out. Time out.
Yeah.
Time out. Time
Yeah.
out. Sorry, Helio.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Go ahead.
When you said so, your argument is no. Jimsy just laid out your argument. This is the logic that you're putting to us.
No, he's saying, okay, there's a room or there's a football field, and the football field is green, and you say, well, the football field is green, and there's nothing outside of that football field, So he's saying that because it appears flat, then it's flat. That's not how things work.
No, that he doesn't. That he didn't put forth an argument. He put forth a parallel to what you were saying based on the logic you were using. I just want to know if you understand that or not. And Jimsy could go ahead and explain it again or give his example again, and we can,
I
get
No,
mean,
more
what I'm
clarity as to
saying
how it's a
he
parallel.
that
say that.
everything you experience and everything that you do practical in your day to days, anything that you can accomplish in your day to days, nothing requires any curvature, any movement of the ground. Everything is dependent on the flat, motionless plane that you're standing on. But then you just look up at the sky and you say everything is the opposite from what you experience because lights in the sky.
Okay, bro. So
Yeah.
yes, there's a pure flat. I can say that. I can't feel this Earth moving. Okay, what does that change in my life?
Thank you for
No,
conceding.
no, yeah, he's conceded, but at
I'm
the
not
same
conceding,
time, it's not even funny though. I mean, this is
Yeah.
basically this is what once you can't answer any of these questions, then you say, well, why would they lie, or why does it matter? I mean,
What
this is
difference does it
basically
make?
this. Yeah, it's all the same thing. It's just like once we show you that
Um,
what you think about Earth is obviously not what they tell you it is. This is always it always comes to this.
Don't you want to know
okay.
where you live?
Let's do one simple thing. You and I go to a street in front of a house, and you start describing the rooms inside that house and everything that is inside that house. And if you are correct, then it's your house. But if you are not correct, then it is my house. Because if you don't know what's inside that house, obviously it is not yours. Correct?
Correct.
Pretty good analogy. I like that one. You used it earlier too, Jippy Jet. I like it.
Yeah. So what does it matter? How does it change your life? It does matter, and it's actually it means that this place, the world, it is yours, and it is not this abusing government that sets his says that it's his own property.
Mhm.
The land, the seas, the forests, the animals, everything, they are yours and nobody else. But if you do not know that they are yours, then someone else can claim them.
Oh, you better tell that kangaroo that's going to kick your ass when you're out in Australia. I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
I mean, this Earth doesn't matter what religion you follow or whatever. This place was made for us, obviously, because we live here, right? So
yeah,
it's for us to I would say take advantage of, but not necessarily take advantage of, but to utilize.
A logical conclusion with the new
Be a
guy.
caretaker of it.
Just
Yeah, we're
talking among
caretakers.
ourselves. It's not. We're not gonna get any reply if you don't allow the new guys to say something about what is being discussed. It's just, come on.
Jamesy,
Any
you
reply?
bitching at me again?
I'm back.
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
he's been listening, I guess.
My cell phone had
Jamesy,
died.
please stop doing that to me, please.
No, don't worry about Jamesy. I just wanted to hear like a reply from the new guy.
Bro, I
About
just
what?
talked for
as I
like
was
5
saying, though,
seconds, man. You're just gonna give me shit again already? God damn.
No, not to you.
Okay,
so I
I
have
thought you were
a
talking about
question
somebody
here.
else.
I have a
I
question
thought you
here.
were bitching at me again.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
guys,
Go ahead.
Ask.
I have a question. Do you guys think that Earth is the only planet or only plane, and there's nothing else out there? We're just here. We're the only thing that can exist and ever can exist. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the sky is not like the earth.
Okay, so let's say that there's a place
Nothing
like
in the
Earth.
sky, everything that you see in the sky does not resemble with anything that you see on the earth.
Okay, so it is possible to create something different, correct?
No. Well, what do you mean by that?
Oh, so you guys are saying the Earth was created for humans, only humans. We were here to protect it. So
Is there something? Do you have a bad
For
idea about
animals,
that?
for plants.
I don't think that's not crazy to think. That's actually normal. So all I'm saying is you guys are saying space. It's like it's created for humans. When we zoom into space, it's different planets, different solar systems.
Wait.
So
All right, cool. Hold on. If you're talking about zooming into space, who's done that, and how did they do it, and what are you
you can do
talking
it with
about?
you can do it with a telescope.
Really, what type of telescope are you talking about?
Any telescope.
Yeah, can you provide us a picture from a telescope taken by a telescope and not a CGI digital artistry from NASA? Have you ever seen the difference?
Cameras are getting better each year. So
yeah, P900,
Hold
P1000,
on.
yeah.
But hold on. He was saying we can do this with telescopes, and he's like, well, maybe in the future we might be able to see further in space. It's like they're already telling us they find they can see something trillions of miles away. You know how far a trillion miles is?
Yeah, but that's not
It's
like
it's
No,
unfathomable.
you do not know how much a trillion miles is,
It's unfathomable.
because
You could not
yeah,
freaking see a trillion miles away. It's
yeah.
impossible.
bro. But
So how are they
like,
seeing
let's say
trillions of miles away?
I live in a city, right? You know, like it takes about 20 minutes to
I
get.
don't care if you live in I don't care if you
Okay.
live in the Midwest, like in the middle of Kansas,
Yeah, but
and you
distances,
have a
right? Travel.
telescope. You're not going to see anything over a trillion miles away. That's impossible. If they convinced you that you can see that far away, or even conceptualize something from radar telescopes from trillions
Yeah.
of miles away, that's impossible, man. I mean, this is the bullshit crazy story they've given you. It's impossible. I'm sorry, you guys. I mean, if you guys want to get older,
Yeah,
but
you
yeah, I mean,
guys.
it's just like he's like, hey, well, what do you guys think that flat Earth is like? Cool, man. Hey, we all see the same sky. We can sit here on Earth, the same Earth that we've all experienced our entire lives. We can look up at the sky. It's beautiful. It's magnificent. The Creator gave us that for signs and seasons. But when they build these vast radar telescopes, and they're not optical telescopes, by the way, and what they're doing is they're receiving energy from the sky, then running it through computers, and then making images on a computer from the
Yeah,
from the radar
interpreting
data.
them.
Right? So it's not you're not. See, that's what I was saying. You're not actually getting optical images of galaxies trillions of miles away. That's I mean anybody in their right mind would know that.
Observable phenomena, we can all look up and see the phenomena up in the sky, but some people might have presuppositions and assumptions of what they are observing, and people can add distances, odor, smell, make, what they made of, all that kind of stuff. And when you start adding your own assumptions and things, you come up with some conclusions, but that doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
fact.
we can tell these stuff. They're very far away, you know. So like,
Yeah, you can
No,
use
you
you,
How
cannot
you can
tell they are far
how
away,
how do you know
because
that they're that distance? What they say. So, I mean,
okay,
how?
let's say an airplane is 40,000 feet in the sky. We can still see, you know. But if we go further up, hundreds of millions of miles, different universes,
yeah,
different
you won't be
galaxies.
able to see it anymore.
We know how airplanes work.
let's all
I'm
talk at
talking
the same
about
time.
like if
Let's
you're on
cover each
Earth, and
other.
how
Yeah,
do you tell
yeah,
something
yeah,
is
yeah. Let's
hundreds
just
of
jump on top of each other.
light
Yeah.
years away and shit?
Other universes, that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like airplane. He went to airplanes. And, oh yeah, that's going to help us out here in this conversation.
Okay, so if you go to Nevada, or if you go somewhere, you can see the Milky Way galaxy. You know, some places can't see the full Milky Way galaxy, but we can see trillions of stars in one place. We can see a galaxy on Earth. You know, some places don't see that because the Earth is a different shape. It's
Well,
curving.
mostly because well, I mean, a lot of people live in like large cities, and so there's a lot of washout. Like you can't see the stars as
Oh,
well when you're living close to the city. When you go out in the country, you can see the stars
The
way better.
phenomena,
That's
the
not
phenomena
important.
that you observe from the ground doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on. Do you look at the lights in the sky, you see the cycles, they repeat, but how does that determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on? Tell us.
Bro, like
That's
I
what's
said,
important.
the way the stars rotate around the Earth shows the Earth is spinning, not the stars.
That's incorrect because
um,
there is no
but
test that can show you that the Earth is actually moving.
Can you explain that, or did somebody just say that and you're repeating it?
yeah,
Okay,
can I give you a simple
there is a
example
documentary.
Yeah, he
of
he
this
has to
question?
reply. Wait, get big. He has to
Yeah,
reply to
go
the
ahead.
question that,
Yeah.
that someone just asked. Go ahead.
I have
Explain
to I
what
have
you
to
see.
I have to look for an object. I did see a documentary on Netflix about about the flat Earth conspiracies, and they had interviewed some flat earthers, and they
How
tried
about
to
you
disprove.
instead of talking about that documentary? How about you address what we were talking about? Just pay. I know you're looking for the Netflix doc. We've seen it. Yes, we know all the arguments about that. Let's talk about what they were just asking you. You brought this up. Don't bring up the Netflix thing because we don't necessarily talk about that here, and it's not even necessary because it's
Just
some
explain
It's a
to me,
Hollywood hit
how did you
piece,
come to the
whatever.
conclusion? How did you come to the
Disagree. It is necessary.
the ground that you're standing on? It's spinning. What is the test? Who did it? And how did it work? Tell us.
Just not right now.
Bro, it's not, bro. Okay, you're in a car, right? How do you know the car is moving? If you're sleeping,
You
how am I
feel
supposed
it.
to know the? How do I
You
know
feel the
the
car is
car is
moving.
moving?
You read the speedometer of the car.
Yeah,
The car
the
has a
speedometer is moving.
mechanism. The car has a mechanism with a speedometer sensor attached to the drive shaft. So when your car is moving, you can read the speed you are moving on the dashboard of the car. Can you
Correct.
show us any instrument which shows us that the earth is spinning?
Bro, as I was saying, the Earth is very massive. You can't get a
I
car.
don't care it's massive or small. I have a small car, and my neighbor has a very big car. But I can read the speed on both of these cars. It doesn't
Okay,
matter it's small
let's
or
say
big.
that you were small as an ant. You're an ant, and you're trying to measure the speed in that car. Would you be able to do that, or you wouldn't?
Are you saying that ants don't feel any movement?
I'm saying the smaller you are, the less aware you are of any movement.
Yeah, that's
Are
just
you saying that
philosophy.
humans are incapable of devising technology to
So
detect
we're
movement?
ants on a train. That's where we are,
Maybe I
Jimmy.
was in the
We're ants
middle
on a
of my
train.
sentence on my question. I'm asking him a question, not you.
Yeah.
So are you saying that humans are incapable of devising technology to detect movement?
No, bro, but they have technology that does detect movement, and it was in a Netflix documentary. I forgot what
Do
it
you
was.
know there's been tests and many people have tried to detect the movement of the ground that we all standing on? And you know what has happened? They have failed to detect the movement of the ground. Therefore, the ground is not moving. There is no
Bro,
there is
we're
no
moving
movement
with
of
the
the ground
ground,
being
bro.
detected.
We're moving with the ground, so of course you can't detect it.
You were moving to the ground with the
We're
ground.
moving. We're moving with the ground, bro. We are the ground.
Yeah, okay, but
Show us.
do you know do you know
Show
do
us.
you know what
Show us the cowbell.
You think the ground is going to move by itself, and you wouldn't move with it?
That's what you
I never
believe,
said
that the
that.
ground
That's
is
a straw
moving.
man. You
Your
made a
belief.
claim. Show us the claim, sir. You said that they did it on a Netflix. Well, it's been a few years, right? Where's their Nobel Peace Prize? Show us what happened. Did scientists replicate it? Or is it just something you saw on Netflix? Has it been established science? Has it been peer reviewed? What's the scientific method? What's the,
I'll bet
give
you
us,
any money he doesn't
give us
even
some
remember what he's talking about on from the Netflix show. He's just like saying, "Well, on Netflix, somebody
Yeah,
said this."
he
I'm
wants
trying to
to
understand
invoke the
because
ring laser gyro. But we
Yeah,
don't.
okay,
well,
we can
don't
we
even give
can
him the hints. Like I said, I mean, he probably doesn't even
I've
know.
got a video of Bob explaining it all right here, ready to go, man. Oh, there it
Yeah,
goes.
me. Yeah, I
Then I'll
mean, I
post
made a
it.
video about that too. But anyway,
Okay, so why do earthquakes occur?
We don't know. It's a theory about the plate tectonics,
Yeah, we
right?
can
It
see the
makes
plates though.
sense.
We can see the plates
But you
though,
know
so
what
it's not
shape
a
is a
theory.
plate? You ever seen a plate of glass? What shape is that? Plate tectonics? Or is it ball
Sure.
tectonic? Oh, it's plate tectonics. That's right. I made a mistake.
Plate, not ball, plate.
The Earth. Okay, okay.
well, I thought Jimsy had a really good point. Well, your point was like, if I'm on Earth, I would know it was moving. And Jimsy, you were talking about how, well, how could you know it's moving if you're this? I mean, but the answer would be relative, right? Well, you wouldn't know that you're moving because it's all relative, correct? I mean, come
We
on.
know that
We know.
land is formed from the earth. The earthquake is on land from volcanoes and earthquakes.
Do you
Really? We
know?
know that? We know that?
Yes, bro. Volcanoes created Hawaii, bro. Volcanoes create land.
That's a theory.
So the
Nobody
entire
was
Earth was
there.
created like Hawaii was.
No,
Yeah.
Were you there
land
for
is
that?
okay. First of all, you
Volcanoes
need to
made the ball.
understand. You need to
Volcanoes
understand what
made the
water.
ball, right? Like
Do you understand?
Hawaii is the ball.
Do you understand where dirt come from? Land is basically dirt and rocks. It all comes from volcanoes. So you
Thanks for
can't say
that.
it's crazy.
No, no.
Hey,
How do you
volcano. Let me
know?
tell you this.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Let
on.
me
Touch
reinforce.
the Earth is.
1 second. Let me reinforce your claim. Volcanoes are dependent on a flat Earth.
Volcanoes prove the Earth is moving underneath.
No, it doesn't.
No.
You're
Hang
just
on,
saying
hang
that.
on,
False,
hang on.
false
Oh
cause
shit, Tony, you are
appeal
loud.
to illogical fallacy.
Okay, real quick. You said Hawaii was formed how again?
Hawaii is a volcano, and it was formed by mostly land.
It was formed again by what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
It was formed by volcanoes.
So Hawaii was formed by a volcano.
Correct, just like China, mountains, America.
Right. That's
How
cool.
many
So
presuppositions?
hold on. I'm not done. This is the last question. So were you there for that?
They actually recorded Hawaii.
It's a yes or no question. Were you there for the forming of Hawaii so that you could make the claim about how it was formed?
Was I there when you were born? And I know you were born, bro.
It's a yes or no question, Vince.
Well, it's common sense, bro, how it was formed. Just like it was common sense.
Okay, so he can't answer yes or no question. Got it. I just wanted to make sure the audience knew that. Thanks.
Okay, so how many presuppositions are you using? You're saying that volcanoes are happening in Hawaii, so therefore Hawaii was created by volcanoes. And how many presuppositions are you going till you get to the core of Earth, or your so-called Earth? Presuppositions? How many?
I'm telling you how the Earth is
No,
forming.
you're not telling me. I'm asking you how many presuppositions are you using to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? How many presuppositions? So volcanoes, therefore Hawaii created by volcanoes. Therefore, what? That the volcanoes, that these plates are moving, and they're moving along, and the volcanoes shooting up. So there's another one presupposition that they're moving along, and that's how Hawaii is created. And then what after that? What's the next
that
step?
the Earth is moving beneath us.
Okay,
that
so
the Earth is a ball? Is that the next presupposition?
No, bro. All I'm saying is, doesn't take a create for land to be
No.
made.
Okay,
land
so then the next step, ladies and gentlemen, is that you heard the first part. So now, the crusts are moving and the volcano is shooting up, and that's creating these islands. And because there's a string of islands, the presupposition is that this crust is moving underneath, creating this.
Let me get something.
Next one is we're going to the next step, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. So next step is then what? Earth is a ball. Is that the next one?
Let me guess. You've seen this in cartoons. That's the only place you've seen this.
Yeah, it's true. You've only seen it on your screen. But anyway, we won't go to that yet. So we're still at this fairy tale. So we're just gonna walk through the steps. So now Earth is a ball because it has to be, because we couldn't have a core with a mantle and this molten inner core. So there's some more right there, presuppositions.
The Earth is not a
that
ball.
It's got a core, that it's a molten core. Oh, and because it's a molten core, based on about 6 presuppositions at that point, then it must be magnetic. That's why the compass points to north on the surface. But guess what? There's the other. That's about 8 presuppositions. But after that, okay, that the compass is pointing to the north, it should be pointing to the ground. Not to somewhere on the surface, to the ground where the center is.
Are you
and then
right?
all the
So where is the center? How many
in
miles?
your imagination, you're seeing that the Earth is a ball. Then you go measure the Earth, and you don't find this ball anywhere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, how many miles, Vince, is the center? Do you know?
I'm going to turn this Sunny dude down because he's actually annoying. So
Yeah.
You know what,
Okay. So
Sonny? You're
tell
just
me
really
what
loud.
you said.
Your
You
input,
mentioned
Sonny.
you mentioned common sense. So could you
You know
please
what's
tell
crazy?
me which one of your senses, you personally, which one
Someone's
of
got
your
an open mic.
senses
Feel the center of the earth,
curvature on Earth? Which one of your
or
senses do you sense curvature?
the Earth's core.
What about the
Where do you
Curie
sense
effect of
Where
scale?
do you sense
Yeah.
curvature? Holy.
I think it's Sunny that might have an open mic right now.
Where? Oh my God.
Yeah,
I
bring
got a lot of
this point
scratching.
back. So
Sonny, hold
he
on real
said
quick.
common
Sonny, your
sense.
input is too high. Just turn your input down, please, Sonny.
Let him reply to Sonny's question. Which of your senses
Yeah.
have you used to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a curving, spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Which one of your senses do you use for that? Tell us.
my eyes.
You've seen the ball. You've seen the curvature, have you?
No, bro, but I have common sense, and I rely on the data.
Common sense.
Sorry about that.
Do you
Is that
know
better?
what common sense means?
Okay,
That
so
mean if you see
let me break it
horizon, you
down
see
for you.
ball.
Since you guys like to play kindergarten, I'm gonna
Is
break
that
it down
better?
for you.
Get be,
So
get be,
Sorry.
common sense, I see that we have different seasons. I see that
We're talking about your
Earth.
senses. So you said your eyes detect curvature. Where do you go to see that curvature? Can you tell us?
Yeah,
Okay,
please stay
so
to the topic. Come on, we are on your senses. You say you've seen the Earth as a ball,
And you see it
curving,
curve.
flying through space. Please
Right.
tell us where. Where have you
well,
seen this?
okay, so why are you asking me this
are,
dumb question? And of course, I
are
don't
you
actually
saying?
You
Are
said
you
it. You said your
are you
common
saying?
sense.
see
So
the
we're asking
curvature.
you about your
Yeah.
senses. That's what it means.
You said
Words mean things, right?
you you said spring, winter. Okay, when springs come, does Earth is globe in that? When do you feel globe in spring or in summer? When you feel
So,
globe?
holy.
When how to say when it's changing? Maybe 21st of December. You felt something?
Keeping on the way. Let's go there in a little bit. I want to hear where he's seen with his senses, his
Yeah.
vision, his eyes. Where have
Yes.
you seen this curving flying ball?
Or did you hear curvature?
Right after he said common sense, he said, I know you guys like to play kindergarten. It's like,
That was
sometimes we
funny.
have to go back
That
to
was funny.
kindergarten for you, bro.
You got to get back to basics
Oh,
sometimes because Globers can be stupid. So yeah, kindergarten for sure. At
I mean,
least you
it's not
realize that's what we
stupid.
had
It's
to do.
just like, oh, and just like Jimsy, and I think Sonny asked him, it's like Jimsy asked him immediately. He said, "Hey, when you walk outside, do you see the globe?" No, you don't see the globe when you walk outside. Of course not. Just be intellectually honest. Just like I think I heard you yesterday talking about that, Bletflobe.
Yeah,
Saying,
can you be intellectually honest or not? Do you sense the globe or not?
be intellectually honest with me. When I'm talking to people about this. So anyway, yeah. So and obviously that guy's saying, "Oh, every time I talk to flat earthers, we're going back to kindergarten." Well, we're gonna have to lead you there because you were saying that you can see the globe when you walk outside your door. That's ridiculous. Nobody sees the globe.
The very kindergarten. He says that common sense was kindergarten just now. So the very
That's what I'm
common
saying,
sense
man.
he
Come
mentioned,
on.
he thinks it's kindergarten. He's the one that brought it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sonny, bro.
That's okay.
See,
Listen. He can graduate to finger paintings once he realizes what shapes and the five senses are.
I mean, and nobody here is trying to take the piss out of anybody or fool anyone. We've come across some information and we're sharing it with the world. I mean, if you don't like the information we're sharing, then go somewhere else and get your information. But we all used to think the same thing that you guys thought. It's not like
You do know food goes in your mouth, right? I'm sorry.
This
They're
isn't
act
very,
like toddlers.
well. I mean, at the end of the day, this is not very hard to figure out. I mean,
not at all.
You can look
not
at
the slightest.
You don't have to get emotional about it. Just look at both sides absorb all the information, come to your own conclusion. That's what a sensible person would do. But you guys
Vince,
seem to get
real
emotional about it and try to make fun of flat earthers as if we didn't all believe the same shit at one point in our life.
Yeah, I did. Most of my life I spent going, yep, globe, yep, space, yep, gravity, woohoo,
Oh, yeah.
and I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to bang an alien.
Right?
With 3? No, I'm not.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's the thing. It's like I didn't become a completely different person, ignorant, somehow evil, deplorable as a human because hold on. I'm just going to finish saying it.
Your name we still have people listening on YouTube. Yeah, and
hold on. Almost
necessary.
done. Almost
necessary.
done.
No,
yeah,
you're
I didn't
right.
become a different person because I realized it's flat. In many ways, I did, but I'm not a different guy. So it's not like I had to change a shitload just to be honest with myself. And I think people we do it too, or I do it. I treat Globers a lot of times like a almost different breed, like a lesser breed, and they treat us the same way. But it's so funny because we both live on the same Earth. You think we could finally agree at this, and we measure, and the Globers don't. So it's just anyway. I didn't have to turn into a different person. Is all I'm saying. I've been the same dude. I just know a fraction more than I thought I ever would.
Correct.
We just happen to challenge our thinking. There's some people out there, a lot of people like yourself, that if you're able to challenge your own thinking, your belief system, and what you're basing that on, and you look out in reality, you're going to find there's a big discrepancy.
Actually, as a flat earther, you get to know things which you cannot know.
No, bro, you're
forbidden knowledge, man. Forbidden knowledge.
No, bro. We have knowledge, you just don't want to know it.
Oh
really?
my fucking god! You think none of us that went to school or high school or college
How old
or
are you, kiddo?
university,
How old is
you
this?
think like
How old is
you're
this fucking?
special? You've taken
don't worry about
advantage
that.
of 21st century modern education, and none of us here have ever had anything to do with it.
That's what I just said. We're just like you, dude. We're just like you. I don't know why you have to talk like that.
As
So,
a flat earther,
It's because he's a cult
I
member.
know.
He doesn't realize it.
does he know the difference between knowledge and belief? Does he know
No,
actually
he
know?
doesn't.
Because that's very basic.
No, bro,
Bring
I
him back to kindergarten.
had to take a little quick break, because I can't believe what I just heard, that you guys said volcanoes don't create land. That's common sense, So I don't know if you guys are trolling or you're just kind of,
Okay, what sense? Okay, what sense? You said it again. What sense are you
he's not here to be
using
honest. Let's let him
show
go.
that
Trust me.
volcanoes? Wait, what sense are you using? What sense are you using? What sense are you using to determine from volcanoes that islands are created from them like that? What sense was that again?
Oh my
Which
god,
one
bro.
of your senses?
You just believe what you're told, correct?
Which one of your
before
which
you
one of your
leave,
senses says
you
that?
just believe what you're told, right?
So okay, have you seen volcanoes in real life?
No.
Oh, so you're using a magazine?
Bro.
No, I
or
answered.
something on your Twitter, or something on your cell phone, or something on your computer through the internet? Is that where you're basing your idea?
Sunny.
Why not?
I
No,
said
no, not wait, Sonny.
How
No,
long
not
did
wait,
it
Sonny. No,
hang on? How long
his
did it
senses.
supposedly
He
take
said
for
his
those
senses again.
islands to form?
So no,
Well,
he needs to be
let me
stuck
tell
to his own words. If not, we can never determine if he is going to back up his own words, or that his honor of his own words means nothing.
Sonny, let me say this
No,
really quick.
leave it, Sunny. Leave it, Sunny. Sunny
That's
wants
the
to
whole
realize
thing.
is it his human being or not. Nothing else. Come on, Sunny. Go on.
Does he honor his own word or not?
Bro, what sense did you use to see a volcano? Bro, what are you talking about, bro? You sound stupid.
No, you're sounding
Say
ignorant.
bro one
You
more
sound
time.
like a doofus, like a real freaking nut job.
Can we
I
get
mean,
back on
whenever
some
you
kind
get
of
done
line
with
of
this,
questioning?
I'd like to
So anyway,
address theology.
back to the
At a
surface.
certain
Back to the
point.
surface. So what sense?
Vince.
How many
Vince.
presuppositions? Once again, no. People need to be stopped when they're doing this. How many presuppositions between the volcano? We were already going through the steps of the volcanoes existing there at Hawaii, and the jump to that. Therefore, after that's how the islands are created. Where's your proof?
I didn't say islands. I said land. Land mass is created from
And
underground.
Then vis-a-vis, likewise, to that land is created like that. Show me your proof through citation, scientific evidence. Do you have that?
I thought land was created by asteroids.
But even
What
it was
independent
made.
control variable would you be using in your experiment, please?
But
Okay,
even
so
it was
you're telling me you don't know you don't have any idea how land is created, correct?
Vince. Even if it was
You're the
Vince.
one that is saying
If
it.
I was
I
allowed
didn't
to
even say
talk,
anything about it. You
One
did.
at a time,
then I
please.
might.
Sunny first, and then Helio. Thank you.
You're the one that mentioned it. The whole thing. The whole thing you brought up. So you're going to tell us then. If you say you know how it's done, show me through scientific experiment. What was the independent control variable in that experiment that determined that more land is created from volcanoes?
Bro, you're asking me questions that's been proven decades ago. Like this is
Okay,
literally
show
stupid.
me the
Yeah, show the proof.
scientific citation that's been proved that proved it.
Bro, I don't have to have a scientific
But
citation. It's a fact.
yeah, because you don't have one. You don't have to because you don't have one. Yeah, you're right. So I'm
It's a
just like,
story.
okay, what do you want to talk about next? Because that one's that's a dunce cap freaking deal. Talk about common sense. Use your words wisely here.
Sonny,
Because
I
obviously,
think
listen. I'm going to finish with this. Listen, obviously, here's what is happening here. Is it Vince or Holy? Which one is it? Is it
Vince.
Holy I'm
That's
talking to?
Vince. Vince, you're talking to.
So Vince, obviously what happened, this is what annoys me slightly, and I don't get annoyed like at all from anything for any reason. But what annoys me a little bit is that you've come to what you thought was a pea shooter fight, and what you needed was a bazooka. You're in the wrong, you're way over your head. So get rid of that ego, that little chip you have because of that. And let's move on with the conversation to things that can be verifiable, testable, observable, and falsifiable. That's what science is. Okay.
No, bro. You guys use this one step of
No,
science.
bro, is the answer to that? No, bro. Okay, so nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Because Glober says so. Look.
In like kindergarten, man.
Denial.
What do you want
Sounds
to talk
like a
about next? We'll
child.
talk about the surface Earth. I'm going to back off here.
Right,
But,
well, look, can I
yes.
say what I was going to say about geology?
No.
Yeah, I guess I'll let you maybe let me ask James.
Well,
I'm
nobody
sorry.
else wants me to talk, about
I
geology.
just
Never
want to
mind.
say
You
that
guys
Helio, no, go ahead. Wait, Helio, really,
Shut up,
honestly.
I have
Helio.
something to say about the
Here we go.
Hawaiian Islands.
go ahead, Helio, go
There
ahead.
is evidence that they were formed by magma coming from the
Yeah, but that's
ocean.
not the point. But that's not the
I know
point
that's not the
that Tim
point,
had.
but that's what he was at. What he was saying is that all of the land came from magma, which is not true. That's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to point out. Hawaiian Islands, yes, there's evidence that there's Hawaiian Islands are sticking out of the top of the ocean on top of huge mountains that are in the Pacific Ocean.
Exactly. He's making
But that's
Reasonable
the rest of Earth land. That's not a result of magma.
No, bro. You can take a look at America, Florida. Florida came from the ground too. Land is
No,
created from under the
no,
ground, bro. And
no,
it's
no,
That is
Underground volcanoes. That's what the
no.
citation I'm asking you for.
do you understand? Do you
And
understand
you
where rocks
said it
come
again.
from?
No,
Vincent, look at the picture I posted, right? What caused
Can you
that
heal
fucking
yourself,
what causes
Vince?
those canyons to form under the ocean?
Bro, rocks come from the ocean, bro.
That's
Everything
not a
on the
fault
land is
line.
from the ocean.
Rocks come
That's
from
not
the
the one.
ocean.
Hold on. That's not the Juan de Fuca fault line. The Juan de Fuca fault line, you can see that north of it going up into Washington State to the Puget Sound,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
This
and
is
it
the
goes
Columbia River
down. It
Gorge.
goes down
Listen,
there according to your paradigm.
this
So
is the
where's
Columbia River Gorge, right? The only way that this could have been
As I was
formed
saying, bro.
is if
As I
there
was
was
saying,
no ocean there. Because what happens when water erosion happens when it hits a body of water? A delta is formed, not a canyon. The only way a canyon can be formed is if there is no water there.
bro. What I was saying is
Bro,
the
you
plates
don't
are
understand,
moving.
do you, bro?
Stop cutting me off,
I'm
bro.
not your brother.
Address what he's saying to you.
Random person on the internet.
Address what he's saying to you.
Who's the random? This is our server, numpty. Please.
The land is
the
created
random stranger.
Anyway, sure. Let's talk about. I mean, I just want to get into geology, like North America, South America. I mean, all the land masses that are above sea level, quote unquote sea level, but they really don't necessarily have anything to do with magma or rock formation. I mean, the formation of rock was from the creation, and then everything else, over time. Just like you were saying with erosion and everything, that's
but we do know that the Earth is very old. We do know the continents were connected.
It is not very old. What makes you think it's very old? Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know why we're talking about land and magma. I mean, we know that volcanoes erupt and it creates volcanic rock, right? And volcanic rock is very different from the land.
I think you guys think that humans are the only special creation. So because humans first recorded the time around 7,000 years ago, the planet is 7,000 years ago. No, bro, that's not how it works.
Oh, really?
Did anyone here say that? Did anyone here say that? Nobody said that.
Creationists here.
Nobody said that.
Nobody puts a claim to the age of the Earth.
But it is a problem with their creation story. That's why he brought it up. It's his creation story.
He's just fighting fucking labels, basically.
Yeah, so anything to avoid the measurement of curvature on Earth in reality. Do you have a measurement of Earth's curvature?
No, bro.
A direct measurement?
You sound like you're stuck in the Middle Ages. Do you know they got
you're the one, dude. Listen, I thought it was just transported to a conversation that was at Flintstones level with you. That's what you sound like.
This is what we have to do, Sonny. We have to teach them their model before we debunk it, and then they're going to tell us we're
He's still holding on to that pea shooter. All his legs
are
blown off. He's like, all shit's like tore up. He's like got the pea shooter in his hand saying, you haven't scratched. You haven't. You haven't scratched.
Vince, can you demonstrate
coming from the place that you think staring at the sky is going to tell you if the ground you're on is moving
That's
or not.
hysterically funny. So, I'll be laughing about that for weeks. Thanks.
No, bro. We know the planet shaped for thousands of years. So what you're.
Do you? You want me to prove you wrong in about 5
Can you
seconds?
show us the measurement then?
Wait, guys. Wait. I want. We've known for thousands of years.
Yes, bro. It's been recorded.
You want me to prove you wrong in about 5 seconds? You want me to just destroy your entire argument?
The Greeks are thousands of years old, bro. The Aristotle, thousands of years, bro.
Yeah, Aristotle.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Aristotle. So have a look at what I'm going to post in the live stream text and tell me how this.
You know who actually believed the Earth was flat, bro? Cortis.
Listen, Vince. You're going to have to calm down a little bit.
Newspaper clipping from 1900.
Hold on.
And tell me why. Why would we be persecuting people trying to teach the globe in 1900 if we'd known for fact for thousands of years? Tell me. Go and reconcile it into your narrative, please.
They used to arrest people for trying to teach the globe back then.
That article's from 1909.
Yeah, in 1600s, they were burning them on the stake alive.
They were going to imprison these people because they were trying to teach.
Satanic.
Trying to teach this in England. Trying to teach this globe nonsense.
Yeah. And they say, well, Earth is ages billions of years. Dude, this globe idea is really very new, and as far as human history goes, it's really
over 100 years old.
Yeah, it's only about 100 years old.
Do you guys understand that most people on planet Earth believe the Earth is a sphere and still believe in a crater?
Yeah, because most people are dumb as shit and don't actually think about the information that's fed into them.
At all. And they don't understand that they've been mind controlled by the CIA and every media all over Earth that's owned by 6 companies. Yeah. And the curriculum in all the schools on Earth is by 2 companies.
You live on the internet, bro. Created by the CIA.
That's an argumentum ad populum. That's a logical fallacy. Argumentum ad populum.
Can I get a response to this news article, Vince? How does it work out for you?
All of this flat Earth movement has been populated by the internet, bro. What you're saying is...
Oh my fucking god! Can you give a response to the article? You claimed we've known for thousands of years, so why the hell would we need to start teaching it's a globe in 1900? We already knew.
Hey Vince, do you know that you've said nothing original here at all? I don't even believe you have an original thought in your head that hasn't been given to you by some entity that has told you what to think, not how to think.
Bro, we're both regurgitating our side of the playbook.
I'm not regurgitating anything. That's come from me, the living spirit.
The living spirit. So Jesus told you that Earth is flat?
Yes. I didn't say anything about Jesus.
Why do you keep putting fucking words in people's mouths?
Did I say anything
you have
about
a problem
that?
communicating. Mate.
So see, here's the problem, and you have all these prejudices and ideas and judgments about what people are, what they say, and what they do, and what they think, that you are totally fogged over by what is actually going on here on Earth. Here in this panel, we have people that are teaching you Globers your own paradigm because we grew up believing it our whole lives until a certain point just a few years ago. We decided to challenge our own thinking and beliefs, which you have not done at all, obviously.
Yeah, we know the law.
We've changed our minds about our whole entire belief system and turned it upside down to go recheck the facts. And when we checked the facts of the geometry that they gave us, 3,959 miles for a radius, we found it lacking. You know how much lacking? That it didn't pan out or show the expectations of a curved surface at all, ever, under any conditions, using any known technology, modern technology, not sticks and shadows. How about high-speed interferometry? How about laser that are calculated, that are calibrated for level, like to an nth degree that you couldn't even imagine how minute. That if it's off at all, you could not measure it as a human being. So, you don't know what you're talking about. We have experts here in every single field that you can imagine, in technology, the military-industrial complex, in science, in medicine, in pharmacy, in biology, in engineering, structural engineering, highway engineers. You want to go on? Surveyors, sailors, navigators, aircraft engineers,
all walks of
pilots. Like you're here with us in that group that I just named, all of those different categories of industry and technology. Experts in the field right here. I'm one of them.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Sunny.
Yeah, right.
Let's say you're right.
So, on that point, why are you asking flat earthers these questions instead of going to the NASA website and just... but you already know this and believe this stuff. Well, why aren't you hanging out with those guys instead of us? Because you just, circle jerk each other.
Yeah, because this server for him is like going to a zoo,
Yeah, so Vince,
let him talk a little bit more. See if he's got any more questions.
He wants to know how is it possible that anybody fucking thinks this way in 2021, right, Vince?
Sorry, obvious. So Vince, do you kind of see where what your standing is here now after that little rant I just gave you about real factual information about who you're actually speaking to here?
Bro, I think
do you understand now?
You need a lot of more growing to do, bro. That's all I can say.
What?
Oh my fucking Christ!
You need to go back to school is pretty much what Vince thinks.
What did he say? What did he say?
I don't even know.
You got a lot more growing to do, Sonny.
Holy shit!
Comes from a guy who probably sits on Instagram
Can you have
and
a
YouTube and
conversation?
games all day, and we have to grow.
So an ad hominem is all he has to say, with the enlightening statement that basically laid it out for him in very plain language, that he's dealing with people and experts of every field that he could possibly imagine, and that's his response in ad hominem.
No, bro. Okay, so let me go.
Yeah, bro. Why'd you say no, bro? You didn't
I
do
don't
it.
think he's
So tell me.
capable of having
So
a
that wasn't you that
conversation.
said that. Wait a minute.
Let's
So
say,
that wasn't you that.
No,
Stop
it was
fucking
him that
talking over
that
me.
said that,
Okay.
Sonny.
I got
It
a
was him
question
that
for
said
you
that.
guys.
I actually do want to hear what Vince. Let Vince respond. Make it quick, and then was it Dave was about to speak? Please, guys, get it
okay,
a
Sonny.
little more.
So
So
you keep
everybody's
you.
getting excited. No, I want Vince. I want to hear what Vince. Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, because Sonny kept over talking me, so
No,
I had to shut up.
we're not going to talk about.
Okay,
Just say
just
what
go.
you're going to
Speak,
say.
man.
Respond to what he
Speak.
said.
Okay, Vince. Sorry, Sonny. Let's see.
Said he had more growing to do.
Let's say
Yeah,
NASA.
you were talking about he's got growing pains or some shit, something like that.
All right, okay. So let's say NASA. Let's say NASA never lied about the Earth's shape, right?
Did I say
It
anything
was
about
flat.
NASA?
Let's say
Did
there
I
was no
say anything about
lie.
NASA?
Okay,
Vince,
Sonny.
why don't you respond to what he was talking about? Yeah, seriously, man. Why you just you didn't hear it? I think Vince didn't even hear a damn
I
word
don't
you
think you
said, Sonny.
listened to anything anybody said here.
Yeah.
Can we
I
take it back to something more structured? I think they're
Vince,
off in the
man.
weeds pretty heavily.
Okay, Sonny.
Yeah,
So
I've been trying to
let's
get in.
say the
Yeah, no, Hank. Yeah.
let's say that no one has never lied about the Earth's shape. So
did I say anything about who lied, what they lied about?
I'm asking you a question, bro.
That's not the question I asked. Could you stay on topic? You lost the plot.
I'm asking you a
All right,
question.
man. Listen, I'm gonna take over for a few minutes, right, and then I'll pass it to someone else. Okay.
Go, Hank. Go,
Me
Hank.
and you are gonna
Go.
start over. You haven't talked to me, right? My name's Hank from Texas. First time we met, right? Let's start over, shall we? Do you agree?
Yes, I do, bro.
You, Vince. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right. So we just want to ask you a few questions about knowledge. How do you know things, right? Like if I made a claim, right, that I'm 6'3" and I wear 12-inch shoes, right? What would you think? Like, would you just believe me?
Nice story, bro. That's all I say.
Right. But what if I said, okay, well, I can show you by going to a doctor, and then the doctor gives you the information. Well, that's secondhand information from a doctor. That's a little bit better, right? But what if I flew to your airport and then bought you a tape measure, multiple tape measures of your choice, right, and then lined up on a door? That would be like the ultimate firsthand knowledge, right?
Correct, sir.
Right. So you would be willing to take a wager at that moment if someone said, no, Hank is only 6'2.5", and he just rounds up. At that point, you'd be like, no, we measured him barefooted right here on the floor. Hardwood floor, there's no escaping it. It doesn't move, it's hardwood or stone. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point of firsthand knowledge, like that's a whole lot different than belief, right? Like you mentioned Jesus earlier. Like if you believe in like Jesus or Muhammad or Moses or something, that requires a great deal of faith. But if I can demonstrate, my height in a doorway with several tape measures, that's pretty good, right? American and other tape measures that aren't empirical. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's firsthand knowledge. So what you witness outside is a flat stationary plane. You can't detect any movement here on Earth. You detect movement in the sky. And this, when I say empirical, I mean it's firsthand knowledge. Like when you step outside, you see the sun, moon, and stars go overhead roughly once every 24 hours, and it repeats the cycle over and over and over again. And you can't feel a thing except for a breeze or an earthquake. So this is your firsthand knowledge. So what secondary knowledge, what doctor has convinced you that the measurement that you made in the doorway is incorrect?
I know that I'm not a doctor. I'm not that smart to know the planet shape, which is observation, because it's a big planet. So it's foolish to think that because you walk outside and see flat, that it's flat. No.
Right. So you're not a doctor. You're not a. Hold on, bro. It's my turn.
The curvature with this guy.
Yeah. I'll be quick. So you're not a doctor. You're not a scientist. You really don't know what the correct thing would be about the Earth. But what about the measurement that I was talking about in the door? Do you think you could handle that?
I don't understand what all this measurement talk you guys are talking about. How can you measure a planet?
No, bro. I just asked you. Do you think you can measure a man in a doorway? Do you think you're capable of that and getting the right measurement within, a few millimeters, right? Within reason, within margin of error. You think you could do that?
Yeah.
So if a doctor came along the next day and said, "Nah, bro, you're off by 2 inches," would you believe the doctor or yourself?
I mean, I wouldn't really care because it doesn't put money in my pocket.
So you're a relative truther. You don't care. Right?
Let's say the Earth was flat, bro. Then what's the next step?
No, I'm asking you, you're a relative truther. Like, you don't care if your girlfriend's cheating on you or not. It doesn't really matter. If she has another man's baby, you don't care what the truth is.
With the facts
it's all relative.
Yeah, see, like I was saying earlier, Hank, it always comes back to this. Oh, why would they lie? Or they wouldn't lie about this, or all the theys that I trusted all my life wouldn't tell me that the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not.
All I'm saying is Sonny was getting very emotional about the topic. All
of us are. You sound very emotional about it right now. You sound
Actually,
like
you know what?
Like, bro,
I can speak for myself. Guess what? That's not even emotional from me.
No. Yeah, but we're just stating facts that we've come across. I mean, all of us used to think the Earth was a globe the same way you do. It's not
Believe
like
me,
it's like
you listen.
We
You
understand it better than you do.
Can I just say something?
Keep explaining the curvature.
You would know if I was being emotional. You would know because it would be loud enough to shake things over where you live through this microphone. So no, you haven't heard me be emotional.
All I'm saying is, there's the Earth being flat or a globe. At the end of the day, that most people still believe in a crater. So I don't understand the planet's shape has to do with anything. You feel me?
Yeah, it does because empirically we can show by measurement that it's not curved anywhere, that there's no rotation, and that you don't have gas pressure without a container anywhere in reality.
Okay, bro, what is that? How does that change your life?
Hold on.
I want to address
something. I want to address something he said. He said we all believe in a creator, flat or globe. That's not true about a lot of people in this discussion. So that
I'm agnostic.
All right. Well,
that doesn't matter if we're talking about science.
No, of course not. I just want
to said that he wouldn't care if another man got his.
Go ahead.
He didn't care if another man got his girlfriend pregnant and then had a baby from it. He said he wouldn't. He didn't respond to that and deny it. So we're going to take his silence as acquiescence.
No, but then
if another man gets his girlfriend pregnant.
I know. After you said that, then Sonny came in and said what he said, and then he said, well, it doesn't matter if people think it's a globe. We all believe in the creator. It's like,
creator doesn't matter in this discussion. So,
it sort of does.
No, it doesn't. No, it has nothing to do with Earth measuring flat.
It could be. Well, not as far as measurement,
exactly.
But as far as the discussion, this dude could probably not do 2 + 2. So we're gonna have to talk about.
We don't have to talk about anything he wants to talk about. It is that the Globers will provide. Listen, Helio. It is that the Globers will provide evidence of curvature, or they're going to have a difficult time speaking with us because we know better.
I wonder if he paid money for that hairstyle.
That hairstyle.
So wait a minute. So Vince had to leave, and he must have been in a hurry because he didn't even say goodbye.
He doesn't like it when I talk.
No,
he didn't say goodbye.
Every time they go, when they're broke down and they say, "Why would they lie?" Then they're just like they get frustrated and leave.
Well, I know why.
Listen, we didn't milk
because every time when I've been listening into a debate, we turn into the trolls.
Yeah, they think they're trolling us. That's another part of this whole thing.
No, we've been trolled a lot, and we just can't take everyone as a troll. Remember,
No, I wasn't taking.
Oh,
Do you think
dude, there's no place on, in this discussion. There's no place like this place on, in this, flat Earth discussion that has more patience with the trolls because we expect to be trolled every single day.
I think Vince got mad because my last statement. I asked him. I said, Vince, what other things do you believe in with zero proof? And he left.
Well, I only heard him speak a few times.
He'll probably be back. He'll be back.
Yeah,
he probably left because we weren't going to ban him, but he'll be back. He's got a lot of stuff to think about.
Did we see what?
Wait, have you seen his hairstyle? Any of you?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
About his
hairstyle. You missed it.
Was it Eurotrash?
That's the last thing. That's the last thing I care about. Like if there was nothing else left, and there was like
I those bowl hairstyles. You put a bowl
like
in
the
your
bowl
head
cut.
and you...
The bowl cut.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that when we should change our tactics. When we go too complex with newbies, they're going to not understand.
Exactly. Keep it, dude. We have to talk to them like they're 5.
Mm-hmm.
We have to.
We do need to take it back to kindergarten with them.
We do every single time.
Hey,
listen, we should start at kindergarten.
We got a recommendation from a Globie tonight to say, you guys talking kindergarten stuff? It's like
that's good.
If we have to, yes.
It's our fault. We always expect fucking functional, able to think adults to come in here.
And then it's our fault that we get worked up
every
about
single time. They don't understand fucking measurements. They don't understand first-hand knowledge, direct evidence.
Got to break it down.
Too much benefit of the doubt, man, and we get
the logic level is it wasn't kindergarten. Honestly, it really was like being in the Flintstones with that type of conversation. But Flintstones was made on a flat Earth.
Wait, could it be like, I got one. This is just a little joke. You guys like jokes, right? Globetards. Meet the Globetards. Or flat tards. Meet the flat tards. It's just something that happened. It just comes to me.
Is James just intentionally like
the flat tards.
trolling Halo?
Yeah, but Jimsy can't troll me. My mic is way better than his. My mic is so much better than Jimsy's mic, so I can troll his ass all night. I was just saying, hey, flat tards, beat the flat tards. Because somebody brought up Flintstones. That's all I was saying.
All right, I'm back with a vengeance.
Yes. Wait a minute. Don't let that moment go by. The flat tarts, that's perfect. Helio, we're going to write it.
Hold on, Haley. Hold on. Even your joke is good. I have to interrupt you. Even I don't want to, but I have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Let's just let it go.
I just want to. Okay.
All right. Well, okay. What you got?
Nothing. Just interrupting you. For no reason.
Okay, cool.
For no reason. Yes.
I like it.
Not even better.
I like it.
See, me and Jimsy are the biggest clowns on here. Fun.
I don't know about that, man. I think I'm giving you a run for your money.
Yeah, Sonny.
Hey, so do we have any other Globers? I can't imagine there's not any other Globers out there.
Anyways,
rock
when we have new people in here, we should defer from letting the drunks speak to the new people because, young ones get upset when drunk people start bringing their BS into them.
That's true.
I haven't run across any yet. Okay.
Make a show called The Youngs versus the Drunks.
You have to hold hands and carry their feelings until a logical conclusion.
Oh, we should talk more.
Jimsy.
What do you mean by young ones? You mean the Globers?
And listen more.
Young Globers.
Always joining. For the past week, we have had so many young people joining.
Yep.
That's an amen. I'll give you an amen on that one, Jimsy. There have been a lot of young people that have joined this week.
And they've been getting their asses flat smacked.
And they don't even know what to do with it.
You know, they find the link on Reddit, some stupid ass subreddit. They come in.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
And they go and write. their fucking like
That's
experience
cool.
on the Reddit, and it's probably like,
a
yeah,
lot of
I destroyed
yeah.
them flat earthers.
No, but we're not trying to destroy people. We're just we want to make this a fun place to be to talk about flat Earth. You know.
No, I know, but
It
it's gonna get a
always
lot of
is.
young people
That's
coming
why
in there.
people like give us a lot of shit about how we talk about flat Earth. It's like, motherfucker, we've been doing this for 4 years. Are you going to tell us how to talk about our fucking flat
that
Earth
there
channel?
is
Whatever.
definitely an approach that has to be done with each individual, because many times people bring these questions and many people in here get annoyed by one simple question, and from their standpoint the question makes sense even
What it
though it
is.
doesn't make any sense in reality, right? It doesn't make sense, but for them it makes sense. So we just gotta approach it from that standpoint and bring them down to their actual senses.
You know what? You know what I have
That's
done?
an amen, Jamesy. I give you an amen on that one.
Some people have never thought about this stuff in depth. Some people have never thought about it. So yeah, walking them through.
I think about it because I'm
If
I'm
they
hosting
actually
the
want to
channel.
listen
So
to information and have a conversation, just keep it cool, and it can work out. It's been done many times. Just keep
you
it good.
you can warp in and warp out.
You know why I admit I have very little patience for most of these viewers that come in. That's
Yeah,
why I
I
don't
know,
speak a lot.
but you just sit at
I don't
home.
have patience
You don't
because
have to. It's like people that don't have the patience and
Helio, let someone finish, please, man.
I'm being
All right,
my bad.
everybody.
My
I have
bad.
very little patience
How about
because
everybody
everyone
take a
just
deep
talks
breath?
over each
Hold
other.
on.
You're right,
listen to
Glenn.
somebody else.
I'm
In,
being a
deep
dick.
breath, deep breath
It's very
in.
simple, guys. It's very simple.
Hey,
You don't want to
I'm
speak.
being a dick.
Getting rumpus a lot, man.
Being
I've
a
been trying
dick.
to add on to this conversation for 10 minutes now.
Yeah, if you don't want to speak to the person because you don't have patience with that person, just mute yourself and allow other people to do it. And whenever you hear someone you want to speak to that person. But if you're annoyed for a question that someone makes, don't speak to them. That's it.
Exactly, bro.
No, I
It
get that,
sounds
but I
like
was
a
just trying to
cult.
explain why I don't have patience, because I never needed to come in a Discord like this to realize the fucking truth about our world. I took my own initiative and went through the information available. And yeah, you
Yeah.
come into a place like this to listen to guys here that can really break down the details of things and tighten up the knowledge. But I already knew like the fundamentals beforehand, before ever joining here. You know, and these
And that worked
the
for you.
Globers that come in don't have any of that initiative, and that's why the world is the way it is, because 90% of people lack any kind of initiative for searching out information and learning it themselves. You know.
We just gotta let them talk
bro, how is
more.
that bad? How is that bad, bro? You know, the Earth shape is not a big. It's not the important topic. You know, living is important, not the.
But that's the topic of the server, so you either talk about that with us or don't, man.
Vince,
Jeez.
you can say that from your position
Well,
because you don't think
you can't
there
call
is a lie.
me as a glober. You're saying globers
I
are
wasn't
stupid.
talking about
Globers
you
are this and that,
specifically, Vince. Don't take
and
it
you're so much
personal.
better because you know the
No,
Earth
I
shape.
wasn't.
What do you do?
I wasn't personally attacking you, Vince. Don't
Okay,
take
so
it
don't
personally.
say someone's stupid because they don't think like you, bro. Because what you're
Didn't
saying is
say
stupid.
stupid. He didn't say stupid.
I said they lack initiative.
Yeah, you are kind of acting like a Glober, making stuff up and claiming it as facts. You shouldn't do that.
Well, he's doing it because that's all he knows.
Well, bro, stop pinning any names
Just let
on
him
me.
talk and let
It's
him ask
it's instinct.
questions.
It's a survival instinct. He cannot believe that his worldview is mostly wrong, right? You
And
just
let's
can't believe
just
that, can you,
change
kid?
it with answers to his questions. All we do is just jump on the same answer. We're always talking over each other. Let him
Not
talk a little bit.
always,
That's
but a
not
lot of the
true. That's
time.
not true. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
just let him talk a little bit. You know.
No, because I get this feeling that when I was talking earlier, why is he? What the fuck? Why is he talking? Or this is stupid. You know, but bro, what you're saying is stupid.
Bro,
But
listen.
Vince, all you're
You've
bringing.
been saying stuff
Go
this
ahead.
whole time without bringing any information to back it up. What we do here is we make claims and then we back it up. We have to have firsthand knowledge. It has to be empirical. If you make a claim and I can't test it out and falsify it myself, then it's not empirical. You understand?
Yeah,
You have
but
to be able to have first-hand knowledge. If it's not, excuse me, bro, I'm not done talking. I took off, I was speaking to you real nice and kind the first time. I didn't interrupt you. I asked you a question about some dude impregnating your girlfriend, and you didn't even respond, bro. Which lets me know that you're that type of dude to let some other dude like impregnate. Because what does it matter? The truth don't matter, right?
Just keep it simple.
No, I mean
that is simple. That's as simple as
that
it
is
gets.
simple. The truth matters, doesn't it? If some other dude is bonking your girlfriend,
you got to
you gonna raise
understand
a
that
baby?
he's only educated through what he's grown
He should
up
know
with and
that one,
TV.
right?
That's it.
He should know that one, right?
So we got to
That
break
should be
the
easy.
cognitive dissonance first.
I asked him a simple question, dude. I'll ask you again. Would you let some other dude run up in your girl?
Don't be the guy that raises another man's cream pie.
Bro, I don't understand, bro. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So truth does matter, right? Because I lost you. Truth doesn't really matter. You said it doesn't really matter.
I'm saying that isn't the same though as a flat Earth discussion, because at the end of the day, bro, we're
No,
gonna
all
die.
I was trying to
The Earth
establish
shape
with
doesn't
you is,
matter.
does truth matter?
The Earth shape really doesn't matter, to be honest.
Or doesn't?
Well, what are you talking about here with us for then?
I don't
Why'd
think
you
the
come
Earth is
here?
flat. I don't think the Earth is flat, but it's not important.
So where you are is not important? That doesn't matter?
Let's say it is flat. I don't understand how is that going to change anything. Am I going to become a better person?
Literally everything.
Yeah, where are you? Where's your girl? Where's your bros? You're here talking to us about flat Earth. Are you curious about how we've come across this information? Are you really serious about this, or are you just like hanging out? Hey man, this is a cool hangout tonight. We're just talking about flat Earth. We've been talking about flat Earth for 4 years. So what do you think?
And
we think about it.
The EXO guy started attacking me, and I was just listening. So
there's no attacks.
It's all right. Calm
no
down.
attacks. No attacks. What do you think so far about what you've heard? Are you new to the topic? You obviously found your way here. There's no reason for either anybody here to be like, you shouldn't be here, or anything like that. So how did you find your way here? What do you think? I mean, what do you think? Flat earthers are? You think flat earthers are intelligent?
Some of them are. Some of them aren't.
Well, how do you measure intelligence?
When they bring up a creator or a fundament or something.
Are you a psychiatrist?
All right, so it's more based on religion. Your thoughts on religion than an actual whatever intelligence is.
Yeah, basically, yeah. They say the firmament, which is a pretty for that.
Firmament, you
This is kind of weird. I kind of like him. He's kind of a weird guy. To be honest.
Hey Vince. Can I just kind of like the whole conversation we had earlier? Can I just kind of put that to rest now, and we can just kind of move on? How does that sound? Yeah.
Ask him all
Would that be all right? Would that be all right with you, Vince?
I would share your story with Vince on how you figured out it was flat.
Vince, do you hear me? Vince, can you hear me?
Yes, bro. I just find it hilarious that.
Okay, man. Listen,
you're starting to figure out what we're about, and I think that's why he's Vince, man.
Vince. Sometimes the ice has to be broken, like I did it, and so there's a reason why I do it that way. So listen to me. You asked a very good question just now. Why does it matter what shape the Earth is? So instead of saying like, I'm just giving you like some tips, like it'll help you in the future too. So when you're talking to a group of people, like in their community, try not to say you guys. For one, you could ask each one of us individually something like, for instance, I'm just going to make a scenario. Let's say, Vince, you're asking me, Sonny, Why does it matter what shape the Earth is? Here's an answer for you. And what? No, you said what difference would it make? What difference does it make what shape the Earth is for you, right, Vince? So for me, the difference that it makes is I have a higher self-esteem for a very start. Right there, my self-esteem is higher. Because why? Because I was able to go out and look at some numbers that someone said that reality is supposed to match. And I went out and looked for myself. I figured it out for myself using geometry. And I said, holy shit, I was right about a lot of things in my life. So this other story that people told me about other things happening, it started chipping away at it. Then all of a sudden I go, dang, I could do this over and over and over and over in different places every single day in a different place and test the same thing and found the same results that falsified the radius for me in my mind. I didn't have to listen to what other people told me about something, about the surface of Earth. I could go out and do it myself, and I did. You know what I found is that, like, I know how to measure things really well, but that's besides the point. Anybody can do it. So hold on. Wait, Helio, I'm almost done. Please, really, just a minute. So I went out and did it myself over water, and I could do this observation. You could do it too. 5 miles, 16 feet, 10 miles, 66 feet. Even just in that range from you to 10 miles, you should have a visible horizon if you're 1 foot off the water, only 1.22 miles away. I found that was false. So that's why it makes a difference. That's just a start, and I'm going to leave you with that for now.
Well, as an addendum, can you answer me this question, Sonny? How did that discovering, as an opposed to what they told you about creation when you were growing up, how did that make a difference in your life once you saw that what they were saying is complete garbage?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, Sonny.
Okay. How it made a difference there is, well, I'll tell you, like, I grew up, like, first in a Catholic family, went to Sunday school. Hold on 1 second.
They called it catechism. I was raised Catholic as well.
I went to Catholic school as a little kid. Then, after the age of 7, I grew up with a narcissistic atheist. And I still, throughout my life as a young adult, I had a belief in something that was protecting me because I was in the most difficult, violent situations, and also me careless about my physical surroundings in much of my life. Got into all kinds of things, have crashed on almost every single rolling type of instrument or vehicle or whatever that has ever been invented. I've fallen off of bicycles. I've crashed on bicycles. I've hit opening doors on bicycles. I've been almost run down numerous times on bicycles. I've fallen off of rollers.
Well, that's in the physical realm.
I've fallen down roller skates, jamming down the steepest hill in town. Fallen on that. Fell off my bicycle on that same hill. Fell off of skateboards on that same hill.
Look, how did that?
I've gotten hit by bicycles and carried along for 20 feet. The person threw his brake, I slid on my back for 20 feet and hit a car with my head.
Yeah, dang, that's pretty.
Yeah. So I've been hit by cars in the snow and jumped up on the hood.
How about this? When the flatter.
Hold on. We stop this nonsense of Helio taking the mic for 30 minutes. Someone wanted to speak to the new guy. I think it was Holly.
So I just wanted to finish. Can I just finish? I just want to finish because I didn't answer. I didn't answer the question. So how did it change my belief? When I discovered flat Earth, I realized that all those things that happened to me, I was being protected, that I'm more special than I thought, for one, and that I can, I don't know, a lot of different things, but that I'm more special, and so are you, Vince. So is everyone else in here. Probably more special than they could possibly imagine. You have skills and abilities that nobody else living ever has ever had. You're so special and unique. See, that's what it'll change. And I'll just leave it at that. There is a God, a creator, whatever you want to call that. It's a creator. Like, I consider myself a Genesis flat earther. The rest I can't verify. I don't know. When it gets into deep doctrinal things, I leave that to others' discretion. I'm not going to label myself as being something that I don't know of. So that's where I stand with religion. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. It's different. It's not connected to anything that's man-made.
So,
what I can say
Vince,
is
do you have something to say in response to that?
Oh my
yes, bro. I'm glad that his self-esteem has been more better. What I kind of disagree with is saying I believe that you can think like that without believing the Earth is flat. You know, you can still believe that someone created you without thinking the Earth is flat. You know, so but good looks. I'm
No.
proud of you.
No, that's not going to work, Vince. Listen, what we're telling you is that we have the ability to think. You don't have the ability to think because you don't even know what up and down is. But here's the problem
Okay,
here, Vince.
bro. I'm not
Is
going
that
to argue with
I'm
you,
still
bro.
talking. Hold on. Wait a second, Vince. You've spent 20 years of your life in existence being told you live on a ball on TV with cartoons. Have you once asked the television why it matters since they've told you a billion times you live on a magical ball? Do you ever ask your government why it's so important that they tell you it's on a ball? Why does it matter that the TV and the government and every single show and program you've ever watched shows you that you live on a cartoon ball, Vince? Have you ever asked them why it matters?
I think he jumped out. He didn't like that.
Well, he came back in, Gemsy. That's why I'm asking him. So this is the insanity question. This is the first of all, Sonny. This guy just conceded that he doesn't have not only the ability to think, he doesn't even care about truth, what's right and wrong. Because if you ask somebody, what difference does truth matter, Sonny? You got a big problem. And again, I don't notice, I don't agree with flat earthers all the time, Sonny, but one thing I will give flat earthers, they all seem to care about truth. But if you come from this globe religion, you seem to now ask these questions like, what does truth matter? Why is it important? Only globers say such asinine, insane things. But the point is, I doubt Vince has ever asked his television through the 1 billion times that his TV shows him it's a globe Earth. Do you think Vince goes, why does it matter that you have to show me it's a globe? Thank you, Indio 007.
Bro.
Stop, Helio, stop. Let him reply.
You know what? Fuck you guys.
They only take
but listen, Helio, you don't let people respond when they're asked. You're right, Jim. I'm sorry. Go. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Vince. Reply to what Exor asked you.
I was going to say something, but never mind.
There you go. Thank
Because
you,
right. Amen. So the television, Vince, so I want to recapitulate for the entire audience. You've seen the globe Earth on TV a million times, and you've never asked your government, why do you keep showing me a globe? And then you come here to a flat Earth server, and now you're asking us why it matters when you've been told it's a globe for 20 years on television, but you never ask them why it matters. That shows that you've been destroyed mentally, Vince.
Bro, just looking at you just proves that I don't. There's.
Yep, exactly.
I need to have a connection with a higher power, not you, bro.
Just a psychopath. Yeah, you say it
what do
doesn't
you
matter.
mean?
You're saying
What did you mean by looking
Vince.
just looking at him? How are you just looking at him?
Yeah,
okay,
bro.
I know that I know he's in a cult by the way he talks. He's very arrogant.
I'm in a cult because I think truth
So
matters.
now, first you said something about his looks, and now you're jumping from just looking at you, ad hominem, to what you believe or think some kind of religious connotation is that you don't know anything about. So once again, you're making actions based on zero information, zero proof, and you do the same thing with the ball that you think you live on as well.
Right, Vince. I know you're mad at me because I care about not lying to millions of children, and you're saying what difference does it make if we lie to billions of children? You're okay with that. That's the difference. I'm not a religious zealot. I don't think it's okay to abuse millions of people like you. Sorry.
No, bro, you're very rude, and I'm going to ask
Really?
you this question.
Hey, Vince,
What is your?
Vince,
Yep, you
you're
can't
the
have
one that's
laser.
rude,
He's a
and guess
psychopath.
what? You're getting muted for a second here. Yeah, because I can. Anyway, yeah, you're the most religious person in this entire room right now, Vince. I bet you didn't know that. We didn't tell you that part. I wanted to leave it to the end when you start spiraling like you just did. So, yeah, I don't know if you're going to be too useful in this conversation with your attitude because you're being really disrespectful, as Miggy would put it very calmly. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think we should talk to some new people if there are new people. You guys can talk to Vince. I don't mind. I'm not going to get involved with Vince anymore as far as
Right.
conversation. It's not
Mute
productive
Vince,
for
and let's
me.
allow for the conversation to go a little further because we've been like talking between ourselves and not letting the guy speak 2 sentences. So I don't want to turn it into another I don't know, Helio show or something that we're gonna start
No, I'm
singing
with you,
Kumbaya
Dempsey.
and
You're right.
shit.
You're
Yeah,
right, Dempsey.
that's
You're
right.
right.
So let's continue. Thanks, Jemsy, for a redirect.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Vince basically asked, what does it matter if people are being lied to? And I guess I want to separate the fact that flat earthers think it's important to know the truth, and Globers say, what difference does it make? That's the concession. So thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, Vince.
Okay, bro, I keep getting cut off by certain people. I'm rude because you guys keep attacking me. So, yeah.
It's not you personally. It's the arguments that you bring in, the claims that you
Yeah.
have out of the perception of reality. You claiming this, and we attacking those claims.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So Vince, is that your final
Excellent.
answer? Truth does not matter, right, Vince? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, bro, I don't like talking to people like you, bro.
Exactly.
You're very annoying.
There's no answer. Yep. Okay, you're a
Yeah,
religious
that's why I was
zealot,
trying
for
to.
the record.
That's why I was trying to talk. Hey, Vince, does truth
so
matter?
Yes, truth matters.
This is Hank. Truth does matter. All right. So that's when you were rude earlier. I asked you a question you didn't answer. I thought that was kind of rude. I mean, you don't have to answer, but we were trying to have a conversation, and I was trying to be cordial with you and trying to be kind, right, so that we could get somewhere with the conversation. So if truth does matter, would you want to know how to measure the Earth and prove curvature?
Yes.
Okay, we can teach you how to do that, not by our own standards, but by the standards of the globe earthers, right? The actual way to go out with some binoculars or a cheap telescope, right? Or maybe even a high end one. Some people use like, thousands of dollar lasers to do this, right? And they've done that, and we got that information here on the server, right? So what we're offering you is only the information to know how to prove the Earth is a sphere, or in some cases, disprove. So if the Earth has curvature, it's going to present it. If it doesn't present it, then how do you know it's curving? So that's all we're offering. We can show you the Earth curve calculator. It's something you can, and you're not pulling up flat earthers. You're pulling up globe earthers who say this is how big the Earth would be, where the horizon was at the rate that it curves. It's 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's an estimation, a rough estimate, right? It's not exact, but it's pretty darn close. That's all we're offering here. So we can teach you how to do it. Did you go to the Earth curve calculator? Did you search that up?
So what I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm going to Google the Earth's curvature radius, whatever you guys are talking about, so I can see what you're saying.
I just posted it for you.
Yeah,
that's a wise thing to do. There you go. That's a start.
Yeah,
Then try to look for the verification. Then try to find the verification for those measurements they are put on those charts.
And water covers the Earth 70%. So the water has to be curving. And it's not going to have topography like hills and valleys. That's why we measure over water. So the problem with measuring over water is sometimes there's false horizons and the weather gets kind of wonky, and it makes the image distort a little bit. So you have to take multiple measurements, as many as you possibly can, right? And then you'll see that the sun is perturbing the atmosphere. When you do them at nighttime with lights, like a spotlight, and you can see how far away you can see that light, that's a pretty good test. And then you can start using lasers because they have a smaller beam of light. And then once you really get interested, you can get a high power laser, right? And you can try to measure it as precisely as you want to. Other people have done it all over the world. That's why we're here.
That statement, that's why we're here, is very important because we wouldn't be here if someone had shown us these measurements and they were actually validating that the Earth was curved. We would not be here.
Are we going on a towards a logical conclusion at the moment? What's going on?
He's going to check out the curve.
Well, we're just going to show them how to measure the curve with the Earth curve calculator. We'll teach them how to use binoculars, mirrors, telescopes, long zoom cameras, spotlights, or lasers. Because if it's presenting a curve, you should be able to detect it.
You're cutting out, Hank. You're cutting out, Hank. So just letting you know. But let's keep it down towards that and bring it to a logical conclusion that he can actually, verify and repeat in reality.
Then he'll freak out.
Okay, so who measured the Earth?
Flat earthers have measured a lot of pieces of it, but the whole Earth, I don't think that's possible.
You can measure a part of your little space on Earth where you live. You can actually measure a little area there. You could do that over and over again, over water. And you could prove to yourself, okay, is water curving or not? Look at the measurements they gave. So it has to have an elevation drop over distance. Simple.
Yeah, the radius have been falsified because when you try to measure for the radius, it's non-existent.
Well, I
So
live out there.
the claim that the Earth is a ball, a curving ball with a certain radius, a certain measurements, that's been falsified.
Well, I can't really measure the ground around me because the ground where I'm at is not leveled. There's hills. There's
That's why you use. Do you live near a lake?
A
Do you live
body
near a
of
lake?
water's level.
There's a ditch.
Lake?
Water levels out when it's still.
I mean, I don't think you can see a lake curve. I don't think.
Have you heard of the old Bedford level?
I thought that we're leveled anywhere we go. If you go under the Earth, you're still going to be standing straight. That's how the Earth works.
Really? Well, you can go measure water on the surface and see if it's curving or not.
I mean, if we're walking, are we curving also then?
I didn't say anything about walking. I said about observations over water.
I'm going to give you the definition of level, just so we're aware. I mean, if you look up level, you're going to come up with like levels of school degrees, levels of masonry, to make level aim ready, all that stuff. But this is the root of it all. I'm going to give it to you, so you're aware.
Hey, Vince, have you ever seen those big, wide panorama view of like landscape, like out at the ocean? You know how they have, like, they'll be on a piece of land, right? And they're making these big panorama views of the entire scene that is like 60 or 80 miles wide or even 100 miles wide with the panorama over water. Have you seen those panoramas before? Oh, playing hard to get now. Okay.
Sonny, I'm sorry I'm late. Did somebody ask earlier who measured the Earth? Who was that?
Yes, I believe somebody did ask.
I think so. I think it was Vince.
Oh, who measured the Earth? Yeah, who? Yeah, that's a good. Would be nobody measured the Earth or sun and moon. Nobody measured these things. Yep.
That's what we're asking. Who measured the Earth? We can't seem to get an answer. Even it's not that they. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Sonny.
We can't even get an answer.
Right, exactly. Sonny, the only thing that's measurable is that there's no curvature. That's what's measurable. That's the only thing that's measurable is that there's no curvature of the Earth. Yep.
Here's the question: has anyone ever measured Earth's curvature? We have gotten no answer.
No, correct.
We're still waiting for one straight answer, just an answer to that question. Yes, it's a yes or no question.
How are we supposed to know when it curves, though, if it's always curving?
It's not. That's the point, is that we're looking for a claim. So again, real quick, that's the point. No one's detected curvature, so it's not even a claim. Nobody experiences that. Everybody actually depends on flat Earth already.
Here's how you can do it yourself. So can you look off in the distance? You said Earth has got terrain, there's terrain around you, like elevation changes, right? Hills, valleys, streams, like canyons, and then hills, higher hills, right?
It's called topography.
Topography. So do you have a mountain in
Point to the spot where it's always curving.
Do you have a mountain somewhere in the distance that you can see from your place? Fairly tall mountain, maybe? Any mountains around you? Vince? Vince, you're just not answering me anymore at all, huh? Okay.
Yeah, he's being passive aggressive.
That's okay, Vince. I don't mind. Doesn't bother me at all. But anyway, I'll just keep talking though. Anyway, so Vince, so if you can see a mountain off in the distance that's, let's say, a smaller mountain, maybe 1,400 feet high, and then maybe you have some taller mountains behind that you can see the peaks of back there. Well, that middle mountain that's 14 feet, you find out 1,400 feet, 1,200 feet, you find out how far away it is from you, because the top of the mountain is measured in elevation above sea level, right? So when you get over to the mountain, it's 1,400 feet from sea level. So you at your particular place, you're seeing the top of that. Well, let's see. Like if you're 30 miles away, it's probably 600 feet of drop supposed to be there. So you just keep doing that. Let's say it's only 800 feet. So if it's like 30 miles, half of it should be cut off by Earth curve.
I just got in town about an hour ago. Ooh. Took a look around, see which way the wind blows.
Perfect.
With the little Hollywood girls in their bungalows.
Hello. Da, 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 da.
Are you a lucky little lady in the city of light?
Hey, you guys.
That's funny.
City of Light, City of Light.
Or just another Los Angeles in the city of night. City of night. LA woman. You only gotta do 2 bars and Sonny starts rocking.
LA, how's it too? LA woman. Yeah, bro.
Who are you talking to? You don't have no answer for any of that?
No, I think he's crying now, and he refuses to talk to me at all anymore. Like, it was really...
No, bro. Taking my clothes off, finna go shower.
Good for you. Hygiene is important.
So I guess we'll see you back in about a half hour to an hour after you get your hair dried and all that, because it's cold outside, right? I don't like having wet hair. I got long hair.
Yeah, then I'm gonna, I'm gonna come here and talk about the Earth shape, because it's so important.
Do you think Earth is a shape?
Well, dude, right, bro.
With them, what shapes are.
It is important what shape it is too, because falsifying the ball model falsifies the entire paradigm that you think you live in. Doesn't where you live matter?
What if they're hiding land and resources from you? Let me guess. None of that matters.
You guys think there's more land?
Oh, the nihilistic approach. Nothing really matters to me. So it wouldn't matter if you were lied to. Huh? Wouldn't matter if there were hidden truths.
Go.
Battle mod.
Of that question about why does it matter if the Earth is flat? Why does it matter that they show you the globe every single day, every single minute, and every single program and they propaganda? Why will they have to push the lie? Why?
Why does it matter if you work a lifetime?
Maybe because
your
they're
back,
not lying.
your knees, and your arms into the ground. Oh, why does it matter?
Why does it
Maybe
matter?
because they're not lying. Maybe you're lying.
You did it for the global system.
Oh, spiral. He just spiraled. He's having
a
he said they're not lying.
What would we
right?
gain from lying to you about this?
What would they gain from telling you the truth?
Battlemod, he said maybe you're lying. That's his argument.
Oh, maybe I'm lying? Well, maybe you're just dumb.
That sounds like an accusation.
Maybe he's just dumb. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because when you go out there to reality...
I want to know what specifically would I be lying about?
Yeah, be specific.
I haven't said much since I got here.
You're lying about saying the whole world is lying to us about the Earth shape.
Nobody
which is a
said
stupid
that.
lie.
No one said that. No one said
the whole
world was in on a lie.
Every institution for hundreds of years are lying.
It doesn't take the entire world. Maybe it takes one person to start a lie, and the rest of the people, if they just believe it, they're not propagating a lie. They just believe the lie is the truth.
You guys haven't proved
Don't be a moron.
You won't even let him speak. Vince, you keep interrupting him. He's not even done talking, Vince. Why are you lying, Vince? That's my next question.
Vince wants to get banned. He's trying to get the easy way out. Because I'm not the one that likes to be over-talked. But it doesn't take the entire world to lie to you. One person tells a lie, the rest of them believe it. Does that mean they're propagating a lie? All those people that think it's the truth? Or is it that you just can't have a civil or intelligent conversation? Is that the problem? I would say the latter is the problem, but I don't think you would understand that statement. Mama, I just killed a man. Put a gun up to his head. Pulled the trigger, now he's dead. Sonny. Oh, no. Sit, Sonny. Sit. Good boy.
I'm going to figure it out.
It's the Helium Show!
I think we need to go over the Hawaiian Islands again, right? Because we were, saying, how do you know? We were trying to illustrate, how do you know a thing? What is truth? don't think anybody in here denies that the Hawaiian Islands were most likely created from volcanic activity. Anybody in here deny that?
Not I.
That they were most likely, and we're not saying it's a claim. We're saying we believe it because we weren't there to see it, right? Anybody disagree? Most
I
of us
don't.
believe that.
How's the volcano make a globe, though, just because it pops up islands?
Right. Well, I got a message from, I'm assuming, a sock account from Dr. Phil, because it was just like all of his other messages.
So
saying
magma and lava doesn't disprove a flat Earth, Phil. When we live on a compost pile and we have nitrate and potassium deposits all under the earth. You ever seen a compost pile spontaneously combust? Well, imagine you live on one and that gets buried. Just because it's underground doesn't mean it's not going to have a chemical reaction. The pressure means it's actually going to have a 10 times greater chemical reaction. Compost pile burn till it's gone.
On what Hank was saying, it's still happening in Hawaii. It's still happening. So you almost can't deny, magma causing the islands coming out of the ocean when it comes to
right,
Hawaii.
but we were trying to illustrate, like, how do you know, right? He's never been to Hawaii. He's not seen it, right, firsthand. Right, we were talking, it's okay. So this was a conversation we were saying, how do you know this happened? Can you back up that claim? Can you cite your source?
Yes, Brave. Land is created from soil. Soil is come from the ocean.
No, see, I was trying to draw a contrast between what's happening with the Hawaiian Islands to the mainlands. Those aren't formed from magma the same way. In that vein, the mainlands, North America, South America, the continents were not formed from magma like Hawaii. That was that's what I was saying. Does that make any sense? Because those lands
has
were
anyone
already
looked at
there.
rock
We're
and
just
looked at
like
regular rock?
they just
They're
come.
not the same.
Yeah,
Okay, all you have to do, bro, is go to the internet and be like, "How is land formed?" And it's pretty accurate how Hawaii is formed.
All right, what do you find when you
Lava
go to
is
look?
not how granite is
Well,
formed.
no, that's hold on. Maybe this is a teaching moment. All right, so when you go to Google and you look up how is land formed, what do you find?
He thinks because it's the internet, Google can't be wrong.
That's what I'm saying. All right, so when you go,
but everything you've learned has been from the internet.
All right, cool. I'm asking you, have you given us what you found yet
Everything
about
I've
how
learned
land
hasn't
is
been
formed?
on the internet. I was born and went to college, and we barely use the internet in college. We used to go to libraries to get our information.
The internet is just sources of information, bro. What's the big deal?
Are you a fucking moron or what? Did you hear
Hold
what I
on.
said?
I want him to Google how is land formed.
Information is only as good as the person that's given it. Do you know what an accredited source is and a non-accredited source?
All right, so you're saying that land is magically appearing. It's not formed by volcanoes.
You said, all I have to do is Google it and I can see how land is formed. What do you find when you search that? How is land formed? That's what you said. I'm asking you to look it up. You're asking us to look it up.
Well, they have a theory on that, but it's not even scientific theory because it's not backed by experimentation. But it's called the Big Bang Theory.
I know, but if we're talking about Hawaii versus,
so he acts like that can't be wrong, even though it's just a guess and it's on the internet. Because
I'm
it's
just
on the
curious
internet, it
about
can't
what
be
he's going
wrong.
to come up with if he Googles it.
And then you want to act like somebody else is dumb. But you can't even think for yourself. You think Google is all wise, all knowing.
Okay, bro. Okay, no.
The only thing that can be on the internet are the thoughts of men. Men put it on there, and men can be wrong.
Yep, that's true.
So it says on internet that land is formulated by magma from the ocean refining to granite.
Yeah, that's part of tectonic plate theory. But
it's not a theory.
That theory is untested and unproven too. Nobody's ever observed continental drift.
Oh my god, bro.
We've only ever dug like what, 8 miles down?
He's so incredulous
Listen, guy,
with you,
your
Michael.
God
He's
won't
so
save you,
incredulous.
so
He's just
don't
like, oh my
go.
God, bro, you don't believe in continental drift.
Tectonic plate. It's not about belief. It's either a proven theory or it's not.
Okay, so everything's a theory but the flat earth. Okay. What? Okay, you're right.
Vince, you know how much is claimed the continents are drifting per year?
What did he say? I didn't even hear what he said.
He said, "Oh, everything's a theory, but flat Earth is not." You know,
He's expressing incredulity about
So we
flat
should
Earth.
address that. So flat Earth is an observation. You go outside your house every day and you observe a flat local Earth. It makes it an axiom or self-evident. What is self-evident about the Big Bang? What can we look at? What can we look at to logically infer that the Big Bang is true?
Nothing, because it was made up by a religious priest.
why did he leave again?
Did he jump out again?
It's an intellectual battle, and he never had an intellect, so he's got no weapon.
Yeah, true.
I thought he was actually going to try this time.
The only people in his life that are ever going to try and help give him some intellect, and he shoves them away.
His
For
magazine's
liars
empty.
and tyrants.
Tyrants and liars, liars and tyrants.
Yeah.
Lions and
I'm
tigers
gonna
and
go
bears,
listen
oh
to
my.
fucking CNN and BBC, man. They want me to be smart.
Fox News,
He said,
CNN, and CSN.
Google says
oh my.
everything he told me. I'm a 50-year-old man, but everything I ever learned came from the internet. No, I grew up using a library. I'm an old country boy. I mean, I had the internet when it first came out, but it wasn't the internet. It was the board.
Yeah, volcanology.
I had a
Volcanology
4-inch
does not
floppy
explain the Great American Craton, which is made of granite.
No, of course not. Yes, of course.
I
Yes,
watched the internet come into existence through fiber optic cables. I don't know what that kid's talking about. We didn't always have it in school.
Don't you find that irony just amazing? You know, they always get on flat earthers saying, you just believe in flat earth because you want to feel special. But they come in here acting like the most special people in existence.
Yeah,
like,
praising
because I
Google.
have Google in my back pocket, I'm suddenly fucking a genius about everything, you know.
They think
An
so.
intellect this earth never seen before because I have Google on my phone.
And when I asked them to Google how the land masses were formed on Google,
how about Google how trustworthy?
That's when he jumped out because he didn't have an answer. He's like, "Oh yeah."
Hold on, Helio. I'm interrupting you. I'm going to Google where Vince ran off to. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, let's Google accredited source.
Oh, he's in his mom's room asking if he can have some more milk. I just found it on Google.
Oh, nice. Makes sense.
I mean, you're not going to.
Yeah, we're joking about that. Soon enough,
you're not going to find that magma caused all land masses. That's insane. Nobody ever said that. No geologist ever has claimed that. Even Globies.
Oh, look, guys! Homar gave us the Google explanation for the selenium eclipse. Selenium.
Invoking
That
refraction
explained why the
again.
shadow's in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I don't think you got that.
Go on, Omar. Take the floor. Teach us, please.
Yeah, the thing is, though, neither one of them are still below the horizon. They're both seen in the same sky.
Exactamundo.
Hey, there's a key word in his explanation there. Refraction.
And if you're saying that they're below the horizon being refracted upward, you've now changed the route of refraction from down to up.
That's going to be a hard one to explain.
A planet will fix every problem.
It's
you got a globe Earth problem?
It's refraction. Any way you want it, any way you need it on the globe Earth today.
Any way you want it, that's the way you get. That's
any way you want it.
How's this straw man? You invoked it.
Because it's just the same refraction that allows that
Just the same refraction that you
Yeah,
have
refraction
initially
goes down
to
though.
exist in the
appears
first
higher
place.
than it actually
Refracted
is.
light goes downward.
Same refraction that you failed to demonstrate actually happens in the first place. And now you're just explaining more shit with it.
No, you can demonstrate
Abracadabra. It's just
refraction
an
to happen.
abracadabra
No,
witchcraft.
Indio went
Yeah.
through this with you for
In
like
the
an hour and a
atmosphere,
half yesterday. You
in the
cannot.
atmosphere is getting harder,
I
but
don't
you can
doubt
still use
that.
dry ice, for example.
Oh, he explained why why it
Oh
happens
my
with
gosh.
dry ice.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Come on, old
Then
man.
why are you invoking dry ice?
Because it demonstrates refraction.
But it's false equivalence.
Yeah, but it's a false equivalence, meaning that it's not applicable to what you might or might not see across Earth.
Why wouldn't it? The temperature.
Wait, so this dry ice,
Because we
real
don't have
quick for the record,
we
Helio.
don't have frozen
Right.
carbon
Helio?
dioxide right
So-
here on
One
on
at a
the
time,
surface.
man.
Helio,
already
for the
talking.
record.
Yeah, please, one at a time. That would be very constructive.
Helio, can you get the parameters for the ice demonstration? Was it over a flat, non-rotating surface, or was it on a magical ball in space?
I'm not allowed to talk. Everybody tells me to shut up every time I try to talk.
I wasn't telling you to shut up. I was telling him you were already talking. Try to keep up, bro. One at a time. That's all I'm asking.
It wasn't you, Mike, but whatever.
Oh, well, I'm not
You guys are
not
about to
telling
say
anyone to
something
shut
it was
up.
anyway,
I'm just-
because dry ice is dry ice. I mean, you can only create dry ice with energy that's produced from Earth. It doesn't happen in nature, so I don't even know where that's even relevant. Which dry ice would be, frozen carbon dioxide. But anyway,
Is he talking about the sublimation of dry ice?
So Joshua or anybody else or Helio or Battle Mod, was the dry ice demonstration done on a spinning ball or was it on a flat, non-rotating surface?
Flat non-rotating surface. Duh.
Oh, well, that was easy.
But the thing is, the dry ice, the reason why it sublimates is because the pressure is too low for liquid carbon dioxide to exist. Same thing, like if the pressure's too low, liquid water cannot exist. It bubbles away, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that even has anything to do with the Selenelian eclipse, to be honest.
No, it has nothing to do with the Selenelian eclipse.
No, it's claiming that dry ice demonstrates the refractive
Magnetic
index
levitation.
necessary.
Yeah, the claim
There's a
was
problem with that.
Selenelian cannot happen on globe Earth. So I gave
Carbon
the explanation of
dioxide's
why it can
heavier
happen.
than nitrogen.
Was that Hoimar? Selenelian can't happen on globe Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
That was your claim. No. That was your claim.
No, it's not our claim. Scientists call it the impossible eclipse, not flat earthers. So why is it you're denying what scientists say? They're the ones say it shouldn't be possible.
Give me the citation.
Yeah,
Where do they say that?
I seen an
it up.
article pop up the other day.
Google it on that one. The impossible eclipse.
Shit,
you will
I'm gonna
find
Google
the
that
proper
right
shit
now.
on it under that search. You can Google the impossible eclipse and you'll get a Selenelian.
For 3 days. For 3 days. Go ahead.
We're not the ones that call it that, man. Mainstream calls it that. And you failed to address that point that if it's above the horizon, the light is refracted downward. But all of a sudden, because it's below the horizon, now you're saying the light is refracted upwards. That's which way does it go? You can't have it both ways. You can't have pie and eat it too. Once you eat the pie, you don't have it no more. So either light's refracted upwards through our atmosphere, or it's refracted downwards. Which one is it?
Here's a mainstream article about the possible eclipse.
Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Let's reverse the way refraction works to explain the impossible eclipse.
I don't even know how refraction inverts the shadow anyway. Hoimar.
No, refraction only appears, makes those objects appear higher than
Light
they
gets
actually
refracted
are geometrically.
No, it doesn't. It refracts things downward.
Do you understand how refraction works?
Just explain that. Right.
Yeah.
If he did, he'd be
When
a
you're
flat
moving
earther.
from a fast,
If it doesn't go downwards, hold up,
like
you can't
space,
refract it all the way around the globe, and you can no longer use it to say things get refracted to somebody's eyesight from a distance. If it goes upwards, then it would be in the sky every time. There would never be anything other than looming, because everything would look like it's refracted upward and it's hanging there in the sky.
We have a video on my YouTube.
Which is it? Up or down? Because we're going to hold you to that for every instance you use refraction from here on out, bro.
Yeah, that depends. That depends on the temperature layers in the atmosphere.
Well,
no,
there
that
we
has
go.
nothing to do with it.
Now what you need
We
to prove
cannot
is that
verify
the
that.
ambient conditions, now you have to prove that the ambient conditions every time there's a selenilian eclipse are exactly the same to provide for that type of refraction.
Yeah, but I agree that you're bringing up a very good point. And I can't answer it off the top of my head.
Yeah, and guess what? Go to all the astrophysicists, and they can't answer it either. So good luck with it.
I can answer it. Somebody smoked too much pot when they gave you that explanation. That's Hitchens' razor, right? Simplest answer is probably the truest.
Sorry, Balmer.
Occam's.
Hitchens' razor and Occam's razor are the same
Yeah.
fucking thing, bro. Do a little research.
Yeah, they're essentially the same thing. Yeah,
conceptually, yes. I prefer Newton's flaming sword, though. That which can't be proved by demonstration or experimentation is not worthy of debate.
That is Hitchens' razor, basically. See, Homer, what you have there with the mainstream explanation of the selenalian is the epitome of fitting observations to models.
Yeah, but that's not a bad
The
thing.
to models. Yeah, that's to models. But yeah, but like
That's
I
what
said,
happens when you
that's
have
a
an
mainstream.
obsession with
That's a
models.
mainstream idea. Yeah, I told you it was mainstream when I posted it.
And you have to fit everything into one specific shape.
Now, here's a video I have on my channel of the selenilian eclipse. That I just posted the same thing. Hold on.
I'm holding on, Helio. But the bigger problem here is that people just can't say, I don't know, let me look into it. They have to lie and make up a fictitious abracadabra excuse. That's the real issue.
Here's a physical observation of it from Illinois. And that's on my YouTube channel. And
is that your own video or?
Well, it's not. I didn't make the video. No, I put it up on my channel. Yeah, but yeah, it's really cool video.
That's Cahokia, huh?
Yeah, from Cahokia Mountain. Yep, the largest pyramid in North America.
And that was civilization, the time of like 2,000 years ago. The height of the civilization.
Yep.
But did you know that sailors actually for navigation they don't use stars that are like 10 to 20 degrees above the horizon because they appear at another position than they actually are.
Yeah, because you can't accurately measure them because there's too much atmosphere in the way.
Exactly.
But it's not upward refraction, it's downward. They're actually not 10 degrees off the horizon, they're higher than that.
Yeah. Well, it's a fact that refraction is not constant. So if you say,
we
well,
would
it can
prefer
only
a
go
45
down,
degree angle. No, we can't say it can either go down or up. There's many other effects like miraging, distorting, waving, sinking.
Yeah.
You could actually set a monument. You could set a monument.
Yeah, sorry, he just admitted that it's whenever he wants it to be. It's just a religion.
Yeah, whenever it works to make the globe look like a globe when it's obviously not.
Every time.
Then I can just say refraction.
That which can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence.
Yep.
They're all epistemological razors any damn way.
Shout out to Dandelion.
There's a couple different of them. Yeah.
Merry
with
Christmas
logical
weekend,
premises.
Dandelion.
Yep.
Thank you, Helio. Merry Christmas to you. It's 12 days.
Merry Michigan Christmas.
Meet all you
Thank you.
Michiganders.
Meet me in the orchard. With some cider. Hard cider.
That sounds good.
It does. Warm it up, put a little cinnamon in there.
Yeah, I heard last night on Roger's YouTube channel, India was explaining that to Hoymar, that the things that can be, what you guys just said, if you can present it without evidence, it can be dismissed without evidence. So he's still here. You don't get that, Hoymar? Or where's your proof for the globe? Have you presented any yet?
Proof for the globe? No.
Yeah, if you have any proof that the globe exists. What was your answer? I'm sorry.
There's no absolute proof at all for anyone.
He's Hoymar.
Hold up, guy. You just interrupted his concession. He said there's none at all. There is
Yeah,
none.
let Dandelion talk to him yesterday.
Absolutely
So
prove.
he's got this. Go ahead.
So all observations are subjective.
You know, you've said that while skipping completely over the idea of directly measuring the ground for 3 days now.
Yes, so
4 days.
directly measure the flat Earth.
So you can't. There's no absolute proof for the globe, except you've never thought to just measure the ground.
I wouldn't measure the ground because when I do it in survey, I know damn well the only thing I'm measuring is topography. I would do it over water.
Measure over water. Yeah.
Yeah, over water. 70% of the geoid is made up by a gravitational model that's wrapped around an ellipsoid. So I would look for curvature over water. Water makes up most of it.
I mean, you know, you're more than okay to not be a flat earther. And not
So I don't know. You said
believe,
that logical. Once you don't find any curvature over any body of water, when you put all that together, what would be the logical conclusion?
When I don't find any curvature, well, there are several explanations for why I don't find any curvature.
Our explanations
round and round and round we go.
Yeah, an explanation isn't a fact. It's not even a demonstration. It's not even a demonstration. It's just an explanation.
If there's no curvature, sorry.
My bad. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, zero globe proof. I don't think you understand how science works. Science doesn't work with proofs, right?
Oh, it does with experimentation and demonstration. It's a cause and effect relationship. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
there's no absolute 100% proof, but yes, we use proofs and evidences.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but nothing's 100% certain in science because change is the only thing that's 100% certain. And with the growth of knowledge, our understanding will change, and so will our principles. But that doesn't mean under these circumstances we can't know how a thing works for a fact. That's a demonstration. Facts are demonstratable, demonstrable.
Yeah.
Like Hank was saying earlier, you don't need science to go and measure he's 6'3". You just measure it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Simple. You don't need a doctor to tell you.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I was just going to say you don't need a doctor to tell you. You don't have to trust like an educated man. You can measure a man in a door frame with 2 or 3 different rulers, and then get the average, and you'll be within a margin of error. You don't need a scientist to tell you, no, you're off by 2 inches. If you measure it again and you're not off by 2 inches, fuck the scientist.
Yeah, because size and shape isn't really a science question. Cause and effect is.
I know. I was using a doctor demonstration of secondary knowledge.
Right.
An authority figure, basically.
Right.
Ooh, an open spot. I forgot what I was going to say, what's his name? What's the guy? Homer. Is it possible that one of those reasons that we don't find curvature ever in history, nobody ever has, is because the Earth might be a planar level existence of Earth and water?
It's possible. That is the reason. Yes, it is possible that is the reason for why we don't find curvature under certain circumstances.
Is there any evidence that would go against the fact that we experience a planar level existence of water?
Definitely. I mean, there's tons of evidence pointing towards a globe.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware because I've met thousands of people, maybe more, in the last 7 years, and not one of them can give me any evidence.
He thinks looking at the sky is evidence, though.
Most of the
this
time,
kind of
that's what I
worms
was
is getting
gonna
open
say.
again.
I mean,
most of the time, they think observation is evidence, not that we use observation to form a hypothesis and then experiment. And
okay, so
that
in other
brings
words, Mike.
evidence.
Okay, Mike. So what you're saying, and we're confirming that we can't trust our eyes by looking at Earth, but then we can see other things and then make a presumption, religious assertion that it changes what we can't trust on Earth. Okay.
All of a sudden, you can trust it because that happens because it's a globe, bro. Yeah, that's what they call evidence. This body in the sky does this body in the sky does that. Because we have an explanation for them, correlation all of a sudden becomes causation, and we're the ones that don't know science. Correlation is not causation. Assertion is not demonstration. And babbling on and getting Google, that's not experimentation. You have no cause and effect relationship. You have nothing.
Right. And like I've said many times, Battlemod, you know this. If you believe in that evolution theory, that magical religion of evolution, you're not going to be able to understand what a straight line is. You can't understand any part of reality.
Nope. The problem is the quality standard for evidence. See, they want absolute evidence for a flat Earth when their globe doesn't have any absolute evidence. So it becomes hypocritical. So this has always been a hypocrite's debate. Always.
I mean,
yeah.
You want to put a standard on the evidence for us? Well, no. If we have good evidence, we have good observations, which could make good logical inferences. But because it's for a flat Earth and against the mainstream ideal, we're heretics, and they have to kick the goalpost. We need more. We need more evidence than you do. And here's the thing. We wake up every day and see a flat local Earth. So you make the extreme claim that what you observe is not real. It's not flat just because your ground by you is locally. That's an extreme claim. And that requires an extreme evidence. You're trying to take us away from what we were born observing.
Yeah. So you guys always assume that your senses reveal absolute truth.
No. No, we don't. That's why we believe the natural scientific method, observation, experimentation, control, independent and dependent variables. What we preach the natural scientific method, and you guys say we assume our senses are perfect. Those two don't go together. One of us is full of shit. I can't use the scientific method and assume everything I see is the way it is. See, I believe 70% of what I see and 50% of what I hear. So don't assume I believe everything I see is true. I go to the magic shows. I'm trying to figure out how the guy did it because it's just sleight of hand.
Mostly,
yes. Or misdirection.
Or he's using occult forces. Depending
well, see,
on
that's a religious opinion, and I'm probably not on your level.
Ooh, abracadabra again, yeah.
But the truth is, observation works for your globe when you guys say, I see a sunrise, I see a sunset. In your model, the sun neither sets or rises, but you see it, and you think the world is round.
What do you mean it doesn't rise or set in
It doesn't
our model?
set. It doesn't set. It doesn't rise or set. The Earth rotates. Are you slow or is it me?
I don't claim heliocentrism to be absolutely true. I mean, both are possible from what I know. Geocentrism.
Well, neither rises or sets on either model. Either the Earth rotates away from it, or it rotates away from where we were, where it was.
Yeah, but saying the sun sets is already like a subjective observation. Like it appears to be setting. Yeah, just as the world appears to be flat. Sometimes.
Well, the world appears to be flat, yes, and that's the way we observe it. And if you want to take us from our natural axiom, you're going to need extreme evidence. But all you have is observations of the sky and assertions.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Which
so how
model
did we ever get here?
More observations in a congruent way? Globe model or flat Earth model?
You keep saying observations. What observations? Be specific.
Listen, this is the problem with that. Who has more observations that correlate with their model? We already covered correlation isn't causation. So the amount of observations that you want to attribute to a globe varies from person to person. So it depends on whose perspective we're viewing it from. I wouldn't put an absolute number on there because I can't speak for millions of people. That's why we do surveys.
But which observations, Oima?
Well, there are many of them. Like, well, if I say you can observe the sky, you will start laughing at me and say, well, you can't conclude from the sky to the shape of the surface you're walking on.
Well, that's the only way you can try to...
You can't.
Yeah, the only thing you got for a globe is look at the sky, hear me out, and imagine. Imagine this. Imagine this. Give me something other than this observation in the sky. I assert proves the globe.
If you observe stuff disappearing below the horizon, you can assume that is because the surface is not flat.
I know how my eyes work. Why would I assume my eyes work?
You can assume it, but you're wrong.
Yeah, the thing is, things reduce in angular size until they disappear. Why would I assume shape has anything to do with it?
Yeah, so you use a telescope and zoom it back into view. And if you can't, then it's not due to angular size.
You didn't answer the question.
Which question?
Why would I assume the shape of what I live in has anything to do with the way I observe? That's not logical. It is logical, though, to say, well, the atmosphere and all the obstructions in my way affect what I observe.
Well, but our observations are the only way to make sense of the environment we live in. Like
but you're not making sense of it. That's my point. You're just adding your belief to it.
No, that's what we do all the time as humans, as scientists. Oh man, it's getting heated in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Not in there.
It shouldn't be. But I agree with that truth doesn't matter. I think that's a nihilistic approach to
absolutely. But yeah, you're a funny character, Oima. You agree with some right things, and then you just disagree with a whole bunch of other stuff. Plus, I don't actually know what you believe in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are we a geocentric Earth in a heliocentric universe? Is that your current position?
I am not sure of that. Perhaps we are in a geocentric universe. Perhaps we're also in a heliocentric universe.
But either way, we're still a globe, right?
I think so, yeah.
And potentially stationary into the bargain.
Yeah, exactly. Potentially stationary.
You've just picked all of them, except for flat, you know. So you don't have to make your mind up about anything. Well, we're geocentric.
Yeah, because it works. It works. The observations are on a geocentric Earth and on a heliocentric one match both models. Like it's
No, you keep saying models, and that's the problem. First of all, you don't even have a globe model, and we're not talking about a model. We're talking about reality. So you don't even have the cognitive abilities to understand the basics of the conversation here. That's what this globe Earth religion does to you, huh?
I disagree that it is a religion, but
oh, it certainly is. You admitted that 10 minutes ago. You said there was no proof
let me just
for
ask
the globe.
So one more thing, Homer. Is there any sort of globe earth evidence that you have that doesn't require a presupposition? And could you point that out?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay, what would that be?
An easy thing I can do is just to observe the moon.
No, okay, so you just left Earth, so you're hiding from Earth. Wow, so you're hiding. Thanks, Hank.
Sorry,
if you want to continue, Hank, that's fine because we know what's going to happen here. But Homer, that I'm asking about the Earth. I'm trying to see if you can even stay on the topic, and every time we do, you go to something else. Is there something without a presupposition that the Earth is a magical cartoon ball at all?
Yeah, what I just mentioned. What am I presupposing when I'm
you're
observing
showing
the moon?
that you're insane. You're leaving what I'm talking about. You're leaving the topic.
Can you leave
and you're
out the
hiding
ad
from the
hominems?
topic.
Can you stay factual, please?
It's not
ad hom.
Homer.
It's not an ad hom.
You're right, bro. This is the reality. You're leaving the topic. I'm talking about guitars, and you're saying, "What about that guy's drum set?" You're not even able to focus on the topic. This is what happens. This globe Earth religion destroys your ability to even be a normal thinking person, to have a normal conversation. If I'm talking about cats, why would you start talking about squids and octopuses? I'm just talking about the Earth, and you're going to the moon. I'm saying without a presupposition. Is there any evidence that there's Earth curvature or any sort of magical spinning space cartoon fantasy evidence in reality without a presupposition? Homer,
yeah, so what you want to do is you don't want to allow to observe the moon. That's what you're doing. And that's wrong because the moon is part of our reality.
I just cannot
just as the Earth.
I just cannot believe how insane these people are. You're absolutely gone. You're lost in the sauce, bro. I'm talking about the Earth. Yes. The ceiling right here with the lamps above me does not change the shape of the floor. You'd have to be insane and borderline schizophrenic to think that matters. I'm talking about the Earth. Do you have empirical, without a presupposition, notion about Earth curvature, without a presupposition?
Well, no, I'm not going down that hole. Like you have to allow to observe our reality. To have conclusions about the shape, just like
you're just hiding. That's my point. Is that because you believe in this outer space cartoon, you have to hide from the topic, just like all atheists. And you're going to say I'm not an atheist, but you just proclaim every single thing the atheist does. That's exactly what you do.
What?
So you believe, right? So you believe in a God that would make you fooled all the time, and you can't trust your senses no matter what.
You believe in.
It's absolute insanity. You believe in a God that tricks you. You believe in a God that tricks you all the time and plays jokes on you and tricks you and makes your eyes so that you can't even trust your senses or your eyes. That's your God, right, Homer?
No. I mean, if you believe in the young Earth, if you believe in the young Earth, do you believe in a God that gave us reason to figure out the reality we live in, but still is deceiving us intentionally by making things like stars?
No, the reality is
no, that's a lie. No, there's no. Listen, you can't. That's a lie. You're lying. Listen, now you're just spiraling out of control, like all atheists who believe in evolution. You cannot date stars. You can't even date a rock that you can touch, let alone stars. No, that's the point. You're in a fantasy. You're in a magical fantasy. There's no such thing as dating stars. There's no such thing as understanding the distance of stars. You're just lying to protect your outer space cartoon fantasy. You probably still play with Homer. Yes, you probably still play with dolls at this point.
I was going to say, I have a sneaking suspicion that you have a problem that way.
It's just listen. This is the greatest evidence you could ever ask for.
Like that.
This is absolute insanity. This is my point. This religion destroys your person. You can't even think with this religion. It's insane.
This guy is so annoying. God.
Why do you have There's another atheist calling out to God. That's amazing. Ironically, I always make atheists call out to God. Isn't that amazing?
Exactly. What God are you referring to? The great attractor?
Homer, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is external validation a key aspect of your self-esteem? Where it is, whether it's low or high?
External validation? Yeah, yes. I definitely think so. Because
that's a problem. That means you have major bias going on in your head. So long as you have that bias, you'll never be able to approach any information in an unbiased manner, in a reasoned manner. Because external validation is an emotional aspect of your being. It's not based on
external validation. I wouldn't be here.
No, I asked you. Well, no, I appreciate that. and acknowledge it. I get it, but you are here, but it doesn't mean you're actually listening or grasping the information that's being shared with you. It's easy to be here. Anybody can make a Discord account and come in and speak and speak and speak for days and go around in circles. Doesn't mean you're going to go away knowing any better or understanding any better the arguments or yourself and what you believe and why you believe things. So,
but obvious it be, I can't even get him to talk about the subject. He refuses to even talk about what we can test and observe here.
I know. I've been speaking with Hoymar for the last 3 days. I know.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Well, that's, I mean, you would have to be, I mean, I'm just going to say, because he already acknowledged a short time ago that there is no proof of the globe. So even though you claim to understand how science works, I mean, the model has been falsified. So it has been conclusively destroyed. The claimed globe model is complete impossibility, does not comport in any way to the reality in which we find ourselves, and just needs to be discarded. So science does work by falsification, and yet you seem to still be clinging to the notion that there's some chance that this globe model actually matches reality, even though it's been falsified through thousands of observations, long-distance observations, laser tests, and so on. I don't, that is why you can't actually discuss the topic, because you also cling to this fantasy that nothing can be proven, it could be any particular way, and so on and so forth. And I think what obviously be brought up is a very good point that people in general should realize, because internal locus of control has been shown and is obviously something that leads to greater success, happiness, peace of mind, ability to get things done, ability to, clearly and rationally have thoughts and examine your reality without worrying about what other people think or what popular opinion is, and so on. And that is being stolen away from people systematically via our toxic social media assessed culture and so on. I mean, if you can find a young person that has an internal locus of control, they're going to be able to rule the world literally in 20 years, because they're going to be surrounded by all these robots that have no concept of what it even means to, get in touch with the source inside of you, your conscience, and so on, and actually figure out where you are, and not caring what other people say, when the things that other people say, for example, the fantasy globe model, can be objectively and conclusively proven to be false. So it's fine for you to cling to your fantasy globe model if you wish, but don't imagine that it's anything scientific, because in no way, shape, or form is it anything. If you don't like being called a religion, I can call it a superstition if you would prefer, or just a fantasy if you like that better. But it is in no way, shape, or form scientific. Hoymar.
It's a religiosity. It's part religion because you got to take it on faith, and then it's part philosophy, right? Because here's the thing: it's not a scientific model. It's just a toy model, right? They admit that it doesn't work. That's why there's all these different theories about dark matter and dark gravity and dark energy and black holes and beer bubble universes that pop in and out of existence, because nothing isn't really nothing, right? According to Lawrence Krauss.
If you're talking about black energy and dark energy and dark matter and whatnot, that's all pretty theoretical stuff. That's pretty hard to even verify.
Let's not go down that rabbit. That fucking route there. Can you
I also meant to say if there was. If he wants to respond, that would be cool. Also, if there's any, I see there's new people in here. If there's any after his response, then if after your response, Hoymar, if there's anybody else who has a question or would like to speak up, by all means do, because it looks like there might be some new people in here. But Hoymar, what's your response to what I said? Oh no, Hank, that's totally fine. You were not out of line. That was valuable addition, because in terms of categorizing what this is, it's a belief, and you seem to kind of understand that, but it has no evidence and it can be discarded, and then you can start actually using your brain to figure out what it is here without clouding it up with a bunch of nonsense. So what's your response, Hoymar?
Well, you had a pretty long statement, but I'll try to address what I can. So if you say the globe model doesn't have any evidence. I disagree on that. Of course, there's evidence, but the question is if the explanations that are given for this evidence are correct. And I mean, you say it's a belief system, it's a religion, and but the same thing obviously applies to flat Earth as well.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not. If you're going to make point after point, I'm going to have to stop you. I mean, I didn't stop you after the first inaccurate point, which mischaracterized what I said. But after the second mischaracterization, I'm sorry, but I must stop you. No, it is unfortunate that flat Earth, because it has to be called something, right? You know, it's called flat Earth, which is perfectly fine because, as the gentlemen have told you multiple times, over 70% of the Earth is known to be water. Water lies flat in its container and so on. So yes, the majority of the Earth lies flat. That's why we do the laser tests over water. That's why there's no credible, scientific, testable, repeatable, reliable evidence of the globe anywhere. No, there is no. You could say there's evidence. Sure, there's evidence for Bigfoot. There's evidence for fairies. There's evidence for unicorns. Is any of it testable, repeatable, scientific evidence? No, it is not. Neither is any of the globe evidence. Flat Earth is not, we are not claiming anything. They've told you that many times. We do not claim a model. We are saying that the globe model is a failure. Some people prefer to rely on, to focus on that aspect of it. Like some people will call themselves globe skeptics. There was a tour in Europe in 2019, the Globe Lie Tour, that focused on just showing the globe is a lie. That is perfectly fine. If you would just like to dismiss the globe model, that is fine. The flat Earth is not a belief system. It is not even a system of any kind. It's just acknowledging the reality of where we live on its own terms without an imposed cartoon fantasy globe that never exists anywhere except for on your television or computer screen. So anyway, did you want to respond to any more points? Those were 2 points. Do you have any other responses?
Oh, well.
Daniel, I got
do you want us to move on to someone else? What is it, the XO?
Weimar, do you know anybody in history that's ever experienced or adjusted for Earth curvature or spin?
Yeah, I'm not talking about spin. We might as well not be spinning.
Okay, just curvature then. Anybody in history ever account or experience or adjust for Earth curvature? Who was that?
Sure, of course, yeah.
Okay, who was that? Give me a name.
What's it called? Like if you
start typing.
There's engineers that construct a bridge. What's it called?
And their names are.
No, sorry. Yeah, you got to actually have the name, so you're just making stuff up. It's fine. No big deal. But I just want to point this out to Battle Mod and to Dandelion. No, that's a lie. You're just lying continuously. I know these people have been very nice to you, and they've allowed you to lie now for several days. You can't do that to me. Please stop lying to me. If you had a claim, you can go give us the name of the person that's making the claim. Because no, that's never happened throughout all of history, and that's why you have to force yourself to lie. But if I talk to anybody else about a subject and they immediately leave the topic, we know that we're not going to get very far. So Homer, I know you're not here to learn. You're here to profess a religious belief, and that's fine. But you are the best evidence I could have ever. You and Vince are the greatest evidences of the week. So I want to thank both of you for proving my point.
Right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. I learned a lot of stuff since I came here.
Congratulations.
Yeah, what I love about this is that it really makes you question your beliefs. Like, how did you arrive here? What did the education system do to you? Because what it does is really just establish a belief system. So yeah, I know it really gets you to think.
So still no name. So Homer, still no name of anybody adjusting for curvature in history.
Why don't you let me finish my point? But anyway, let's get back to accounting for curvature. Like if you talk to structural engineers, they do account for
again,
curvature.
no name. So again, I don't want your religious seance. I don't want the seance. Just give me the name of the person that actually did it, and not your imagination, please.
Well, those that built the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York.
So just the imagination. That's my point. You're just
you don't sound like you're from New York.
Curvature using a bridge. Why don't they ever account for curvature using railroads?
Come on, one at a time, guys. One at a time. Don't make it a shit
show.
Listen.
Yeah, I'll pass it off to somebody else. Just admit you can't answer. Why can't you stop lying and say I don't know? I don't understand why none of you can be honest.
Oh, he can. He goes to structural engineering. I want to ask, as a civil engineer, are you a structural engineer?
Yeah, take over, Battle Mud.
No. Did you read an article on this, or did you hear it directly from a civil and structural engineer who built the bridge? Which one?
Well, obviously, I don't know the people who built this bridge.
You read an article, so it's secondhand knowledge. So
obviously,
if you want to keep a standard of evidence,
what do you expect
should
me
keep.
to be like?
But it's probably an official article, right? Times New Roman 12-page font with a cartoon at the top.
Yeah, it's still secondhand information, anecdotal, and it's not scientific information.
Yes.
It's not worthy of science. Dandelion
It's
tried
not even
to,
a matter of being worthy. It's just checking the box. You're right.
Dandelion tried to get this to you that we're looking for scientific evidence, not this happens because this is a globe, that happens because it's a globe. Now, I repave highways. I repair bridges. I build bridges. Never once had to account for curvature. Why? Do you know why? Because land protrudes out the ocean in a non-congressional manner, meaning it's not uniform. So if you're going to build on that land over a vast distance, the only thing you need to know is the topography of that land and the elevation of the beginning point and the ending point. You don't need curvature. And no surveyor would tell you that you should expect to see curvature over land because land is uncongressional. So to say that you built it adhering to a globe on a chunk of land we don't predict to resemble the curve rate because the water makes up the geoid and the ellipsoid, but the land just protrudes out and goes uncongressionally every which way it wants to. That's what topography is. Why would we consider the geometry of a curve on an ununiform landmass? That's what I need to know to make it logical to me. I don't care what the article said, but why, when the only thing we worry about is topography, would we say there's going to be 2 inches of curve in this ununiform chunk of dirt?
Well, why wouldn't curvature be part of topography?
Curvature is not part of land. I've covered it 100 times. It's an on-uniform, on-congressional. That's what it's called in survey. On-congressional landmass. Do you know what that means?
So curvature doesn't matter.
What does it mean? It's in the definition of that word. It's on-uniforming, having no exact shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're looking for an exact curve on something that has not an exact shape. A mountain, how about it's just a mountain protruding out of the damn ocean? Or Hawaii, the island, are you going to expect to see curvature on Hawaii?
I don't know what you mean, like.
It's the top of a fucking volcano, dude. Is it going to be shaped like a mountain or is it going to be shaped like the globe? That's just it. The Geodetic Survey, World Survey 1984 doesn't predict curvature rates over land masses. I'm getting tired of telling people this on both sides. That model doesn't predict curvature over the land. It predicts the land to be ununiform in elevation, size, and distance.
The same thing with railroads. There's been hundreds of miles of railroads laid without a single account for curvature. And pilots, and I was in an aviation unit in the Army. I met with pilots personally. They don't account for curvature or motion of the Earth. And, they fly as if it's flat and motionless, quite frankly. And the same thing with artillery, same thing with
you won't find curvature on any landmass. All you'll ever find is topography and elevation.
So it would seem that the only people that are having to account for this curvature or motion are Freemasons and Jews.
I want to count how I know this. I'm a highway engineer, a professional engineer, and I survey every day in my job, my business, my career.
Yeah, so regarding railway engineering, why mostly they don't account for curvature because it's just it's not needed.
Just grade. You can only have a 2% grade or upgrade, or 2% downgrade too. That's because it'll get going too fast to stop.
When has anyone ever experienced the curvature or motion of the Earth? Have you ever experienced it for yourself?
Listen, no civil engineer worries about curvature.
Let's not talk about motion. I'm not on emotion. I'm not claiming motion happens. For now.
Wait a sec. Why do you keep changing the subject?
Yeah, why are we changing the subject?
No, you are. You say, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about this.
Well,
Can you address any of the points
in fairness,
directly?
I did ask him. In
That's
fairness,
fine.
if he'd ever
That's fine. He's
experienced
been
it.
at this for 3 days, like the man said. So anyway,
But
just want to bring that up.
I mean, clearly the question is, when have you ever been able to experience the curvature or motion or gas pressure existed next to
You're
a
going to
vacuum?
lead him
with no
right
solid
back into pointing to the sky and saying, that makes my mind see a globe. How that moves? Because it's a globe. That's all they got, man. They don't have one drop of scientific evidence.
No,
No empirical evidence.
If we're talking about experience, of course, if I'm supposing that the Earth is a globe, I see stuff disappearing behind the horizon, I will say, yeah, obviously, I am experiencing curvature. But experience doesn't
Seeing
get us any
stuff
further.
disappear behind the horizon. Is the horizon? Hold on. Is the horizon an apparent position or an actual position?
Apparent.
That's right. And the distance to the horizon changes every day, right? So in one day, 2 miles out, the boat goes around the curve. But in another day, 10 miles. It takes 10 miles for the boat to go over the curve. Does that sound logical?
Does the Earth change size each day?
I'm not sure it's that stark actually, but it does change. Yeah, the distance to the horizon.
It does change. It can fluctuate from 2 miles to 24 miles, and that's what I'm saying. What does the curve move with the fucking horizon, or what?
Yeah, show me that.
The ocean expand?
Where's the two? What are you talking about? Visibility?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so basically, objects that disappear from eyesight at the same elevation can come into view when using a stronger lens at the same elevation. Because the only reason why that object disappeared in the first place was because of something called vanishing point, which is portrayed in art and photography. But I'm pretty sure you probably would have already heard this by then by now.
If you had a powerful enough telescope and laid it flat across, you say you
guys
should
are
be able
all
to see
pissing
those
on
objects.
my point, man. After he interrupted me, the hell, man. I know everybody's anxious. My point is that in one day, a boat goes over the curve in 2 miles, and another day it takes 10 miles. I don't care about zooming in or not. I want to know if the actual curve moves. Because how can the curve be at 2 miles one day and 10 miles the next? It's a simple, easy point. It doesn't need all that other crap. That's afterwards. I've been doing this for years. I don't need help. So does the curve move with the horizon, the apparent horizon, or no?
No. If there's any curve, that's of course the geometry.
Well, then it would
won't
be
change.
logical to say at certain distances when the boat disappears, it's due to atmospheric obstruction in eyesight, and the curvature is an unknown position. So you couldn't say every time you see a boat disappear in the distance that it's going over the curve, because logically we know that's untrue. It's just an untruth. You're just being disingenuous.
Hoymar. So if the boat goes over the curve, why does it not tilt? It goes like perpendicular down, quote unquote. Doesn't make sense to me if it was a globe. Like, you would think that if the Earth is curving, that if things get
the front end
closer
of the boat
to the horizon,
would go
they
down,
will tilt,
and the ass would rise up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my question: if you laid down the things that you wouldn't be able to see beyond the horizon, and you had a powerful enough telescope, would you be able to see those objects that you wouldn't be able to see with the naked eye? If the curvature argument, I mean, obviously there's a vanishing point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go
ahead.
At certain distances, yes, but even all optics have an optical limit.
Yeah, did MySpace, Tom? I'm sorry, BattleMod. These are the new people. Did they already get introduced?
Yeah, no. I
don't know. They just keep pissing on me, but go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna real quick. We're
I'll mute Jemsy.
Hey, so Hiomar has been here for 3 days, negating everything is being said. So we're gonna maybe move towards new people. Maybe they have new questions, or you can continue on the horizon thing. Definitely.
Are you moderating me?
Yeah, BattleMod, you have the floor.
I'm already
He's just making a suggestion that he's just saying that
Oh, now I got to fight too much.
On a rerun. Well, no, I just think that Hoimar's a rerun, so we wanted to see if there's a new,
I'm
some
trying
kind
to
of new
pick on you,
episode.
woman. trying to pick on you, co-pilot. No, I'm cool. You guys can go ahead. I'm cool with that. I'm with you, Jemsy. I'm just picking on people. I'm bored.
Thank God. I'd rather be killed, Battlebot, than to listen to Weimer anymore.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, just Liz, and I've known MySpace Tom for 20 years. I knew him from MySpace 20 years ago. There he is.
Oh, I'm everybody's friend.
Yeah, he is, isn't he got me to believe that.
Hey, can I get my damn pictures back, man? You guys kicked me the hell out of there, and I couldn't get my pictures, man. It's bullshit, Tom.
I've got all your information. I'm still everybody's friend. Shit.
I had pictures of my dog as a puppy. She's passed. I really miss some pictures.
I don't know why they just all of a sudden got rid of it. I tried to log into mine the other day and it just disappeared. A few years ago I could, but it's totally different now.
MySpace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, is it still up?
I got back in mine, and I loved it.
You did? I'm gonna try log in right now. What the fuck?
It was wonderful. I got to see so many old pictures. Good pictures, too. My sister had passed a long time ago, and so it was during the MySpace era. So I had so many pictures of her that I did not know I still had, thanks to MySpace.
So, are you two familiar with the flat Earth concept, or are you new to it, or what?
Well, I just have heard a few people argue and yell at each other over it, so I kind of wanted to listen to a normal conversation about it. Just to grasp it. This is my first year on Discord. I didn't know this existed, to be quite honest, and I don't mean that in any other way than I'm curious, and I'm open to everything, all new concepts. Everything's,
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, people sometimes get heated about it, and
and they can't have a
for
conversation.
people who are, I think a genuinely curious person we can have a conversation with. Sometimes when we get people who are very stubborn and refuse to listen to reason, or who are openly disingenuous or dishonest, sometimes people get frustrated because because we're just tired of the deception that's so rampant on this world, and we're tired of the Stockholm syndrome people who come in here and defend the system that is oppressing them and seem to be completely unable to examine the evidence on its face, and instead defend something out of one side of their mouth while on the other side of their mouth they say they actually don't know anything about it, don't have any evidence, and so on, and yet they're going to defend these strangers who, just because they're on their television screen, said this fantasy globe was real, and they believed in these imaginary stories, and for some reason they're going to believe that over their own eyes and their own experience. So it does get kind of frustrating at times.
Well, and it's from birth. We're told it's a globe. I mean, not even school, from birth. I mean, we're convinced. They have told us that it's this way, and I've heard a lot of arguments against it, and I really couldn't. I can't knock the notion of it may possibly being flat, and I'm sure some people would laugh at me for saying that, but I don't. I just think it's. I had never heard it. I just haven't heard it.
It's funny that you say that, because people used to laugh. Like, I've been in this server, in the old server, for a few years now, and when I first joined the server, there were teenagers who would laugh. I don't really hear people laughing anymore. I hear them fighting, and I hear them, getting agitated and upset. But the concept of flat Earth being a joke, I think there's enough evidence out there. There's enough people out there who are able to explain the arguments logically. That person might not, because their minds have been purposely dumbed down by the indoctrination system that is currently, the school systems today, that they don't actually understand it, but they're able to kind of see, oh my gosh, there's something to this. And so I don't know, I wouldn't really think that people would laugh at you. I can't remember the last time anyone's laughed at me about it. They fight about it. They argue about it. They might insult you. That is, it's not, if you want, but they might, I don't know about laughing, because I think people realize the level of deception on this earth today and the level of control and the continuous march toward tyranny that shows no signs of stopping. It's really no laughing matter. And anyone who does laugh about it, around here, they're not going to last very long. I guess they're in the lobby laughing about it. But then once they realize it's something serious, they usually just leave, actually. That's what I've noticed. There was some in the lobby last night that were obviously pretending to be flat earthers, laughing about the concept of fluoride being bad for you, even though there's a Harvard study that shows that fluoride does indeed. Yeah, I mean, fluoride, even Harvard is going to say that. I mean, there's a Harvard study that fluoride lowers the IQ of children. Anyone who's joking about these things is not taking their life seriously, and they can just go back to their Minecraft server. We don't want to talk to them.
Yeah.
Yep, the flat Minecraft world.
That's right.
We were all raised in the same way that you just mentioned. I mean, every one of us here were raised from birth, but all it takes is someone to sit down and look at this stuff seriously without going, but what about this? And just look at the evidence and look at it and contemplate whether it makes sense or not, and it does. And so,
I just had to know more about it. And I've been wanting, I didn't see the servers. I actually had to get an invite from somebody who I guess was in here last night trolling when I really did want to just come in here and see what it was about. Why would you? Anyways, I don't like to play around or LARP. I just like to learn. Everybody has, a different walk of life.
I got a question. If some of you don't mind, I've watched the stream a little bit. I don't understand the origin. Did anybody have any information on the origins of a flat Earth?
I think God made it.
It's an axiom. Beginning of time, all the old ancient people, all civilizations thought it was flat. So it's been around since the very beginning.
Yeah,
so
I wasn't there.
I wasn't either, but and I know that it was taught back then.
Yeah, nobody was there, but astrologically, how did it become? How did the planet take that shape? I suppose.
No, the question is, how did it become the globe?
It was flat for thousands of years. Why did it all of a sudden become a globe? So you're thinking about it backwards.
No, I guess I am.
It's a Copernican principle. You know what the Copernican principle is?
No, I don't.
Nature through gravity forms all things into perfect spheres. Have you ever seen a perfectly spherical rock?
Can't say I have.
Well, I think Copernicus was full of shit myself. So all people, they believed where they... So what would you think if you didn't have this flat Earth versus globe Earth, and all you ever did is walked over hills, valleys, mountains on a pretty much level plain?
It'd be too perfect. It'd be too perfect, yeah.
You think you'd live on a circle? Because you see them in the sky?
I just heard the whole gravity thing. How do you prove gravity? You can't prove gravity.
That's right.
Right?
When I drop something, it goes down.
But
that doesn't
that
prove
doesn't
gravity.
Prove gravity.
Gravity's theory is an attractive force. So all you prove is that
it goes.
Things fall. That's it.
Well, there's perfect explanation for that as well. People can tell you about it here if they want. It's called specific gravity.
That's the law of gravity, the rate of fall, and the law doesn't prove the theory. See, the law is just a statement. We observe things to fall. We observe things to fall at this rate in this under this circumstance every single time. That's what a law is. A law wasn't a theory that graduated into a law. A law is just a statement of that's the way it is.
Why do they call it the law of gravity then?
Because that's the way
I
we
remember
observe it.
I remember being a kid and hearing the law of gravity.
Because it happens every time.
Yeah, that's the way we observe it every time in this medium under the same circumstances.
What are the in here? What's the understanding or the general understanding of the orbital patterns of the Earth? Is it different from what the globe currently tells you, or is it
the orbital padding of a non-moving place? A flat.
Okay, so it's just non-moving.
Plane.
I honestly didn't know what the.
So what would be? Yeah. It's more geocentric, and you know what a geocentric model is?
No.
Basic
Earth-centered. In the beginning, we believed in Earth-centered cosmologies, that Earth was the center of the universe and everything revolved around it. But Copernicus came around and he centered everything off the sun. That's why it's called heliocentric, because Helios is the sun god. So they're worshiping the sun god when they say he's the center of the universe and everything revolves around him. So, but in a geocentric Earth and in a flat Earth, there's the center of the universe and maybe the floor of the universe, and everything revolves around us. And that's what we observe every day. I observe the sun to move 15 degrees per hour through the sky. I don't observe Earth to move.
Gotcha. Okay, I get you now.
Well, I mean,
so it's your base axiom. That would be the self-evident truth if you didn't have people giving you all these theories.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I had just been born and looked outside, I would never think in a million years that, I mean, I would think in my head, I'm going to fall off. I mean, not that that's the point, but I'm just saying, like, if I was a kid, I
don't really think you would. Why would you think there was an end? Why would you think that? I think the falling off thing is an invented, thing that's
programmed.
You wouldn't think that. You just think you'd keep going and there'd be more stuff because that's what keeps happening.
Nobody falls
I just
off
always
of a flat
heard
Earth.
that. No,
No
of
one
course
falls
not.
off.
I know, but I mean, I'm saying that just as what I've equated the whole flat Earth situation, or that towards because of that movie in Disney.
You see the flat Earth in your mind as floating in space like a planet, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's not what it is. It is not what we're saying it is at all.
Tell me what it is.
It's a flat plane. The floor. It's the floor.
Okay.
Yes.
So essentially, there is no core, no end to this plane. There's
infinite. No measuring it.
Well,
Tom,
taking
no
an infinity
beyond
to prove
your
that.
ability. Yeah, it's beyond your understanding.
Beyond your ability. So, is there a question that it's infinite, or is it just undefined?
I just want to tell you this, just so that you have a different look, right? I just want to show you a new set of glasses you can put on MySpace.
Yeah.
Tom. I have to tell people this all the time.
Oh, sorry.
The Earth is not an object, nor is it measurable. And in fact, the Earth, watch this, the Earth is 100% Earth, and the water is 100% water. You see, they've told us that the Earth is partly water. That's not true. We already know Earth is separate from water, and where the Earth ends, that's called the beach or the shore or the ice wall or whatever you want to call it, right? Antarctica. And the water continues. The water does not end. Anytime you come to the end of land, the waters continue, and all of it is much bigger than anything you can ever measure.
I just want to address the gentleman. He was asking questions about the Earth. So, can everybody see the live stream voice text, the room above this one?
Yeah.
Okay, you see what I posted a few minutes ago? Hank Hill posted 2 pictures. One's a GIF or a video.
Yeah, there we are.
All right, so one is ancient cosmology from the different tribes on Earth, right? And the other one is what the modern cosmology is. Right, so now that you look at both of them, right, which one do you see that makes more sense? When I say sense, I'm talking about your senses. Right? Do your senses tell you that you're swirling, or do your senses tell you that you're on like a flat stationary plane with sun, moon, stars making a circuit or an orbit once every 24 hours.
I mean, my senses, my experience would suggest that it's, a flat plane that you've lived on, you've always lived on, and never experienced any swirling.
Right. So the funny thing about this is that it's empirical, right? Anybody can go to a large body at rest and take measurements throughout the day, and they can prove whether it's curved or not. You don't need a doctor, a fancy pants, astrophysicist or a rocket scientist. You don't need none of that. Basically, you need a mirror or a spotlight or some sort of apparatus that can shine light or view light from about 10 miles away. 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. And all we're offering here is the education to know how to go out and test it for yourself. And we're not going to educate you what flat earthers think the ball is. We're going to tell you what they say the ball is, give you their earth curve calculator, and then you just go out into the real earth, the dirt that gets between your toes, not like that spinning water ball image that keeps popping in your head every time someone says earth, right? And find out what the earth really is. Because if you don't know where you are, is it possible to know who you are?
It's possible, but no, there's a very real thing you don't know. I guess you don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer that. Who does know?
That just totally blew my mind.
Yeah, the thing of it is when you go out.
That's insane. I never ever thought of it that way.
Yeah, like Hank said, you go out out in the real world, stand on the beach, and look out over the water to an island 10 miles away. There should be 66 feet of curvature, so it should be 66 feet down.
So, do you think that,
according to the globe,
that schools would ever introduce this sort of, or this into, the mainstream?
No.
No, we have to start our own.
They used to.
I mean, it's not, the system is
being shoved
beyond.
They used to teach flat Earth only 100 years ago.
The global.
They took the Bibles out of the school and they put in this Big Bang cosmology in the schools now. And the thing about the Big Bang is it's not science, because the first step in the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. So if you can't observe it, it's not science.
Do we even know how the Big Bang happened? You can't just have nothing but then something, right? Or can you?
As far as we know, as far as the physical reality goes, that is impossible indeed.
It began in the mind.
You can't just have nothing but then a reaction.
Can you tell me how elephants can fly? And I'll tell you how the Big Bang works, okay?
Yeah, he's right. That's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, right? You can't get nothing from something, right? Even though, people like Lawrence Krauss, they'll say nothing isn't really nothing, right? And there's bare bubble universes popping in and out of existence. You can't prove that. There's no way that you could ever prove that. Like, that's just his religiosity.
I don't know about you, but I've never seen an explosion create anything, right? Have you ever seen an explosion create a phone or a laptop?
Exactly.
I sure have.
You got it.
Now, see, as far as I know, it started in the mind of a Jesuit priest. When he
Felix, are there rules to cartoon religions?
No.
Right, and listen, I want to say something to the new people real quick, because we're having a nice conversation, but just for the new people, realize that most of us are only claiming we're trusting our senses in reality, and what these people on TV are telling you is that you can't trust your senses. So who's making the claim?
Right, the main claim is, when you come here, we claim reality. That's all. We keep it simple.
Boom.
Yeah, we claim
so
what we see.
The people here are hyper empiricists, right? Which means we don't like to speculate, and if we do, we say, okay, we're speculating. But if we're just talking and claiming stuff, we got to provide facts for our claims. Like, if I start going into science and you say, I don't believe that's true, the method doesn't work that way, I'm going to hit you with some sources from some people, and you're going to be able to say, okay, they are actually saying it works this way. Right? So we don't like to do the whole thing where they do on the news where they tell you, 10 truths, and then they feed you a narrative. and then they give you 9 truths and feed you a narrative, and then 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next thing you know, everything's narrative, and you're just already shaking your head. Yeah, like that was true. The sky is blue, therefore Al Qaeda, right? The towers came down, therefore Al Qaeda. Let's go get them. Where they at? They're in everywhere where they don't have a central banking system. What a coincidence. Okay, but anyway, moving on. You got to learn to use the scientific method and use other ways of determining what truth is. Because what is truth? What is truth? That which is verifiable. So what is science? That which is falsifiable. So if I make a claim that the dark grass on the dark side of the moon, it's causing the tides, well, if I can't back up that claim, you can just dismiss it. Without any scientific evidence, it's a cool story. So now the moon's gravity caused the tides. That's also another cool story, equally as scientific as the first story, except for this one's widely accepted, which is a logical fallacy, which is what we got to be aware of in this game. People come up with all these logical fallacies, and if you can remember back to Star Trek, right? Good logic is a good thing. That's why everybody liked Mr. Spock.
Furthermore, it measures flat.
And once you understand that it's measuring flat, it's really hard to hang on to that globe. And what happens is you lose belief. We have lost belief that it's a globe. That's what's wrong with us in here. We no longer believe something that isn't verifiable. We have lost our faith.
And you can too. Model.
No, you can measure it yourself and find out.
Yeah, you can believe what you see. And what you see is flat.
Religion.
Yeah.
Ooh,
what
and,
you see is flat.
What's great, it's a privilege to be able to test it yourself. You don't have to trust anybody.
If you can see something 10 miles away over the water, and it should be, according to the globe, should be 66 feet below the curb over the edge, but yet you still see it, well, then where's the curve? Where's this curving water? I mean, we don't see it anywhere. Every time we look, we always see is flat. Every single time. So, why would you deny what you see right in front of your face? That part always confused me. You know, these people deny what is right in front of their face. You see the horizon, it's flat all the way across. You see an island 10 miles away that should be hidden by 66 feet of water, but yet you see it. Why would you question something like that? It's right in front of your face.
I think those people left, but maybe they'll be back. But good contributions by everybody.
Good night, Dandelion.
Oh,
God
are you
bless.
leaving? Did I say I was leaving?
Oh, there you go, Joshua. Thanks.
I thought that's what you were saying.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I would. I just said I think those people left.
Oh,
don't be mean to
my
Josh. Come on.
I probably just wasn't speaking clearly enough.
No, you weren't being mean.
No, I was confused. I'm sorry.
No, I just said that everybody. I thought everybody had good contributions. It was a good conversation, but I think that they went away.
Nice.
So
bye.
Apparently, the some NBA players know that the Earth is flat because they joined the club.
Really?
Yeah,
nice to see you. Nice to see you, Dandelion.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
NBA players should be able to recognize a flat motionless plane when they see one.
Exactly.
I
just posted a video, so
I always enjoy listening to you, Mary Mom. So yeah. Thanks for being here.
I appreciate that.
LeBron James telling Kyrie. Kyrie's like, yeah, it's flat.
That's 4 years ago.
Yeah, we don't care about their names.
You'll never lose it.
Yeah, we don't care who discovered it. You know, it's like what's really important is that they're putting it out there and giving people the option to find out for themselves. So when the big number of people that thing sort of happens, it's like cool, but yeah, moving on. Kyrie knows. Who cares?
Yeah, you know
But
what,
I
Hank?
really
I was thinking about today is like just about the world, just in general. Like, who or what is doing anything in the world today that's like of any worth that will be remembered? You know what I mean? Because you think about the past and like, Mozart made a bunch of music and people designed beautiful buildings. It's like, I know there's a lot of hype in the world on the computer and the news, like, oh, this person's doing that thing, that person's doing this thing. But like, who's really doing something that anybody's going to remember? I can't even think of one person. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just came to my mind. Definitely not a basketball player or an actor. You know, that's all we hear about. Or the so-called musicians that just use auto-tune and sound like robots. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? They provide good money for a lot of producers. So hang on, okay? Just they will pay thousands. These dummies will pay thousands of dollars an hour for you to auto-tune their vocals for 2 songs. I'm not kidding. It doesn't take but 30 minutes.
I'm sorry, just a random thought. I don't know.
You're right.
I wonder what Isaac Newton would say if he joined CC.
He'd be a fly earther, man.
Yeah.
But I don't think EXO would let him be in here for more than a few minutes with his satanic bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I miss? What happened?
We were just postulating what would happen if Isaac Newton came into this.
We're talking about autotune and how it's satanic.
Oh yeah, I would grab him by the neck and put his head through the ceiling. What's wrong with that?
I love it. I love it. So,
well, that's the thing though. What the guy wrote though said, "Don't put my name on this." So maybe he's not so much of a seance abracadabra witch doctor after all.
Probably his whole story is just fabricated.
Well, that's the line of thinking with these Globers.
Hey, EXO, I propose that you would get along with Newton better than you might think. He spent the last 20 years studying Revelations, and although he was like an alchemist, he said, "Don't apply this freaking weird ball gravity model to me."
Someone have that quote.
Yeah, he had an epistemology based on the scriptorial readings. He also wrote about natural law, not from a scientific view, but from a natural philosopher's view, where they're saying they're reading the great book of God's creation.
Yep.
Don't tell that to the Globers.
Aristotle had one. Aristophanes had one. Herschel had one. Even George Lamette wrote the same thing.
I think Newton would be turning in his grave if he listened to some of these Globers and their illogical thought processes.
Yeah. Well, the point I want to get out is what we call scientific law was natural law to the natural philosophers who wrote it. And they said these were laws of the creation of the Creator. They learned law by looking at the creation, and they wanted to apply the same law to man. That's where the ideal and natural law comes from, God's law or universal law. And Thomas Hobbes wrote all about the exact same stuff. They all had their own epistemologies on religion, God, and natural law on the creation.
And if you read Calvin and Hobbes, the comic book, Hobbes really is just like that. It's a really neat way to learn about those two philosophers. Anyway, continue, please.
Well, a lot of these guys, they were trying to read the great book of God's creation. Even George Lemaitre. They were looking for God's law in the creation itself.
Lemaitre.
Yeah, Lemaitre.
I don't think it matters. It's dumb. Having to use the back of your throat like that just to talk. I hate it.
You win.
Sorry. Go ahead, Battleman.
I'm done. That's all.
Go ahead, Battleman.
These dudes were natural philosophers looking for the laws of God's creation. They turned them into scientific observers and scientific laws. Go figure. They twisted and made wicked everything the men did.
Yep. And because men are never satisfied.
Yeah, they all had their own epistemology on revelation, rapture, salvation, millennial reign.
I just want to point out that men being the problem of all issues. I mean, obviously, as the Bible says, that the invisible things of creation are clearly seen by what is made. And then you have these globers come in here and tell you can't trust any of your senses, but I believe in God. And that's literally the crux of this argument. One side believes our senses, we believe our eyes, and the other group says you can't trust anything unless it's cartoons on TV. You know, let alone claiming that God would make a world where you can't trust your senses. This is literally the dumbest age in all of history. You can't compare it. It's the dumbest Dunning-Kruger generation ever.
Then go in outer space. Go find out for yourself and see for your eyes if the world is flat or not, like the astronauts do.
That's an insane claim, but somebody who lives in a cartoon thinks they can go to a cartoon to see if the cartoon's real. That's the point.
Did you hear yourself say that just now?
When did they ask?
Just go in the outer space.
Hold on.
It's possible.
Okay, stop. There's no such thing. You can't go to Narnia or under the earth, right, with King Kong and Godzilla. That's not real. That's the point. You live in a fantasy. This outer space religion is the fantasy. There's no such thing. That's why everything has a maximum ceiling, like an X-15, 315,000 feet. That's as high as things can go. Weather balloons, 300,000 feet. Nothing can get past a certain level. There is a ceiling. That's why I'm breathing. Yeah.
What about
we have two new people here, Luigi and Oxon. If you guys have any questions, feel free to speak up. Welcome to the server.
Thank
you. Luigi's been here before, but
oh, okay. I haven't spoken to him.
Sorry. Yeah, the Earth already presents itself flat. We already know it's flat. It's not going to magically change shape if I go higher. It actually gets flatter and more clearly flat as you go higher.
So, Oxon, you brought up outer space. When you say that, what do you actually mean with that thing that you mentioned?
Like
what is this
those
thing?
spaceships that go out in the outer space? What do you mean?
On TV, right? On TV, right?
No, you can literally go and see them in person.
Actually.
On
they
the
don't
ground.
go into outer space in person. They actually go into the
Where do
ocean
they go?
where they land. Into the ocean. I already
They
answered it
land
before you
into
asked.
the ocean.
Yeah, it's amazing how I knew you were going to ask. Yeah, they go into the ocean. Yeah. Notice they're going horizontally. Yeah, they go up and start curving horizontally and then go out of my view. Yeah, the most advanced rocket system can't even stay on for 5 minutes.
If you're saying you watch them escape the atmosphere and leave Earth, then from the launch pad, I would have to say you're crazy.
Yeah, it's a television.
The thing is that he's actually thinking that they are actually going to this cartoon place that is presented in the in the TV, in the screen. Correct. So we can see rockets go up. That works perfectly on a flat Earth. No boiler needed for that. But then the fantasy is presented on this screen, and people actually take their minds into this place and believe everything that is being offered. It's like,
yeah, I'm just saying from a launch, the only thing you can view is them to go up and take off and go out of sight doing a parabola on a parabolic arch.
And then it goes bye-bye, and you don't know where it went.
If you're saying I watched rockets go to space from, Florida, Kennedy, whatever, I would say you're full of shit. You're daydreaming.
What about cameras? Do cameras fly when they go up in the spaceship?
I don't know. Do pigs? Cameras lie? What cameras?
The ones that are on the spaceship.
What cameras on which spaceship? Be specific.
On the rockets, like.
Okay, you don't understand what specific means, huh?
What's the model number of that rocket, partner?
Yeah,
what mission?
Apollo
what mission are you talking about?
No, like the Apollos or whatever.
Lunar
or whatever.
Nah. I don't like to. We don't address general statements, just blanket statements. Either you can be specific and we'll address it specifically, or some dumb rocket is some dumb guy, and I don't care what some dumb guy said. There's only one rocket that they say they took a picture in low Earth orbit from heading to space of Earth. There's only one real picture, and that one is it. When you find it, let me know. The rest of them are images, CGI, and computer-generated images from telemetry data. Because most vessels in space that they say are in space don't use cameras, not orthographic cameras.
Okay, so you guys are talking about how we're using our evidence with cameras and like images and stuff like that, but what is your guys'
Photos aren't
like
evidence.
proof?
Photos aren't evidence. We critique that. You can edit a photo.
Battle
Evidence in
can I say one thing?
And you can also edit flat Earth too.
evidence in science is something. Yeah, we don't give you no images of flat
You know
Earth.
what you can't edit? The laws of physics. You should go
We take
measure
a
a frozen body of
scientific-
water.
Bro, come on. Oh,
Sorry, bud.
We take a scientific approach to it, and it has to be scientific evidence. That means testable, repeatable. So, how many of them images or pictures can you actually go where they were taken and repeat them yourself and test them?
Why would you need to test an image?
Why wouldn't you? Men lie
Because
and
it's
men
an
can
image?
edit images. Listen, here's the thing. You say you can't trust your senses, right? Well, an image isn't an accurate depiction of reality. It actually distorts reality through many effects, barrel effects, lens effects, forefronting. Things in the front of the image look bigger than things in the back of the image. You can put a G.I. Joe man on the ground and make it look bigger than the guy 2 foot behind it, or 10 foot behind it. But the guy's 7 foot tall and the G.I. Joe's 2 inches. So it's not an accurate depiction of reality. So you would test it to verify it. Otherwise, if you don't need to test evidence, then Bigfoot's fucking real because we got film and we got photos. Why should we question it?
Is he in the voice text?
So is Bigfoot real?
I never said Bigfoot was real.
Didn't say that. He asked you.
I'm asking, using your logic, why do we need to test
Proof of
photos?
that.
Yeah, there's proof. We got pictures and camera. We got film. We got images.
There's no actual proof of freaking there's no live streams or anything like that. While in outer space, you can live stream up there. We have the technology for that.
A live stream's no different than 8mm film. We have 20 minutes.
So if I live stream my room's not real. I'm not real.
I can
Then
come to
if
your
that's
fucking room
your
and
logic of
verify
that.
it's real.
No, outer space is a thing that's not real. Your room can be verified. Outer space cannot be verified.
It's turning into a shit show with 10 fucking people trying to answer before Mike can. Is
I
this
just
a
want to
race,
know if these guys are in the voice
Do I
text.
got to race you guys?
Just
Your
wanna know
room
if
is
this-
on Earth. We can go verify that. We can test it and repeat it. That's my point. Also, Bigfoot images, we can test and repeat them too. They're right here on Earth. There's no way to verify any image you get from so-called ISS. Can you go up there and repeat it and verify that it's real? No, but you
What
want
about
to
the people who went up there?
It's secondhand information. What evidence do we have to prove they're there that we can verify? Every astronaut was a Mason. Why? Only one group of people went up to space, the Masons. Why?
A secret society of people.
And even in court testimony, a man can't be found guilty on testimony alone. You need evidence, hard evidence, that shows his testimony is true. Called collaboration. Collaborating evidence. You just want to call something evidence that isn't evidence. You want to change the standard for your globe when even here on Earth in natural phenomena, images aren't evidence of shit unless we can test them and repeat them and verify actual and factual. Have the same standard for the evidence for the globe that you have for flat Earth. You want 100% proof that a flat Earth is real, but you don't have 100% proof that the globe is real. Is that hypocrisy?
Don't discard as well. Can I answer?
It's quite hypocritical.
Yeah. And the description they giving about the Earth, because remember, we don't discard the equipment and technology that is used on Earth, and you could send things high up. You can take photography from really high up. There is satelloons, devices that are that are attached to helium balloons and release to really high above layers of the atmos. So yeah, there is photography that can be taken, but that doesn't mean cartoon ball. Because they show you this curvature outside of, you can see photography that is really high up and a lot of detail in photography, right? But that doesn't mean it's in outer space, because you will have to be going outside of reality to reach that place that you can reach. La La Land. You can't go against nature. There is no curvature, no movement of the ground, and no gas pressure without a container. And everything practical we do is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth, with the with the induction of the system in it. So it's a dynamic system, and it's contained. To make the claim against natural law and our experiences, including our senses, and the way this place presents itself to be, going against that, because what we can do is test it, right? Test it and verify it, and that's what we can do. We have the mind to accomplish all of that, the information, and we can test the Earth and observe it and experience it. But to go against what it actually presents itself to be, it's nonsensical. Because our senses let us read what we see, the information. Yeah, but yeah, there is technology that you can send high up, and they are high altitude balloons, and you can take pictures of the Earth and see really high up. But when they add this curvature that is not measurable anywhere, and they claim the Earth is a spinning globe, that's just can't go there.
Gemsy, not only that, but even SpaceX and NASA have all these shots at high altitude showing the flat Earth. So it's not our claim because they're not our authority, but Globers pick and choose when they want to say they're telling the truth. And then when we show them that it's NASA and SpaceX and Red Bull showing a flat Earth, then they say, oh, that was just an accident, or that's not real, or that doesn't matter, right? So it's not us we're not the ones picking and choosing. They pick and choose which shots and photography they want to believe.
Yes. And remember, bringing down to Earth, to the senses where you can experience and test, because if you want to talk about the Earth, why would you go to outer space, a place that you can go to measure the Earth? Measure in the ground, like it's done, like it's practically used and done and experienced. So when you measure the Earth and the waters on the Earth, there is no curvature found anywhere. So where is this curvature? Can you show us?
Is that guy still even here?
Probably not. Gemsy, I just want to show you 20 minutes after the hour. The people won't believe this, but that's the Red Bull jump showing a concave Earth. So is this what they believe also? Again, not my claim.
Jackson, do you have any response to any of that? Or do you have what's your best proof of this concept of the spinning globe?
I've been dealing with people in my DMs from here, so.
Okay, well, can you just tell us what would be your, why do you believe that you live on this spinning globe? What's your best evidence, scientific, meaning testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence?
Well,
of the spinning globe?
Well, I don't really want to talk anymore because due to the fact that I can't say shit without someone saying mean stuff when I'm just asking questions. So I'm just going to listen from now on, but you guys can keep talking. I don't care.
That's fine.
Thanks for the concession.
So you don't have any evidence? Is that what you're telling us, Axel?
No, I just don't want to talk anymore. That's
The flat earthers bully you?
You guys are so mean. I'm
So,
scared.
we just ask questions, and you see why people don't really like people like you, because we ask
I don't know what
questions.
you're talking about.
You're
talking
No,
about
because I'm not saying anything mean, and I'm not being
You're
disrespectful.
talking about
wait
something that's
a
happening in your
minute.
messages.
He's talking
Oxen.
about that shit show right there where 5 people talk over each other. Can we let
Yeah.
99 handle this, guys?
Man,
We
I
can't
agree with him on
control
that.
we can't control what's happening in your
I
messages.
know
So I
I
don't
can't
think.
control that either, and I'm fine with
Okay.
that. I just don't want to
Yeah,
talk
I
about it. I
understand.
said that.
So
Who's
I'm
in your
just.
DMs? Because flat earthers shouldn't be in your DMs, really.
No, that's what
Flat
it
earthers
is.
are not likely
police
to come to your
direct
DMs.
Probably
messages.
Glovers in the DM.
We don't police direct messages. You
I
can feel
never
free to
said
direct
that at
message
all.
whoever
I
you want.
never said that you had to
It's
police.
not for
I
us
just
to
said I
say
didn't
who
want to
should
talk
be in
anymore.
your.
I just said I didn't want to talk anymore. That's
I'm just
it that I
telling you
said.
the truth.
And I'm
By
telling you
Discord
that I didn't want
terms
to
of
talk anymore.
service, it's not our business who's in your
Okay, and I
direct
never
message.
said it was your business.
No, he's speaking to me. Axon.
Hey,
Oh, I thought
if
he
you
was
don't want
speaking
to
to me
talk
because I
anymore,
was saying something.
mute yourself, bro. Mute yourself if you don't want to talk anymore. Mute yourself. There you go. Because that's the only way you. I mean, if you got, you're not gonna talk.
Whoever's
Hey, but
laughing
listen,
and laughing. What is?
Sonny,
There's not
control
even anything
yourself, Sonny.
funny happening. What is so funny?
Right,
Can somebody
Sonny.
tell me the joke? I don't know what's going on.
Sonny has a very hyper sense of humor. Sonny.
This
The thing
this
is,
Oxen
I
guy,
wanted to say,
Oxen was so funny. That's why I'm cracking up. So sorry.
Oh no,
I
I'm
wanted to
sorry. I
say
just
that
thought
he
someone was
actually
laughing at
said,
something else. It wasn't you. It's not you, Sonny. It's somebody else.
yeah, laughing like that. He actually said that there was other people and he didn't want to like talk about this in front of other people. That, I mean, that could be the case. It's not a big deal. He can't speak no more, so he's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
listen.
perfectly fine. Yeah, Oksana, if you change your mind, you decide to ask a question later, that's fine. You've been treated well in this live stream, and so, we can't control what happens in your DMs, so it's your right to do whatever you wish. If you just want to listen, that's perfectly fine.
All good.
Is there anybody else that has any questions about Flat Earth?
Just real quick, there's 3 fundamentals, right? About right, no spin, no movement, no
Curve.
curve. There you go. Can't measure the curve, right? Can't see it, can't measure it.
And gas pressure.
No
that's
right. That's right. The gas pressure was the big one. That's right.
No. The curve is the big one. Trust me. That's the one you want to stick with.
We have topography and we have the seas and the waters, the levels up above and below, but it's a flat level plain, and we have high mountains, high topography, and low valleys. Right?
Since listening to you guys, I've it's really kind of shifted. Anything that has to do with space is kind of gone, and it's shifted into the sky is only over the Earth. It only exists like for the Earth as a sky. If that makes any sense.
You're the #1 new guy of the day, Stormfire. You win. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well done.
So that's where I've come, and yeah, I guess it's been a couple weeks.
Nice.
Not to mention some of the greatest debates, arguments, and conversations go on in this Discord, no doubt. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
When you said about the layers above, that's a layer above. Go ahead, Mom. That's a layer above that we can observe, right? That's the phenomena that we observe. Just in reference to what you said. Go ahead, Mary. Dandelion.
Oh no, I was just saying that's good to hear. It's refreshing to hear somebody that has, eyes to see and ears to hear the truth. I mean, it's apparent today that many people prefer to remain in delusion or can't even take the time to listen to the arguments. So it's good to hear that somebody can see the obvious truth that the globe is nothing but a cartoon fantasy. I mean, I know that Oxon is still listening, which I appreciate because you're a young person and it's difficult to break through the programming and indoctrination if you've been born to it. And it's difficult, especially if you are subject to peer pressure and so on, to actually step outside of your comfort zone and look at the world in a different way, especially in the toxic non-culture that exists today, in which anyone who even has a tiny little thought that doesn't comply to the robotic propaganda that is our mainstream media, they are they're not even really ridiculed, like I was saying to that lady earlier. It's just they're afraid to be ridiculed, but like nobody even ever says anything that's outside of the mainstream most of the time in the regular world. So when have you ever observed anyone actually being ridiculed? The flat earthers that I know, because we have logic, facts, scientific, verifiable evidence on our side. For example, we used to have a young teenager that came in here, Nicholas. He'd go and just flat smack his whole high school, and nobody could really, if they try to ridicule you, they haven't looked into the topic. They're just, acting in kind of a knee-jerk, very low level, just kind of Pavlov's dog kind of response. So the only response to that kind of person is pity that they are not capable of rational thought because they've been reduced to basically an animal level of existence to which they aren't even capable of analyzing the world where they live. And so pity is the appropriate response to those people. But what is it that first caught your interest in Flat Earth, Stormfire?
I guess a lot of fake space was thrown in my face, you could say.
Why did that rhyme?
What's that?
I said, why did that rhyme?
Oh, I don't know.
Funny.
Guess it just made sense. So a lot of I realized weird shenanigans were going on with this space nonsense, and I just connected that with like my buddy got super into galaxies, billions of light years, and all this kind of stuff, and he described like some kind of star that shot out lasers in distances like millions of years. This just by itself, this star shot out these lasers that would like slice things in half or just destroy things. And so really the more it just got so ridiculous that I had to investigate. And it turned out that I honestly don't know what is true anymore. It's hard to besides the black swan, right? That's something I can grab onto.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this whole outer space thing has become this obsession to where it's just absurd. Once you just start to question it, then it just unravels, and you don't even need to understand the flat Earth to realize that these astrophysicists are just science fiction writers. That's all they are. Many mainstream scientists have been calling them out for decades, but somehow they've just taken over the narrative of everything with this outer space religion, worship of we're going to go to Mars, that's the heaven that's been promised. It's very, I just think it's sad that the young people are taken in because, even 20 years ago, you had these so-called liberals that supposedly care about, feeding people and so on that would say like, why are we spending all this money on NASA when we should be feeding the hungry here on Earth? That was the leftist position, not even 20 years ago, like 10 years ago. Now you got all these, hoity-toity pseudo-intellectuals with their little NASA T-shirts and hats just right in with the program, like, oh yeah, space, great idea, global warming, we have to leave here, go somewhere else. It's like you can't even find a tiny corner of logic anywhere. They've all been just taken over by this ridiculous outer space globe called. It's disgusting. So that's cool that just using, rational thought got you to a point where you started questioning this disgusting, ridiculous program.
It's funny how
100%.
almost everything the mainstream wants to teach you unravels if you actually take a moment to look at it. Seems it only stays intact when you just blindly go about life. Funny that, eh, Dandelion?
I imagine some of you guys know QOC, quantum conscience, and if you do, you'll know his balloons on the wall, right? You just throw a dart at any balloon; it can be anything, and it unravels.
Yeah, essentially.
Anybody want to say any questions about the topic? We have Jedi. Jedi joined. Do you have any questions? Stormfire, you probably have new questions since you've been here. And the other guy, where is he? He dropped out.
I mean, to be honest, all of the questions are just really dumb globe questions. You know, it's just stuff that's not real. That you're like, well, how does blah blah blah? You know, how does this go down? How does this go down?
Yeah, that's what a lot of new people ask. Like, yeah, how can this work on the flat Earth? How can that work on the flat Earth? And all of those things work better when you discard the globe model that does not work. That's why they've made up all these ridiculous stories like the dark matter and all these things, is because their math doesn't work. None of it holds up to scrutiny. That's why these children come in here, not even just the children, adults, full-grown adults come in, know nothing about the model, can't explain how anything works on it, because you never were taught it. You were set, they put the globe in the classroom, they'll have a little picture in your book, of like 4 things that are supposed to show whatever it is, the moon phases or the eclipse or something. And then you're just supposed to look at that and move on to the next page. They don't actually explain anything because their model does not hold up to scrutiny. You're just supposed to believe in it as a tenet of their cult.
Yeah, they taught you that question everything except the globe.
Well, I want to bring up what he said because he's right. What happens here, and it's hard to put it into words, but they're literally saying this. Well, how do you explain my imagination on a flat Earth? That's what's happening every time. How do you explain? It's not about something we experience in real life. It's about their imagination. Not half the time, not most of the time, every single time. It's the imagination. That's why as soon as you try to get them to talk about reality, they do what? Go right back to imagination. It's this cycle. Like this one dude that's been here for 3 days, he's doing the same thing over and over again. It's like once ring around the rosy, we come back to his imagination because it's like they have to refuse the truth. They have to refuse what we can prove and hide behind, again, the imagination.
I'm just curious where you're getting this information from. I'm just curious, like where you're getting your facts from.
The place I got my information from was my own eyeballs. It took a little while before because even though I've sadly been educated in science my whole life, like I just explained, the model was not properly explained to me, so it took a while before I finally saw that if we live on a sphere with the given radius of 3,959 miles, which is what the WGS 84 standard globe model predicts, then objects should be disappearing from our view at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared indicates exponential growth, meaning that it is not going to be linear growth where the increase is at the same rate as the distance increases. The rate of increase increases as the distance increases, aka exponential growth, aka a half, not a parabola as the Globers like to falsely claim, but half a parabola. It's a bell curve, an inverted bell curve, and so on. So we only use the 1/2 of the parabola because we're only talking about positive distances on this Earth, because distance can only be positive. So in that case, I should not be able to see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan because at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, the globe model predicts a drop of thousands of feet, in which case none of the skyline of Chicago, with the tallest building being around 1,600 feet, would be visible at all, and yet I can see the entire skyline, have been able to see it my entire life, and so therefore the place I got my information was with my own eyes and experience. Not only that, but seeing Beaver Island off the coast of Charlevoix, at a distance of over 30 miles, seeing multiple lighthouses and so on, taking my Nikon P1000 camera to Lake Michigan, seeing a blank horizon, but then being able to bring the boat that it would have apparently disappeared back into view, because the boats do not go over the curve, as the lying guy, Bill Nye, who lies to children and gets paid for it, unashamedly would tell you. Not disappearing over any curve, just going outside of your range of view, and you can easily bring it back. So logic, reason, my own eyes. That's where I got my information.
Everybody's got a different background. I don't know if you wanted, because everybody has different information, right, and different experiences, though. So mine's going to be different from hers, right, and so on and so forth. But this is pretty easy. The entire world already depends on flat Earth. There's no claim that anybody's adjusting for curvature or spin. So all of science and engineering already depends on not adjusting for this cartoon. There's, again, relative to a stationary plane of existence. So that's not just the person down the street walking their dog. That's to the fighter pilot. That's to the engineer. That's to the bridge worker. That's to the potter worker, the carpenter. Everybody on Earth experiences a flat stationary plane of existence. And then you can get worse than that and go to technology, like from the military industrial complex, and see that all the long-range detection systems and $1 billion radar array system is also dependent on a flat stationary. So I'm a former 19 Kilo. I mean, we have a lot of ex-military people here for a reason. Dottlemod up top, who's one of the moderators, was in the military.
Is that just me or did? Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what happened.
Anybody want to open their mic and ask a question or something? I think there was a small pause there, but someone said something.
Oh, there was a weird audio thing that happened. But Death, are you new to the topic of flat Earth, Death C?
It's
Is the audio weird, or is it just me?
I think there was a static, but I don't hear it anymore.
Are you still there, Mr. Death? Good question. Hopefully we answered it to your satisfaction.
I'm sorry, what were you asking me? My phone died. I had to.
No, I just asked you if you were new to the topic.
I wasn't. I don't. How do I put this? My friends would always we would always joke about like how the Earth is flat, but I never thought that people actually took that seriously and had reasoning behind it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, that is typical. Like when I first started researching it, I thought it was a joke too. Yeah, that's why I researched it, was to disprove it so that I could explain to my students why they were wrong. Yeah, so that's typical, because that's what you're being shown in the media. I mean, that's what the propaganda is. It's like Obama making fun of it. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. And that is by design, that you're just supposed to think it's a joke, not really look into it, not find out the measurements that I just tried to explain to you. And, you're supposed to just kind of laugh it off. Yeah, that's by design, because especially topics that are, somewhat revolutionary or threaten the power structure, there's going to be a concerted effort to control the narrative and to make people just kind of dismiss it out of hand or be afraid to even explore it, because people make fun of them. And we have this strong kind of desire to fit in with the group and not stand out and so on, or a lot of people do. And so, I mean, that is normal. But I was shocked too when I first found out, oh my gosh, even though the first group that I went to was sadly a disinformation organization. So I got off into this kind of rabbit hole of, models and so on, arguing over models. But, when you actually look into it, just even that in itself, even though I was in a bad place that wasn't showing me the actual measurements, even that made me realize, I can't really dismiss this anymore. This is like, they have thought questions that I can't answer. I have to look into this some more. So, yeah, it's not because when you do, that's the thing. When I decided I finally had to make up my mind, I was spending a lot of time on Lake Michigan just looking at the flat horizon, just flat everywhere you look. So if you're hanging out with your friends, kind of joking about it, it looks pretty flat to me. When you go, kind of contemplate that some more, you kind of realize, oh yeah, these people told me this globe, but really I'm just taking their word for it. Then if you dare to explore it even further, you find out that it's hidden in plain sight. It depends. A lot of people run here screaming once they realize there's something to it. They can't handle it. They can't handle standing up to kind of the societal pressure. They can't handle taking a view that's outside the mainstream. That's perfectly fine. People can't handle it mentally, psychologically, whatever reason they have. But if you look into it some more, you just get to the point where you're just kind of like, oh yeah, this is just a joke. Because right on NASA.gov website, they tell you, the guy, Robert Simon, tells you they didn't take a picture of the Earth. He created it with CGI. He photoshopped it. It's a quote from a NASA employee. It's photoshopped because it has to be. Images of the globe are photoshopped. They acknowledge that right on NASA.gov. So it's just a matter of whether you want to go beyond the joke and deal with the reality, or you want to stay in kind of the comfortably numb little world that they would prefer you to stay in, because then you're more likely to pay your taxes there.
Yeah, I've had a great time doing this research and finding these things out. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a blast.
Yeah, it never ends. That's what's interesting to me. Yeah, that there's just always more things to find out. There's the obvious truth that the globe's a lie. That's not really that hard to figure out once you get the measurements and the facts and the logic. You can figure that out in a short time. But then to realize what this means is not everything's been discovered. Not only has not everything been discovered or figured out, it's the whole so-called scientific community is just a big nothing burger. They don't actually, there's very few things that they actually explore or try to, they invent new inventions. Explorations are highly discouraged. Anyone thinking outside the mainstream is immediately blackballed. So meaning that there's a whole world out there that we could actually discover if ever spirit of scientific inquiry was, encouraged instead of discouraged. It's very exciting.
Dandelion, who was the other gentleman that was speaking up that was new, speaking about how he used to laugh or his friends laughed at the flat earth?
That's Deathsy. Yes, Deathsy. Deathsy, this is the XO.
Hi.
Deathsy, yeah, man, I tried to talk to you a minute ago, but I think you lagged out, so I'll just forget everything I said. It doesn't matter. I want to give you an observation, but also because this nice gentleman here, Stormfire's here, and he mentioned the black swan earlier, I want to show it to him as well. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can send this into the voice text chat right now. Okay. It should be 46 minutes after the hour. I put a screenshot there. That's my channel, the XO of the RO. It's titled Seattle Mount Rainier Back and to the Left, which is, of course, a tagline taken from the JFK movie with what's-his-face. So here we go here. This is a shot that I took on the Puget Sound about 3 years ago with my wife and our cat. And the cat her name is Zara, but she's called the Shiny Tiger. So if you've heard of the Black Swan, this is called the Shiny Tiger. Now here we are. That's Seattle. If you can see the buildings, of course, if you press play on the video, you'll see my reference frame. To the right, we'll show the water, and back and to the left. And we'll look at the city skyline, and we'll look at the mountain, which is Mount Rainier, one of the biggest volcanoes in North America, out into the distance. Now, the city distance of Seattle is about 15 miles. So the city itself is actually already about 50% farther, roughly, give or take, whatever, a few miles farther than even the limit of the Black Swan, the original Black Swan that you know of, Stormfire. And beyond that, of course, you can see the mountain. Now, this also gives us a reference of atmospheric visibility. As we see, the farther the distance, the harder the visibility. We can see that there's more particulates or moisture interference in the air, and that's why it's harder to see the mountain that's farther away, especially as it's lower. The mountain's 15,000 feet tall, right? Well, the mountain is actually several times farther than the city. So again, the city's about 15 miles away, and the mountain is about 70 miles. That's 70. So there's an entire half mountain of missing curvature between me and the mountain. It's literally what's called railgun territory. If anybody knows what the railgun is, that's obviously a long-distance ship-to-ship contact weapon system or ship-to-shore weapon system that goes 100 miles. This weapon system would be used like this, using a line of sight, straight line trajectory between me, the weapon system, and the target, which would be the mountain. And that shows that the farther something goes out, literally, if it's farther, it's actually going to be higher instead of what the globe demands. The globe religion demands that the object is lower, and we can see the bottom of the mountain is actually higher than the bottom of the city, and that's only possible if there's absolutely no curvature to this plane of existence. And it's one of my best proofs. It's actually one of my low, obviously on the water proofs. I do a lot of aerial photography, but this is one of my favorites because I accidentally did it. It was just a spur of the moment thing, taking a ferry with the car. There's my wife. There's the kitty. There she is. So there's the shiny tiger, and that is absolutely one of my favorites because, of course, I'm a little biased. But that just gives you an idea that there's not just one black swan. Every single thing in reality disproves the globe Earth. This is just a normal, everyday thing that you can go to Seattle and travel up to Kingston, which is north, and see these things for yourself. The reason I use this, the reason I love it so much is because it shows the body of water that's in between us. We're basically on the western seaboard, right, of the United States. We're obviously, on that side. This is the Pacific Ocean, right? So you can't fool the water and you can't fool the flat Earth. It's just too easy. And there you have it. Shiny tiger, 70 miles flat. Thanks.
Yeah, scientists will tell you, don't trust your senses, right? Well, I've gone the complete opposite,
Criminals. I would say they're not scientists. We know that. By now they are psychopaths.
Right.
Yeah, they're not scientists. Yeah.
Now I do trust my senses. I see things like that, and it just makes sense.
Amen.
I remember seeing when I was in Oregon, like all the way down by Eugene, Corvallis area, Mount Hood, and that was way over 100 miles. You'd always see the mountain.
I have a shot of that too. I'm gonna post that right now. That's funny that you mentioned that. I have a video of that as well. I'll get that too. Hold
on. I've been at the top of Snowmass Mountain a bunch of times, 14,000 feet, and I could see for hundreds of miles in all directions. And I know the area well, and I was looking at cities that were upwards of 100, 150 miles an hour. I don't know if there was like a 190. I don't think there's 200 that I could tell there wasn't a city in that view. But, I mean, if you can see for hundreds of miles, halfway up to where a jumbo jet goes and takes people around, where they can see that it's flat everywhere, well, by golly, where's that curvature?
Yeah, that's what people are telling you. Basically, that is one of the main claims of flat Earth is that we see too far. And this is just a mathematical certainty that their globe model, which with the radius, as I mentioned, 3,959 miles, that they just pulled out of thin air, never measured it, don't even claim to have measured it, is just not the reality where we live. It's just their little fantasy globe. Did you have any questions about?
I'm still here.
In particular, Mr. Death?
First about the video, I wanted to. Your cat looks very well loved. I do love cats for one.
You like your cat, the XO. Oh, you're
I do like
cats.
cats.
The XO's good side. That's not that easy to do.
I do love cats. And also, I think we need more people who think outside the box when it comes to like the regular theories and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's really hard for me to just wrap my head around, like, because I live in the northeastern part of the U.S. and it's just I've gone to school and it's just hard to just wrap my head around like this different way of thinking. You know what I mean?
No, it's not a different way of thinking. Just see it for what it is.
Okay.
I give you a picture just as well.
Okay.
Three series in a row. You tell me what the curvature is in those pictures.
Look real quick.
Does anyone like a particular high altitude balloon video? I've been pretty mind blown by a few of those.
I have one if you like to look at one. It's not by NASA and it's not by
it's on
YouTube, yeah.
No, something you took. You did.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I said something you did or you took.
No, nothing I did. No, but somebody else did. Yeah, else hand.
Why would you trust anybody else but you?
That is true. I do admit, but I don't think he has a reason to lie. But then again, you never know.
No, Death Z, are you claiming that you have a video?
But I feel like if you just assume everyone's lying, I feel like
no.
Well, are you saying you have a video of a high altitude balloon showing when Earth curvature starts?
Yeah, I'll send you the video.
Oh, you're sad.
Hey, Deaths, I was just listening to what you were saying there about different ways of thinking, and I know you're genuine in what you're trying to say, but you need to get this. You need to understand that there's only one correct way to think, and that's without fallacious reasoning. So yeah, there appears to be thousands of different ways to think about things in the world, but 99% of people are just dicking around basically and not actually thinking. There's only one way to think about things, and that's without fallacy. So,
Death Z, does this video show the Earth curvature going concave and then convex, kind of back and forth?
I'm looking for the video right now. I have two. I'm trying to look through my history real quick because I forget what everything's called.
My spider senses are going off, and I'm feeling that I'm going to see concave and then convex and then concave. I'm just the hunt.
Pillbox.
Can you talk one more time? I can't find your. I've been looking at my other
Roger,
tab.
this is the XO. Yeah.
Okay, XO. Got it.
XO. Yep.
That's what okay.
Redman.
Yep. I just posted a picture. 3 cities in a row.
I think it's a interesting video.
Yeah. Right. So I just posted a picture of 3 cities in a row. Show me where the curve is at there.
You can skip to around I think what is it?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna skip around. I've probably seen it before. Go ahead and put it in the voice check.
Oh, I sent it to you in DMs. But I'll put it in voice chat.
Can you see my picture I just posted?
What did you send? Where is? Oh wait, I'm sorry. There's so many VCs. I mean, there's so many chats rooms and stuff. It's kind of hard to keep up. I see it.
We don't stick in the same room.
Appeal to motion variation. Just motivation.
3 cities in a row.
That's the right one.
Okay.
Show me what the curve is in that picture.
I'm not really qualified. I'm not a physicist, but I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a physicist. I just.
What's physics got to do with it?
I'm not an expert in any field. I'm just.
Do you know how to make measurement? Yes.
Sure. I mean, what kind of measurement?
Any kind of measurement. Do you know what is from A to B? You got inches, feet, miles.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you know how to measure things, yes? Why don't you go measure the Earth and then come back and talk to us?
I feel like that'd be very difficult, so I don't really.
Wait, Desi, what was the timestamp? Hold on, what was your timestamp again? Because
yeah, this guy's kind of annoying, but it's around 8:05. Just ignore the fucking.
What am I? But what am I looking for?
I just the curve. I don't know, man. I'm fucking too tired for this shit.
It's okay. Just relax because yeah, you showed us a flat Earth video, but thank you. Glatflobe, go ahead and confirm. Let me see if you can find something different, Glat, because I don't see any Earth curvature. Because as it went up, it just looked flat the whole way up. But I'll look at 8 minutes though. Give me a second.
What is this?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't see any discernible curvature.
Is that a joint? That's a joint right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what?
Can I get this answer right here?
What's the
yeah,
answer?
we're gonna
Go ahead.
answer Redman. Let Redman talk, and then we'll go back to this video. Go ahead.
I thought it was a marker.
Well, I don't do a lot of talking, but I'm just asking. I want to see if he can see the curvature in this picture. 3 cities in a row.
He's not qualified to give you an answer.
I'm really not. I'm not going to pretend I am either.
But if you show him NASA footage, he's very much qualified to tell you that is curvature.
Okay.
So
let's take a turn real quick, Death Z. I just want you to know that I don't know how old are you? Are you about 25 or how old are you?
I'll be 16 on December 30th.
Oh my goodness, you're
that
that
is
young.
great.
Okay, whoa, my goodness.
16,
wow, you might be. Listen, if I was your age, I would not be ready for this. But I'm just going to tell you that this isn't for everybody. And I just want you to know that not everybody can handle this truth. And it might be something that you kind of just hear me out.
I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Okay, just 1 second. You might have to take some time away from the topic and then come back to it because it does kind of trigger a lot of emotions and it's not something that everybody can handle. I'm all for young people knowing about this, but it's also because I know young people like myself and like I have a family member I have a 15-year-old cousin that isn't necessarily ready for this truth either. I'm not going to go to my 15-year-old cousin and say, hey, you've been lied to about everything. I'm sorry your parents have been lied to and your whole life's a lie. Right. So not everybody's ready for this. So I'm just telling you, no one's going to pressure you into having to believe us. We're just telling you what we trust our senses. We trust our reality that we experience.
That sounds like the conversations I have with my kids in the minivan. So are you saying I'm doing something wrong?
No. Listen, the difference is Mary Mom Dandelion is much more qualified to tell children what to believe. What I'm telling you, Death Z, is that for some people, I'm just saying as a hypothetical, you might not be ready for it, or I could be wrong, and you could be the next most important pioneer of truth. I'm just saying that you're not going to get pressured. I don't want you to feel that you're being pressured into having to trust us. In fact, I'm not telling you to trust me. I'm telling you not to believe liars, Death Z. We are under the control and power of many people that do a lot of bad things that, again, you might not be ready for that conversation. You know what I'm saying? So it's a topic that does hurt egos. It does crush people's feelings, right? So I'm just saying that take it easy. It might not be something you can handle now, but maybe in the future it will be easier. So I'm just saying, don't think we're trying to pressure you. That's all. That's all.
Damn.
At the same time, don't sell yourself short. If you really want to understand this, you can. Just stick around here long enough, be intellectually honest, and you'll pick it up, man. And better now than later, because you are being lied to. Whether or not you realize that yet, doesn't change the fact. So better to realize it now, earlier in your life than later.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you say that you guys sit around and joke about the flat Earth. I mean, like when I was your age, I don't even remember ever being discussed like at all. So definitely things are changing in that regard. But like, what do you find among your friends? Is there no one who takes it seriously? Or are you the only one who's actually looked into it? Or what are the conversations like among the youth of today about the flat Earth? Shoot, I really want to get an answer. Now he's gone. Huh. Oh well. Maybe he'll tell us next time.
the bigger question is on that. If they found it so funny, why would you even be here? If you didn't have no proof behind.
Red Man, he's not laughing anymore. We'll just put it that way.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Trust me. That's
I'll say it.
sometimes, right? Sometimes I try to slow down people because it's painful. It's again, remember, we all experience it differently. Sometimes we don't realize the people we're talking to are in agony. You just have to sometimes listen to their voice and go, "Uh-oh, maybe I should, kind of just back off and let him think about it for a minute." Because trust me, he was very, very shocked that he didn't expect this to happen. I'm just gonna, that's just the reality.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
could be
yeah.
right. Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah, there
comes
was.
in here expecting an existential crisis.
Right. So if it's a troll, I'm just
that's
going
my
to say
slogan.
this. If somebody's trolling, trust me, I'm going to absolutely push them off the edge and laugh on their way down. But if it's someone like that who seems like they're very cautious, I didn't know he was that young. These kids just with these hormones and the food, they just boom, they're growing so fast. My point was, I didn't know he was that young, and I do want to speak differently to an honest young person. It's not the same approach that I'm going to have to a 30-year-old college graduate that thinks he's smart. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
And he liked your
Yeah,
cat.
Yeah.
So don't never forget
That's
that.
why
He
I
liked your
posted the
cat.
2 more pictures. The pictures that I just put in there. With Stone Mountain, in the distance, 14 miles away. Horizon still behind the mountain.
But Redman, I should have started with you because after the shiny tiger, that puts a shiver down their spine. So I probably next time I'll hold off.
Wait, there was a shiny tiger.
man.
Where was the shiny tiger? Wait,
There
where
was
was
a shiny
it?
tiger, Sonny.
Where was it?
I think it's 48 minutes after the hour. Scroll up and you'll see my post off the Puget Sound, Mount Rainier, Seattle. Yep, that's the shiny tiger. You got a black swan, you got a shiny tiger. I really recommend you girls on ladies' night use this shiny tiger because it took women to make the shiny tiger happen. Remember that.
57 minutes.
To save it on my playlist. I don't know if I have it saved. I might. Maybe I already have it saved. I guess if I try to save it again, I'll find out.
46. So, Sonny, 46 minutes after the hour. Let me make sure I put my screenshot and the video. The XR of the hour. That's me. Seattle, Mount Rainier. Back to the left.
All right. Perfect.
The shiny tiger is the most devastating flat Earth evidence right now. It's the hottest thing in the market.
I have a question.
People know about it.
Great. You know what? I've seen that from across Puget Sound, 60 miles. Mount Rainier.
And that's the thing. It's actually I calculated 70 as the crow flies, gave me 70 miles to the base bottom of the edge of Mount Rainier, and the city is 15 miles away. Obviously, you got a problem because the bottom of Mount Rainier is above optically the bottom of the city. Yeah, it's an absolute.
I actually had a piece. Sorry. I had a piece of pumice. I lived in north of Bremerton. I had a piece of pumice in my backyard that came from Mount Rainier.
Yo, I have a question.
Never.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Do anybody in here know anything about telescopes? I got a telescope from my auntie house like today, and I'm trying to put it together, but you seem like you have to be an engineer to put this shit together. Like it's so like the weights and stuff you gotta like turn, and this shit's just crazy, man. I wish somebody could like guide me out through it. I could be able to see.
If you really want to do it, there's 2 options. Learn how to do it with the guides, or maybe YouTube it. You might get lucky and find how to do it, or go to someone that know what to do and pay him to do it for you.
Yeah, see, I gotta put up like she didn't have like the guidebook when I got it. She just told me just to take it or whatever. So I don't have a guidebook, but I got it put together like to the best of my knowledge or whatever.
Hey, Felix.
Yo.
My name's Sonny. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Welcome to the server. I think we've spoken to you before, huh? Are you pretty new here?
Yeah. I've been here maybe like a month or whatever. Yeah, I be on and off or whatever.
That's what I thought. I was going to tell you, I'm putting together stuff like that. Just find the name of it, and if you can, the name and model, and then go search the internet for a manual.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, start there.
Put all of the information about the product into a Google search bar, and you will find so much stuff, my friend.
Yes. Okay. You're going to find a manual.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take a picture for y'all to see what I'm witnessing right now. But appreciate it, fellas.
Yeah. Share the model. Share it.
Yeah. And Felix, you're lucky because we got a bunch of engineering type people here, a whole bunch of us.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Hold on, I'm trying to go back to
Yeah,
the.
we know how to
Give me one
take shit apart, put it back together, break it, put it back together again, fix it, replace the part, whatever. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All right, I'm about to
That
load
sounds like my
now.
youth.
Yeah, that's been my deal since I was a youth. And by the way, what's a Ute? Sorry. Movie reference. My cousin Vinny movie reference. I'm sorry.
Anyone spoken to Versace Jedi?
Hey, he won't let me load pictures in the live chat.
Let me see.
We could probably give you image perms, Felix. I get a feeling you're legit.
Oh yeah, I'm a flat earth. I've been on flat earth for maybe like 4 or 5 years now. Yeah, but I just never had a telescope. I didn't see like the sun going over me or whatever. But I just want to zoom in on the stars myself because I always see like what y'all post, but I just never experienced it myself. But since I got the telescope, I want to experience the planets and the stars, for myself now.
Yeah, cool,
That's
man.
great.
Post your observation when you get them.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what you find. We're going to help you get this telescope put together.
I'm trying to take a picture of the here you go. I'm gonna try to lab. No, it won't let me. It usually let me upload photos and stuff up in here.
Okay, so you can DM it to me or anyone else here.
I will say when you say telescope doesn't zoom. So that's number one.
Okay.
It doesn't zoom. It's already fixed how far you can see.
So you have
zoom.
Sorry, Redmond. Hey, Redmond, good to hear you on here. I haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, I'm in the background.
No, man, I like to hear what you have to say. Sorry if I interrupt people. You have image perms now. Try it again in live stream, voice text, Felix.
Okay.
So your image, you're going to go to the file, the folder, and just drag it right into the line.
Yeah, I got you. I just got to go to it.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk to you like you're like an elementary school child. I don't mean that. So most of us. Yeah, great. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
that's a cool looking unit. Wow.
See, I don't know if it's backwards or what. It's shit's crazy, man. Like at the bottom of it, I don't know if I got it the right way or.
Kind of looks like you do. Looks like.
Yeah, that looks like a fancy one.
I have something that's similar to that. You're probably going to want to hold it closer to the mouth of the incoming light as opposed to the back of it.
Yeah, see, I want to tilt
that's
it
where
up.
the eyepiece is up by the mouth, right?
Say it again.
The eyepiece is up by the front, right? Not at the back.
I have no idea. You talking about like the weight or whatever? See, I want to be able to like lift it up or something.
The
lift it up
eyepiece where you look through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just need to slide that baby up so that eyepiece is right where you are and you're looking out at the other end, and then twist it so that your elevation angle is going to be horizontal to start with.
Yeah, you're going to want to slide that back. It's too
so
far
you're gonna
forward.
you're gonna have a hinge that's going to be.
And that's where I'm stuck at. I don't know how to like tilt it. I don't know how to tilt it up no more. Like
it looks like the make and model's right there. So just Google for the manual.
Awesome. Looks great.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna Google once I get off the live chat with y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, the man has to figure it out himself.
That's right. That's right.
If I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah, but appreciate your help, fellas.
Just what you want to do with the way the clamps are. You want the telescope itself. You don't want to cover up the letters. The telescope itself. You want to slide it completely backward. Just slide it all the way back. We're not covering up the letters. The makeup of the model. Number one.
Okay. So I got that too far up.
It's way too far up because if you have a product, you want to see what the product is. So slide that all the way back.
All right. If they throw two clamps on the side, I gotta loosen those up then before I got slide it back.
Yeah. Loosen those two up and slide it all the way back where you can see all the make, the model. It's clear.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Because you ain't gonna catch nothing with that.
See, just a mention of a manual. The guy's inside of his mind because someone mentioned a manual. He goes, inside of himself goes, well, shit, I actually got a manual inside of my head right now. You already got a manual inside your head. You really actually have all the parts you need in your mind of how this thing's going to work. I guarantee it.
But always know, with a telescope, you only have one set focal length. Far as it's only gonna see so far. There is no zoom. All you can do is just focus. That's it.
Yeah.
Focus and zoom, that's two different things.
Yeah. I got you. One more question. I'm trying to be able to like tilt it back some more. Like I don't know how to like tilt it all the way back. There's so many gadgets at the bottom with like the 90 degrees and the twists and turns and the weight. Shit crazy, man.
What you want to do is just start with slow knob. With knobs at the bottom. I can't. I'm looking at your photo. You have to start one knob at a time, and I can explain how you want to tilt it.
There's a book. Also, you have to find the zenith star.
And he's not even there yet. He's only trying to figure out the function of the tripod and how it attaches and what adjusts the telescope itself in which direction. So that's your basis. Your foundation is which one goes raising up all the way up to a zenith.
Watch that video I put in Livestream. How to assemble and use a reflector telescope. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, he has an axis of his telescope. So the axis of the telescope, he needs to find the mount that's going perpendicular to the axis of the telescope. That's going to be the one that raises it up from 90 degrees to a zenith. So you find that, you line up the telescope with the perpendicular of that mount that you use for elevation angle. Then you have the one that shifts it from left to right. That's separate. Then you have the telescope that can swivel by itself as well.
Up and down is elevation.
Right.
You have azimuth and elevation.
So did that make sense, Felix?
Yeah. I'm playing with it now. I'm trying to.
If you just watch this video I got, and these kids will show you how to do it. All reflector telescopes are pretty much set up the same. Doesn't matter whether it's an Orion or a Galactic. They're all set up the same. All their tripods work the same. In a reflector, you have to set the lenses sometimes or polish them. Those kids tell you how to do it in that one.
I ain't mean take up too much of your time, Phil. I got stuck between
Mine's bigger, Josh.
Hey, you know what? It's better that you ask people who look into this stuff all the time than just some random glober.
I got an Orion Galaxy Finder 15.
Bottom what?
So now it's a telescope measuring.
I got it. Okay.
Wait.
Mine's bigger than yours.
As long as she didn't say that, I'm good.
Bottom line, you see what I just circled on his telescope?
Yeah.
This is 90.
That's an adjustment for elevation, up and down.
Yeah.
Twist it. It sets it free. You can set it at 45 degrees, 35 degrees, and then twist it down and tighten it back down. It's a decent.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I got it on 35 degrees now.
It's a decent telescope. Looks like an 8-inch reflector.
Dang, now Felix about to rock that telescope, man. All right.
Just slide the
Does
hose.
it have automatic slew capabilities?
No.
I have no idea. This is my first time ever using the telescope, bro. I was like, it was at my auntie house, and I just grabbed it because she wasn't working. So I was
Yeah,
sitting on a
just
flat earth for
wait.
about like 30 minutes work.
Is that
You're
on the
like,
back? Is that a pin? Can you pull the pin on the back or loosen that up and rotate it left or right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. That pin is actually what make it go up and down.
Yep. I say
The one on the right,
the
one on the back is make it go up and down, but the one on the right is tilted to the left or to the right.
And then the next one should be side to side.
Yeah.
It's a telescopic tripod. You can have it 4 foot, 5 foot, 3 foot. Azimuth is your angle upward. How many degrees you're looking at is elevation. Azimuth is left to right. Because if you look up stars, they'll give you an azimuthal elevation position. North, northeast.
I think I got this bitch backwards though. Hold up.
That'll be your azimuth, and then your elevation will be how high you set it to see it from you. Once you get used to locating them, it's not that hard. You can look at anything that's available in your night sky. I like to use mine to show my son what they actually look like rather than what the images are that you see on the internet.
Yeah, and I had time lapse the sun. Like I can see like the sunrise, but I can see where the sun come closer to me and going farther away from me or whatever. I can time lapse it, and it doesn't look like the world is spinning. It look like the sun is moving over my head. And like plain in sight, plain and
Don't
simple.
forget to check the moon out with it too.
Okay.
Yeah, try to get the moon observations and try to locate Venus when it's around it too. There's some look observations to do about the moon and Venus. You'll be able to see that.
we got 42 in here. 43, so 41 because the live streams. Central banker. Felix.
Yes, sir.
You're a flat earther, aren't you? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
5 years. 5 years and counting.
I'm just scanning for globers.
Felix, do you know the other Felix?
Do I know what?
Do you know the other Felix? There's two of y'all.
Nah, I don't think so.
5 or 6 years. Yeah. All right, cool.
Ooh, we got a guy. I hope this person is here. Guy or gal, Versace Jedi. Please say I can speak with you.
I've seen him first.
Did you? I didn't hear it.
You just like the name? Is that why you're
Yes,
enthused?
I'm going to pick on this person. You betcha.
I was thinking it. I was thinking Versace Jedi.
I mean, I kind of do like the name, let's be honest. So, you're already winning. Let's talk.
Oh, he unmuted, but then he muted again. Come on.
Hello. Hi.
Yep. What up?
What up? So, Versace Jedi, what made you pick the name? I mean, I have to address it real quick.
Well, it's kind of a short story. I guess I grew up poor. The only fucking movie we had was Star Wars. So I'm a big fucking Star Wars fan. Still a flat earther. And I don't know, I like the brand Versace because I grew up poor and I like nice things now. So.
Word. Yeah, Versace is nice stuff. And
yeah, until Michael
Star
Kors
Wars was fun, wasn't it? So you say you were a flat earther?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Star Wars was fun, huh?
Yeah, they fucked that
like,
all up.
Oh, man. I mean, I didn't really think all that was possible even when I was a Glober. But,
no,
but yeah, right on. How long you been a flat earther?
Story.
Say that again.
Well, how old were you? Oh, sorry.
No, go
How
ahead.
old when I first started?
Yeah.
Thinking about flat earth? Well, there was this time I remember back. I think it was like in elementary school. They were trying to teach us the map, and they were showing us on a flat map. And you know how they have to like cut it up to make it look right. And I'm like, yo, why do you guys have to do that if you're trying to show us what it is? And it never
exactly. That's great. That's a great thought process. Like, why do you got to fuck it up like that? Can't you just show me the thing?
And they could never. My science teacher could never explain to me. And all she said to me was, "That's a good question," and then just kept going. And I was like,
right. Hey, at least you didn't get mad.
I ain't right about this shit. No, I was.
Cool, bud. Well, shit. Somebody. I mean, does anybody else want to grill him real quick about flat Earth? I don't want to.
Well, real quick, I was just going to say, are you aware that Luke and Leia are actually terrorists?
Oh, hell yeah. I got
because some people don't know that.
And they're also banging. There's all sorts of fucked up shit in that movie, man. Han Solo's a badass. That's why he shot first.
I have a feeling they wouldn't have filmed had they not found Han. They found, what's his name? Anyway.
Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford.
Don't they kill off, like all the truly genius people in that whole series?
Yeah, eventually.
They pretty much do, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Versace, real quick, how long have you been in this server?
How long have I been? Shit. I think I just technically joined the voice server, but I've had the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app for a while.
Okay. How about, can I ask you 3 things real quick?
Yeah, of course, though.
Okay. Has anybody ever measured curvature directly, and do you know their names or how they did it or when they did it?
Nah, they're all liars.
Okay. Oh, good. That's true. So far as we know. How about the rotation? Has anybody ever detected physically the rotation, the RPMs, or however you detect rotation on the entire fucking Earth? But has anybody ever done that?
I don't care if anybody tells me anything. I'm outside. I'm standing. I ain't feeling shit.
Roger that. Okay, and I got to do this third one, and then I think, guys, he's in the clear to get a flat Earth roll. Can you have gas pressure without containment?
Not. You need a container.
Say that again.
You can only have high pressure. There's a container.
Say it one more time. You broke up.
My bad. You can only have high pressure and low pressure next to each other if there's a container in between.
A container in between?
That's like trying. Well, yeah, that's like trying to hold a fart in without an ass, bro.
My friend,
hey,
I love the way you just put that. That is so fucking funny. Yeah, yep, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, you deserve a tag just for that.
There we go. Love it. Well, welcome, Versace Jedi. I figured, it could go one way or the other. You were either really, you were down individual or not. So I'm glad it was the former.
The name could be deceiving.
Right. Okay, well, welcome to the server.
So he's not a damn individual?
Wait, what's up?
He said you're either a down individual or you're not. So he's
Like
not a down
to earth. Or like he's down. He's down for the real knowledge.
Down to fuck.
He's
DTF,
down
bro.
to earth. You mean
Lockdown's
dirt?
been lonely, dog.
He's down to dirt.
He's on the level.
Sorry. I'll let y'all here. Go ahead. Thank you for being honest, Versace. Welcome.
It's the only thing I know how to do, dog. I appreciate y'all.
I grew up poor too. Guess what I ate for dinner tonight? Beans and rice. But because I'm such a rich bastard, I put some salt in it.
Where's the rebuy?
Y'all want to see my beans and rice?
You had no rebuy with it?
No ribeye.
What?
No. Yeah, I'll start back up at the first of the year.
Sorry for you. I had pork tenderloin. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Take it easy, dog.
Or I should say.
Well, we got 40 people in here. Somebody better be talking. Dread Roberts. Oh, hang on. Let's see about this one. Listening pass for Dread Roberts, who is deafened, so that's unfortunate.
What about Kaiser Sosa? That was a good movie.
Hold on, don't say it. The Usual Suspects.
You.
You bet. That sweet ass. Okay, oh yeah, I think we've talked to them before. Hang on. Oh yeah, Kaiser Soze. You have space crabs, I see. That's okay. We actually know how to get rid of those here.
That's a new disease. I didn't know we had that disease around here.
Oh, we don't. People bring it here, though. Like I said, we can help them get rid of that.
That's good.
We got the quick fix. 3 questions.
He said in the text that he's flat Earth because he's not going to talk.
Okay.
I think we've talked to him before, though.
I think so, too. I've seen the name quite often. I don't think I've personally ever stumbled upon that person.
Infrared Bear is a Glober. Talk to her. She's one of the filthy Globers, aren't you?
I also heard that person is from Canada, and I don't know if I can talk with that person.
She's in Commie Canada, and she's a Glober. She must not be near her mic, or she would have it already. So I was just joking. She's not a Glober.
No, she's not.
Yeah, we'll have to make her apologize for not answering later.
Tish.
I mean, you can always see if Hoymar has any new thoughts, anything sunk in.
Yeah, actually, what I wanted to ask about previously was the statement that Earth is not an object. I think it was the XO. Oh, he left already. Anyway, Earth is not an object, so do you agree to that? Is Earth not an object?
Well, okay. So can you see the entirety of an object when you say, hey, that's a square, hey, that's a cube? can you see the entirety of the thing? And then you...
Not always.
You know what I mean?
It depends
not
on the
always.
size of the
So
object.
then how do you know the shape of something if you can't view the whole thing?
Yeah, you're right. But is it an object, though? Does it stop being an object just because it can't see the whole thing at once?
My question, I guess, would be, when did anybody prove it was an object? Empirically, directly, measurably.
Well, I think you experience an object, right? Like empirically, you stand on it.
There's something under my feet, yeah, but I don't know all the dimensions. So if it's an object, see, objective, right? That means it's tangible.
It is
Does
tangible.
it exist in whole? Does it exist? Can you see the whole thing? Right?
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Exactly. So hold on. Nobody's making that claim that we can see the whole thing as a complete object. All we know is the aspect upon which we live, regardless of topography, overall remains measurably flat and level.
Yeah, but how does it follow from not seeing the whole thing that it is not an object? Like, can you define what it is then?
No, I can't. I am not going to claim I know what the whole place is.
So
if we can't properly explore the entire thing, how can you quantify it?
Not only that, I'm just one dude. I'm not going to talk about all that stuff. Is so much stuff that you have to do before you can make anything near an actual scientific claim about something.
So do you think it's scientific to say to state whether something is an object or not?
No, I don't.
So we can't really say what Earth is. Would you agree?
Exactly. Now you're getting it. We can't really say what the Earth is. Good.
That's
see what you're stuck on, Hoymar.
Why is it bad? Hold on now, Dave. Do you think that humans either have or have the capacity to figure every tiny little thing out to a T? Do you think that we have the capacity to know everything?
Yeah, no, I don't think we have. I think we will encounter stuff in future that our tiny minds cannot comprehend. I think that's definitely
also a good point. You're making some strides here, dude.
See, what you're kind of stuck on, Hoymar, the heliocentric model claims Earth is an object, and they've got all this stuff figured out, but, it's not like we're going to figure everything out. We can just call bullshit on what we know is bullshit. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, yeah, and that's what I've heard a lot of times. Like, yeah, you say what Earth isn't, what you can demonstrate to be false. But what I would love to hear is something what it is like.
Without the proper information, we're not going to claim it is if we don't have anything to back it up. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to make any claims of what something is if we can't have proper information and have explored it and done all the research and everything. And we're not allowed. We're in this little circle. We can't go past the 63 parallel. We can't go to the North Pole. There's a lot of things we can't do.
We can't go to the North Pole.
There it is.
Okay.
I don't think so. I've never tried, but the information I have is that it would be difficult to go to the North Pole. And I've known some people who tried to get some money together and get up there, and they were turned away for one reason or the other. I wasn't close with those people, but they, for a few months they were really trying to get up there and do that. But no, I mean, try to find somebody who's spending a lot of time at the direct North Pole. You're not,
Yeah,
good luck.
I don't think anybody wants to spend a lot of time there. It's not very habitable.
Well, we don't know. You and I, my friend, the layman, we don't know. We can't make claims past. We don't know. Seriously.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you couldn't tell if there was the North Pole. I mean, it's just ice shelves. It's not a landmass.
That's a claim, though. That's the whole deal. I don't know if it's even ice shelves. I've been shown pictures. My whole life I've been taught, here, look at this, they're melting, and look at that, and how beautiful, and I don't know. I can't say. And it sounds dismissive, right? It's like, well, what the fuck, dude? Do you not know anything? Like,
bits,
it's bits and pieces, man. I mean, I don't know. It's a discernment capability.
I just want to say, when I was like coming up, like before 12 years old, there was a North and South Pole, and there was 2 pole caps, right? And they were saying that they were melting, and the ozone is over the southern pole, the ozone hole, right? The ozone hole is a big problem. Well, the north one melted, even though the hole was over the Antarctica, or at least they don't put it on the map anymore. But it used to look like land, like frozen continents. And now it just looks like there's nothing but water in between, like Russia, Siberia, Canada, and Greenland.
Well, it depends on the season, you know. It's these shelves get larger and smaller, so.
I remember the same thing when I was coming up, but it kind of changed over time. There, you never hear about ozone anymore either, since like the 90s and stuff.
Yeah, it was all those scares like we will all die in 10 years and the ozone hole.
So yeah, hey dude, so if that's a lie, and that's fucking huge, it also has ramifications that are quote unquote planetary, global, right? Whole 100% of the world is affected, and it was a lie, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it was.
there you go. So for whatever reason, those motherfuckers did that. They're doing the same thing with space. Literally, same
Does
thing.
anyone have a list of the size of the lies would be quite different. You know, like
And climate change.
Dude. They just did Santa again yesterday. So
And climate change, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm quite skeptical of human-made climate change as well. I think it's.
Well, join the club.
Exactly. That's just all you know.
Oh, incidentally, there's record amounts of volcanoes erupting right now.
I'm skeptical of most entire world influencing movements that are led by retarded fucking 13-year-olds.
Yeah, you're damn right about that.
You.
Do you guys know that there's this video where like Greta Thunberg was like singing?
Yeah.
What was it, like this little chant?
You can shove your climate change up your ass.
Yeah,
But you know how she's singing? She's singing that, right? She's like saying it to the politicians, like you can shove your like causing the climate crisis up your ass. Like we're not going to let you cause it. You know?
Yeah, okay.
It's still funny to hear her sing it, but she's sitting amongst brain dead fucking people that are there to see her that believe in climate change. You know, it's still funny, but yeah.
I wonder if like this girl, if she herself really believes in what she's constantly stating.
I'm not sure, but she's certainly a puppet in some way or another.
Yeah, what do you mean with all the blah 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 she says?
Yeah, I think.
It wouldn't change much, like whether she knew it or not.
No, definitely
like she's still
not.
uttering those stuff. So
I mean, when did she start? She was like really quite young. I think it was actually 13 years or something. I mean, that's quite young to be. Like, if she really knew what was up, that would be way too much risk for her.
There have been. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there have been psyops where they used children to, how do you say, justify certain legal actions. If I'm not mistaken, in the past they used a child before, like a child actor, to cry in front of the United Nations to condone war in the Middle East. Later, it was found out that she was actually the daughter of one of the leaders of Kuwait, and that war
the incubator babies, right? Babies in incubators being taken out and thrown on the ground.
Right. Yeah. I remember that. I remember that one. Yeah.
So yeah, like children are being used by the satanic system to make people feel a certain way, because people are less likely to be defensive when a child is speaking than when an adult is speaking. So it's kind of dirty what they're doing. No, it is dirty.
It appeals to their emotions, and most people are based emotionally, you know.
I got an emotion for you. How about the lady that lied? She turns herself into the families of the loved ones who died because of that lie. And we have a little street justice. And she'll do it willingly, right? And the families do it willingly. It's just a contract, right?
I didn't quite get that, Hank.
When you lie and someone goes to war like NASA did over 9/11,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, the weapons of mass destruction thing, right? When NASA lies, don't you think they should be held accountable from all the soldiers' family?
100%.
That died in that war?
Oh, yeah.
Because if I lie, don't I have to suffer the consequences?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Someone
but me and you are
dies.
plebs, so there are consequences for our action. But if there was even a shred of accountability with any of these agencies in our world, they wouldn't exist, so they'd be razed to the ground the next day, as soon as the lie came out.
That's so fucked up, but it's so funny. Al Gore got kicked to the curb for an autistic teenager. Oof.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough appeal about him, man.
That is such an oof, dude. Oof.
Who the fuck wants to listen to Al Gore?
Who the fuck wants to listen to that little rat screaming at us? Anyway.
Al Gore invented the internet. And we got algorithms.
Here's a funny one. Alex Jones says that what's that guy that sends rockets up? He says he's fighting the New World Order.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yeah. He says he's fighting the New World Order. That was funny.
Yeah, he's the good billionaire. He's not like the others.
Yeah, just like Trump as well. Good billionaires.
I'm not
like the others. Not only him, but it was also that other guy, the Health Ranger as well, which I actually like those guys. I mean, I like Alex Jones and the Health Ranger a lot. I mean, they're really cool people, but I mean, they both say stuff like that. It's just so funny. I mean, it's ridiculous. They say that Elon Musk is fighting the New World Order.
I do think that is quality comedy. Yep. Mm-hmm. And people, I think what's both sad and funny is people eat it up. They love it. Hook, line, and sinker, they are buying it.
And they love their idols. Their idol worship and their messiahs coming to save them. Means they could sit on their fat, lazy fucking asses and do nothing.
Wait, who's the messiah to the materialists?
Well, no, this is like idol worship, with Elon Musk, and they perceive him, they're giving him like a messiah complex. He's going to fix all the problems,
But I mean, I don't hate Alex Jones or hate the other guy. I think they both got some. I mean, they got some good points. I mean, definitely, I don't hate them or anything, but that was really hilarious, though.
Yeah, Elon Musk fanboys are the cringiest fucking people ever. If you want like to measure the decline in masculinity, just look at your average Elon Musk fanboy.
Yeah, at that age, I wasn't looking at dudes.
I'm still not looking at dudes.
Well,
do you know that Elon Musk has only got an economics degree and he's got something else, like some physical science or something degree? That's all he's got. He's an engineer.
He's about like as achieved as Einstein. He's invented nothing. It's all just like a smokescreen with him. Yeah, Joe, it's really annoying, but like about 10 years ago when all the kind of Tesla stuff was starting to pop, like Nikola Tesla was starting to pop up on the internet, like the real story between Nikola Tesla and Edison, that's when Elon Musk popped onto the scene with his company,
Funny thing is, he's always talking about how the dangers of robots taking over the world, but I think he's making robots himself.
I'm not worried about robots. I'm worried about fucking people being robots. We already got like a fucking NPC takeover.
Alright, I have a question, boys.
Yeah, it's not the robots, it's the guys who program the robots you got to worry about.
True.
Oh,
Someone has a question. You got to turn your mic up.
Oh, Glatt
or
and
get
I were
closer.
just scrambling for the doorknob. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loud enough? Hello?
Nope. Got to get closer to your mic.
I'm using my phone. I don't know if that's any better.
Yeah, but it sounds like you gave your phone to your neighbor and then went back to your house and are now trying to talk to us.
Sorry.
As funny as that is, it makes conversation near impossible.
Wait, was that Felix?
No.
Who is that?
Oh, it is Felix.
Yeah, Felix.
Oh,
wait,
so you're
hold on.
working on the fucking
Wait,
thing.
Did
Sorry.
the telescope fall on you? Are you stuck underneath it?
Oh, wrong Felix. Wrong Felix.
See, okay. So,
my
please get
goodness
closer
gracious.
to your mic.
Unbelievable.
Can you come back from across the street, please?
Maybe a
How
telescope
many
will fall on
Felixes
you.
are there? You Felixes multiply?
3 or 4 at this point, plus Baumgartner. My goodness.
I'm here.
I think it sounds like there's at least 12 feet still between you and your devices.
Is somebody forcing you to do this?
Blink twice if you're forced to do this.
You're okay.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Okay, good. You turned the phone was backwards or upside down. It's okay. We'll get used to it.
They were actually connected to my earbuds, and I was like, "Oh, I think it's my other earbud across the room. It's my mic." And I'm just like,
"Hey, congratulations! All right."
Yeah, I had to use my my prefrontal cortex, and I had to focus really hard of what the problem was. I had to use the problem-solving part of my brain. Okay, but
proprioception.
That was worth the effort. That was worth the effort.
So I'm not huge into the laws of thermodynamics, but the first law of thermodynamics, it doesn't matter how much energy is applied, energy can neither be destroyed or created. And so energy before equals energy after, no matter what. Knowing this, like, there's no way that anything crazy could happen to the earth, such as, like, I'm gonna go crazy here, but like the sun burning out, or like anything crazy, like where like the end of times, right? That can't happen because of the law of thermodynamics, right? So we're never gonna see the sun burn out.
Well, we don't even.
Right?
Well, hold on. We don't even know if it's burning in the first place, right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Good point.
Listen, energy can't be created or destroyed, but it can change form and place.
Yeah.
Entropy is the rate at which it disintegrates from one thing to the next. And then the loss of workable energy becomes entropy.
Okay, so you're saying it could possibly there could become an end of times for us, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth won't go on, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is all systems eventually fail when the usable energy is used up.
The energy will transfer. You're right.
Energy. All of it can be usable in some way or amount, right? Like.
Yeah, well, if you know physics like you acting like you do, you know eventually it won't be usable to maintain the system at the size it's at. So that's entropy, and all things will decay into chaos,
disorder.
You can't get past that. You're acting like a cycle can be infinite, and I'm telling you, entropy it defies entropy, second law of thermodynamics. So it's wrong.
So it can't go like somehow full circle, like things be filtered out and created a new life. Like
no, there's no perfectly infinite system. None. So basically, what you're saying is Earth and the solar system could be infinite. Well, there's only one way that's possible.
And what's that one way that it's possible?
If there's an all supreme omnipresent God up there keeping it going. By adding in energy as we use it up. Now you're saying you don't understand that law. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It can be used up to the point to where it's no longer workable on a megascopic level. It's still present on the microscopic level, but the system it was maintaining will fail because it's not microscopic.
The Earth itself actually violates the conditions of entropy, because you have a place here where it's changing the energy over and over and over again in a cycle, in a system, in a realm that we live in. So just you being here is supernatural.
Northern Rebellion posted a globehead zombie meme. Man, that's a good meme.
So you're saying that there could definitely be an end of times.
Yeah, but you would never know what that is. Neither would I or anybody else here.
Listen, bro, I think the heliocentric model, it's all about like fear, right? Because they want you to believe that you're like hurling through space and at any moment we could get attacked by all sorts of weird things. And if you learn about what they say about the sun, that shit's pretty scary to think about. Like all these molecules like bouncing around for like millions of years, and finally they come outside to the outer surface and they cool off.
Time is within yourself. Look in yourself to the end of time for whatever you perceive that to be inside yourself. What does that mean to me? Let's say you're lying in your bed, you're contemplating or meditating. What does the end of me mean? Does it look like anything? The only way we can even imagine is only to imagine, because it's a completely, like, you only exist inside this little place, well, that we think of. In the materialistic, it's a little tiny dark place that has no light, no color, and it's upside down. It's image digitizing with your biomechanical computer that you have that is actually spiritually driven, not just electrically driven. So your energy doesn't ever disappear, and it has never been destroyed. For all we know as beings that we are here, whatever we are, is that we were created with a spark of some kind of some kind of life, and now we have consciousness. So something had to create that for us to be from a place we are of the spirit, which we all know we are. Let's face it, please. That we are able to experience the physical world also is totally incredible.
And our very world is actually a proof of the existence of God or a creator.
I can't even hear you. Hold on.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Oh shit, that was harsh. Oh no. That's really loud and bad. It's distorted. Oh, there you go. This motherfucker.
Hold on a second.
Sonny, you better not be messing around on me. Are you horsing around, mister? You whippersnapper.
Can you guys hear me? Or
yes.
Am I too quiet?
Now you're perfect. That's perfect. Don't ever change.
Because as we know, as Sunny said before, no energy is added. Like all energy is maintained, but it simply goes from one form to another.
Mm-hmm.
Like the total amount of energy stays the same, but one turns into another form of energy. So that begs the question. That energy couldn't have been created out of nowhere. There needs to be an intelligent creator behind it who, sparked it. Otherwise, we would imply that it came from nowhere, which goes against the law itself.
Comes down to at a fundamental level is that you are an energetic being. That means your energy has come from a place where energy isn't destroyed or created. It's always been there. So that's you, whoever you are listening to me. Everyone. So you're an energetic being that has consciousness. Your information, your personality, all of your characteristics, everything that makes you you came from somebody who had to input that information because it is information. So someone typed it in or printed it into all of us. This information, whoever we are, however that happened, we don't know. Did it happen by happenstance? Not likely. Think about what I just said, you energetic beings. So that information had to have an informer. That information has design everywhere, so that design also requires intellect, choice, decision making. So you are who you are because of that programmer, that designer, that initial thing that put life into everything we see. A tiny little seed. I love this point. A tiny little seed that can grow a tree that weighs 100 tons. All that information in that tiny little seed, tell me that's by happenstance, please. Tell me
Even
that's
if we
all
get lucky.
materialistic. This destroys the materialistic viewpoint of Earth and all of its life. What I'm saying. It destroys all of it. Just in a tiny little tree seed. Let alone all the thousands and thousands upon thousands, even just in biology or botany. Plant species that all maintain their own species and propagate and are abundant everywhere on Earth.
Species?
Yeah, tell me that's by happenstance.
Ooh,
Tell me about the plants.
yeah. Almost had it
Tell me
there,
about the
Sonny.
plants.
Almost had it.
Tell me about the plants that human beings and almost all mammals have receptors for one plant. Like if that plant wasn't
Yeah,
necessary,
why do we got cannabinoid receptors?
Yeah, all over.
Why
In
do
our
we got
brain,
cannabinoid receptors?
Well, why can I feel heat? Throw me in a fire. Yeah.
That cannabinoid receptors are in your muscles, in your sinews, in your neurons, in our brain.
Ooh, I like to say sinews.
So listen. It was just because people kept getting burnt alive so often that the human body evolved to think about how to stop that. And instead of the body evolving, only the mind evolved to make sure to avoid fire at all costs. Thanks.
Me, daddy, die in fire. Me, no fire, bad now.
No fire, bad fire. You know, millions of years, you never know.
Who put that there devil's lettuce on God's green earth? Who did it now?
So who would allow a plant here in creation somewhere that solved all of the human beings' problems, almost every single one of them, every single
herbs
like
and
health
seed-bearing
problems.
plants, I give on to you.
Genesis 1:29.
Why would they lie about that? Let me ask that question. Why would they lie about a plant that cures all of our problems, our diseases, all illnesses, like literally any psychological problems? Why would they lie about that? Let me ask, why would they lie?
Because they wanted to stop the rapist, obviously.
Yes.
We can't handle rapists. If you grow a plant, you're paying and aiding and abetting rapists if you grow plants. Stop it.
Think about the one who said in that meeting.
Need lettuce to rape people? Hold my head of lettuce. What do you do? Walk up and say, "Here, hold my head of lettuce," and then when they're holding it, you just rape them.
Think about who the person was, and think about who the person was in that meeting that said, "I'll second that."
Don't take the pot, kids. It's not right.
Think about that personality.
Look,
Then the one that
I
goes,
don't want to
started it."
answer because you don't want to show you have extreme knowledge on roofies.
Yeah. Well, listen. Listen. Homer said, "Here, hold my other head of lettuce." Thanks.
Wow. What a
Oh,
trip.
but speaking of which, since we're talking about things that are way more important than people that live in cartoons, I
You
want to
know
put
what
a
Lois
picture.
said? You like red carpet, don't you? Say it. Say it. I love red carpet.
You like red carpet, don't you? Say it. Say it.
Oh, God. Shit. I thought it was in a horror flick all of a sudden. I thought someone's running in from the other room or something. Whoa. Sorry.
Oh, Peter, come on, get on. Sorry.
That was.
I love doing Lois. Peter's a little tougher.
Nobody has time for that. Battle Mod, real quick. Have you seen this truck, Battle Mod? Have
What
you seen
truck?
this? The one I put it 3 minutes after the hour right now. It's the only this is the first time I've ever had to take a screenshot of a truck because I knew I wasn't going to see it again. You see what this guy did?
No, it's somebody's bullshit. Yeah.
They put it together so it's What is the year of that front end?
I stand on my papers and smile at the sky.
I'd say 40s or 50s, somewhere in the 40s or 50s.
Right. I know that the hypnotized never lie. Sorry,
Sonny, hold on. And then did you see the bed is from the 70s, right? So it's a 3-piece. I like that. I would drive that.
That's a Chevy. It's a GMC grain box. It looks like a Pontiac Bellevue front end and a Dodge truck. That's funny as fuck. Look, the first time I got a drunk driving, they hit me in the ass end, so I put this airbox on there. Then I was out there and I ran 4 cops, got another DUI, you know what I'm saying? Assault with a motor vehicle. Then I had to put that there front end. Now I came with the dang old by God badass truck, you know what I'm saying?
But listen, if you look at the back though, the tailgate has Dodge, so I think it's off a 70s Dodge, right? Step side, and the front end has a Dodge.
You can see it?
Yeah, because I'm zooming in. Yeah, I just blow it up. It's hard to see. And then
I got it zoomed in too.
The front end also says Dodge, but I'm not sure because I'm not good in the 40s. I don't know. But I can't tell.
Hey, I know. Actually, that's a Meadowbrook. Yeah.
Is it? I like that a lot.
54 Dodge Meadowbrook.
I just think I can't believe how good it lined up with the doors.
I not spot that. Look, let me show you a picture of one of my cars, and then you'll know why I say, how did I not spot that? I pulled my grandfather's car out the field. It's a 54 Meadowbrook because a guy across the street gave me a 35 coupe with a 426 Hemi in it. And I put it together for my son to drive as a rat rod.
Really? You left that engine in it?
No, I put that engine in my grandpa's Meadowbrook.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Now look, this is the kind of stuff me and my son do with the Meadowbrook. But look at the front end. Let me see. They're similar. It could be a 53. Yours. Come on. I got the deluxe. Pretty nice. So I got the hood, the hood ornament. But they're pretty much the same thing. There, yeah.
Nice. That's pretty. So that has the 426.
Yeah, it's got a 426 Hemi in it. It's a 54
wow. Is it all? Did you rebuild the engine, or is it just it was good enough to run?
It's more than rebuilt.
Okay.
I've done a lot to that thing.
What did you do to the intake manifold? What, did you use like a factory one or? Okay.
I got 1150 cc's on that motherfucker. I got 1150
iron head still. Did you reuse the iron heads or did you put aluminum heads on?
Yeah, you don't want to use aluminum heads on a hemispherical, unless you're gonna bore everything else out to go with it. And I did, and I wanted to leave it. You know, they come 400 horse. So that's pretty good. All you have to do is add some RPMs to it, maybe give it a step-up cam. so it R's out quicker. You don't have to bore the valves out to use headers. It's already got big bore heads. That's why Hemis are so nice. Yeah, we take turns cruising Grandpa's ride. I mean, it's his, though.
Yeah, but what do y'all know about that variable valve timer? Y'all know about that shit.
We're into 4 cylinders now?
Represent.
4 cylinders, that's a sin, brother. Can't even do it. I mean, half of the engine, right? The right 4?
Right. Where you been? Is that Cyrus?
Yeah, it is, man. Shit, yeah. Been gone for a minute. What's good,
Merry
bro?
Christmas.
Yeah,
Hey,
man. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Hey, Cyrus, how's it going?
It's going. Not bad. What's going on? Sonny, Redford, Mike, Hank, everyone else. What's good?
I didn't know Redford was in here. What the heck?
Yep. Look, here's my next
What's
project.
happening, guys?
I bought this about 3 weeks ago.
In the background there.
Oh, Shenji. No, brother. I picked up an LS motor for that Beamer, that E46. Is he torn apart? I just picked it up with a, seized motor. I already knew what's up. Blown head gasket for sure. Totally seized. And I've been wanting to build an LS E46 for a while. The Beamer found me, then the 6.0 found me, and I was like, all right, fuck it. Got almost everything. So let's do it.
The frame seems to be missing in the front. Or is that just me?
Yeah, 100%. That's why those things are so awesome, because you can just take the entire fucking front end like that off. You know, and just walk all the way up to the engine.
Okay.
It's fucking awesome.
Oh, hey.
I don't have a picture with the front end on, I think. But, you know, just a regular E46, nothing fancy. Almost out. Just dropped the... Well, I'm about to drop the drive shaft, like, tonight. In a couple minutes, just taking a couple dabs, and... So... I'll just drop the drive shaft and the tranny support underneath. Then 2 bolts for the engine mount. Off we go. But yeah, shit, man. I've been just busy wrenching on shit, you know. What you guys been up to?
Well, that was a bigger wrench thrown into the conversation than I thought it'd be, Battle Mod. So, wow. But yeah, there it is.
That's an automotive wrench, brother. Sorry, man.
Well, he's talking.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
He's talking about building the Tomb Ford injected motherfucking BMW with a small block LS.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, they make that shit. That 6.0, man. So
you can buy a kit to put it right in there.
100%. That's what I'm gonna do. The transmission kit. So.
Yeah, that's
exactly
a 6-liter.
my route.
The E46 is the LS 6-liter.
Oh, it comes that one. That's a 2.5 straight 6 that it comes with.
No, the LS.
Oh, the LS motor. I picked up an LQ4, which is an iron block LS1.
Oh, okay.
So it's a truck engine.
Say if you had the E46, you'd have a 6-liter.
They don't come 6 liters. They only come up to, I think the M3 is like 3.2 liters.
No, you can get a 6-liter LS, bro.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm swapping in there, man. 6-liter LS, yeah. Right. I'm saying stock, they come with like up to 3 liters.
Yeah.
3.2 on the, yeah.
It's a large jump.
It's fucking enormous.
If you're really good, Cyrus, you got to get one of those ZF 8 speeds that put behind the small block.
ZF8. I have a ZF5. I don't know about a ZF8. It's like shit.
Oh,
is that a dual clutch?
Well, I'm just saying like a 4.7 first gear ratio. That's like having a 588. I mean, you can talk to Battle Mod about it, but those 8-speed transmissions, they turn that engine and it makes it. It's like it like doubles the power because of the ratio.
Well, yeah, you're hitting gear ratios you would normally be hitting.
Right.
On your
you
stock
shift a lot quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, Battle Mod can tell you more about this, but there's Hemi Rams, a stock drivetrains, in the 12s because there's the ratio is insane.
Yeah. Talking that old 3-speed shit. First
That's
gear
what I
goes
have.
to
I have
like
a 3-speed.
70.
I know. I have a 46 RE. It's designed like in 1911.
Yeah, first gear goes like 70. You can put it. You don't really have to put it in third gear. You can top it out in
It's
second.
a long ass gear.
Doing a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah, 2.45 first gear. Terrible.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's like no torque. So what? So on a 3-speed, do you have 1-to-1? Is 3 like 1-to-1 or no?
Mine is on a Dodge. Yeah.
On third gear,
Dodge 727. Yeah.
Close to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Close to 1-to-1.
Because on most manuals, it's fourth gear is the 1-to-1. I think.
Oh yeah, we're talking old school shit.
I know. I hate fucking automatic transmissions.
Right, I'm just saying there's a couple old school guys. I haven't looked too much into it, but they put that new transmission behind their old small block, and it's like double the. I mean, you're taking 2 seconds off the quarter mile time. So just insane numbers depending on what you've done.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's been done already.
Transmission can definitely change with your quarter mile speeds. So can the rear end gear change though too.
Right, but if you leave the factory high gear Battle Mod, you have the best of both worlds. You don't have to change that rear end. If you have a 4.7 first gear,
Now you got an everyday driver, but I mean, when I build a street rod, it'll have a 453 rear end gear and a 4-speed, probably a big block. Or a tweaked out small block, like 400, 383. My Beretta's got a 383 in it, but that car's so small it doesn't need a big block. So light. I think a big block would just scare the fuck out of me.
Yeah, the guy did a bunch of bolt-ons too. This guy's name is Incredible Hemi. This was a couple of years ago. He's supercharged it now and changed everything. But when he was naturally aspirated, Battle Mod, he had a 4x4 quad cab in the 12s, just with bolt-ons. I mean, that just blows my mind. A 4x4 truck.
Oh, you're gonna have to draw the line where because for me, I'm gonna rebuild the LS and forged pistons is a bolt-on for me. Which I know it's not a fucking bolt-on. However, it is a bolt-on. Yeah, the bolt-ons for me is forged pistons, baby. It's like, yeah, it's a bolt-on.
No.
Cam, that's a bolt-on.
No.
3 bolts. Yeah. Turbocharger, bolt-on.
I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this one yet. I just know it's solid. I picked it up cheap. That was out in Homer, Michigan, right by the school. The car was sitting in the front yard for $300. I couldn't believe it.
I see it. You can't go wrong.
I stopped and knocked on the door, and the dude said, "How can I help you?" And I pushed $300 at him. Give me my title. I'll be right back for it.
But wait a minute. Why would car salesmen lie? Wait a minute. That's never happened.
I don't give a shit if it ran.
What you got planned for that thing, man?
I don't know if I'm gonna do a classic restoration or a resto mod yet. I haven't decided. I might just put it back to stock. Park it in the corner of the barn. I got cars out here I don't even drive, bro.
Dude, believe it or not, I was gonna hit you up last week before I find my motor. I was gonna be like, dude, do you have any LS motors laying around? I was looking for a 5.3, man. However, found a 6.0, so whatever.
Them are good to get out of them old Suburbans.
You can boost the hell out of those.
Yep. Oh yeah. Nope.
I bought an ambulance from the horse. I bought 2 of them from the horse track, and they had big black 454 HOs in them. Never been driven.
Wow.
Car had like 40 miles on it. I figured they bought it, drove it to the horse track, and never needed it. Dude thought he hustled me. He said, "Give me $3,000 for them both." I didn't even argue. Here you go. This one's got 40 miles. That one's got 52. This must be the beer run truck, huh? I mean, just to buy the motors and transmissions would have cost me way more than $3,000 just to buy them crate motor stock like they are.
Yep, 100%, man. 454, you said? Yeah.
Yep. Hey, I just pull them out and leave them laying around the barn. That's why when people say, "Hey, what the hell you got in that car?" I'm like, "Some shit I had laying around the barn." Ain't never a lie though. I sit around there until I get a vision, and then I start putting shit together like a model car. Is that Sonny? Boom, boom, boom. He's going Bob Dylan on us.
We got like 8 inches of snow outside.
All my snow left.
No, yeah. It's not supposed to snow around here though, bro. We're not ready for it. I like that.
I want to hear that dobro.
Whoa, how's that for live music?
Mm-hmm.
Really good, man. Perfect. Just thinking about cylinder heads and excellent music for it.
Yeah, man, that's what I do best. So I love like doing that, performing that. It's so much fun, and like the harp and the guitar together, because both of the sounds I have, like they've been crafted for years of struggle. Like it's not just like you pick up an instrument and you play and it sounds like this does right now. Everything from like the guitar itself all the way to the amplifier and what the amplifier, like how this amplifier has been modified. It's all personal. It's all part of my instrument, my sound. Like it's taken me years. So
is it time for me to instigate an argument with somebody, Sonny?
What's that? Am I trying to?
I
No,
just
never
was
mind.
checking. Should I instigate an argument?
Wait a minute, I have my moment, my little moment in the spotlight, and that's all. I just enjoy playing for you guys, and it's been a great week. Like the pagan holiday here, spending it here with you on the Discord was like the highlight of my life. Like honestly, I got so inspired by all of you guys and the conversations. And it's been so engaging, man. It's been wonderful. It's been awesome. So like,
real quick, Sonny, real quick. Oh, wait a minute. They're muted. Never mind. Bedinkin. I wanted to see if anybody spoke to Bedinkin, but they're muted and deafened. Never.
You're looking for a fight, huh? I see.
Oh, yeah, he's Bedinkin.
That's fired up.
Okay, so I'll do the sound effects for the fight.
Betting kin. That means cousin
well,
Trump.
his name.
Your brother's your sister.
His name means changing your mind in Dutch. So perhaps he'll change his mind here.
I don't know. It's in America. It sounds a little bit like marrying your first cousin.
That Einstein.
Well, right. I mean, if you believe in magical monkey globes, though, what's wrong with that?
You tell me.
So asking
we'll
for a
see which
duel.
one it is.
What does requesting a duel music sound like? Sorry.
Not sure. Spicy, yeah? Duel. That's duel, motherfucker.
Wait, Hoymar, you still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
So-
Weimar.
Oh, no.
What do you mean you
XO.
can't? Okay, what's the meaning of that first? I'm curious.
There are several interpretations of that, but I mean, if you take it literally, it means like don't draw an image or don't make a painting of God or something. And I don't think that's what this verse means, according to.
Yeah, it's about
You
outer
talking about the
space.
second commandment?
It's about outer space. Yep.
It's also about making an image, a persona of yourself. You're probably not supposed to have all these corporations that you didn't create, that your parents created for you by signing the birth certificate document. But what do I know? I'm just
Sorry, what? What am I not supposed to have?
So
Which
let me explain. So
corporations?
Shin, I'm gonna help Shin out. So Shin, I can talk to you about this because I know that you're thinking logically. Is that if you believe in a magical spinning ball cartoon, you can't understand literally almost all of the Bible, so that he cannot understand what it says. Shin, there's no way around it.
Yeah, everything
Oh,
is.
I disagree.
Like, but do you think everything like the flat Earth has been mentioned so many times in the Bible? So you think that all those chapters are metaphorical?
Not necessarily all of them.
There only needs to be one verse to be literal for your whole globe model to be destroyed.
Firm. So it
For
shall
example,
not be moved.
For example,
Who created it that way? Were you there
Genesis
when I
1.
created it? When
Hold
I
on,
created
Jim.
it?
Isaiah.
Could you tell me
Hold on.
the link
Battle
there,
Mod's
brother?
talking. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Shin. Hold on. Battle Mod's talking. Hold on.
Yeah, only one. It's where
yeah,
where it's
Genesis.
said
I
to
mean,
be.
if you read Genesis, it's like
Who
a
made
poem.
it
Please let him
firm?
speak, bro. Let him speak, please,
Yeah,
guys.
who made it firm on foundation so that it's immovable? If you know, tell me.
Yeah, that sounds like an ancient, like a poet telling the story.
Another lie.
Right?
Stop. You got to stop lying, bro. Please.
Poetic?
Stop lying.
So it's analogous to what? What's the metaphor mean? God created it with his own hand, firm, immovable. It's a poetic way to say he gave you a stationary place to live. Covered you with a
No,
rakia shamim.
it's a description from the perspective of the author. It doesn't.
What? So wait, I'm sorry.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Two people. Hold on.
So if I take it literal, then it just means God placed me on a place that's not moving, which has firm foundation, so it will not be shaken.
Yeah, if you take it literally, yeah.
And here's the thing, though, that's said multiple different times. So multiple different times you have to go and say, well, everything before it was literal, and this we get to this because I've said before this is not literal. Then you have to take that way too. But see, the book denotes when it's being parabolic and when it's being literal.
Does it?
It does, and he began to speak in parables. So they tell you when they were speaking in parables.
You mean in the New Testament?
When he literally said, if you can't figure out anything about earth, how could I even talk to you about heaven? He was being literal. So if you take the book as metaphorical, then that's your interpretation of it. That's your epistemology or entomology, whatever you want to call it. That's your opinion. There are those who are Bible literalists. And the only time they say was when Jesus was on the mount talking in parables. Blessed is he who And then it has a deeper meaning, and you have to find the deeper meaning within your mind. But it denotes when it's metaphorical and when it's not. All you have to do, they say he began to speak in riddles. He began to speak in tongues.
Yeah, but we were talking about Genesis.
Okay, wait a second. I need to speak the battle mod, so relax, Weimer, because we're taking the Bible literal. So give me a second. Hold on. Wait, guys, stop. Just let me say something to battle mod. I want to point this out. That battle mod, when you're going down this line, I do the same thing, and I show them that. So you're saying the Bible and reality match, but both of them are wrong. And boy, that is the end of the conversation.
Right.
Because we experience it in reality.
I like that.
The Bible matches it, and then they say both are wrong. That's the disease of this magical outer space religion. It's over, bro.
Yeah,
and also battle mod.
If it's just Genesis, well, the sun was created on the third day, but in the beginning there was let there be light. There was already light before the sun even came here.
Battle mod. The Bible also says that no, it's not up to your own private interpretation. Even when it's talking metaphorical, the Bible itself gives you the interpretation for the metaphor. So it's not like you yourself.
Listen, give me the citation for that, because normally what you're talking about right now is a study Bible that's verse for a certain doctrine, and they're giving you their doctrinal interpretation, so you're wrong. The Bible never tells you not to interpret anything yourself. It says you will be guided by the Holy Spirit. You don't need other man's doctrines.
It says 2 Peter 1 verse 20. Knowing this first of all, that no prophecy of Scripture comes from someone's own interpretation. For no prophecy was ever produced by the will of man, but men spoke from God as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that means our prophets didn't interpret it. They wrote it. And it wasn't their will, it was his will.
Amen.
They weren't writing their interpretation, but what do people do every day when they form doctrines? Every doctrine you can join is just somebody else's interpretation of what they read in the Holy Scriptures. You know, the Bible wasn't the first Holy Scripture to be written. It was translated from the Bishop's Bible, the Pope's Bible, which came from Latin Vulgate and the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
So if you ask me, I wouldn't take King James' version of the Bible anyway, just based on the fact that he formed a unified pagan religion.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Unified field theory.
Yeah, he added in his interpretation of God, as if he could judge God and say God is 3 this, 3 that, or 3 anything. It's not for us to know what God is other than his will. Most people can't even tell me what God's laws are.
I know them. Don't mess with me. It's the only law I'm allowed to judge by. And walk
righteously.
By. Oh. It's found in the Torah. It's pretty simple.
So as the flat earth page turns, I just want to point out that when the Bible matches reality and you say both are wrong, that's because you're in another religion that's given to you by television. That's the only thing you can cite is a cartoon television religion. You're denying both. If I don't have one, I have the other. But if I have both and you're saying both are wrong, that's the evidence that I need. That is the concession that this religion destroys your brain.
No, I'm not saying the Bible is wrong. I'm saying it's a matter of interpretation, and the Bible speaks in metaphors.
I didn't say just the Bible. I say when the Bible matches reality. You're not listening because, again, your brain's destroyed.
Yeah.
You're living
we
in
also
a
disagree
cartoon.
on reality.
Yes, you're living in a cartoon. I'm not asking you to disagree or agree. I'm talking about reality. Everybody in reality depends on not adjusting for curvature or spin, and the Bible matches that, and you're saying both are wrong because you live in a cartoon. That's why you believe in evolution, which, again, you don't even have an example of.
Obviously,
we went down this road earlier. You keep interrupting me. That's fine. I'm trying to speak here, so I'm not going to speak long. You're just going to make it longer because you continue to interrupt me, because that's what all evolutionists do. So I'm going to try this again. Just like your evolution paradigm, you don't even have a claim. When we ask about these topics, you hide from the topic and go to something else to then prove your religious belief. That's what happens when you believe in evolution. It destroys your brain, and you're the best evidence I could ever ask for. Just like Matthew Learns and all these other people that say the Bible's wrong and you can't trust your eyes. It's literally the most insane religion ever. You can't make it up.
The metaphor, if it says that the Earth is immovable, if the Earth moves, it's not immovable. How hard is that to get?
Interesting.
Yeah.
So immovable means does not move.
That's hard to comprehend, right? Yeah, that's crazy. Really.
Some difficult shit, man.
That's insane. What Mike should have read 38:5 in the beginning of Job 38. It says God measured it with a line. I mean, it's over. You're done. Above, upon, beneath. You can't have any of that. You can't have beneath, upon, above, overhead, the heavens above, the third heaven, the fourth heaven. You can't have any of it. It's gone.
We don't listen. We don't have any of that because we have the vacuum, the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, sir. So you don't have 1, 2, and 3 heavens, but we have the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space.
That's right, Cyrus. I watched cartoons.
Yes.
Right. I watched cartoons for 20 years, and because I want to feel like I'm smart, I'm going to agree with the cartoons and the atheists. Yes.
Okay. All right. We agree then. I like that.
Because you can't trust your eyes. Again, this is the new LGBT lifestyle world that we live in. You can't trust your eyes. You can't even trust which bathroom door to use. So you live on a ball. It's fine.
Well, LGBT has nothing to do with the ball.
That's a lie. All lies come from the same liar. Thanks.
I know that.
No, you don't. No, all these lies come from the same source. They're all insane lies to destroy the minds of children.
Yeah,
yes,
they're not lies.
Yes,
I mean,
it
you
is.
say
It's
that,
the I can't trust my eyes. Yes, that's your religion. You're scared to death of your own religion, just like all atheists, just like all evolutionists. You don't even have a claim. You just have to say, no, that's not true. You just declare because you live in a fantasy. That's the reality.
Yeah, so riddle me that. How, if your eyes reveal the absolute truth, why do optical illusions exist?
Yes, because they're illusions. Not all of reality is an illusion. That's the thing. That's why the Bible says things are clearly seen by what is made. You're saying you can't trust anything in reality, and that the stars in the sky are actually not even there. Some of them are burnt out, and the other ones are millions of trillions of miles in different locations. Right. So you can't trust any of your senses. Right.
No, that's wrong. That's
exactly.
wrong.
You can't trust anything. Exactly. That's my point. He just proved my point. You can't trust anything in reality, and these people here trust their senses and trust reality, just like the United States Navy and the Air Force and all weapon systems that depend on a flat Earth also, and rail guns and long-distance traveling and air warning and control systems and radars all depend on a flat Earth. That's what these systems do. So when a plane goes up in the sky and we track it going away for hundreds of miles, it's dependent on a flat Earth. Yes, that's reality. Thanks.
How does a radar depend on a flat Earth, if I might?
Well, yeah, because it shows things based on things called line of sight. It's a radar detection system that's based on straight lines. Yes, based on straight lines. That's why it's called LOS. Yes, line of sight. You're lying now. That's what the Glober. Yes, the Glober evolutionist has no choice but to literally perversely lie about all technology to protect this outer space fantasy. Yes, radar does not go around curves. Radar is dependent on traveling over a flat surface. That's why it's called radio wave spectrum, right? It's based on seeing the target straight out in front of the receiver, and it even shows you where the target is. It can show you two-dimensionally, it can show you from above, right? And it shows you on the horizon. When it shows you the target on the horizon, it doesn't show the target below the horizon, it shows the target straight out in front of you, and it has an indicator, right, depending on what system you're using. So all radar systems are dependent on line of sight. There has to be nothing in between the operation of the razor, to the target. There has to be a straight line in between both systems. There's no way around it.
I hope you're aware
You're just gonna lie. You've never listen, bro. You don't research these systems anyway.
Let me talk, man. Let me
Just
talk.
stop
You
lying.
make your point.
Stop
I make
lying.
mine.
Yes, you're lying. Stop lying. Can you just stop lying about it? It's
I'm not.
okay, bro. You live in a fantasy. You don't have to lie about it and continue to spread this child abuse religion so that you can hope more weirdos will end up like you, lying to people. Just stop lying. It's okay that you don't understand. Thanks.
So you know that electromagnetic waves can bend and can
No, that's
bounce
the point.
objects.
You're lying. Stop lying. Why are you psychopathic atheists always doing this? They are dependent on LOS. That's the reality. They don't bend. They even show J-stars. J-stars aircraft shows a flat Earth for 1,000 miles straight out.
No, it's
That's
you.
the point.
It's you who
They
is
even
lying.
show
It's you who
you
is
when the
lying.
grid. It's called a grid for a reason. What do you think a grid is? It's measured in square miles, not rotundity miles. They're square miles. It's based on LOS. You have to lie. This is the point, is that you deny the Bible, you deny reality. Now you're denying all technology to protect this religion. Bro, it's okay if you want to live in a fantasy. I'm not the 12-year-old kid that you're going to get away with lying to today. So just stop lying to me, please. My gosh,
if electromagnetic waves only travel in straight lines, then how does refraction
Yes, they
work
propagate
between
and
mediums?
expand. How many? Okay, how much research have you done on the radar system? Give me your citation. Give me your citation for your radar studies.
What do you mean?
You're just making stuff up. That's the point.
I am not.
Do you understand? You're
I'm
just
pointing
lying.
out that you are wrong.
Yes.
I'm pointing
No,
out that
you
you're
are
wrong,
wrong.
sir.
You're just perving to justify a satanic belief system, bro. You're out of your mind. You have to have nothing in between the receiver of the radar to the target. You have to have a straight line.
Yeah.
That's how all
He's
systems
just
operate.
He's passionate, bro.
I cannot
He's
believe
not
how
heated.
insane you people are.
Oh, he's too passionate to have a factual debate.
He's
You're just
very
insane. You just
passionate
keep
about this
lying.
stuff.
Why do you have to keep lying? I don't lie to people. If I don't know about a topic, Cyrus, I don't just habitually, perversely vomit lies on people when it emotionally hurts my feelings. I'll probably just go and research the topic first. Research how radar
pointed out
works.
that you are wrong
No,
about
that's the point.
electromagnetic
You're
waves.
just lying. I know. That's all you do is lie. You've been doing this for 3 days. Several moderators have told me they don't even know why you're still here. All you do is lie, and you pretend to be this, oh, I believe in God. People that believe in God don't just perversely lie over and over again about every single thing that destroys their literal cartoon religion. Bro, I'm sorry. That's why radar exists. If there's something in between the radar system, it no longer works. It has to have a LOS propagation or it doesn't work at all. And you continue to say, no, that's not true. You're just doing a normal atheist hand wave dismissal like all Globers, evolutionists. It's just insanity. Go research the topic first, please. Thanks.
Hey, Exo. Just a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hoymar? That's still you here? Bro.
Who's
why
talking?
Are you, bro, what are you doing here? Can you tell me what's the purpose of your visit here?
A visit here?
Yeah, why do you stay here?
Because I'm curious and I too want to know the truth.
Okay, so have you divulged any truth from what we've told you in the last 3 days?
Well, I learned about a few new things.
Anything that like
are you German or Dutch? Or someone else?
Yeah.
Did I mistake the accent?
Has there been anything
can you take a guess?
Hoymar, has there been anything that has, Hoymar, has there been anything Hoymar, excuse me, wasn't I speaking? Who's interrupting? Anyway, Hoymar, has there been anything that's jolted you from your 99% surety of the globe yet?
Well,
that took a long time.
I'm not sure. I don't measure my surety in numbers.
Well, nothing. So no information here has made you question your confidence in your globe?
No, he's still like everybody else believes it, so I'm following the group.
Okay, okay. No, that's good. What is your percentage level at now then?
I don't think it makes any sense to measure that in percentage.
You said it moved you from your 99%. position, so I'm just curious.
No,
Ballpark.
no, it
just
made
throw out a
it
pitch.
made me question certain things that I held to be certain up until now.
It's just perpetual lie. All he's going to do is continue to lie, Sonny. He has nothing
Hoymar,
but just
it's okay.
continue to make
You
stuff
still,
up.
to recap, though, Hoymar, you still presented no proof that can be refuted, that's indisputable, such as empirical data measurements, like direct measurement that is repeatable, observable, testable, and falsifiable. Have you provided anything like that? What?
Yeah, neither did you, right? So
Nothing.
why should I believe you more?
What have you? No, what have you?
Listen, Sonny.
We can.
Sonny, he can't answer you. Guaranteed, he will not be able to give you a single example ever. Period.
How deep's the water?
Okay.
2 feet high and rise and fall.
A couple of words that Globers absolutely cannot define: horizontal, sea level, level.
No, we absolutely cannot define that. what makes you think
You can't
that?
even say the words.
Yes, I'm not a native speaker. If you can excuse that.
Yeah, but you know what horizontal means, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
There's no inclination.
Yeah, horizon comes from that root word, horizontal.
Maybe I got the accent wrong, man. Now I'm thinking like more north.
Welsh.
Are you? Let's see. From Iceland?
Welsh.
I just say fucking.
Actually, I am from Germany. I am from Germany.
Oh, okay. Deutsch.
Yeah, I knew you.
Let's see. My friend taught me this in high school. Gehen wir Gras rauchen. Yeah. Does that make sense? Or no?
Gehen wir Gras rauchen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Grasshopper beer? Are you saying grasshopper
That's how you say
beer?
it. Let's see. No, kann ich einen Coca-Cola haben? Yeah. Does that make sense?
You want a Coke? Sure,
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. That's it. That's all. That's my German, bro. I'm done. That's all I know.
Cool.
I'll take a
You've
puff.
been having many conversations in the past few days in here, and you've spoken to many people in here. What have you in conversation? What have you learned from flat earthers, and what will you agree?
Bro, I haven't talked to this guy yet. Well, we haven't had the pleasure.
I'm not talking to you, Cyrus.
No, he's talking to him, Cyrus.
I know. And I'm saying I need to talk to this guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
No, you're cool, James.
No, because it's funny because Sonny asked him something similar that I wanted to ask him, but yeah, it would be better to extend the conversation with who else? Cyrus.
Sure, man. I'd love that. I haven't done this
Can you
in a
ask me
while.
what I've learned? Can you ask
I'm
me what
rusty.
I've learned, Jemsy? I feel left out.
Yeah, I asked him what he has learned and anything that he agrees with flat earthers so far, because everything I've heard from him is just contrarianism, everything against flat earth.
Yes, you can't trust your senses, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust the Bible, and now you can't trust radar. Yeah, that's what I've learned.
Okay. Do you want to start? Let's start here. Do you want to start with your proofs for the globe, if you are a believer? If not, then not.
There are no proofs for neither model.
No,
neither.
Did it again. He said he just wait a minute, Cyrus. He just called reality a model. That's the problem. He refuses reality. He won't even adjust. He won't even acknowledge reality. He's scared to death of it. See, he wants a model.
But at least he admits there's no proof for the globe.
Cyrus can do this, guys. Don't worry about it. Cyrus can speak to the guy.
I'm chill, man. I'm just having fun. It's all right. We can all party. I don't mind. So, you got no proof for the ball?
Yeah. I don't think I'm not aware of any definitive proof of the ball.
So, do you believe in it? Is that your reality, or is it not?
Yeah, currently I believe in it. Yeah.
So you believe in something that has no proof?
Correct.
Okay. So, and the other side, in your mind, has no proof, right? The flat Earth.
Yeah.
So why don't you believe in that?
Because
they both have no.
Model,
you know what I mean?
No, can I finish? The global model unifies more explanations in a single congruent modol. And
an explanation is not a fact, though. Can you concede that?
But I think it's more. As of right now, I think it's more reasonable to believe in a globe Earth, because if you say we can't even measure the
so that throws out the entire scientific method. So just throw out the entire scientific method and live in a belief system, because that goes against all true science.
Well,
that
of
is
course,
where I was
empirical evidence is also a big factor, like
so
what I can experience myself.
Well, basically what you said is assertion over demonstration, and if that's science, fuck, I might as well give up.
It is religion. I mean, I wanted to know how his mind works, and he's starting off on a religious base, which most Germans don't do, actually, which is interesting. So, because, you got no proofs, you already admitted to that, but you got beliefs. So now I have to attack your beliefs, which is
mostly it's beliefs. Yeah, mostly it's beliefs. Things I can't verify myself.
You can believe in unicorns or whatnot, dragons and shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fantasy then. I don't like that. I like to prove things to myself.
It's called.
I can prove all things.
Can you prove flat Earth? Because that's what you believe in.
Yes, I can prove lack of curvature over long distances. Yes, it does not conform to the curvature that's given. That is what I can prove.
Yeah, but can you prove that it is flat, like beyond any doubt?
Like the terrain of like the Earth, no, but across the oceans, yeah, the oceans are flat.
They appear to be flat.
On average.
Can you prove without any doubt?
Plus, since you're German, plus or minus the surface wave chop. Since you're German, I will engineer the shit out of my sentences for you. Okay? So it's relatively flat, plus or minus the surface chop. That's what we call that surface roughness along, a surface plate of the ocean.
Yeah.
Cool. That you can prove, yeah. So once you prove that, it disproves the other. It has to, because it doesn't, we're testing for curvature. Because that's where I'm at.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, in reality, only one thing can be true at a time, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, especially when the other one is the opposite, right?
The tricky thing is to actually figure out what is reality, and I think we can't really do that. All we can do is make observations and try to make sense of those. But science doesn't prove things.
It does, actually. That's what science is supposed to prove, the cause and effect relationship between things. The scientific method. That's what science is.
Listen, he's typing in on it's not 100. There's no 100%. We're 98% certain, 98.99%.
I agree to that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
So but they say that like it minuscules the fact that you can actually determine something with science, but this is what should be stated. We know this is how it works under these circumstances right here today. Because if the circumstance change, so too will the effect. Just like boiling water at sea level, if the atmospheric pressure at sea level changes, so will the amount of heat you need to boil water. So it might be true today, but it's not going to be true forever. Or it may not be true forever.
Yeah, also, sometimes there's a situation in the oceans when the weather's right where you have a dead calm called a glass-like sea conditions. Doesn't mean the sea's made out of glass. It just means it's incredibly flat with very small amount of chop. I've seen this a couple of times in bodies of water. It's quite amazing.
Mm-hmm. So have I. It is amazing.
And that's the time where you want to get into the water, plug your nose, and have the water go up to the bottom of your eyeballs and try to make your observations about the flatness of water. And you see a lot further than you're supposed to. You'll see for miles. I recommend doing this on a river where you have known landmarks at distances. And you should only be able to see not even anything at 1.5 inches observer height. It's like 25 feet before the dip happens.
So, man, I don't know how to attack like religion. I thought you were gonna bust out some sort of fact so I can go after for the globe, but you said it's belief, and fuck, man, every man is entitled to his or her own beliefs. I mean,
Can't
shit.
debate a belief.
Good luck. No, I can't, man.
Can't debate a belief. Nope.
Sorry,
well,
man.
there's tons of evidence, for the stuff globalist
We've
claims.
covered that.
Let's do that then. Let's
can't
discuss
believe
the evidence.
I can't.
Oh yeah, he's
believe
got a
you
new
keep
claim.
repeating that. I can't.
Yeah,
What evidence?
we already had
Back
that.
in the circle, battle mutt.
Everything you brought up as a evidence has been showed why it's not an evidence, or why it's not science. But go again. Let's come with the specifics.
Come with your anti-evidence.
The moon. Here it comes.
I'll talk to the sun, star rotations, or shit, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, basically all observations
southern star trails.
in the sky.
Observation just one step in the scientific method.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I'm aware, all observations we do in the sky don't work with a flat plane.
That's a lie.
Well, how would you know? You can't experiment on them. You only observe them. They're not tangible to you. You can't go touch them. So what? All you're doing is making an observation and adding your opinion to it.
If something
you're
doesn't
adding
match
your
up with
opinion to it. So I would like I would like a reason why any one specific thing doesn't work with a flat Earth. Instead of just a blanket comment, watching the stars don't work on a flat Earth. That leaves out the why. There's got to be a reason. If not, assertions made not backed by proofs could be thrown out without proof.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
So you want me to name something specific? So
yeah, because we've been through this. This is the only thing you've got, and it's not evidence. You're going to point at the sky. You're going to say this happens because of shape, and it has nothing to do with the atmosphere we've used through, how our eyes work, how light works. It's only because of the shape.
Oh, of course.
Then you won't be able to prove it. You wouldn't be able to demonstrate it, and we can't experiment on it. So how valid of a scientific evidence will it be in the end? You said evidence. Evidence isn't just observation. Observation is the beginning of the scientific process.
Yeah, it is. I mean, usually if you finish this argument I'm trying to make with the moon, it comes down to, well, you can't trust what you're seeing. It might as well be a hologram. And then it ends with that I say, well, I don't think that's reasonable, so I don't believe that.
Being a hologram has nothing to do with the surface of, Earth.
So is it going to be the entire world can't view the moon at the same way at the same time if the Earth is flat?
So does the shape of my beard.
Yeah, because the truth is the entire world doesn't see the moon at the same time.
So does a light bulb influence the shape of your table?
Take a bong rip so I can understand this guy real quick. Hold on. I'm not getting him.
2 foot high and rising, mama. 2 foot high and rising.
What about Zen Garcia? How he took a guy to court, sued a guy because the guy could not come up with a measurement of the curvature of Earth.
Andy Garcia?
No, Zen Garcia.
Zen Garcia.
I thought it was because the guy was making a claim that he had proof, took Zen to court, and lost.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, he tried
and Zen sued him.
Money.
And Zen countersued him, so he lost twice because he could prove curvature.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have a reference for that?
Oh,
yes, I sure do. But anyway, Hoimer, the first thing you said when
Georgia.
you said there was a case.
What are you eating, Sonny?
I don't know. The first thing Hoimer said when you said there was a case, a court case for that. The first thing you said, Hoimer, is I don't know who that is. Who cares who it is if it's shown that it's like it failed in a court of law?
Yeah, I only wanted to say I didn't know about this before you told me. That's all I wanted to say with
I know,
my
but
statement.
I'm saying, who cares? Listen, it failed in a court of law. This guy failed in a court of law to prove Earth was a ball,
amazing.
curvature, any
Cool.
curvature.
Yeah,
cool.
Great.
So, what do you think about that?
I think that shows that you cannot prove curvature if what you're saying is to be believed.
Yeah. So, are you willing to accept the fact that no curvature has ever been measured in history by anyone as an empirical and using the empirical method? Yeah. That ever in history by any means, any type of technology, even currently modern technology, no. It's been showed to not be in motion many times, but there's no curvature ever measured. That means a drop over distance that's never been found. You can do it yourself by you could see lighthouses. Go look at other people who have viewed lighthouses just because they're taking a picture or a video. They're all over the place. Do it yourself to find out the distance to the lighthouse from the observer and the height. Simple math.
Sonny, he said it's all an illusion, Sonny.
So there's nothing that you're looking at that's really where it is?
Exactly.
Wasn't that what somebody of you claimed previously? That you had to factor in the atmosphere and whatnot if you observe the skies?
So
back to the sky, Sonny. You're back to the sky, Sonny. Sorry. Nice try there.
Have you ever been on a sailboat before?
I have, yeah.
Really? Have you navigated a sailboat before?
I haven't.
You haven't?
That's what you meant. No, only sailboat.
Have you spoken to a ship's captain before as how they triangulate from land sightings to triangulate position doing coastal navigation? Do you know about that?
I know they do triangulate, but I don't know the specifics.
How about triangulation of radio waves using what's called a RDF on board a ship, a radio direction finder? You ever used one of those?
No, I haven't. I never have been. I've been on a ship like in.
So you've never used a sextant before?
No.
Really? Guess what? I've used all of those things I just mentioned, as well as navigational charts and all the little implement tools you use and instruments used to navigate using navigational charts based on your sun sightings and your elevation angles to stars. So those stars are in the same positions over geographical locations that reset every year like a clock over specific locations on Earth for thousands and thousands of years. What do you think about that, Hoymar?
That the constellations stay the same? What I think about that?
Directly, they reset every year. Directly over exact positions. So everywhere they are in the sky is over exact positions at that time of year. Every single time since when the city of Baghdad was laid out, they used an astrolabe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know
Did you know an astrolabe only works on a globe Earth? It was the sign.
He has to lie, Sonny. He's spiraling already.
Listen, it does not work. Okay, then you got to show us how they used a curved adjacent angle for the right triangle then. Show me that. You have that technology where someone's using a curved adjacent when they're doing an elevation angle with a sextant and finding locations on Earth? Please do show me.
You don't need to. No, you don't need to. Because the angle between the star and the horizon is a triangle.
On sea level, because you have to have a horizontal plane to set up a circle of equal altitude. You don't have a circle of equal altitude on a ball. Period. Not anywhere.
What do you need? What do you need the circle of one altitude for?
So you know nothing about navigation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, it's just
fear of the sextant. Just be prepared.
I know a bit about that.
These bozos are going to come in here like Hormer doesn't know shit from Shine-Ola.
No,
Sonny,
Can you
Sonny,
restate your
he's
point?
completely conceded that he has absolutely no idea what he's doing.
No.
Listen, Cyrus did a good job earlier, but I wanted to point out to Cyrus that I tried to do the same thing. But my problem, Cyrus, is that he kept lying to me. I don't care what he believes. My problem is when he starts habitually lying about everything, which I've lost count at about 50 lies from about 4 or 5 hours ago that this guy's told, and that's the problem here. Why do all evolutionist globers have to literally perpetually lie? That's just the weirdest thing. But also, it's a constant concession. Every time they lie, Sonny and Cyrus, it's a concession. Period.
Yeah.
He believes in God, right?
At least I concede, you know. If I think I'm wrong, I concede. Isn't that something?
Hoimar, guess what? Hoimar, guess what? You mean you know this is live stream on YouTube 24/7, right? On 2 different streams on YouTube and on Periscope. And do you know that also we take clips like I do on my channel and spread them all over the FE plane to other people over and over again that are clips of you people when you get caught in lies. We catch you lying on tape.
Yeah, sometimes I stream too.
We replay it for our audience.
Didn't someone say he believes in God?
Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable, Hoimar, that what you've been saying all these last 3 days is being recorded, and we can use it over and over and over again because it's entertaining
I know it's
for
been
us.
recorded. I know it's been
It's
recorded.
No, it's not. It's just used
Not
over
recorded.
and over
It's
again.
live streamed.
Live
Yeah,
streamed.
live streamed. Recorded and live streamed.
Unedited.
So I go and I get little clips like people like you that are caught lying.
Well, I mean, most people who watch that are usually there to confirm their
lying. So now you're going to try to evade
the confirmation bias.
That you've been caught lying and you don't care.
So far,
Sonny, he's having a panic attack. Yeah, he's having a panic attack right now. He's shaking.
Yeah, we're just moving from one point to the next. Like we were at the moon.
So
and
once
we can
again,
just extend
Hoimar's
it.
taking up way too much bandwidth, and he's going to be muted for a little while. We need to speak to other. Tired of Hoimar wasting time.
He's cool. I don't mind him.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. He's taking up 70% of the airwaves in a matter of like 3 hours. He's got 70% of the airwaves. Bullshit.
He said he's got nothing, man. From the get-go, he was like, I got no proof.
But we've heard this nothing
Sonny,
for
let me help out.
72 hours from him.
Right, but Sonny, let me help out with Cyrus. I want Cyrus to go through this again because it's the constant lying. That's what I have it's just the denial. That's not how it works, or it's just literally the lie after lie is the problem. I don't care what he believes.
got this.
So I'll go ahead and unmute him. You guys can go ahead, but I'm just going to turn it down and not listen because I heard this like 8 times from this guy.
If we can just go through this is where we have to use the point, Cyrus. I mean, obviously, if we're at this point and he's already told 1,000 lies, there's not going to be much hope for him. But go right ahead.
Yeah. If you guys want to mute him, I really don't care. But you got someone else to talk to? Let's go down the list. If not, just shit, whatever. Let's keep on hammering the guy. Doesn't matter.
Samar, would you like to speak to Cyrus? Samar, welcome back.
Come on, I'm rusty. Let's go. Let's have some convos, man.
Samar was cool. It's just that I think Samar will be better speaking like with one person, very calm about it, because she will listen. It's just that when a lot of people were trying to speak to her, it got kind of like, kind of rough with the guy.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what up?
Welcome back. Welcome back, Samar. I want to say hi to you and to my friend Cyrus that he's here. He'll speak to you.
Hi, I am Cyrus, and I'm here to speak to you.
Hello, Cyrus. Are you ready to join the Church of Sigma Octantis?
Oh, Sigma Octantis, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Yes, wow. Okay,
I
go
have a
for it.
pamphlet for
That's where
you.
you're at, huh?
You want a pamphlet?
Yes, go ahead, send it. So that's why you're a globe
I'll give you
earther.
my pamphlet and also the donation basket.
Okay, all right. Did you see the long distance observation wiki? I'll also send that over for your Sigma Octantis pamphlet. I don't know, that might help.
Yeah, for sure.
But is that your proof for globe Earth?
Only works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's Sigma Octantis. You know, I can't find my pamphlets, so here, have the sad clown instead.
Where's that? Cool. Sad clowns only work on a flat Earth, just like Sigma Octantis. Thanks.
It's like, I mean, yeah. What about Sigma Octantis? Cool.
Bruh, it's real.
Cool
I mean,
name.
like,
I mean, it's a pretty cool name. Yeah, I like it.
She just found it.
It's-
She just
it's
discovered
real.
it yesterday, Cyrus.
Oh, all right. I mean, Aldebaran. That's my favorite star. I'll send you the pamphlet to Aldebaran. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, send them over. Send them over.
This is like, all right, star for star. I got stars. You got stars. Let's do this. Star Wars.
So I want to start this off with the assertion that Sigma Octantis is real.
Sure.
Wait,
that it?
What, did some flat earthers
Some
say it
star.
wasn't real?
I'm not sure,
Yes,
man.
someone said it wasn't real. Let me pull up who said
Oh,
it.
that's funny.
All right.
Mike, Battlemod, the Globers said that they don't believe it. The Globers said that Sigma Octantis isn't really
Yeah.
there. So yeah,
Sigma Octantis. We know it's real.
think,
It just normally isn't visible.
Who's the mod who's
That's
got
not
like
there.
this dude with the white beard? His name is like Indio or something.
Yeah.
So he
that
told
guy.
me he told me it's not real.
I
And
can't.
that's very
I can't
offensive
believe
to my
that.
religion.
I'm sorry. I can't believe that. Indio's never said that Sigma Octantis isn't real. He may have
All
said
right, let's pull it up.
no.
Let's pull it up.
He may have said.
Let's pull it up.
There isn't two opposite rotations because you can't have that on a globe. The globe only spins one way.
No. See, he and we talked about this on Livestream voice text.
I don't care. I've known Indio for 7 years. He
All right,
doesn't
no. We can find it there, and you'll know it's not photoshopped. Give me a second.
So I guess we're gonna be hiding from the curvature of the Earth and the topic this entire time.
Well, we're picking stars right now. I picked the star. She picked the star.
I guarantee.
Let me tag Indio.
Guaranteed she's twisting his words. Guaranteed.
I'm taking Aldebaran for 10, please. That's where I'm going. Just picking a star. Because it's real. I don't know. That's my excuse, and because of that, Earth is flat. How about that?
Give me a second.
That's it.
I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up.
The wrap.
I'm probably already looking at it, but if I am, it's a twisting of what he's saying.
I mean, did you just search up Sigma, and then you will see India's voice text, and then you could scroll a little bit up and down to see the stuff he says on it. But basically, he thinks it's not real. But okay,
Battlemod,
So,
he said there's no.
is it I can
show you what-
Battle. I'm just trying to inform the moderator that Battlemod. I believe I remember him saying there's no southern pole star.
Yeah, it's not a pole star.
No,
Sigma
that's fine.
Octantis-
It's just 1 degree
Sig-
off. It's just
No, actually,
just
it's
1
2
degree
degrees.
off.
Actually, it's 2, but whatever.
I mean, it's not a big deal. 1 or 2
It only works on a
degrees.
flat Earth. So yeah, thanks for the flat Earth evidence.
So what he said is there is no southern pole star.
He also says that there's no
and
image
he said there is
that-
no
that
southern
exists
pole star,
of-
and you
of
said
Sigma Octantis.
he denies Sigma Octantis, and he said there is no southern pole star. Do you see what I'm saying? So he didn't say Sigma Octantis doesn't exist because that's not a pole star. And the thing is, you can only see Sigma Octantis maybe twice a year.
Hold on. I have to counter you on that. Where on the planet can you only see it twice a year?
We'll check it out. I'm going to post a video of
Where
Sigma.
on the planet can you only see? Can you see it every day? Listen, that constellation.
No. Listen. The Earth is big. Depending on where you are on Earth, you can either see it or you can't.
That constellation is not visible on a daily basis.
It's not a constellation. It's a single star.
The Southern Cross and Sigma Octantis. Yeah.
I'm not talking. No, Southern Cross and Sigma Octantis are not
Where
the
the
same
fuck
thing.
is Sigma Octantis, Mrs.? I'm gonna overtalk you because I think I got something here I can grind on. Where is Sigma Octantis? In the center of the Southern Cross.
It's very close to the Southern Pole.
And it's not visible all the time.
When is it not visible? When is it not visible?
Well, you should know this. You sound like you're the Sigma
No,
Octantis
exactly. You're saying it's
expert.
not visible all the time. You said it's only visible twice a year.
Here, I'll take it.
Where are you
I'll kick the
referring
goal. I'll kick the goal pole in the south. You can't see it in the south. I'm not saying from the northern hemisphere. In any
You
hemisphere,
cannot see it in the southern pole.
Excuse me. You don't know what a person's saying unless you can listen. If you can't listen, then why even waste my time?
Bruh, okay.
So any constellation or any star could be invisible any day of the year. And we usually know what days they are visible and what days they are not. You're not aware of this? You think you can see a star every day you wake up?
I am aware of it.
Does it ever rain?
Sigma Octantis year round. It's just a very dim star. It's a very dim star. It's hard to see with the naked eye. You would probably need a telescope. But the notion that you can't see Sigma Octantis is just completely off. This is why I first asked
I
you
didn't
guys
say,
if it's real.
listen, here you go again twisting people's words. Nobody said it's never visible. I didn't say you
can
can't
see it
ever.
with a telescope.
No shit. No shit. I
agreed.
Okay, so we can agree that Sigma Octantis is visible anywhere within the southern hemisphere with a telescope. Can we agree on that? Unless you're in the city with too much light pollution.
We can't. No, we can't because
okay, then say when and where we can't.
I'll show you why you can't see Octantis at all times. Did you know Octantis is a fucking constellation? Bet you didn't know that, lady.
It's not. Sigma
I bet you didn't know that, lady. Here's the proof. Here's the star chart. Here's the star chart. Octantis.
This one again.
Are you going to listen to me, lady, or are you just going to overtalk me? I understand that's how things are done up there, where you have equal privilege in Montreal or wherever the hell this Canadian stink is coming from. But Octantis is actually a constellation.
Yeah, it's a system of stars.
No, it's not. Prove it to me that it is.
The Sigma, right there's my citation.
I just showed you the star chart.
That's funny, man.
Hold on.
Funny,
it's
dude.
Right there. It's right there in the live stream voice text. The Sigma Octantis system is a planetary system with 4 planets.
You are looking at Sigma Octantis, not Sigma Octantis. I will spell it for you now.
Dang, sharp scalpel.
The celestial south.
That's not a choice, but she's single.
Yeah, the celestial south will be a middle point between a constellation of stars. There is not a specific star.
Look, I'm talking about Sigma Octantis. I spelled it for you guys right there. You guys can look that up. I don't know about no Sigma Octantis, and I don't give a shit about it.
Hey, I'll give you perms. Please provide whatever research you have about any observations. That will be, I like looking into that stuff to see what you get. You can post. We've talked to you multiple times. You can post something.
That's funny because there's a star in there called that, right? And it is right there around the Southern Cross. So perhaps you're confused.
It's not a constellation, it's a star, Sigma Octantis. That's the one.
Yeah, it's part of a system.
Everything roll around it.
It's real funny.
I'm actually not sure if it's in that constellation or not.
So does it move?
It's part of that system of stars.
It's the sigma. It's the sigma in there. You see the delta. You see the gamma. Do you see the sigma?
It might be a sigma something else star.
Do you see the sigma though? It's at the tip of the triangle of Octantis.
That's a great
next to
letter.
freaking Apis, right next to the B.
They like to use those Greek letters all the time, so I would have to double check.
In fact, right there, you see the pole, right?
With the price of tea in China.
Well, you guys
and you see the Southern Cross right there. So it's a little off. It's off by a few degrees. So you shouldn't be able to see it and navigate by it, because that's actually part of what's called the false cross. You can actually see the 4 parts of the false cross, which is a few degrees off from the Southern Cross.
Okay, I see what happened. So you and I were trying to look at the same image, right? I copy pasted an image and it just happened to be the same as the one that you did. However, if you go back to where you found that image, you will see there's a red circle around Sigma Octantis. For some reason, it doesn't translate over. So go to that Wikipedia
I know.
article
That's
where you
the
found
problem.
the picture.
Well, I didn't find the picture on Wikipedia. I just found it on image search because I don't go to Wikipedia. I'd like to find the actual resources behind
picture as the one
the
on
article.
Wikipedia. So that picture is from Wikipedia, even if you found it on
Okay,
Google
well,
Images.
regardless, do you see that triangle?
Yes,
That
that's
triangle
not Sigma
that's drawn out in
Octantis is
green?
not on there. Do you see
That's
that
the constellation
dot?
Octantis, which is right at the southern pole.
No,
Do you see
no.
that dot? Do you see that dot? That's the South Pole, the South Celestial Pole.
Okay, listen. Do you see the dot where all the lines converge? A little bit to its right, you see a little white circle that's dark on the inside. That one is Sigma Octantis. Not that that constellation does not have Sigma Octantis in it. I know they got weird, confusing names, but let me see if I can get a better image for you.
How does that prove sphericity? I'm still wondering.
Yeah.
He's talking to me like I'm a moron or something. Look, just like I was talking about.
Okay, do you see the red circle? That's where
you just go on and you just whistle
I just
past the
posted an
graveyard.
image that shows Octantis right next to Sigma Octantis, which is outlined and labeled.
Well, that's the only.
So it's literally right next to that constellation. I just posted it right above Angel Apocalypse.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're looking at the same area.
Yeah, so that is Sigma Octantis. I don't care
It's
for
not.
the
It's not.
Octans
It's
constellation.
the thing is it makes a big circle in the sky, so you're not really truly able to make a monument the way you do in the north, right?
I'm not sure
in
I
the
understand
northern,
you.
In the northern part of the equator, we can make things like Adam's calendar, things like Stonehenge, things like, I don't know, the Georgia Guidestones.
Calendar.
That's unimportant to me.
That's in Africa.
What's important
That's the
to me is
first.
that you can.
That's the first sundial, the megalithic sundial.
I really don't care about sundials.
This is like
what
pulling
I care
teeth.
about
But it lines. There's
Don't
monuments
care about what
line
you
up
care
with
about,
the North
care
Star,
about.
and they never wander.
I'm saying I am interested in
You can't
that
do
star,
that with the
Sigma.
South.
Okay, whatever,
We
man.
don't care about that star.
Whatever, man. The lights in the sky don't prove anything.
Dude.
Sigmas are lower based, anyways.
The lights in the sky don't say anything about the surface we're standing on.
It absolutely says
I don't go off.
lot about
No, it
where
doesn't.
we're standing on.
Well,
says
show me how.
Rainbow.
Show me how.
What's a rainbow say?
Oh my lord! How about
No,
I just show
I'm
her
only
the
going to talk to
door?
one person
Desperate.
at a time.
Yeah, she's having a seizure.
What makes birch syrup taste like mint? What makes
Sigma
white birch syrup
rainbow.
taste like mint? That's one thing I want to know.
Christ, can we get 5 people
I'll say
talking
mint.
at once?
Yeah, it's got like a wintergreen taste, almost like root beer, like real sarsaparilla root.
All right. Who's talking?
Oh, no one. That's my handle on Twitter.
I know. No one wants to talk. All right.
It's Josh, dude.
Well, I know, man. I'm saying, who wants to talk to her? Like, so we're not all just talking at once and shit.
Thank you.
I'll pass. Then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
I tried to talk to her last time. So, do you mind if I try again?
Unless the
do,
young
go ahead,
lady.
man.
Unless
Hank's
the young
been
lady.
quiet, so let's give Hank the floor because he's been chill.
Unless the young lady has proof of globe or some.
She thinks she does
right
right
now,
here.
it's just a step at a time. I'm just on the signal.
Yeah, step on the surface. Yeah, we'll start at the surface. We're not starting where you are telling us to.
Well, Indio never
Well,
said it
then
was fake.
I don't have any basis for this
Indio
conversation.
never said it was
I'm
fake.
sorry.
Oh,
I
okay.
trust him.
That's what we
I have
thought.
nothing to say in that
He
case.
said it
If you want to just go to the surface of the earth
That's
and
Indio
say
said
whether or
the
not
Earth,
it's flat
yeah.
or
wasn't a pole
curved from
star.
there, I have nothing to
Yeah.
say.
Oh, that's
It's
too
that
bad
vape
because
juice.
we have interesting stuff there, like water's always
Indio
level,
never said
sea
it.
level, horizon horizontal. Yeah,
Sonny,
great stuff.
Sonny, she just conceded. Thank you. That was easy.
I know.
Yeah, Indio
Welcome to
didn't
Flat
say it
Earth.
was fake anyway. He said it's not a pole star.
I mean, I really don't care for it. The way I want to attack.
Just
Well,
conceded. Thank you.
your entire argument's based on the false dichotomy. Indio never
No,
said.
there is no argument. You're not even letting me make an
That's
argument.
what I'm
So
telling
far,
you.
we're just trying to discuss that
You
one
just said.
star.
You just told
Yeah,
us you're not
just that
interested.
one thing, Sonny. Just that one thing that you brought up. So now we know what the actual context about it. So
Yeah. Anything else to say before I kick you?
No, it's fine.
She's
no,
been
there's
pretty
no
chill,
kicking.
man.
There's no
She's been
kicking.
chill.
Take it easy, Sonny. Just mute Sonny for now. Take it easy, bro.
Okay.
You don't want to speak to her, bro. So just mute or something, because
Yes.
we're talking.
Somebody else might want to.
Hank wanted, man. Just let's
Yeah,
Hank ask
I want
politely,
to.
please.
Because remember, when you observe the luminaries from the ground,
I thought we were letting Hank do this.
Come on, motherfucker.
I'm ready. It's just I've been noticing a lot of other people want to talk.
nah, but
Go, Hank. I'll quiet them down as they speak up.
no, she dropped out. Thanks, guys.
You, Jamesy.
Come on, bro.
Good work, guys. Good work.
Now the only thing left for me to do is rap all over you motherfuckers while you try to talk.
Yeah,
Focus
thank you,
party
guys. Now
then.
we're gonna have to listen to Baramat.
Leo in the sky keeps on turning.
You know what I thought she was? I thought next she was gonna say, "Do you know that bees and dogs can smell fear?" Like it was coming.
Funny as fuck. Oh my god.
I really wanted to bring her down to earth, to her senses, but maybe if she wanted to listen.
Yeah.
Maybe next time, bro.
I didn't ban her. I just.
She sounds like she got some chemical imbalances, and I don't know if it's natural.
Well, it's you kind of just have to
Never know,
weigh
man.
out the evidence that's out there, and yeah.
I'm sure you moderators know this, but clearly she was being fed information. This person didn't come up with any of that. They literally found this out yesterday. Please.
She didn't even know what her own
Yeah,
story was. That she didn't even know it was a constellation.
It's actually a topic on Reddit, guys.
It's good work.
Weird, cringe weirdos just PMing people to fight.
Bro, you know what's funny? Last time we had Helio drunk all over the place, just almost
Helio's
trying to
not
talk
here,
to her.
so let's not talk
And
about
then now we have Sonny telling her he was gonna kick her. Poor girl.
No, not poor girl. She just told us she wasn't interested in our conversation at all. Only one thing.
No, bro.
Was she
Bro, when
interested-
I spoke to her multiple times, I've listened, right? And she does bring questions. It's just that she just have to listen and walk. It's like someone
just
has
that she
to
doesn't
almost help her into every step of this.
Yeah, you want to sit there and spoon, but look, she can come back.
Yeah, you
There's no reason why she
You
can't.
gotta play
Guys,
Mr. Tactician, man. You have to. You
Let's try
gotta.
not to straw man her.
She had a lot of questions, and it was cool. You just have to bring her down to her senses. That's what I was trying.
No, you need to take her down to a separate room all by yourself, one person
That's
only,
right.
because it's bullshit.
No.
Oh man.
Well, I ain't got
Well,
time
okay.
for a meeting in the Dumb Earther Society.
All right. Do we have another Gobi then? We'll see.
Maybe.
Let's find the trolls then.
Yeah, there's Keezer Sows.
We have Stormfire. He's an original thinker.
Stormfire is a
Stormfly's a flat earther. Yeah, he's done. He's good to go.
He's a full-on flat earther. He'll get the tag.
Well, it says original thinker.
Yeah, he got the shiny tiger earlier.
He's a for sure flat earther man.
Teenagers.
Here's an empirical emperor. Anyone talk to them? VC verified.
Yeah, we've talked to him. He's a flat earther.
Another flat earther. How about Versace? We spoke to earlier.
600 Eamon.
There's someone named Dustin Echoes. Dustin Echoes and VC checking one. Go get him.
You said my name?
Yeah, has anyone spoken with you lately?
I've been around the server a lot. I can't believe the Earth is flat because it says in the Bible the Earth is a firmament. So I'm going with the Bible says.
Spoken with you lately?
All right. So here's the deal. There's a difference between belief and knowledge. Knowledge is the enemy of belief. You know why?
Why?
Because every time you can verify something, belief escapes you, and all you're left with is knowledge. Because it requires belief for something you can't verify. Like, hi, my name is Larry. I'm from Texas. You can't verify that right now, so you believe it, right?
Yeah.
But if you ever came to Texas and I picked you up and I said, hi, I'm Larry from Texas, right? And I showed you my birth certificate, that'd be pretty close to, believing that I'm from Texas, especially if I had a birth certificate. Hard to fake those, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're the president, but I digress. So, here's the deal. I think you should take your beliefs and do what the Bible says, which is to test all things. And I think you should get out, find your large body of water at rest. And I think you should test it and turn that belief into knowledge. That's what I think.
What should I do to like I live by a lake. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in Erie, and like what should I do to the body of water?
All right, so you're by Lake Erie. That's a large body of water at rest. You should see how far you can see. What's the furthest you've ever saw? What's the furthest?
I mean, it's there's different points. Like I could in wherever, like certain points where I could be at, I can see Canada and stuff like that. So I don't know.
All right, how many miles away is that?
I'm not even sure, to be honest.
All right, well, that's what you need to figure out. So do me a favor. Get an Earth curve calculator. Pull it up right now on your search engines. Right?
You said an Earth curve calculator?
That's right.
I never even heard of that.
Yeah. So it takes the dimensions that they give us about the Earth, and all you got to do is fill in the equation, and it calculates it for you. So it's super simple, very difficult to mess up, as long as you know what observation height is.
What is eye height? I don't understand what this is.
Eye height. You know what that is.
No.
How high your eye is off the ground.
How high is my eye off the ground?
Depends on how tall you are and where you're standing.
I'm 5'11".
Yeah, you can. Okay, then you could put something like 6 foot just to round up. I know your eye's a little bit lower, but the thing is, you still see further than what you should see at 6 foot.
And target distance.
Yeah, that's when you get on Google Maps and find out what you're looking at, and you map it out on a computer as the bird flies, not as you travel. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Okay, so if you map Chicago to MSU, it's going to take you down the road, right? Right? But if it was a bird flying, it's going to be a straight line, and it'll fly directly over the water, right? So you got to do that. So
how does this prove flat Earth?
You're trying to measure the curvature. So can you measure the curvature?
Wouldn't something curved be round?
TBT, stop trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Why
I
does
was kind
everybody
of
think I'm trolling?
I don't know. You said, wouldn't the Earth be round? Yeah.
Yeah, because
It would be
curves.
round.
You would see there'd be something for something to have curved. It would be round like a ball. A ball would have a curve because it's round.
Right. So, what Bible verses make you think that the Earth is flat?
I mean, when
Does
I
it
look up
actually
the,
say?
I look up the firmament model, and it looks pretty flat to me. And they talk about what goes on in Antarctica. A lot there's something going on in Antarctica, so I'm not really sure. I never really explored the
What's going
world.
on in Antarctica?
Well, hold on, Hank. Okay, 600 Eamon. Remember, I think I spoke to you a few months ago, but remember, he's asking you about the Bible, which I'm impressed. So he's going back to your initial claim, and now he's asking you, like, what made you think this, as far as biblically. So he didn't ask about Antarctica. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but he asked about the Bible. So what have you read in the Bible that tells you?
It says the Earth's a firmament, and when you look up a firmament, it's like where I don't know. It kind of looks. I don't know. It looks flat though, because it got the whatchamacallit, it got the sun and the moon inside. I heard of that too about the flat Earth claims too.
Do you know Shinji?
Yeah, I know Shinji. He's from Ron server.
Right, so you've talked to Shinji about this a couple times, right? Shin, do you want to talk to him at all? Because I know that you guys have known each other, so there might be a barrier between, because Hank is trying to drag him into a different sort of argument. I don't think he's ready for that, but there has to be some middle ground here. So maybe we should find out, what would you like from.
Who, me?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to drag you around.
I
Well, I don't
went in
want
the
to drag you
helicopter
around,
before.
but there's a gap here. Go ahead.
Really? I've never been in a helicopter.
Yeah, I went in the
I've
helicopter
never
ride
really.
at the fair. It looked flat though, but I mean, it only looks flat because you can only see so far. So I don't know.
Ooh, it only looks flat because you
Yeah,
can
the
see. So now,
helicopter
where
isn't
did you get
really
that
good.
idea?
We can take
I
this
usually don't have trouble. I usually don't have trouble meeting people on whatever level they're on. I'm usually pretty good with that.
But
So yeah,
he wasn't ready for that. You were going too far.
Sinji was talking.
We can take the biblical approach or the scientific approach. Both would come down to the same thing. So if you take the scientific approach,
both come down to the same thing.
I mean, I can explain that later on in depth with you, but wait, hold on.
Explain it now. How is measuring something the same as talking about an ancient text message?
Hold on, I'm multitasking. I'm almost done with what I'm doing. So
proving all things. I mean, Shin, you might have an argument here. The Bible says prove all things, but go ahead.
Because we know the second law of thermodynamics, we need a container and to maintain gas pressure. And I can add various evidence through inductive reasoning to support the biblical model in the scientific regard. But what I want to say is, like, how do you know the Earth is flat? That was his question. So the thing is, what you base your thoughts on is, what you see and what you sense. Anything else is just lying to yourself. So what do you see? You always see a flat horizon. And do you ever feel the Earth's rotation? No. So then we are safe to say that the Earth is flat and stationary until proven otherwise. Are you with me so far?
Oh, me?
Well, yeah, you.
Yeah.
So you can do all sorts of evident experiments. Like, people have done like laser tests before, and no matter what you do, it always points out to be flat and stationary.
So if the Earth is flat, why would school lie to us? Because that's the first thing we know is school. We get programmed at a young age.
But why would they need to present the globe model as much as they do? Like, what's the point? Like, it's literally everywhere.
I don't understand why the government lies to us.
No,
It
but
doesn't make
why
sense.
are they putting the globe in everything? You tell me.
You said what?
Why are
Put
they
the globe-
putting the globe in things that don't even have anything to do with the Earth?
I don't know.
Like, they try to force it. force it down so much?
That is a good question. Do you think there's portals in Antarctica?
I think I don't have any opinion on that because I think some of those claims are, yeah, not really backed by evidence. But
Interesting.
But so that's how science works. Basically, you want to base yourself on things you can verify and make sure that they are true. We call it axioms, basically. You can. It's like building a foundation. If you want to build a house, you first want to build a foundation and then build up on that foundation. You don't want to build a house from top to bottom. That wouldn't make sense, and it's not gonna stand for long. So the foundation would be like your senses and what you see.
Do you think there's other planets?
Other
Oh
planets?
boy, 600 even. I know that you've heard about this topic for several months, and these are, listen, 600, just relax for a second. I've heard you before, so I know this isn't your first time. So there's kind of a disconnect. I'm not sure what the disconnect here is, but you're repeating yourself. You're doing the same thing you did several months ago, and that's kind of.
How do you remember from 7 months ago? I can't remember that long.
I know, bro. I just go ahead, Shinji. But this is a little weird that you're asking the same thing. 600. Listen, do you understand that you have an above, right? If you were to point to above you, 600, where would you point?
To the sky.
Right. Do you think people in other countries, let's say faraway countries like China and Australia, are they also able to point up, or do they point in a different direction? 600.
I think they point up too.
Okay, now if they're pointing in the same direction, that clearly shows that up is up, right? Right. So do you think up can be up on a ball? If there's people on the other side of a ball, if they point up, is it the same up as yours?
No.
Right. There you go. So just on the basic understanding of our reality, we have this thing called up and down, right? And things fall down, right? Things fall down, right?
Yeah.
And, some things go up, like helium balloons, rockets, the imagination of globers that look to the sky. So that we're just trying to find a basic here of like an experience in reality. No one's telling you what to do, but I know that you've been around this conversation much because I know Shinji talks about it, right? And you know him. So I just want to, this thing about other planets. Do you know what a planet is?
What school told us is it's like a ball.
Right. So are we living on a wandering? Do you think we're living on a star, Eamon?
I'm not really sure what we're living on, to be honest.
Right. Well, okay then. Well, I don't think we're living on a star. Do you think that's a safe bet?
Yeah. Aren't stars hot?
I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think we live on a star. I would say that the stars in the sky are very different than what we're living on. Don't you agree?
So, honestly, said the reason I said he was trolling is because, he was always around when one was talking about the flat Earth and the firmament and so on.
Yes, I know.
So, he's just acting dumb right now. He has heard that whole thing.
Right. I know, Shin. I'm trying to go down that road. I'm not without calling him out that way. I'm trying to figure out what are you trying to accomplish, 600, because I know you've heard Shin, you've heard Ron, you've probably.
I don't be remembering stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe I need to record it. I don't know.
Okay, so are you going to get anything out of this? Because this is a big topic for some people. For other people, it just scares them and hurts their feelings. What do you think this is going to do to you if you realize the Earth is not a cartoon ball?
I mean, it kind of messes with your reality a bit. It's like you think about you're taught away for so long, like you're taught the Earth is round, in school, and then you get hit with these claims and stuff like that, and then what you think about, it's like where the fuck are we? What are we as beings? It makes you really question reality.
And also, EBT or Eamon, however you go by. And I have a challenge for you. Go to YouTube and find any quote unquote scientific channel that explains quote unquote scientific stuff and go through them one by one. This is to show how deep this indoctrination is. No matter what the video is about or what aspect of science it's about, it'll always shove a part of the globe model or the universe doctrine into your throat, no matter what. So it's more of a sociological operation rather than a scientific one. It's like propaganda through repetition. Like they repeat, repeat, repeat until you're normalized to the belief that the Earth is a globe. They don't really back it up. They don't prove it. They just hand it to you, and you're supposed to believe it.
EBT, have you heard me tell people that I'm just asking them to trust their senses?
What is senses?
Okay, Shin, help him out.
I dropped out of school, bro.
Like,
so y'all gotta forgive
5
me.
senses, right? What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you smell, what you feel.
Oh, you
Those
said
are your
senses. I saw you
Yeah.
said stences with a stents. I saw you said stences, not senses.
I might
My
have
bad.
misspoke. Then I apologize. It was my fault. Okay, so so I'm trying to trust. Excuse me. I'm trying to tell you that you can trust your eyes, right, and your proprioceptive senses, right, and your balance. You have an equilibrium, right. So that's the reality that we experience is real. That's my claim. I'm claiming that reality is real. These people on TV and your news and your teachers, they're telling you that reality is not real. They're telling you it's very different. Am I wrong?
No, you right. They're telling a whole different story than what y'all preaching.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. So they're telling you that you can't trust your senses and that actually you live in a cartoon ball world where you fly around a magical outer space realm where actually eventually nothing's going to matter anyway. So you should do what you want, think you come from monkeys, get away with some crime, maybe, snap a couple purses once in a couple days, grab a couple wallets, no big deal, and then you will eventually take a dirt nap, you don't have to worry about it. That's what this world does. It destroys the minds of people since you're a child. You admitted it, right?
Yeah. You broke
So
that down beautifully.
Right. So these people have woken up, 600. These people are no longer in that matrix. They've unplugged the device from the back of their neck and they're no longer brain dead. And now they know up is up and down is down. And now they have a new beginning. And now they have a new set of glasses. I call it the They Live glasses. They put the They Live glasses on. And now it's like, oh my goodness. Flat Earth was just the beginning. Everything else is a lie, and now I can actually start my relationship with God or increase my relationship with the Creator, and it's all downhill, pun intended, from here. It's easy as pie. Once you get this Flat Earth first step, everything else is just so easy.
And ABT, I want to ask you one thing. Can you remember the first time they presented you the globe? Like it was somewhere around kindergarten, right? Or elementary school.
And I think on TV shows and cartoons they put that test too.
Okay, so did they ever I want you to try to remember. Did they ever try to prove to you that it was our Earth, or did they just hand it to you and told you to just take it?
They just pretty much saying it to us.
Yeah, like they never proved it. And then what they did in the following years, as you went on in your school life, they only built it up on that globe. They never went back and proved the globe in the first place. Of course, everyone can make a sci-fi story. For example, I can make a story where the Earth is a donut, and I can make the maths. Like you need to understand that math is basically a language. You can tell anything you want with it. It's not proving anything. So I can make a model where the Earth is a donut and build a math system on that planet shape. And then, if the math adds up, I could say that the Earth is a donut, right? But we both know that the Earth isn't a donut, as obvious as it is. But that's what they did with the globe. They gave you a globe model, and then they just built up a math model on top of that. Gave you a whole sci-fi story about it.
The Earth's a donut in the middle of space-time.
I mean, I needed to make an example, so.
No, it's all good, bro. I liked your example. Thanks, continue.
Well, but one thing I wonder, like the moment someone mentions the firmament or some type of containment, I always get some sort of response from other flat earthers. Why is that?
Pretty quiet in here. Is everybody sleeping? Are you guys sleeping? Hello?
Hank, you still there?
There's like 30 of us here. Y'all all can be sleeping.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were talking to me, bro. You asked a question about the firmament?
Yeah, like, I don't think it's too crazy to believe in a Earth with a container.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy at all, seeing how we're breathing right now. Now, whether it's dome shaped or whether it's a
No one
plate.
claimed it's a dome, though, Hank.
Yeah, the ancient people with their cosmology kind of did. The ancient cosmology, it's kind of dome shaped. But is it dome shaped or is it just a plane on top of this plane? I don't know. I know that
If
they
I'm not
say they're
mistaken,
bouncing radios. Hold on, bro. Just a second.
I'm sorry,
They say
I'm
they're
too excited.
bouncing. Yeah, calm down, relax. They say they're bouncing radio signals off of something up there, right? Well, they say it's the ionosphere, right? And this ionosphere, that's why they can bounce signals and get the really long distance signals that they shouldn't be able to get. But the problem with that is that the whole ionosphere thing is just a theory. But when you look at the axis of evil and you really take it, the axis of evil in space, really take a look at what the actual data.
The axis of evil?
Headphones
Hank, you fell out.
When you look at the axis of evil, look at what it actually says. It says that there's layers around the Earth, right? And those different layers are pointing to the Earth being in the center of these layers. Now that's really interesting, coming from two separate. The first guy who did it was Max Tegmark who found it, and the second people who sent it up, I think it was the European Space Agency. I'm getting my other headphone right now. I do apologize for the background noise. So yeah, the whole axis of evil in space, it's a really interesting thing to look up.
Hank, axis of evil? Like, how do you spell that? Like evil, like being bad? Or
I didn't hear you. I'll say the headphones. Say it again.
axis of evil? Like, how do you spell that? Is that like evil, like bad?
Yeah, axis of evil in space.
Axis of evil in space.
Yeah, type that in. Max Tegmark. Tegmark. I think it's Tegmark.
With a cosmic microwave background, anomaly
That's
appears.
it. That's it. This doesn't get talked about a lot in here because whenever you look it up, they're not going to have very friendly articles about it. I imagine by now there's probably a few friendly articles about it, but everything you look at, well, look at what they named it. How could something that they observe in the sky be considered evil? Right? But the Lucifer telescope is a good thing, right? We're in clown world. We're totally in clown world right now. So what is the axis of evil, bro?
So it's basically the microwave background, the weird. And can
And
we
it's not
verify
supposed.
this?
It's not supposed to be symmetrical. Yeah, the first guy who found it, right? He pulled it up with a computer, right? And then he fine tuned it and got the same result. And then the EU, the European Space Agency, they went to double check it and they confirmed that the axis of evil is actually there. So what it shows is that space, or the so-called heavens, has layers, and it's lined up with our equator and our what is it? And it's the axis. What was it? Our equator and something else. The so-called tilt of the Earth, but it's not Earth. It's tilted. It's just how the heavens are lined up with the Earth that makes it look tilted. Because in their model, the Earth is tilted, and that's why there's like the stars, the path that doesn't go like right over. It kind of makes like kind of like an arc, because we think the moon and the sun are making a circuit, and they think that the Earth is tilted, and that's why it looks like that.
Okay.
But yeah, if we come from a big bang and everything is just from a random explosion after the inflationary theory period, then there shouldn't be anything in space lining up with anything on Earth, because space came first and Earth came second, right? Didn't the Earth come after the sun?
I mean, as you say, like the whole universe globe model relies too much on a lot of coincidences. It's crazy.
But that's why we call them coincidence theorists.
Well,
we never saw this before, huh?
but on the topic of the firmament, I don't think it's ever been described as a dome. It's been described as curtains in the book of Isaiah.
It's been described as a tent.
Yes.
It's been described as molten looking glass. It's been described by modern so-called scientists as ionosphere, a part of the Earth's atmosphere that has electrically charged ions, and this causes interference. But I don't see how that could be possible. So it's bouncing off of a electrically charged atmosphere. Isn't all of the atmosphere electrically charged? You ever seen lightning? What happens before the lightning? Electrical charge?
I mean, by technicality, everything is electrically charged if we are to believe
Right,
the whole atom theory. Like, saying that atoms exist. I don't know how you verify atoms, but if we follow their model of atoms and follow their whole model of electricity, electricity is, if I'm not mistaken, just a displacement of electrons pushing against each other. And yeah.
I think electricity is a charge that's seeking equilibrium. So if there's no charge, there's no electricity. If there's a charge, right, then it's there. And whenever it moves, well, that's when we see it.
But talking about electricity and all that, has anyone even verified anything in that regard? Like atoms, electricity, like what it
Atoms is
consists
just
of?
a theory. It's just a theory, right?
Yeah.
The atomic theory. Right? So you're asking, is there atoms? Right? How come our parents and grandparents weren't asking, if you smash an atom, don't you need something like smaller than an atom to smash it? Because when you cut a steak, don't you need a knife smaller than the steak with a high pressure per square inch to cut it? So how could you smash an atom?
Yeah.
You got an atom knife?
That's what they
You got an
claim to
atom
do,
hammer?
right? But yeah, like in the nuclear reactors, they claim that they shoot protons against like nuclei to make a reaction happen. But I know how you aim a proton at a nuclei? Like, how do you even direct it? How do you even control the proton? Like, it doesn't make sense to me, at least.
Well, don't protons like always hang out with nuclei? Like
Yeah,
they've never smashed before?
but they claim they shoot isolated standalone protons against nuclei.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. Don't protons and nuclei always hang out? Wouldn't they have accidentally smashed into each other before?
I don't know, because according to their model, don't protons always stick together with neutrons, with electrons orbiting it?
Well, they say they're orbiting it, but nowadays they're in two places at once and moving and standing still at the same time. I don't know how they do that, but apparently that's what they're saying that they do. With the superpositioning, right? No one said it. So if they could be in two places at the same spot, at the same time, wouldn't they be smashing into shit as they're moving around?
It's not that I don't understand it just makes me feel uncomfortable because it's all theory and nothing is known for sure about
No
on that
cowbell.
topic.
No cowbell.
Excuse me?
No experiment.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when people are talking, they're not doing science, right?
Yep.
That's just
It's
poetry.
Yeah, poetry, philosophy, so on.
And you notice how every time someone comes in here, right, and they want to talk about the globe, they talk about Aristophanes' shadows, which is like Glober Jesus from like 300 BC, or they're talking about the sun, moon, and stars. They never ever want to talk about the actual curvature of the Earth. You notice that?
Yeah, like they always ask you to look up or look at shadows for some reason.
Yeah, look at this, look at that. It's kind of like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, right? Isn't that exactly how it is?
Yeah. And Hank, I have a question for you. Like, I noticed this by accident somehow. I mean, I knew this. I've seen this dozens of times, but when I looked at it carefully, I was wondering, like, when a balloon, right? Not even a helium balloon, like a regular balloon with oxygen in it.
Okay.
Like, if you drop it, it seems to drop slower than a normal, object, like a football, for example.
Yeah, I think it's the surface area causes a real low terminal velocity.
But you
That
sure
would be
it's the
my guess.
surface area? Because if you replace the rubber of the balloon, I don't know what it's made of, but turn it into a football, like what they use in soccer, with the
Yeah,
same
that drops
surface
fast.
area, it'll drop faster. So doesn't that
Right,
prove a relative density and specific gravity?
I don't think so. So let's get this straight. Okay, so a feather, let's say a really big feather, is going to be about the same volume, right, and surface area, and they both drop slow, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same mass volume as a balloon, because a balloon there's not a whole lot there. With a feather, there's not a whole lot there, but it takes up a great deal of surface area and volume, right?
Yeah.
But it's not quite enough to float. It's not going to float just, it's not that much, right? Nope.
Because what I would say is like the only reason it's going down is because of the material of the container of the balloon. That's otherwise, if you would just remove the outside, the oxygen inside would just remain at its place. If that makes sense.
Yeah, if you remove the rubber, it wouldn't go down at all. It's going to be neutral buoyant. So you add just a tiny bit of rubber, just enough to contain it, and especially if you fill the balloon all the way up. If you fill the balloon up to like 90, 95%, where it's close to popping, you'll notice that there's even less and less rubber, more neutral buoyant atmos or gas, and that's when it's going to drop really slow. But say you just put like a little bit of air in there and you fill it up 5 or 10%, I bet it drops faster.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it is the neutral and buoyant. Maybe you are right.
Yeah, because I would, even with the example of the feather, right? Let's say you take a natural feather, and then you replicate a feather but made of iron. But let's say this counterpart is made the exact same way as a natural feather. It has the same, yeah, shape, the same look and everything, but it's made of iron. If you drop both, I would assume, like my hypothesis is, that one made of iron would fall pretty fast, and the natural one would drop slower because of the different materials inside and different density. But yeah, like,
yeah, that sounds right to me.
Because this seems like one of the bigger holes inside the whole gravity model as well. Like one I thought of myself when looking at certain things. But it's an observation, not an experiment, so.
I'm glad you know the difference.
Yep.
Really hard to talk to people who don't.
And,
you know, the people that say that observational science is like the real science, and you just ask the question, like those people drive me crazy. So you do know that you need 3 things for an experiment, right?
yeah, independent variable, dependent variable, and to one thing that's causing it, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure.
Control.
But control.
Control variable.
Yeah.
So you don't want to add altitude and heat at the same time when you're boiling water. You want to do one at a time, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're diagnosing your car while it won't start, you want to manipulate one thing at a time, right?
Yeah.
Actually, Hank, real quick, control is the opposite. Control is what you do not mess with. That is the control parameters of nature without any interference, right? So you would have a third experiment set up where nothing is done, right? It's like Pavlov's dog, or Schrodinger's cat type thing, where you don't interfere with it. You just leave it aside where everything else you would sacrifice and do experimentation.
Yeah, I
run
get
the,
it. Like,
the variables, yeah.
I've seen this thing where they were proving that plants sleep, and they took this plant and they laid it sideways, and they put another one standing straight up, and then they put both of them in the fridge at like 40 degrees, and they stood them both up and took them out, and when they did, the plant that was growing sideways remembered that before it went to sleep it was growing sideways, and when it woke up it continued to grow sideways until it realized that it needed to grow straight up. Yeah, I've seen it before. That was pretty interesting too. Plants have memory, but they don't have neurons. When the vegans find out, we're going to lose a large part of the population. Plant cruelty. Plants have feeling. Anyway, moving on. Back to the show.
Yeah, they say plants can't feel. No, I beg to differ. In fact, plants can even communicate with each other through their root structure. Yeah, it's a symbiote relationship between the plant, say a tree, a conifer tree in the Pacific Northwest, and the mycelium undermatting of the Hume forest, where like the mycelium is one of the largest organisms on Earth, right? And it's like a millimeter thick, but it connects all of the forest floor together. So like all of the trees can communicate via chemicals.
You talking
Strange.
about
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. That's really impressive. It's like Avatar. Impressive.
Yeah, and the the fruiting body of that mushroom produces the giant amanita mushroom. The cap can get like over 3 foot in diameter.
The one of the Mario video game.
Yeah, the ones from like the first Super Mario Brothers for Nintendo. The level right after where you're running on them. It's like the big broad top.
Right. They're all over the
Or
place.
the level, yeah. Not the one up, not the one up mushroom. By the way, don't eat the green one. The green one's a death cap. So the green one's not a free life, right? It's an end of the life. Don't eat green mushrooms.
Careful with the red ones too.
Yeah, in fact, polyspores or polypores are one of the most known and safest mushrooms to consume. Some of them get like the reishi mushroom. That's a polypore. But the problem with that is it's really woody and difficult to eat. So people make a tea out of it. But yeah, there's really no poisonous variety or hallucinogenic variety of the polypore. If you're truly curious about this kind of stuff, I suggest going to your local community college and finding like a wild crafting or a nature crafting, so you know what's in your area. So if anything hits the fan, you need medicine, you know what tree to go to get the medicine. Like
Yeah,
which
I
pine
really
tree
love
is
this
edible?
topic. That's a good one.
Which pine tree is edible, right? Some of them are toxic. Some of them will save you from scurvy and give you vitamin C.
Right. Lost knowledge. Yeah. Of the
I
sailors.
think the most potent tree in the world for nutrients is the Moringa oleifera. If you look up that stuff, so for one thing, okay, from the bark you get one thing, from the root you get another, and from the leaves, or no, maybe it's the root, the seeds. I can't remember. It's been a few years.
Like say if you're north of the hemisphere and you're in the woods, how do you find the north? Buddy, how do you
I've heard a
find the
bunch of
north
times
direction from
in
being
movies, most
inside of the
likely.
woods? You're inside of the
Yes.
woods. You can't see the sky. You don't know where the sun is. You didn't see the sun go up, and you can't see the sun go down because you're in the forest.
Doesn't it
Okay,
have
so
something to do with the moss?
Yeah, it has something to do with the moss. Moss grows on the north side of the trees.
Away from the sun, huh?
Yeah. Sun never really hits the north side of the trees in like northern part of this hemisphere or equator. Equatorial zone.
Struggling.
God, they've bastardized and destroyed the language, and they're doing it again. Zimzerzars and shit. Zoom zoom zaladim zaladin.
Levels are curved now. Imagine working for IKEA and installing a shelf in somebody's house. You like break it in half so it's like slightly curved. You go, look, it's level. Shit
They'd
falling
be
off
like,
one
"Where the
time.
fuck did you get that level?" And it's like, well, see, in order for the bubbles to be lined up, the surface has to be perfectly spherical. And then you can set it up there. If it's not perfectly spherical, then it's just not right. Because they got like arches, but the bubbles still indicate.
But to be perfectly spherical, it will have to be left and right at the same time.
Yeah. And then how do they find vertical level? Plumb? Uh-oh. So we don't really need to drop plumb lines anymore. We have spirit levels, right? Spirit levels has like 3 bubbles on it. One at a 45, another at a 90, and another one at 0 or 180. So, you could test things when it's laying on the ground. You could see if like a pillar is level, plumb, straight, fence post, or whatever. Anyways. But we always find it through liquids. Very, very interesting.
Can you imagine a Glover going up to the foreman, instructing his house that he took out a really big bank loan for, and going, "Look, man, I don't want you using none of those levels with the water and the bubble in it. Because we know that shit ain't level. Water ain't level, bro. Earth's a sphere." Contractor be like, "Sure, whatever you say, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Because this is the real is."
They call the contractor back. Hey, how come everything in the house is off square and slanted and all that? Well, you said not to use a level, so we couldn't tell we couldn't establish a horizontal line. Couldn't establish the green plate horizontal. Sorry. From there, everything else is kicked out by about a 1/4 inch. Right to your spec. Excuse me, 1/4 inch per 12 feet arc. See, they no longer have to sack and burn down a lighthouse anymore. They no longer have to sack and burn down a library anymore. No longer do they have to have a charismatic leader to pull the populace into taking all of the literature that counteracts their political stance and or worldview and burns them. Now they have the internet where they can just obfuscate things through algorithms. Unless you have the URL, you'll never find it. I still want to see that compass with the needle that points south.
What is south? South off to the north? Or south north? Have a good one. No, seriously, it's like arbitrarily like, that's north. Well, how do you know? Because that's where the needle points. Well, couldn't it just well be? Couldn't we call that place counterclockwise? That's counterclockwise. Oh, I know where that's at.
Well, you could try this for yourself, Hank, right? Like go out in the middle of your yard with a cup of water and a leaf, right? It's got to be a fairly large leaf, one like a rose leaf or something that'll float, right? And you take a sewing needle and you rub it on, say, a knife or something, and it'll generate a charge and it'll get magnetized until it'll stick. It doesn't even have to be that good. And then you just stick it and see which way it points and see if it points north or south.
Yeah,
you know which way north is in your backyard,
right? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said, how do you find north in the woods, I was thinking, well, there's a couple ways. And then I was rushing to get to my phone and someone said moss, and I was like, shit.
Yeah. Also, trash bag is a vital thing. You can use one trash bag and turn that into 2 solar stills. Get yourself a couple swallows of fresh drinking water. Enough for a ration.
Yep.
All sorts of things.
That you can use the 20-ounce Coke bottles if you bend it just right, and you put some muddy water on one bin, and then it evaporates up into the second bin, and they don't mix. But that's kind of gross. I like plastic. But I guess it's the same thing in a plastic bag.
You know the agave cactus?
Haven't ever seen it. I think I got some agave at the house.
Yeah, some drinkable agave. No, agave cactus. It's usually like in people's yards for decorations. Yucca too. It's got these little pointy needles on it, and you can take your knife and score around the needle, and then grab a hold of it with like a pair of pliers, pull it, and you'll pull some fibers out with it, and then whittle the tip of the needle point down a little bit, and you have a sewing needle so you can repair your clothes and moccasins and whatnot. It's a little too big of a needle for scissors, though. Yeah, if you're ever like stuck in a situation where you have to distill snow, melt snow and distill it, never collect yellow snow.
What are you, a cop? Quit giving me directives, bro.
It's not lemon flavored, bro.
Don't go where the huskies go, and don't drink that snow. My python boots are. I couldn't sleep last night. My python boots were too tight. Shoot.
Okay, I got some more advice. Don't drink naturally flavored lemonade. Beaver butt.
I heard that tastes like ass.
Watch for the new album by the great rock group that's just being uncovered from the depths of the flat earth, Unbanned Victoria Rosewater. Let's hear it. Cool, man. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Don't forget to tip your waitress.
Fuck the waitress. She gets new legs every couple years. Mitosis. Right? Tip your driver. Fuck.
Sonny, when are you going to unban Vramer and get him back in here?
Which one?
Well, I was told the tip was a part of the fee.
Hoymar?
Yeah, unban him. He's a lot nicer now.
I know. I want him to be unbanned. Can a moderator unban him? They won't let me unban him.
I think, yeah. I mean, can we get a petition going, guys?
If he can get back in here, can someone drag his ass in here?
He has to be unbanned.
Because I tried and it said I don't have the permission.
Yeah,
Can't even unban Victoria Rosewater.
in here.
I think that's a great name, though.
It says you don't have that kind of power.
I guess not. Here, I tried it once. You saw it. Let's see. Yep, can't do it. Maybe if I just do. Can I pull up his?
I don't know how to spell his name, so somebody type it to me and send it in a message. Copy and paste it.
6305. Can someone look up? Let's see. Oh, profile. Oh. No. Oh, name is his friend? I didn't know that. Huh. I don't know why I can't see the rest of his. There we go. Let's try this. I don't know why I wouldn't have permission. Hold on, maybe. I keep forgetting if it's an exclamation point for this part. Yeah, it must be the other one. Okay.
Yeah, Sonny, I think you have your command wrong.
Yeah, I do. I tried it the other way, though.
Because you went at unbanned.
Probably why.
It should be flag unbanned.
Nope.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, let me do it.
Did you try flag unbanned? Exclamation? Because you tried the number.
Oh. Like just with his name, the at part? Tried it already.
No. You do exclamation unbanned, then space at his name.
I already tried that. It doesn't work. But I could do it.
I thought you did it with his number.
I did it before with this. I did all of this up and it doesn't do anything when I do it this way. It's not a valid command. At least not for me. I think it's like this, though. What if we just unmute him? Hold on, let's see. It's not banned. Hold on, let's just try this.
He's just in cogdis, isn't he?
He's unmuted. Now he's unmuted. So Spiral did it. Did the wrong command. So I've tried both commands. Okay, so thanks, Spiral.
No problem.
So he's unmuted now. That's what they were asking. Yeah, apparently I'm not able to do that. Oh. See if you can unban him too. If you would.
He should be good.